Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Dazzle.
Dire team pick.
Warlock.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Spirit Breaker.
Radiant team pick.
Earth Spirit.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Juggernaut.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Ursa Warrior.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Ah, come on.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Yeah.
Templar Assassin.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Bang!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Already, which is pretty good creation.
All right, looks like we're going to be getting into it here. Gotta start off with a brief pause here as we do get into it. Freedom versus Team Onyx in the lower brackets. So that means after this best of 3, one team will be done, and one team moves on to face Team NP in the lower bracket final. We witnessed yesterday at the conclusion of the American region, it was actually Complexity who bested Team NP in that winter bracket final and earned their grand final spot.
A bit surprised there. I was actually expecting NP to win. They actually had it in the game too, but two diebacks actually from Envy and AUI lost them the game.
It was crazy, man, and super hype at that. So here we're getting into it now, and I wanted to take that early peek and see exactly what's happening here. It's actually IX Mike on the Bat Rider here, and a hero he is very familiar with. I remember one of the first land, it might have been the first out-of-country land that I worked. It was a StarLadder in Kiev, actually, and Mike was there with Team Fire, and they played Bat Rider. They first picked Bat Rider for Mike like every single game, and he actually did a lot of work to the point where eventually they had to just straight up respect ban it every single game against him. So
IX Mike is the legend.
He's a legend!
Not just of an American Dota, but worldwide.
Worldwide.
Universe-wide.
It can't call him the M God, though. That's been taken by, I believe, Merlini, so he will be Mustache God instead.
Yeah, all right. S God. Can he be an S God?
We'll take an S God.
As a stash God.
All right, so Mike is flirting around that bottom lane here, which means that Tomato is going to be sporting the Abaddon here in what looks like more of a core position in the safe lane. And shouts to Boris, the coach, apparently.
Yeah, I would just wanted to mention that. Tomato, I guess he doesn't know that he needs the second word needs to be starting with the letter B. Like Boris the Blade, Boris the Brave, Boris the whatever.
Boris the couch. No.
That's not just right.
We'll see. It probably will affect his performance, but we'll be the judges of that. Dual lane potential setup here as Eagle, in the meantime, has joined Mike by his side for that bottom lane, leaving what looks like BSJ to be in the mid lane. He has 2 shared tangos, a poor man shield, and it looks like he'll be the one to be matching up against Abed and his TA.
Yeah, well, Jack does fine in the early levels. Poor man's shield. I guess he's gonna get critical strike on level 1. If he wants to play more safe, he's gonna get Blade Fury for Earth Spirit, but Earth Spirit and TA level 1 can't really damage him.
Jubei actually looking to roam in early. You don't suspect that from your Warlock. Early Fatal Bonds right into a Blade Fury. It does a little bit of poking damage onto Abed. It's super cute, but forces the immediate push of the wave here. I guess he's hoping that that will, in turn, bounce back the other direction, and he'll have the wave advantage.
Yeah, exactly. On the bottom lane, there's a solo Ursa right now. Since Jimmy is on top, well, they need to help Ursa against Bat Rider. Bat Rider has Windlace, Fairy Fire, and gonna rush towards Tranquil Boots. So he's gonna be super deadly and super high.
Yeah, Bat Rider will love any one-on-one kind of a matchup. Certainly one against a melee core like this. So he is going to be feeling pretty good. And Eagle will be continuing to wait on those sidelines just in case an opening does present itself. Well, as you mentioned, Demon is hanging by the side of Bulba up here, just kind of poking out some heals where we're given.
Jimmy needs to rotate to the bottom lane right now. I get a TP probably and just TP there.
Yeah, Dubu's here for now, but he can't really offer a whole lot of extra assistance to the Ursa besides pulling the wave. But, we already talked about Dubu should be kind of moving around, trying to make some plays, make some openings happen. So this is not really the job or position he wants to probably be in at this point in the game, but I guess something they're just going to have to settle for. Out to camping for the 2-minute bounty room, it looks like. Harry Potter, aka Bulba, is waiting there to be first in line.
Harry Potter, you can't really steal the rune from him.
He'll take it. Walk on backhand. While bottom lane, it was going to be Dubu who snags it up. So Onyx claiming 3 of those 4 2-minute bounty runes.
There's a region there. Oh, this is big for Juggernaut.
Regeneration.
BSJ will take that regen right back to the lane, sporting a 9-2 CS. Just falling a little bit behind the TA, 11-1, but it's a TA after all.
It's hard to last hit against TA with a melee hero because of the refraction. You don't have anything to remove the refraction with, besides Blade Fury, but you don't want to commit to that. I Blade level 2, so you're gonna get harassed a lot.
Yeah, for sure. Looks like in the meantime, Abed will step all the way off and around to the side and start making his own stacks in that close by ancient camp.
Yeah, Ursa has that magic stick, which is pretty must-have against Pet Rider every time you're playing against him, because he spams stick in a palm. He went for level 2 Earth Shock just to slow him as much as he can, which is...
What do you think about Eagle right now, what he's doing? He's just kind of been hanging by the side of this bottom lane, but I don't know if that's been also keeping Dubu in check across the lane. Both of them have been kind of planted down here and not doing what you would normally expect an Earth Spirit and a Spirit Breaker to do.
Yeah, well, he's giving a lot of farm to Pet Rider. Pet Rider, second on the chart, 16 CS, that's pretty big.
Yeah. It's just, you know, you figure normally they help them out till like they get to that level 2 or maybe level 3 right now, and then it's, you know, normally time to head out and do work. But I guess maybe Eagle keeps spotting Dubu. And it's just kind of like, well, maybe I should hang around just in case something breaks out, or once Dubu maybe shows himself elsewhere, I'll, you know, begin to get frisky.
Yeah, BSJ just used the spin, trying to push the wave, so he can go back to Shrine and heal up.
Lane's going to be pushing all the way forward. ESJ will see an Arcane Rune. Nice little grab for him. And then as you talked about, he could always head back for the extra mana by tagging up that Shrine. Below, Mike, chewing through a bit of life here and a couple of big stacks.
Mike's. Level 4 has 1k gold.
29 and 1 CS for him. He's big.
They want to use the Shrine. Well, they're going to go back to the lane pretty soon. ESJ spinning on mid again. That Arcane Rune. Cooldown 13 seconds left. All good. I'm surprised that Jimmy is still on top. And he has a TP level 2. He's TPing right now.
Yeah, TPing a mid, actually, with that. Demon has been kind of able to poke at the Warlock, Jubei's Warlock, in that top lane, kind of drawing his attention away from Bulba. So his whole purpose, I guess, in the top lane is kind of, you know, hoping that Bulba get as much space as possible to solo farm up, but down and below, Abed caught away from his mid lane, charged in from Eagle. Dubu shows up, is able to connect with the rolling boulder and some boulder smash stun, and now he'll be the focus. He's going to hit him with plenty of sticky damage, and they're going to burn right through him. Mike will end up losing his own life, though, to Abed, and this could turn into a 2-for-1 turnaround, but it looks like Eagle will be able to get off charge and a little bit of space between him and the TA.
Both Jug and the TA skipped the bottle. They went for Aquila, Power Treads, and the Jug went for also Aquila.
Huh. Is that just the circumstance of the lane matchup?
Yeah, exactly. Because they're playing against each other, they don't need that much sustain. No one's gonna dive. I mean, TA can still get the bottle after Lightstone, so it's all good. Jug will probably skip bottle. It's not good anymore.
Let's check up here now. Tomato has been creeping up in the CS a bit himself. Sits at second only to the TA. Oh, Omni Slash from BSJ knocks down Dubu. BSJ has been on these runes every time. And this time he gets a kill with it.
Oh, he actually bought a bottle, right? He could have gone for Helm of the Dominator build instead and have that extra stats and region to sustain on the lane. Kinda late to go for a bottle on him.
Well, it's a shame Dubu had stepped away from that mid lane after the return of Abed there. Got some decent damage. One rolling boulder could have easily set something up, but now he's walking into trouble. A 3-man hit squad from Freedom, and they just blast on in for Demon, looking to burst him down before a Grave can get off, but Demon is going to be able to get off the solo Grave. Jubei, in the meantime, getting that finish with the fatal bonds onto Dubu. Here's Freedom on the up and up, leading with a 4-1 start.
Yeah, double kill from Warlock. I mean, Warlock was not that super level, so Batrider went to Forest to actually give some space, so Spirit Breaker and Warlock can get some easy levels. Ube is gonna get level 6 pretty soon.
And I would imagine they would love to be able to put that chaotic offering right to work here. They have that more high tempo lineup, especially with this core Abaddon now. And I'm curious to see how he's looking to build up. It looks like the early Vlads. We could suspect some 5-man to evolve from it here. Pops that borrowed time after the stun comes out from Bulba. And these two horsemen will continue to trade. One's a horseman and one is a man riding a horse.
Horseman of the Apocalypse. Abaddon's ulti on cooldown. Well, one is actually the Horseman of the Apocalypse. Oh, Dubu is there. He just scouted him.
Wait, so did the creep though. Creep sees Dubu and they'll have to go back to the lane here. It looks like a push is coming though. We see Mason, aka Nash Gold Jr., showing up to play.
Meanwhile, on the bottom, BSJ just taking that tower. Has enough gold for phase boost. He is pretty far.
Insane amount of pings coming out from Jubei towards this top lane. He's saying, I got a level 6. Let's party. But I think Onyx don't like that. They quickly hustle back. In fact, they have that deep ward behind the tier 1. They probably saw Jubei rolling. They probably saw he was level 6. And they're like, you know what? We're good. And they'll leave.
We need to go back.
Bye-bye.
This Dazzle, I mean, they didn't see much of the Dazzle. I'm surprised that he wasn't at bottom lane with Poison Touch, level 2, Earth Shock, Ursa, and Earth Spirit. They could have gotten 6 kills.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Having the favor, I guess, for Bulba and his off lane. Maybe they weren't able to read the lanes well, not really kind of forecasting what was happening with the Abaddon. Maybe they also felt it was going to be a mid lane Bat Rider. Whatever the case may be, it does lead to a bit of an unfortunate start for Onyx here. We'll take a very early peek at the net worth graph, and it's only about 2,500. This game's certainly not out of reach for Onyx for any reason at all, but we'll have to see what it is they need to pick up to kind of be able to shift the momentum a bit. I looked to Bulba to see if maybe a Blink Dagger's in the horizon. He's got 1,000 gold. And, all right, they just kind of look at each other funny.
Well, they took tier 1 top and tier 1 bottom, so the map is pretty open for them right now.
Yeah, they're definitely taking the most of this map is freedom. And they're not really feeling threatened. BSJ's confidently happy to farm on through that mid lane. Uh-oh, Mike's found someone. Lassoed up, Abed pulls him right back towards the Omni Slash with the stun. Might not be enough. Grave comes out. Chaotic offering gonna be committed here. Abed looking to run. BSJ looking to chase here. They'll be able to catch up and they'll be able to get the finish. Dubu rolls away from the remaining trouble. Freedom will only get Abed, but that's all they came in to get. Meanwhile, Tomato rolling in from the top lane, spots out Demon, hits him up with some early curse damage. Demon's done for, just like that.
Wow, the fight lasts so long. Omni Slash, Warlock ulti was committed there to get a kill on a TA. Plus there was a Centaur ult, plus Grave. It's going to take so long to actually kill one. Freedom looking strong right now.
Oh yeah, that's another tower going their way. And I was going to say, they're not going back for the Roche. The top lane, it looks like they go. Oh, Onyx. What are we hoping for them to pick up from here? I mean, Mason's going for what looks like a Vlad's. Abed straight to the Deso, I guess, could help in the damage department, but is it Bulba's Blink Dagger we really need at this time?
Yeah, they need a Blink Dagger on that Centaur, which is gonna come pretty late considering the lane he was at. Abaddon, on the other hand, has ads offering. Spirit Breaker is level 6. It's gonna be hard to actually fight into all those stuff.
It looks like Tomato's going to be building into a Solar Crest. Very utility on this Abaddon. Here comes Dubu rolling in. Actually misses the Boulder Smash for Mike. Gets the silence. They'll be able to get the burst with Abed. But now they roll in, looking to go for Eagle. Here comes Tomato. Tries to help him out with the shield, but this man's surrounded by 4. Is this becoming a Freedom one-on-one feed here? Tomato is going to be a much tougher target to take down. Almost a mini-boss in his own right. They're going to be forcing out the borrowed time, and now Bulba becomes rolling in. It's a 5-on-1. And I think they've accepted the fact that Tomato is done for. They are already split pushing the bottom lane, BSJ's Jug. And with Jubei not looking to get involved. Freedom hand over 3 kills back to back.
Yeah, 3 kills plus the tower, and they're defending the bottom tower. This is actually what Team Onyx needed. Ursa's gonna have a Vlad's right now. TA, yeah, she just finished the Desolator. 12 minute, not bad at all.
Probably was spotted there. The thing with Freedom is that their timings are very precious, and a lot of that is hindered to the Warlock and his chaotic offering, knowing that they can't really take those fights and objective follow-ups until everything is ready to go. It is ready to go now, and if they're able to kind of get their attention over to the Roche pit, you know, they can hold their ground here and oppose any threat from Onyx, but it seems like it may not be necessary. Well,
Yeah,
I say that, but Onyx are kind of close.
Onyx doesn't have vision, they just smoke, but do they know? Probably not. The judging how Centaur Assassin is moving.
This is a nice easy Aegis here for Team Freedom. Just as Onyx were feeling pretty confident to get themselves back, Onyx are already on their own mission, heading towards this bottom lane. You know, maybe if Freedom rotate towards this pressure in the bottom lane, there could be an opening for Onyx, but Freedom could also kind of take things a bit slower now that they have the security of this extra life.
Well, tier 2 tower, 900 HP on the bottom, so they should just focus on that with the Aegis. They need to take those tier 2 towers.
They're waiting in this bottom lane for anyone to TP in. They have the ward on the high ground, and they actually see Mike coming into the shrine. They hit him immediately with a stun, with a silence, and he's done for. Eagle pokes his head through the shadows, and he will also get spanked.
Yeah,
Double kill for Abed.
This is a nice...
Oh, back and below, Banana Slam Jamma cuts up a Centaur with a nice Omni
What are
Slash,
you doing,
and he's just
TNC?
rolling into the team. Banana, have mercy. All right, the Assassin Man comes in and actually gets a Centaur kill with the Omni Slash there. He's crazy.
Yeah, that is...
What are you doing?
He's super fast. It's face with Saint Yasha, but Kanin has the Aegis.
Okay. Kick, uses the same rock for the grip silence, and then says
Bye-bye.
bye-bye. All right then. Well, how much does that end up helping out Onyx, it looks like, in the big picture of things? That has cut what was a 4K net worth lead in half, back down to 2K. Mato and the company back on the grind here. They smoke up waiting behind their Abaddon. Mike now has his Blink Dagger and is actually very close to a 4-staff, but before finishing that, they want to go finish off an Onyx member here, and it looks like they could get Abed. Mike, cut him off and get the lasso! He's not blinking yet. Duba's there, gets the 2-man stun, gets the 2-man magnetized, but Jubei follows it up with a wonderful chaotic offering. With that and the Fatal Bonds, should do plenty of work. Boba, though, able to jump in, gets the quick snipe onto the Warlock, and now him and Mason are looking to make chase, trying to get the catch on Eagle. Stampede comes out. Will they be able to surround him? Yes, they will. Eagle ends up getting dropped. Tomato casually rolls into the fight now, trying to make something happen, and then BSJ says, I'm ready to play. Can these two Freedom fighters do enough between this wealth of an Onyx squad? I don't think so. Tomato goes down, and Banana Slam Jamma will be going down next. They hit him with the stun, the slash, and he just lost his Aegis.
BSJ, you're gonna go down as well, son.
He is going to be made into a... actually, he's gone. Okay, then.
Where's mana? Where's mana for Ursa to actually use overpower plus ulti? Wow. A good play there by Onyx. There was no there. It was on cooldown.
Yep.
They committed so much to kill TA, and she just bursted the Batrider there.
Were they not able to kill TA? Yeah, they did get the TA down.
died,
Yeah.
But,
It took so much. It took so much to do. They had to drop a rock, and probably wasn't an ideal situation when they were hoping to get the quick burst and run, but the cavalry showed up from Onyx. Bulba steps in, gets a wonderful initiation, just instantly executes and takes out the Warlock, and then at that point, Freedom were feeling a bit outnumbered with, you know, their core presence just not being there from the get-go. So, bit suffering, and this game is suddenly back even.
another smoke from Onyx. They want to make a move right now. The rock is on cooldown. They want to make the use of that.
Auto mid lane. Seems alone, but Jube is right behind him. So is Eagle. But it looks like there are other plans in store for Onyx. They're heading all the way up north to IX Mike. There goes the Stampede rolling in. See you later, Mike.
See you later, alligator, Mike.
He just gets easily handled in that top lane.
Ursa has a blink.
Oh, they see Eagle too. He drops a ward. They drop a new ward where they already have a very nice ward. They may have seen that ward go down.
They're drawing on the mid what they want to do.
Yeah.
They're already.
How many
behind
stones
them,
does
but,
Dubu have?
Yeah, Team Freedom knows.
Dubu with 3 stones. First connection. Onto Tomato, slows him down. BSJ thinks about rolling in, then quickly 180s back. Onyx are here to make moves for the tier 1 and get as much as they can in the window of opportunity while there is no chaotic offering. But look at this, it's Freedom now considering a movement forward. Dubu will slow them down. Eagle takes a couple of shots and then not be able to get any sort of catch with that Nether Strike.
Rock is ready. Flaming Lasso is ready.
They must be watching that cooldown on the timer on the side of Onyx.
Yeah,
Because they pulled away the second they're like, ooh, it could be up.
Abaddon went for interesting build, Medallion of Courage. He wants to upgrade it to Solar Crest.
Yeah.
Because of all the physical damage from TA and Ursa, that's really good pickup. It's gonna
Look
be a
at
big
this
item.
smoke. Freedom rolling through the mid lane, but they could be heading up into high ground where Abed is waiting. And Dubu. They show themselves. Oh, they spotted him. Oh, nice. Insta silence there from Dubu. Oh, he's not going to be able to roll away, though, but he did get the save. We'll end up getting dropped. Dubu will tank that smoke gank. That could have been a lot worse for Onyx if Freedom were able to get a good jump there. So instead they begin to pressure this tier 2 in the mid lane. Onyx not there to defend. They're actually heading up towards this top lane, maybe waiting for one of Freedom to rotate back and stop that push. But
on top. Oh, charge is already committed. They're defending it actually.
they will see Mason. He's running out, but they don't have a way to cancel that TP here. Yep, he's gone. A few more TPs close by. All of Onyx are out.
Bad was really quick there on reaction. Batrider blinked in, he instantly blinked out, or X-Mike was slow, whatever you want, but good reactions from a Bad actually.
Very awkward spot, and good positioning for Onyx to kind of be in that high ground. And now we have probably, oh, we can't see how many smokes anymore, huh? Both sides, I think, popped off like 2 smokes each
Yeah.
in what feels like the last 5 minutes, so I imagine that they are going to have to wait a bit if they want to go for any more unique approaches. But this is looking like Freedom are hoping to close out these remaining tier 2s. Top lane is next. We don't see Onyx defending it. It looks like they're going to go for their own trade. A tier 2 in this bottom lane here. This game is pretty damn close.
Yeah, it's a lot of evading fights actually. None of the teams wants to commit, so they're kind of evading fights and just trying to get the most out of it.
Here comes Freedom, confident to move already up into the high ground here. BSJ begins his sieging onto this tier 3. What's Freedom going to be able to get from this, and can Onyx do a respectable hold knowing that there's a chaotic offering waiting back in behind? BSJ goes to the Blade Fury instantly and rolls on back. Mike makes his move, gets on bed with the lasso, pulls him right back into the team. There goes the Omni, there goes the Rock. They're going to be able to burst him down. He is out 50 seconds, does have a buyback, and actually may need to use it here. BSJ looking to go for the finish on the tier 3, can't quite get it done. Jumping from Bulba, does get the BSJ hit, but he Blade Furies again right back out of there. Eagle moves it for Mason, hits him with a Nether Strike, bumps him out from the base, but they're not going to be able to get good connection yet. A lot of softening up, but the buyback has been forced.
Yeah, Freedom might actually continue there. There was no grave from Dazzle on that TA.
Abed back into action here, but Freedom get their tier 3, and it looks like that's really all they wanted. And I can't really blame them. Good push, tier 3 down, forcing out a buyback after taking down Abed. That's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, plus they got a lot of gold from that. That Solar Crest on Abaddon, plus Lazarus offering just boosting the armor for his team. It's 25 mischance. That's the biggest thing against TA and Ursa, who are really not natural MKB carriers, especially Ursa. It takes him so long to farm it. Now Lincoln Spear. And TA, well, she can buy an MKB, but that's gonna kick in a lot later.
Yeah.
And, or a Bloodthorn, but that's a lot of gold.
She already has plans for what looks like a Hurricane Pike. Might not fall through with it, but those are all items that are going to take her away from any sort of defensive capabilities, which will, you know, mean that Mike could continue to lasso her if he finds those openings.
Yeah.
Does mean for Freedom that all that damage is pretty much on BSJ.
Yeah, but the Centaur just bought Aghanim.
Oh,
this
yeah.
is big.
That's huge. That Ursa is going to be so hard to kill between the Ag Centaur ulti and his ulti.
Yeah, like you're healing him, you're not dealing any
Yeah.
damage. Like you do critical strike 500 damage, you actually heal him for 200.
Now all tension, all eyes on this Roche Pit. Onyx want it. They're already making their move inside. Mason's going to work. Someone has to stop him from Freedom if they want it. Tomato casually rolling into this one. A bit of a miss on the stun there. Now they're going to be dropping out the Fatal Bonds. The Roche goes down, and it gets picked up from Tomato here. Freedom able to move in and snipe it. Able to just slash right through Onyx on this one, and they take down 3.
Oh, they're so late with that kick from Earth Spirit from the Boulder Smash. I mean, what you can do in this kind of situation when you have Desolator and Ursa getting Roche, and Roche has Fury Swipes, I'd say 20 charges, and you can just sacrifice one hero. Just go with Earth Spirit and secure the Roche for yourself. Now this is looking really bad for Team
This
Onyx.
is super bad. Abed's dead. He has no buyback. Mason just had to use his, and he's but one man between him and Dazzle and Earth Spirit. I don't think there's anything they can do. This is looking like 2 sets of racks for sure. Tier 3 done for. Freedom feeling themselves in game 1.
And they're continuing. Plus, it's Aegis on Abaddon. Like, what are you gonna do? This hero can just tank so much damage. There's a tier 2 on bottom still, so they need to switch to that and continue to the basic.
After they do what they need, they roll out Freedom on an absolute high horse from there. This game was neck and neck, and now it is about 8K of an advantage for Freedom, and it's only going to continue to get better for them as they step back and go for their shrines. Eyes on Onyx to see how they can turn this one around. Very unfortunate
Onyx,
road skirmish for
you
them.
can't really kill anyone with their step right now. Just check the items on Freedom. Abaddon has Aegis, Vlads, Solar Crest, plus casual plate mail on top of that.
At first, he looked like he was going to be going for the Ags, and then he changed it over to a Lotus Orb.
So more armor. Plus, Juggernaut has AC finished, and Batrider has a casual plate mail as well. Warlock has Ghost Scepter. I mean, you can't just go in with a TA. She can't do anything in the fight.
Here comes Freedom, looking to go for the final ball. Bulba sitting a bit neutral there. Manages to blink away just in time and hit the Stampede. Very unfortunate for Onyx, though, as they had to use that ulti just to escape trouble. But looks like it will work out for Freedom as they will take the shrine. Now, maybe Onyx were hoping to be in a different position in that area to catch Freedom moving in for the shrine, but Freedom get another one.
I mean, it's not that good of a cooldown. 50 seconds left.
To bottom lane they go, and Onyx now doing the, I don't know, would you already consider this a do or die kind of a play?
Yeah, this is the last hope for Onyx. Dazzle just used the ulti, they want to go in.
Here you go. It's a pretty nice position. They're flanking them from the north, but they're going to need to hit the right target.
Warlock or Batrider. Warlock
and
first
take him
and
out
they can.
fast. Can they do it? Boo. They drop the ward. They cross paths. Eagle goes right through him. They're making the immediate jump, looking to go for Jubei, and they get him. He was able to get the Chaotic Offering down. Not the best shot by him, but Freedom are going to try to work with the position they've been put in. Mike gets off and grabs Mason, pulls him back. Demon connects with the Shallow Grave to attempt to keep him alive, but everyone is swarming onto him and will be able to get the finish. Abed back on the other side, only barely able to live. He was been bullied back by Eagle. The rest of Freedom looks to swarm around Demon. This looks to be the beginning of the end for Onyx on this game 1.
There is a job. Still Aegis. I mean, you can't kill a Baron in a team fight, and he deals a lot of damage. Plus, he heals a lot and saves with his aquatic shield. It's like, you can't focus any hero on Team Freedom right now. You know why? Because the game is over.
They were just a bit too big, a bit too fat. I mean, the game was even. I mean, would you honestly go back and say that that little Roche fight was the decider? Or would you think there's a bit more to it?
It was just a matter of time. With those two physical damages, Temper Assassin and Ursa with all that armor on side of Team Freedom, plus all the...
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Dire team ban. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve.
Dazzle. Alchemajoy!
Radiant team pick.
Warlock.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Yeah.
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Sand King.
Radiant team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
StarLadder.
Dire team pick.
Timber saw.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Outworld Devourer.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick.
Lifestealer.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Terrorblade.
If you don't have a save hero, now they have a dazzle, which works amazing. Like, they're just hitting on you, good grave, good sunder, and you're back on track.
Isn't OD known to kind of be pretty good against these like illusion heroes though? I feel like
I don't have much of a illusion clear for the late game besides OD's orb. Well, it's not what we see a lot of times. Lifestealer can go for Mjolnir. Not much people do that, but if it's needed, it's really good item on him.
It's situational position like this. Like, if it gets to a point where they might find this Terrorblade a bit threatening, we could certainly see them itemize in a manner to make sure they have a way to deal with it, because it does feel like it is a lot on the Terrorblade to kind of be able to hit it home. But yeah, I was kind of curious as well. I don't know Mike to play a whole lot of Timbersaw. I'm sure he can play it. So that's why I was anticipating the Mike Sand King, which it is. Timado Timbersaw, though, will be neat to see, man. Timado, I'm sure, is earning a lot of new fans in this qualifier run. I've only seen him occasionally, time to time, from other cups, other qualifiers, other Tier 2, Tier 3 tournaments. But I feel like this has been his best showing in Dota. Like, it's really impressive, man.
Yeah, I haven't seen much of him before, but the guy does what he needs to do for his team.
And he's playing, you know, with that little bit of a disadvantage. He's their Peruvian import player. I hope it is Peru, but you know, he's their South American import player, and he's not at the house. He's the one member missing from their boot camp. And just look at all the work he's been able to do. I don't know how much of a communication barrier there is or not, but it's always kind of impressive to see, because it's like, do they have that untapped potential and power if they actually made it to a LAN and he was there in person with them, you know?
Yeah, well, imagine playing 1 versus 1 a lineup matchup on a mid.
Yeah.
The guy is playing with 15 ping and you're playing with 130 ping. That's a huge difference.
Yeah, and he plays that mid lane very often. He plays that Shadow Fiend role many a time and does it well too. It's just, you know, it's so impressive to see. And I don't know how old he is, or, you know, how far along he is in his Dota 2 career, but if he's got, you know, time ahead of him, he could definitely turn into
what do you think, that I
big all-star?
Because I'm 30, I couldn't.
You're done.
I'm done.
You know,
well, that's
you
true.
and
I'm
me,
done.
you know, we're
I'm
done.
like arthritis Dota.
Yeah. You got to go to pugna.com and make guides. That's where it's left for you.
I need to go to pugna.com and just check Jenkins Dota guide.
Jenkins Dota.
Dota Pudge guide.
Yeah. Here we get underway here, just a mild trade from both sides. Eagle already looking to invade deep on his Ogre. Was not going to be hanging around long enough to be able to spot out that courier if that's what he's hoping to do. He's here to be a pain in the ass. Hey, how's it going on, Ben?
No.
Oh, he sees the courier and he still manages to get it. Oh, no. Early takedown. Very unfortunate for Onyx. That is a bummer.
Yeah, you need to be careful with that courier. I mean, Ogre can do that smoked between Tier 1 and Tier 2 tower. All on top.
Yeah, this action's happening everywhere here. It looked like bottom lane, there's a bit of a trade, but yeah, back at top. He's going to just chase him down, gets him with 2 of the crushes, and it looks like they'll do it. Demon.
Jimmy, man. Yeah, this might be actually a good game for Jimmy. We've seen him struggling on that StarLadder before to get the Blink Dagger on the right timing. He's on 400 gold right now. This might be actually it. Oh, Terrorblade, poor man's shield and Bloodlust.
Yeah, he just used his Metamorphosis and got Bloodlusted too. He was huge.
Yeah, plus, Quelling Blades just came, so it's gonna be easy for him to actually last hit. We need to watch the bottom lane. There's gonna be a lot of action, I think. With the Dazzle Sanking, that's a really good goal lane.
Yeah.
Sanking, almost level 3 with Quelling Blade and Poor Man's Shield. He does a lot of damage.
Top lane. It looked like they may have been trying to surround Bulba a bit, but not going to be the case here. Really got to say, Freedom are really kind of coming together and helping each other out in a way we didn't see them able to do a lot before. Oh no, top lane. Eagle going a bit too far forward. Demon manages to sneak in from behind, gets the crush, and looks like he should be able to get the finish here unless Eagle's able to sidestep him, jukes around the corner and says, see you later, nerd. Heads off towards the tower. Demon, though, thinks about chasing but doesn't. Oh, that was a bit awkward. Good use of the tree line there by Eagle.
Yeah, sadly, Jimmy was only level 1 there, so there was no sprint. It's a big difference if you're level 1 or level 2 with StarLadder. He has boots, ogre, pretty much the same movement speed when he's bloodlusted, plus wind blaze.
Okay, and actually I didn't even really put everything together until I was talking about Demon in that top lane, but they totally shifted the role position here. Dubu on the Warlock. Yeah, so they just took him off the 4 and put him totally on the 5 for this game.
Oh, he got
I don't want to say he got
demoted.
benched,
Yeah.
you know, from being a 4, but, you know, you got to make these kind of adjustments, it looks like, and it's actually working out pretty nicely for them so far. Demon wasn't able to come up on that kill in the top lane, but he's been able to make so much pressure across the map already.
You know what I feel? I feel like Dubu right now. But me and Jimmy were playing in a few teams together, and we were playing actually in 6-man teams. So one of us was actually being benched because we were playing the same role. One of us was a water boy. Usually it was Jimmy though.
Oh, okay.
Still rooting for him.
Demon, so annoying right now. Look at that. They're like, you want to chase me? You want to chase me? You want to leave your lane and chase me? Yeah, no, you don't. He's just such a nuisance. But, you know, it's fun, and it's a lot of giggles, but eventually you do have to buckle down and get some farm because he is that one vehicle for the Lifestealer. Who else is going to be able to get him into the fight?
Yeah, that's the only one.
So he needs to, at some point, get farm, get levels. You know, if you're not finding kills or openings, you know, every minute or so, it's, you know, gotta make sure you spend a little bit of me time.
Bad, pretty even matchup, 17 to 19.
Using it first.
He got it. He got it.
Manages to snag it up and force Abed to go into the prison to try to steal it for himself here.
Harry Potter on a top lane, level 5, almost level 6. So we're seeing some questionable item builds on Harry Potter. Going for Radiance. It takes a lot of time to kick in. It might work well, but didn't work for him. So he might actually consider that this game, especially against Terrorblade Reflection. So.
Yeah, we've been seeing plenty of Bulba Abaddon through this qualifier. One of those games not long ago, Bulba was actually able to do very similar to this. He manages to work his way through the laning phase with top CS, nearly top net worth of the game. So hold that thought here as mid lane BSJ in quite a bit of trouble. Trying to rush on back, the right clicks are chasing, Demon making his move, but Jubei has been able to rotate in. He actually doesn't have a level of Shallow Grave, but he has plenty of heals to offer. And that will force him off.
Yeah, what does OD have? He's going for some of the Dominator build.
OD?
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
It's good for some heal, some stats.
Very interesting.
Oh, he actually might change. Well, I don't know. If he gets some gold, he might actually change to Hand of Midas if needed. It's really a lot of ways to build OD. Depends how the game goes.
How is our boy Mason doing here at the bottom? Currently sitting third, about a CS 30 and 5. Holds that early Blightstone with a pair of phase boots. Dubu has been his babysitter. Quickly gets the ward deny. He's like, yeah, I may be the ward bitch this game, but I'm going to do a damn good job of it. Nice little deny, nice free gold for him. But trouble's coming. Eagle and BSJ rotating down here. BSJ now has a Sunder, and it looks like he wants to put some use to it.
Yeah, BSJ, do something, do something.
Oh, how about a Bloodlust Metamorphosis?
Yeah,
what
do
level is that
something
Bloodlust?
funny at
Only
least.
one? Do something funny? Entertain me.
I dare you, I
Entertain us.
double dare you, BSJ, do something.
Pressure's coming from both fronts, though, as they are pushing that bottom lane tier 1. Onyx are pushing the mid lane tier 1 of their own. Mason also way deep into their territory, cutting the creeps, it looks like, preventing them from being able to easily push that tier 1.
Yeah, both teams have to go back.
Oh, but Mason, if he hangs around there too long...
Time to TP out of there.
Yeah, he might need to find somewhere to TP. Okay.
Oh, maybe he's got to get a creep.
Okay. Alright, they just, they'll just let that happen.
Yeah, the Jimmy on top is getting a lot of XP, and on the bottom Dubu, so they're giving XP to position 4 and 5 heroes. Meanwhile, OD is trying to jungle until his lane comes back to the middle. BSJ is still on the bottom. I don't think they can commit to taking the tower before Metamorphosis is up.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
During this time, Tomato on his Timber Saw has been managing to kind of find some decent farm here. He's now at the top, 47 and 2 CS on a Timber. He's just about done finishing out his Arcanes, and he's level 7. So look for him to probably pick up a TP as soon as these Arcanes are complete, and if actions to break out, he might look to get a, you know, his hand in the action.
Yeah, that is correct. He's just got his Arcanes up. He'll have enough gold for a TP, so he can help other lanes. Jimmy got the Arcane
Yeah,
Rune, level 5.
something's going down in the bottom lane, I feel, here in a moment. There's a lot of Freedom members down here. Meanwhile, mid lane, it's only Jubei, but he's been hit with a prison. They're thinking about diving for him. He has the Grave, but doesn't need to use it yet. End up cutting back behind the tower. They're looking to go for the finish, but rotations are coming in. Mike's here now, still only level 5, so close to 6, but doesn't have the Epi yet if that's what he's hoping to use. They're surrounded around the tower, and Eagle's going to end up going down in the meantime, but there's going to be the tower finished. Set up the prison to make it a bit easier as Tomato does rotate in, but BSJ's also here to play. Oh, quick hit. They try to shield off the stun. Demon's going to be able to make it away. Nice save there from Bulba. Mike eats some damage and has to step back. Does have that level 6 and that epicenter, but he's very low.
Oh, judging how the team fights are going right now, this is what I was afraid of if I were Team Onyx. This lineup, Team Freedom, sorry, Team Onyx's lineup is really doing a good job, especially with that the Baron, and you have Shield, you have Astral, so you can save a lot of people with that. Buy so much time for you. And the Ogre.
Eagle in trouble. Fatal Bonds on the wave, and that's when the open wounds come out. Mason charges onto him, and then quickly infests into the creep to head himself on back because Mike's rotated in. And I don't think they have the extra firepower to take Mason down, but...
Nah, they don't. Warlock is also behind him with level 3 Shadow Word. It's gonna be more than enough.
Eagle's still taking that Fatal Bond damage, man. It's ridiculous how long those last, but... He'll head all the way back. He'll heal it up and get himself refreshed and ready. Helm is done now, of course, on Abed as he takes himself back towards that mid lane. You know, Tomato had rotated in to be a part of that party, but took himself promptly back towards the top here. Back on his mission towards that early Bloodstone.
On the other hand, Jimmy, 1.4k gold.
Oh, okay.
0-1, that's really good.
Yeah. No 20-minute Blink Dagger this time, it looks like.
Well, who knows? It's Jimmy, man. You don't know what he's going to do.
He might get in a crazy-ass fight here in the next few moments and lose a lot of that gold. So, we'll see.
A Baron, level 8, saving 1 point. Okay, he just got Miscoil, which is good. You can deny yourself. Plus, Helm of the Dominator is completed and has picked
double
up a creep. Double, yeah, that means so much in a team fight. You have attack speed increased by 15. You have Ensnare for extra lockdown.
The spoopy skeletons are out now, and you got to look out for them.
It's 24 damage, double skeleton.
They'll get you. Look how fast they hit that thing.
Wow.
Whoa. Well, Freedom obviously not looking to pull in all the troops quite yet, as it's going to be a sack of this tier 1 bottom lane.
Doesn't have enough damage.
Yeah, they've had BSJ down here for quite a while, I feel like, trying to move his way forward and into a tier 1 tower. Do you think that he should go for that early Yasha he likes to do?
No. We've seen some Terror Blades skipping Dragonlance. I think it's a must-have item on him because of the stats. I mean, with Yasha, you lack that 10 extra strength it gives you. So.
Because in Terror Blade, just again, it's just got no life at all. I mean, the guy's got armor, but his life sucks.
Yeah, even with that 3 strength from Hila, you have what 700 HP. That's just sad.
So it would be nice to have that little bit of extra meat on the bones from certain Dragonlance here, but we'll have to see as BSJ continues to hold and pocket the money what he ultimately ends up deciding on. It looks like he's just queued up that Dragonlance. Oh, never mind. He changed his mind to a Manta. It was on Dragonlance for seriously like 5 seconds. And he's like, you know what, Manta.
Yeah, we were poking BSJ to do something funny. He's actually doing it right now.
We'll see. We'll see what he ultimately decides to go for here. But look at that. Demon's got the blink dagger. This is so good for him, but they've already made their move on Freedom. Looking to go for Mason, but he popped the rage. Avoids all the trouble and takes it right back to Mike, but Mike was hit with the grave, goes for the TP and makes it out.
What? Jimmy missed the stun.
Barely missed it, I guess. That was so close to call, but Mike was able to make it away. Demon is going to settle for a new target in for Eagle as he tries to hide within the trees, but he's been hit with the amp damage and he will be finished. On the other side, it is PSG in a lot of trouble and he will be slashed down. No mana and nothing to bring out the Saunter.
What was Freedom trying to do there with initiation just from Sanking and Dazzle? Wow, that's really not how you want to play it. Jimmy has his Blink Dagger up a little too short. He was trying to be greedy, stun both Dazzle and Sanking.
Yeah.
So Sanking lived, which is a pretty big problem because he's just got his Blink Dagger up, but still Onyx got this game in their pockets. Can you say pockets?
No, it's Pockets, goddammit. But Pockets is, that we'll get the message across.
Filthy little hobbits.
Tier 2 down, only one Tier 2 remains at the top. Things feeling so good for Onyx. Kind of hard to believe it's only 4-0.
Yeah, but the game is pretty intense. But
7,500 net worth lead for Onyx off only those 4 kills.
This is big. Oh, a Baron, man. Please don't go Radiance. Just get some items and finish the game. Ocean is down. They just smoke. They want to go again.
Tomato mid lane. This poor Timbersaw really hasn't been able to kind of make a name for himself at all here. The peaking window for a lot of these Freedom heroes is just a little too far forward, and Onyx are just bringing it to them, and they're just not ready.
They're not ready with their heroes. You have Ogre who's level 5, you have Dazzle level 7.
Oh, there's got to be a tome or something for this poor Ogre. Level 5 still?
You have a 700 HP Terror Blade still. You die from Crush.
TP's to bottom. Not looking to give a tower away easily. We'll be able to take it down without a deny, but Demon's here. He actually has the pocket bomb. Maro jumps in, that's when the bomb gets popped into. Maro's going to get crushed down, and then next will be Mike. Onyx continue to go up and up. Looking to absolutely shake off game number 1, going unscratched still in game 2, 6-0. The chase is on for the man made of bananas, but Demon's there, catches both of them.
Go Demon.
And lets him go.
Slow down. Alt is the creep. I mean, Alt is the courier. I mean, you see team Onyx is approaching your base. They took all tier 2 towers, and you still decide to go for Yasha, and you have 800 HP on that terrible.
Yeah.
That's what you want to have, actually.
Paper blade at this point.
You have high armor, and that's it. Ike's finished the... Is it? Yeah, it's Echo Saber.
Yeah. Double the pleasure, double the fun of each attack.
Yeah. 2 creeps again from 2 Helm of the Dominators. One extra Swiftest aura plus Pack Leader's aura. Some extra damage. They're going in right now. The rock is ready.
Yeah, they got
everything is
so much of an advantage. There is no reason to pump the brakes if you're Onyx. So here they come, bottom lane. Going right into the high ground here. Bulba happy to be the tank, the siege engine here. Tim and Mason will begin their work. Mike lines up a double stun. Smatter looking to dish out the chakra damage. Can they get some burst? No, nice prison from Abed.
Big rock.
Rock from the back lines will help get the finish. Mike's going to be going down, so is the tier 3. Right to the racks they go. No fussing around here if you're Onyx. Good crush from Demon, just slowing down and forcing Freedom back. There's the buyback from Mike. Re-engages on the Bulba, which is going to force out the borrowed time. Eagle's eating a lot of damage. There goes the Sandy's Eclipse. Takes out the Dazzle, and Abed will scoot on in to go for the finish of Banana. Meanwhile, Mike tries his best with an epicenter. They'll finally earn themselves at least 1 kill onto Bulba, but this is looking like a shutout for Onyx as they claim 11-1 game number 2.
Yes.
We're going to a game number 3,
boys. Yeah.
Woo!
This is what I was talking about. We want to see some good Dota. It adds more hype if it's the 3rd game. And well, I want to just say.
Dire team ban. Dire team ban. Dire team pick.
Behold the horn of Magnus.
Radiant team pick.
Juggernaut.
Radiant team.
Warlock.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds.
Silencer.
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Spirit Breaker.
Radiant team pick.
Tide Hunter.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Imba spirit.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Oh, you know what? I think people were trying to message me again about Dota TV being muted there up to that point. Let me remind everyone that there is currently a Valve or Dota bug. If I click outside of the game on my second monitor, which I have to at times because I have to click on XSplit or OBS, if I dare click outside of the game, Dota TV stops transmitting. So no one in Dota TV hears me anymore. I've already put that message out to a certain Valve representative, and they said they have passed the word along. I really hope they fix it. This is a new thing, so if Dota TV mutes at those times, I'm such a good caller right there, by the way.
There it
Boom,
goes.
baby,
Bro
Troll
fist.
Warlord. But but I like how you call out Bro Fist when we do it. That's so hype. I hope they fix it. Anyways, guys, I'll try my best to keep the mouse clicked inside the game, but if we go muted in Dota TV, that's honestly why. Anyways, Troll Warlord's out, and I still kind of like it, you know? I think it's fun. But the advantage goes to Onyx with this last pick, I gotta say.
Oh, let's see what they will pick, actually.
You see a Troll Warlord, and I like the Medusa ban, because if there's someone that would love to welcome a Troll Warlord fight with open arms,
Join me.
it would be Medusa, probably. Stone Gaze, what are you gonna do now?
Let's see what else is there.
Another kind of, Invoker. Okay, then. Very interesting.
So predictions, we didn't predict at all. Maybe I did for the second game, I think, didn't I?
I don't remember.
I think I did.
Yeah, you think you did? And
Yeah,
you probably
I
think
it-
you
maybe
picked
I didn't
Onyx?
say it, but
You thought it.
yeah, I thought it. So this game, I'll go with Team Onyx because of that last Invoker pick and Jug. I think they have so much more in a team fights, even though for Team Freedom they're gonna rely so much on Magnus ulti. What do you say?
I think so too. I think like a lot more needs to go right for Freedom. The
10
laning
seconds
stage, we already know Ember needs that bit of a build up. Troll War obviously needs to
5
be
seconds
nourished quite a bit
remaining.
before they kind of peak into that big potential. And I don't know. I think things are a bit more clear cut. I feel like everyone's gonna be like, he's just saying words right now. But it's like, I think things are gonna be a lot easier for Onyx this game. It's a lot easier for them to be able to do their work. You know, whether it's just hitting R to get that right chaotic offering, or you know, landing a good bloodlust.
Landing a good bloodlust, yeah,
That takes skill.
Ogre is such a skilled hero.
I'm thinking Onyx is going to be finding themselves against MP in the next round, but I would love to see a hype matchup here for game number 3, folks. Let's get into it now. One of these teams goes on, one goes home.
You know what I'm afraid of?
What are you afraid of?
Did Bulba ever play Tidehunter? I mean, look at his cosmetic items. He has none.
That's crazy because there's a shitload of the hats for Tidehunter. Maybe you just felt like taking it back old school with this pick. I don't know, and just kind of keeping the vanilla Tidehunter.
So it's gonna be will Ogre focus on mid, or will he try to go on top, just give Tidehunter some advantage for the first few levels? Look at BSJ, he has that cool
new set.
Yeah, the new set.
That's like the first set for Troll Warlord. So that's why it's like so cool. Some people are a bit indifferent about it. They're like, why? Why the ponytail? Why the Wolverine
30
sideburns?
seconds to
You like it?
Yeah, look, I love the haircut.
Like the haircut?
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. We'll see if he can beat some ass with the cool looking set or not.
Well, at least if he is feeding, he's looking cool.
That's true.
He's gonna be a good looking corpse.
Got to point out also, you know, this game, unlike the last one, it's going to be Demon taking reign on the Warlock, and Dubu has shifted over and will be the nuisance of the Ogre Magi.
Yeah, it seems like they tried to give Dubu Earth Spirit. That didn't work out for a few games. You go back to Ogre, try to give a good Bloodlust, and
Nice.
that's it.
Eagle gets the quick snipe of that ward he might have spotted out from the start of the game, takes the 100, and that is going to leave the Onyx boys a bit in the dark.
I'll tell you something. It's Ike's Mike Jungle Magnus.
See this? Oh goodness, you're right. Iron Town straight away, and off to the woods he goes. Mike with his Empower. He's going to make some forest friends. Oh, that sucks. First thing is
Yeah,
a
Eagle bought Boots of Speed, so they can change. I mean, he can get at least some XP on the bottom while IX Mike is jungling. Dubu needs to go and try to find IX Mike, actually.
Is that where he's going to be heading now? He's sweeping in from behind here to at least pop off a little Ignite bomb onto Tomato here to force him back a bit. This is going to be actually confusing for me because I had to do a double take at Tomato. I thought it was the Troll Warlord set. The Ember and the Troll, I mean, I kind of at first glance, I don't know.
What do you think about the real
The
Troll
swords, the two-handed swords, I don't know. It's, anyways.
set? Yeah, it's fucking
Cube, you know, obviously this isn't the easiest here to zone back when you're a silencer. Maybe part of the reason why they were influenced by the idea is just because all the silencing and the curses is something that Tidehunter should be able to easily shake off.
Yeah, Tidehunter with Kraken Shell level 1. On level 2, you should get... Oh, Bulba, he is in problem.
He has a salve, but first has to shake off all this extra damage, and it looks like he'll be fine.
They commit a lot to it, a lot of silencer mana. He's level 2, doesn't have any regen left. Once Tidehunter gets Boots of Speed and level 2 Kraken Shell, it's gonna be easy for him to stay on the lane, and lane is gonna push actually right now, so all good for Bulba.
Touching base with mid lane here, Abed just neck and neck at the top of the CS between him and the Juggernaut. He sports 10-6 to Ember 6-2, so a good head start for Abed on this one. Double null talisman, but it's Mike who's going to end up going down to a jungle creep. Mike, what happened?
Yeah, he got kind of ganked.
He's
ganked
dead
up.
for...
Yeah, it's 2 versus 1, really not fair.
Isn't he dead for like extra time too now?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a bummer. Uh-oh. Mike, I did you the favor. I didn't show it to everyone on stream, so they'll be happy to know that. It's not something you expect to have to see. So here top lane, Bulba getting a heavy bit of harassment. This time Dubu, though, has found his way into the trees nearby. And suddenly shows himself with the Ignite.
If Tidehunter goes to Shrine right now, maybe on level, Jimmy is saving 1 point for his skill. If Tidehunter maybe actually skills Gush, that Silencer can actually die very easily if they rotate him. Even a Troll who has no boots of speed yet.
Eagle down here who has been stuck in this kind of solo off lane, doing what he can to speed himself in and out of some XP. Found himself towards level 3. Maiku's been jungling, as we know, is set back a bit. He's going to get closer to his level 4 now, but obviously would love to have been a little bit further ahead.
Look at the bed build. This is gonna become like a classic bed. Yesterday he went for that double null talisman, plus now he even went for magic wand. That guy is so tanky right now, has a boost of speed and will rush towards Hand of Midas right now, but it increases his mana pool so much. It's +6, +12, he has a lot of +16 intelligence actually.
He's a smart boy, right?
Yep.
Well, there he has the Midas queued up. Dubu was hanging around. But Jube is going to be the one to snag up the Invis. It looks like he'll take that with him towards the top lane again. Dubu just try to impose his will and make things that much easier. Mato continues to get bullied quite a bit in this mid lane. Anything you'd like to see the Ember change up at all? Because for now, he just continues to kind of get outmatched in that mid lane.
Well, with Bloodlust and those harassment from Dubu, plus this build on an Invoker, plus he's being a ranged hero, he should have advantage. He's 30 to 13, that's big. Eagle is getting a lot of levels on bottom.
Yeah,
he's level 4, almost level 5.
He's been ignored quite a bit, but that looks to be changing here. Dubu has positioned himself up and above, and rotating over is Demon, but Eagle is playing this very cautiously, knowing Dubu's missing off the map. Only getting hit with the Shadow Word.
Seems like they want to go on, but they don't have stun. Jimmy lacks one experience for actual stun.
They should get the kill. He can't find anything to charge, it looks like. Just settles for what's in front of him, and that's going to be your first blood. Dubu picks it up, and now Onyx can pressure this tier 1 in the bottom quite a bit.
Oh, they can actually pressure it. Oh, there is already a Magnus there.
Yep.
So
Mike shows up. He's like, I'm level 5.
Oh, that Sunstrike missed just for a little.
Lane there getting a bit tense. Sorry, I didn't want to pull away from that bottom as the charge was coming in, but yeah, Tomato hurting.
Having a really rough time. 14 against 40. Well, last time I said it, it was 13 against 30, so
yeah, I'll bet
1 for 10.
Is going in now on this mid lane. Tomato just fortunately has to be the one in front of him. And they're going to need some extra attention. But with Eagle kind of being designated to
nice
his bottom lane, he got him that time, right behind the tower.
Scarcely worth my notice.
I bet.
Yeah, it was.
Just crushing the mid lane.
Good shit. Let's go. Tomato does fortunately take the hard blow there. You know, the laning setup, as I said, I was going to a bit, was just, you know, without Eagle being able to be a real spirit breaker in the game, you know, rushing around to other lanes, maybe even bullying the Invoker. He's been designated to kind of just reside in the off lane because Mike's jungling. I would hope that the reward from that is going to be worth it here for Freedom because they're taking, you know, hard blows from it. It's a big win on bottom for Onyx as, you know, the Jug has the highest CS in the game.
Check rotation top. Eel Eater has Ravage. They want to make a move on Troll. Troll knows something is up.
Trying to hide now. He goes right into the trees. Drop that ward now. They have good vision. BSJ, it's TP out or just stay around and do nothing and risk dying. And it looks like it's going to be TP out.
BSJ God used the scan. The late scan coming out from Radiant.
Oh, bottom lane would catch the very end of it, but it looks like they're finally able to get a hold of Abed and tame him.
Warlock level 4 on bottom. BSJ, they can rotate the bottom actually and take that tower maybe. Bulba, does he have a TP? Yes, he does. But who else has a TP?
Looks Looks like not the Jug, yeah, not them.
Is under attack.
Are they going to want to hang around here? It looks like one TP's coming. It's Moba. Still with that Ravage.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
They are still outnumbered. Meanwhile, mid lane, jumping back to Mono, narrowly avoiding trouble. We cut back to bottom, and that's where Eagle looking to make his move and looking to chop up some watermelon here. BSJ throwing out the tomahawks. Mike waiting out in front. Bulba just being escorted to his own grave as he is quickly hit by an ambush of 4 Freedom Fighters.
Yeah.
Demon's still stranded kind of behind this tower, has that TP, but still does not want to show himself,
I'm
obviously.
surprised Jug didn't get a TP to actually help the bottom lane. They could gotten some kills with Omnislash and the Ravage.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Found more value, it looks like, in the meantime, just kind of farming his way through that top lane. Not bad, back on the grind in the mid lane, obviously, too. Both of them sporting a ridiculous amount of CS. BSJ, though, also holding his own in the farm for a troll. Obviously, having the Empower from time to time will help him out quite a bit, but looks like he is certainly en route to getting a Vlad's.
BSJ going for Helm of the Dominator.
Oh,
actually.
sorry. I looked at a glove, but I saw a mask. I don't know why.
Yeah, that's why I'm here.
That's why you're here.
You're
say
the one
smart.
who's fun, I'm the one who's yeah, smart.
Yeah, smart.
We need to see a good Ravage rotation soon. And still no Jug ulti used. They should try to find an opening. Global Silence is up though. For intelligence.
Okay. Mid lane. BSJ pops out from the trees. Says, I'm here to move on forward for a tier 1. I don't know if it was mentioned after the troll was picked up, but you know, the reason why it was easy to kind of throw out the name troll for a possible pickup is just because BSJ has played this hero so much, even back at 6.83 when troll and Jug,
Hyper.
Mask of Madness heroes that used to just go absolutely crazy, and it was only the 3 of them. He was taking full advantage of that almost, playing all 3 of those heroes. So this is a familiar pickup for him. I know it's a different meta, but it is still something that you have to respect.
It's the same hero pretty much.
Yeah.
With just new talent trees. They should try to make a move with Onyx. They have Warlock ulti, Tide Hunter, Jug ulti, Invoker Midas. They can fight.
There is a global silence, but that's only going to stop some of that team fight. So
250 damage Juggernaut hitting your tier 1 tower.
you might have to just let that one go.
And Harry Potter gets the last hit.
All right. So I guess if he wanted to scoot forward into that mech, he'll get it that much faster. While top lane, Tomato had stepped away from that mid lane and the trouble it brought, and is finding his own way here in the top lane. We'll quickly step out and away. One thing I want to quickly peek at here, especially since we had that jungling Magnus, was the XP per minute and how much he's been able to benefit from it. And it's only been shy under the Ember charging bottom lane. They spotted out an Ogre here. Dubu all alone. With that setup, it will earn you Bay the last pick. Nice pick, nice Freedom gank right there. Pulls him ahead now 3-2 in the kill count.
Yeah, there's not much action going on. Seems like they're evading Ike's Mike. On the other hand, 300 gold away from his Blink Dagger. Team Freedom wants to get that before they try to actually engage a team fight.
This is crazy because I don't know if I'm ready to cast this kind of a game right now, Lacoste.
Why is that? Because of BSJ plus Magnus combo, it's gonna be so super hype.
I mean, and then on the other side you have Chaotic offering Ravage hype.
Well, this is a hype game. We didn't see much of those spells being used.
I know, but
not at
soon
all.
they're gonna
Not
come
even
and they're
one.
gonna possibly all come at one big hot mess. And I don't know. This is gonna be ridiculous, I feel. Rotating over here, Onyx could end up crossing paths here with some Freedom friends.
Denied.
BSJ has been going on in this tier 2 tower, hitting it so damn hard. It's like the pull off the second they see possible trouble. I really hope this doesn't turn into a kind of a game where they just build up all these cool items and ultis into one big one and done. One big fight and it's over.
Well, both teams have good Roche lineup, especially Freedom. So if there's another fight near the mid tower, The next thing they will try to do is take the Roche.
Okay, somebody's got his Blink Dagger. Who's got that purple stuff?
Who's got that smoke? Does
got
anyone
that?
have
Got it.
smoke?
We
Yeah,
got
there
one.
it
There we
is.
go.
And here we go. Are
Here we
you
go.
ready?
I hope so. Here we go, Freedom. Looking for that first big punch. They have the global as a blanket of security here.
Freedom has upper hand.
Abed
because of
is
that
not here.
global.
Abed is elsewhere. He is only able to participate with a Sunstrike unless he can TP down there and get there. Who's going to make the first move? Eagle. Oh, looks like cancels out the charge.
Look at the drawing
So
on the
nervous.
minimap.
Yeah, Onyx are like, this is fishy. They step back in smoke and they're heading the other way. A
There's
big breath.
Oh, they think they're at Roche. They can actually see them.
They're
they want to
actually,
go Roche.
they're both parallel to each other, running across the map almost. Towards that Roche pit, Onyx make themselves up to the high ground first. That's premier positioning right now for this, what could be fight, being up on the high ground.
Yeah, this is the place you want to be. Stand on their high ground so they can't reach the shrine.
If they don't have a scan, someone needs to use it. They both already spent their scans.
Ember Spirit is so poor. He has power threads and 1k gold, and that's it. And he can farm fast with Empower. That's it. Oh, it's the 3-1, 14 minutes. The teams know if they lose, they're going home, so...
Yeah, this is just respect, lots of anxious passive play. It's to stay alive in the tournament. This next fight could just be the whole game. And already, we're off now as Mike is going to get hit with the lead-in stun. Dubu going to hit him with the Ignite, so now he's not going to be able to blink in. Eagle is behind him, he lines with BSJ, has been able to creep into Demon. The silence goes out. Are they going to be able to bring anyone down within that window? Moving in is going to be Mike. He gets the RP on one. The Chaotic offering is going to get dropped as a response, and that's going to be the end of Mike there. Oh, it's just a little touchy back and forth, but it is Onyx who get the slightly better trade. Very awkward start for Freedom.
Yeah, this is not how you want to initiate. Spirit Breaker was too much ahead of his team, and Troll Warlord as well. Magnus couldn't get a good RP because of Ogre was on him. He even used RP on solo Juggernaut who was already spinning. It's time to Roche right now.
Yeah, that Dubu like walk by from Mike hitting him with the Ignite, that just totally made Mike's job so much harder. Just those casual little footsie plays before the big fight breaks out change things up. And now Onyx are going to be permitted to move into the Roche pit with pretty much no threat at all and take the Aegis. This is going to be the first significant advantage for one of these teams in this game.
Yeah, look at Bulba's farm. He on that Shrimp Eater.
I forgot the name again.
Yeah, he has enough money for Guardian Greaves. He actually bought it, so it would be so easy for him to reinitiate once they go with that global silence and RP. Like Team Onyx right now looking really strong. They just need to continue farming and push those tier 1 and tier 2 on tower on bottom.
Yeah, they're winning the economy game in this one. As the game kind of levels out and no one's really fighting, it's Onyx who are taking in most of the net worth here. Uh-oh. All right. Sidestep. Cute Sunstrike attempt. But Tomato will be able to back away. Now he has his Veil. Does this spark any new fight for Freedom here? Are they still kind of waiting on the clock a bit? Only 10 more seconds actually for that RP. So they get a smoke. They could go back on the prowl for another team fight if they'd want.
There's no magic damage in Freedom to actually do anything with that whale. You have Ember Spirit and Shockwave, that's all.
All right. Oh! Get out of here! Abed! You son of a gun!
Sit down, son. Alt QQ, man. What was that? It's some next level play.
That was sick. I really thought he was going to be okay there. Love the jump away. Love the foresight. And now Onyx feel confident to happily move forward for this bottom tier 2. No Tomato Ember Spit to worry about. That's 2 more push-aheads for Onyx. It really is feeling like it's going to come down to that one big fight, and it's done, and it's over.
they will try to move to mid and get that tier 2 mid. Juggernaut has Manta style, enough gold. He's gonna finish it. Invoker, Aghanim Scepter, and 100 gold away from Boots of Travel. Jimmy, my man, has Hand of Midas. He's gonna get some good items with that.
Yeah, this looks almost scary good for Onyx already here. Yasha, though, now picked up for our troll, who is our highest net worth farmer for Freedom. But unfortunately, what it's looking like is that he is breaking away from the rest of his team, and there is becoming a noticeable gap building up between him and where everyone else stands. Certainly with that recent takedown of Tomato, Ember is falling down and plateauing. He's going to have to find a way to, you know, I don't know, use this Veil, take a fight, get some kills, something.
He's being pinged out. Temper Spirit with double damage and the Empower. This might be good.
Move in early for Dubu. And they see Demon there.
Middle tower has fallen.
It's a little bit of flirting. No serious commitments being had. Onyx continue their parade now down this mid lane, looking to make the approach into the high ground. Freedom on the other side of the map, trying to split a little bit of pressure.
Do they want to go on that Invoker?
They're backpacking each other in hopes that Abed will show himself in that lane, but he's not going to do that. He will not. That at risk. Dubu, though, the man left behind here. Will they go in to try to save Private Dubu? And it looks like Ace is happy to help out there. Nice little stomp
stun.
with the Centaur. Sets that one up, and it is going to be a takedown of the Eagle Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, Ogre decides to go. Ogre is a kind of a hero that you can build pretty much anything. He goes for Earn, for some extra heal, extra damage in a team fight. He can cancel Blink Daggers, and with Medallion of Courage, he's going for that extra miss for Troll. Troll, if you cast Medallion, Solar Crest on someone, with that cleave, you can just hit the person next to you, and there's no mid chance.
Look at this already, up in the high ground. Mason using that Aegis. Already sieging away.
I don't have a timing for the Aegis, but it should end up soon. My inner clock, like 30 seconds.
As your internal clock does tick, Mason ticks away at this tier 3, looking to get as much softening damage as he can. Dubu and company all waiting behind him here. Only person not in attendance for now is Tomato, who will probably be showing up in a moment. There's the TP out. Mason looking to go for the finish of that tier 3. Freedom waiting patiently, hoping that maybe this Aegis will expire before they have to pull the trigger on any sort of defense.
They need to back out right now. The Guardian Greaves is on cooldown, 30 seconds. All but the Aegis is gone right now. That was actually the 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'll give you that one.
So they need a Blink Dagger on Balba to have that best initiation possible for them.
Certainly also if they were hoping for any sort of better high ground siege. Do you think that's something they may do? Like, what would be in Bulba's best? Is it, if he gets a Blink Dagger, do you consider jumping into the base with that first Ravage?
If he can get the surprise effect, if he sees a good Ravage, should take it, but he needs to take Silencer.
Yeah, Silencer would definitely be the ideal catch. Obviously allowing more potential follow-up from the likes of Abed and even the Warlock. Who looks like he's got his Perseverance, and he's not going to be rushing an Ags. It looks like straight to a Lotus Orb for Demon.
Yeah, the Demon wants to remove the silence as well. He can also reinitiate after the global silence, which is pretty smart. And Invoker as well has that one defensive item, Yule, so he can remove the silence, just keep him alive much longer.
I haven't noticed when, but Mike has picked up a Shadow Blade on his Magnus too, which obviously helps in any sort of unique initiation approach. But you know, the damage is kind of creeping in. He gives himself a power, and then he has the benefit of that Troll ulti. Mike can actually do some respectable deeps if he gets a good opening for it.
Yeah, that is true. This game relies so much on a vision. Who's gonna have better vision and better initiation is gonna win the game.
Well, there is vision. A gem not yet picked up surprisingly on Onyx. I feel like this would be a perfect time to have a gem and just kind of claim the whole vision.
Yeah, either Ogre or Warlock's gonna buy it soon. Who gets the gold first? Yeah, I think so. Solar Crest finished on Ogre. That's a big item for Onyx.
I didn't even notice the troll go down, I bet. Jumped.
Yeah, I bet just solo
Went ham
killed
on
him.
Yeah.
He needs a BKB. He was actually so close to a BKB, just died.
Well, unfortunate for Freedom here. I haven't seen them be able to get the leverage in any of their skirmishes yet this game. This has pretty much been the full Onyx show, and it continues to climb up. At some point, Freedom are, and it probably will be when that BKB is complete. I just hope for their sake, it's not just them inside their own base doing a high ground defense. It'd be nice if they are able to have the time to kind of get that BKB complete and then move out on Onyx somewhere to take a fight.
I hope Onyx is disciplined enough to just wait a bit and go for Roche. Yeah, it's even being pinged out, and he's gonna spawn pretty soon, so there's no need to rush things. They can just continue farming, and they're good to go. Juggernaut decides to go for pretty safe build, Scotty, to just give him some more damage, more tank, so he can't die during RP, and later on he can build into damage.
BKB done for ESJ. Oh, he will not have buyback because of it, but you think with this tool, Freedom could go contest that Roche?
Yeah, the smoke just popped. They rely so much.
Ping there.
They rely so much on an RP.
I think they know that they smoked. Not
Yeah.
as if they saw it, but it's like maybe they saw that creep die. Kind of funny because they pinged it right away. And Dubu, look at that. He's like, I'll just go pop their smoke. They're happy to let their Ogre kind of take it because they're going to be waiting for the follow-up here. But so's Jubei. He's got that global. He's dead. Beautiful snipe by Mason. He just Omni Slash down Jubei to get the opening there for Onyx. And now they can go ahead and take the full initiative. Freedom are going to have to get back, but Bulba moves in with a beautiful Ravage catching onto 2. The follow-up Chaotic Offering is going to be there. Moving in for Tomato, hit with the Fatal Bonds. Abed should be looking to clean up, and Onyx have done it. They have wiped out 4. They're going to get the 5th. That all because of the Mason assassination onto Jubei right away. Allowed so much potential for Onyx. That was beautifully done.
This is like watching Game of Thrones. Everyone dies. Wow.
Everyone dies.
So BSJ, man, just wasted a full BKB to try to kill Ogre, who with that Solar Crest didn't even die in a Roche pit.
They read that whole situation so well. It could also come down to the fact that that smoke was even detected. Whatever reason why, they knew the approach was coming. They were happy to dangle the fruit of the Dubu out in front. And Freedom bit it. They went in for the bite, and it was a trap, man.
Wow, man, Onyx actually doing it.
Now looking pretty damn good for them to be moving on to face NP in the lower bracket final. But Freedom not tapping out yet. They know that they still have a fight in them to possibly take this one back. Dubu, revenge must be had. They'll take him out first. But look, jumping up ahead to Mato, got to be careful there. Realizes fast that Mason can hit pretty damn hard.
Nice NATO.
Yeah, Bulba steps in. Abed says, don't go any further. And now maybe Freedom might have overextended and could be end up shooting themselves in the foot if not careful. But the silence does come out. And look at BSJ. He's trying to man up on Mason right now. He has his BKB pop. Can he get the finish? Meanwhile, Mike seems to be knocked down here between Abed and Bulba. BSJ not able to get the grab yet for Mason. He still manages to walk away. He gets the heal and even gets a pocket of gold.
Yeah, BSJ is not dealing any damage in this fight.
Looks like he's gone. But Abed was able to clean up some more as he gets the finish on Tomato. I think this is it. I think Onyx have done it, and they're going to be moving on to face MP.
Yep. They're starting to hit the tier 3 tower with Alacrity on Invoker, who's super farmed with Lincoln Sphere. RP is gone for 70 seconds.
And now here comes Onyx, looking to close it out right now if possible. People hiding within his Shadow Amulet, but they're trying to cast everything that's possible to be able to make it back there. He taps the Shrine between him and BSJ, but that's the end of the Troll, and that's the end of the game. Freedom, a respected run. one of the few teams to actually be able to take a game off of NP until Cole showed up. I guarantee they won over a lot of new fans. BSJ, he had some moments as he always does, but that's the end of Freedom's journey. And mad props to Onyx, man. Super shaky start of the series, but they pull it back in game 2 and 3.
I think
Dire team ban.
Have to. What about
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
a bad idea? Because I don't think it's
Radiant
that
team ban.
potential of hero. More than anything for NP, it's like I've been thinking about this a lot because obviously we have NP as a future opponent.
Yeah.
And it is important for me, especially kind of while I watch his games, watch it with interest.
10
And
seconds remaining.
a lot of it comes down to being patient because even though complexity in a lot of their
5
games were behind
seconds remaining.
in net worth and stuff like that, they stayed calm. And you know, they
Dire team
took the fights normally.
So we are going to have our first bans come out. Onyx are actually going to ban away the Lone Druid and Dazzle. Team NP will take away the Abaddon and StarLadder. The Abaddon, obviously one of the big NA heroes. That does leave NP with the Keeper of the Light, which Team Onyx would have loved to grab for themselves, but there are still a couple of heroes that can be traded away. For
10
example, there's still the
seconds
Ember Spear in the pool if Team Onyx want to pick up that one. I know it was on
5 seconds
like your
remaining.
list of like some of the best heroes out there, but
Tell.
I do feel like Ember Spirit is,
Reserve time.
you know, you pick up this 1/2 Ember Spirit, I feel like he is more likely to be countered than heroes like
Oh, for sure. I
Lone
just think
Druid
it's such a good
and-
hero overall.
yeah,
But like for example, this game that I'm watching, the
Secret versus
Secret,
Alliance
it's
one.
like even though he's going this magic build, it doesn't matter because Ember's job is to be annoying and to consistently set up fights for your team. And he
Yeah.
does that no matter what. I do think Baden has a lot of value here against Cuddle.
Already
Just 'cause
banned.
you can always. Oh, they too did.
I believe Envy had that in mind, right? If
What a
you,
genius.
we look at the ban phase,
Warlock +1 then?
as soon as Lone Druid was banned, he wanted his hands on Keeper of the Light, right?
Do something like. Overstart Curveball, take Mag. Full of Freedom, Mag Jug. Oh. Maybe Earth Spirit, it's not bad here. It is a contested hero between all of them.
Mhm.
Behold the horn of Magnus.
I told you!
Nice, Magnus.
Mag Jug?
Mag
Mag
Ogre.
Ogre.
I
They
do
are going to do the pump you up strat.
So
Pump.
the whole thing, the reason I guess it's a little cheating because I knew that they were gonna take Mag, because you know Bobo was asking me what thoughts, and I was like, you need to keep yourself open, and part of the problem with Onyx is that they're a very predictable team. Like they're incredibly predictable. Like,
Right.
even yesterday when we were on the panel, it was very easy to see
Radiant team
their
ban.
draft coming. But the same thing is true of NP. So by Onyx, they're switching things up a little. Boba's not on this hero, such as what is it? It's always like Centaur, Abaddon, Clockwork. Don't put yourself in a hole.
It's pretty much Centaur Abaddon. I don't even know if Clockwork they drafted it that much.
Yeah. Beastmaster sometimes. Boba has a pretty
5
sick
seconds
Beastmaster.
remaining.
I mean, if we're talking about MP, that's definitely the obvious pickup. I don't know if I don't think we saw too much in. We see any Boba Beastmaster? I know he plays it.
The thing about NP though, what makes them so strong is that they're incredibly coordinated, and they have very strong players at each position. Like nobody really makes any.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
NP because it is one of those heroes that actually draws out the game, right?
Yeah.
And being able to get that second pick Beastmaster, which is not surprising at all for NP. I think until they lose heavily with this Beastmaster, they're always willing to second pick it. So
Super annoying team fight too.
yeah, so if you have this off laner who needs a lot of space, Keeper of the Light is probably the best opening support you can get.
Reserve time.
For the light, and we talked about the utility of the hero. It's so incredibly high. You give yourself options when you play a hero like Coddle.
Radiant team pick.
He works in a lot of different ways to give you a little bit of everything that you need. I know the one thing that he lacks on is a stun, but if he had a stun, that'd be pretty pro. He's got something even better. A mana leak, which is essentially just
10
what is that
seconds
ability?
remaining.
It's rupture, but for mana.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
So they ban away the best heroes to, because we got to pump you up strat for Onyx, Magnus, and Ogre. So they ban away the best heroes that are going to combine with that. No surprise that Jug and Alchemist are going to be banned away.
The wife stealer though is still in there.
There is still the Lifestealer.
Ooh, so we got 2 out of there, 3. So the Warlock for me was a big deal because it's very good against Master, and you remember how I said you can't put yourself on a team fight timer against NP. That's why I thought the Brewmaster was so bad. Because
Yeah.
yes, you have a lot of team fight, but it's not a hero that scales for team fight. It feels like it was so all in as a
5
concept
seconds remaining.
that I was not a fan of it at all. Whereas the way that they're approaching this feels a lot more
Reserve
clean.
time.
You have tons of team fight in the Magnus and the Warlock already. You've got the Ogre that's going to buff up one of your cores. Now you just need to put yourself in good late game situation.
So you still have we want to be able to fight and get a little bit of tempo because most likely NP are going to get, a forward position that is going to jungle and stuff. So the laning phase is going to be a little bit more efficient for NP. But this time around, Onyx don't have to be terrified that if we start going past 35 minutes, NP are just automatically going to win. They've got really strong scaling supports, and we haven't even seen what their cores are going to be picked up. And I think that's another strategy. If you talk about the fact that, hey, don't limit yourself, being able to potentially grab the better late game heroes for Team Onyx could allow them to be able to really keep that pressure off them. No surprise that the Lifestealer is going to be the pickup. That's pretty much the last remaining of the current meta heroes that are combined really well with Ogre and Magnus. Most of the other heroes, like say Sven or
Actually,
something like that,
we got
aren't
3 out of
currently
4.
in the meta.
3 out of 4.
Yeah, you just didn't call the Ogre yet.
10
Yeah.
seconds
You got the
remaining.
life steal, the Ogre, and the Mag. But that is a problem too with Onyx.
5 seconds
That's-
remaining.
Is that now they've gone away from their comfort picks, like the Earth Spirit and stuff like that. But then they have another set of comfort. It's just like no matter what, there's just comfort picks.
So Naga Siren for NP.
Oh man. Now, okay, see, this is what I mean about MP. They always try to put teams on the clock. They're trying to say like
10
end it,
seconds remaining.
or you automatically lose.
5 seconds remaining.
I do really like Magnus versus Naga though. I think that Magnus is one of the better heroes at dealing with her in the Ultra Lane.
And I kind of feel like, what if they banned Naga instead of banning Invoker?
I mean, Invoker's so good though with Beastmaster. You just own the map too much.
That's true. Just one roar, one sunstrike.
Yeah.
Kill.
See,
Very low committal too.
So Envy's hero,
10
I think will
seconds
be
remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
need a hero that'll create space and time.
Reserve
Well, this
time.
might be one of the few games where see the Envy Mirana.
Big Marana.
But
MV doesn't really play TA, right?
I think so.
And it's versus Ogre Warlock, so never mind. I was just thinking because Lifestealer. You don't want any of those like SF or Sniper, one of those protect mid tower heroes.
Dusa would be pretty good.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say Dusa, but isn't Dusa and Naga Siren super greedy? Like extraordinarily greedy?
I mean, it is, but you would
You-
extend the game.
Don't you just want a fighting hero that works with Elder Titan? Auto? You protect your if you just have a strong mid game hero that still scales.
Dire team pick.
Dusa.
Mirana.
Dusa. Well, you called them Marana. Good.
Nice.
Radiant team pick.
All
The
right.
rare Envy Mirana.
So get the last pickup for Onyx. Let's to clear the board.
Templar Assassin. I'd be a really
10
big fan of the TA
seconds
this game.
remaining.
What about the?
5 seconds.
What about it?
remaining.
What about it do I like?
Yeah.
Oh, I just think it destroys the Rana. Oh, I guess that was still a hero, huh?
Ember Spirit also destroys the Mirana. Fights a little bit better, I think, has a little bit fewer issues with the damage over time of Beastmaster and Naga. But that is only if you're able to fight correctly early, right? The difference between Ember and TA is that TA will get her farm out of Ancients and Neutrals. Ember Spirit has to kill.
I don't think Ember can die in this game either. It's very hard for him.
Yeah, it's early game. It's pretty much non-existent,
The
right?
only way you die is like Roar plus Arrow.
Yeah, later on to the game, you're gonna have to worry about Beastmaster Roar.
The sleep setup for Arrow too is pretty annoying.
You'll have to worry about some of the Mana Leak push around or staff with the Coddle, but for the most part, this for Ember Spirit.
Yeah, I do like both lineups quite a bit. I think that NP was very smart. Thought this Naga and this Miranda were very good. But I'm also a big fan of Onyx's there are 3 heroes. It's Warlock, Ogre, Magnus, but they were very smart.
Yeah. So they are definitely still on the clock. Onyx need to be able to end this game, but it's not the same kind of end game scenario that we were looking at before. A lot of the matchups against NP, a lot of these teams feel like, oh god, we have to push a high ground and take a lane of Brax by 35 minutes, and it's just not the case. Here at least Onyx do have a bit of scaling. The Lifestealer is going to scale much better into this game than normal Lifestealers because you have both the Bloodlust Ogre as well as the Magnus setting up with RPs, as well as having that Empower increasing his damage. And then we've got one of the best scaling best scaling supports in the form of the Warlock. Really like Blitz's call of the Eternal Envy made Mirana. I think that's just like a good fighting hero. I think it was the similar reason why I was thinking of like SF. You know, just like a strong mid-game 20-minute bully hero that can work around with the Elder Titan and Keeper of the Light. NP do have these really great defensive supports that fits their style very well. Both the Keeper of the Light and the Elder Titan are great at being able to protect towers and play defensively. Not so much at being able to offensively set up kills, which is where the problem comes in with this Ember Spirit hero that is great at being able to take advantage of, I would say, overly defensive heroes. That was your P.
It was good.
Here, team pause for you.
It was nice. It was perfect time.
Just for you.
I just drink so much water nowadays. I used to never drink water. Like, I would get my water from Sprite.
Yes, I know.
Damn, dude. How was...
That is a wizard? Charmander.
Ooh.
This is Eternal Envy's version of a battle cry / taunt.
He's gonna flame a little bit by tagging his
I'm
profile picture.
I'm a
Charmander.
Charmander.
Dude, he was so mad at
Bulbasaur.
Bulba the other day.
Why?
Because Bulba flamed him in a puff.
Oh, really?
I mean, that's just kind of Bulba things. You just, like, you can't take it seriously. I know they're good friends, though. I think Bulba was supposed to be on the original iteration of NP. Which did not happen for basketball reasons. It's just like this term they use that means, like, nothing. Basketball. Well, because he joined Liquid.
All right, so we've got an offlane Magnus against what is going to be set up here by NP as MSS and Rose are heading up to top
30
lane.
seconds to battle.
So a Mag versus a Beastmaster, essentially, and an aggro tri-lane into a Lifestealer. And they really abuse this lane, though? It's
Yeah, Lifestealer's...
Ogre, Warlock, Lifestealer.
Lifestealer's still a pretty poopy lane.
True, but the supports are not bad.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
I mean, Warlock is like a boss.
And Ogre does not care about your right clicks and minus armor. From
Ooh, I think we
Sorry.
can get 3 bounty runes.
They're going to try.
Automatic good game.
Man, my audio is...
Begins.
Automatic good game. Triple. That is...
Which my matriarch will prize.
Beastmaster. And it looks like this Warlock is just going to buy a TP on the side. He should. He needs to get out of there and help out. Oh, it actually looks like they're gonna dodge. Don't know about this. I feel like I kind of agreed with you there, but I guess it is an offlane cuddle. And for people that don't know why this hero is so annoying, it's because you can do stuff like blast the wave and just push it in repeatedly.
Yeah, which is why Bulba does this, right? He blocks this hard camp, so when the blast comes in and pushes this wave in,
Oh, they blocked
Cuddle's
their
gonna
own.
pull that hard camp.
They blocked their own hard camp.
Did it?
Yeah.
Seems like it's right on the side.
Isn't that the dire one?
I don't know what it is. I just wasn't sure if it was actually blocking.
The not?
Like right on the edge.
We will find out right now. Okay,
It's
good.
not. Yeah, I think he was.
There's no way that you block that.
Yeah, I think he was actually looking for a ward that was blocking.
So
it.
for people that don't know, if you play Dazzle or Coddle or anything like that, the point is you push in this wave, and then you just pull this one over and you deny a full wave. And this way, you both get XP. It's like it becomes your own pull, which is what makes heroes like Coddle so strong. If anybody was wondering like why people do Dazzle, Beastmaster offlane, and stuff like that, it's for that reason alone. You can just push in the wave immediately. It does make it so that your carry CS is a little bit worse, but it puts pressure on the lane and it denies a full wave.
And
These
it
are
makes
the
the
benefits.
enemies carry CS a little bit worse too, right?
Oh, at top.
That's
Demon
Demon
might
tower. With all these boars,
be
they
dead.
are going to be able to finish him off. SVG beats him down and managed to pick up the first blood.
Wow, that was a lot of gold. And this is what I'm talking about. I think SVG enables a lot of these strategies. Just alls up, runs at you, does not care what you think about him. Like they were thinking about trading bounty runes, but he was gonna take it anyways. I think Dubu had to be up there though. He went to mid, right, to just annoy Envy.
Yeah.
But I don't know if Abed needs this kind of help.
Yeah, it's an Ember Spirit. Like, Ember Spirit versus Mirana, the Mirana's damage is not good enough to really contest CS very well against Ember.
It is a whatchamacallit though. It's a Radiant Ogre. And for people that don't know, like there's a difference here. 'Cause think about all this space that you have to work with, the Radiant area, whereas when you play Dire Ogre, you only have like this lump of space, and if you just hide in this area, it's really hard for Ogre to do anything to you. Whereas Ogre can just play from this area up and just like run down at you, and there's not a whole lot that you can do. It's just incredibly annoying.
So he felt like because it's such an advantageous situation for him in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's like you're gonna do some stuff just to harass, and Envy is kind of getting hurt a lot in this mid lane. Like, he's gonna
not
pop
having a
his
good
out
time.
now. Yeah. Only has 5 CS. Ember's got 13 already, so it was worth it. But if that was gonna happen, top had to be a little bit more careful.
Gonna try and go for a stomp into an arrow. Stomp misses though. Abed is fast enough with the early boots. Just like we keep on seeing more and more of this, the early boots instead of bottle on a lot of these heroes.
Yeah.
Can you explain a little bit why?
Just because, especially with the shrine being an innovation, it's not as big of a deal, and runes aren't like what they used to be, in all honesty. And Abed mid, I think he is not gonna be able to kill Envy.
Envy is gonna go for the leap over,
What?
traps himself in the trees.
If
Also
he
top lane,
actually-
MSS is also gonna be dying here. Envy will survive, but he's
Dude,
stuck.
this is even worse than
Yeah, this is worse than
surviving.
death. Envy is
Oh.
currently suffering a fate worse than death. He managed to eat his way out of the trees. It's just gonna pop out.
Abed's gotta know that he's here.
Yeah, he's around. Ogre's probably gonna be cutting down to see if he can catch Envy somewhere. Envy's up in 5 seconds with the leap.
They know
they're
that
so
he's there
close,
now.
But now Abed's wasted a lot of time
I think
too.
Abed should have seen that coming. Like the fact that Envy was gonna be in that area, just because the leap didn't take him across, right?
Mhm.
There's no way that it could have. And if he just kind of walked there with his flame guard on, it was a kill for sure. But it still hurts Envy more. It was a very convenient shrine for them to be able to pop, since it was going to be 2 supports anyways.
Yeah.
And Abed got like 3 free CS or something like that. Like this is a 10 CS Mirana right now. She's not enjoying her life.
He's gonna play a little bit off of jungle, it looks like, with the arrow and the devil damage she picked up. We do have the Beastmaster, Keeper of the Light, still matching up against the Lifestealer Warlock, so they seem pretty content with this. It is giving AUI total free farm at bottom. He's currently sitting at 27 and 7.
Pretty interesting laning phase overall though, especially with the kill at top. It really helps. It really does help even things out. I'm curious how this bottom lane is going. As Envy or AUI has got 28 CS right now. Like, he's more than well enough.
Do you think Bulba should be jungling like he is?
Oh no, it's hard, especially with the Coddle. But now that Rose is rotated off, I think it's fine for him to go bottom. I think this is a little bit of a mistake. Might just not feel comfortable. It is a lot of harass, but I think if he just grabs, like, maybe even raindrops or something, and a TP, he's fine bottom. That is
exactly what he does.
Precisely what he does. But it does mean that if you're committing like this, and you're going to force the 1v1 at bottom, you have to get aggressive in the other lanes. Which is what I would anticipate happening pretty soon.
MSS, his farm, 18 and 8. He got dove underneath the tower earlier, but he is getting some decent levels still, thanks in part to Keeper of Light being around now, doing a little bit of pulling for him.
Coddle does some great stuff, guys.
Pass out the wave, pull the hard camp.
And Bulba's return at bottom is a lot better now. You should be able to see us 1v1 against us just fine. You got a Quelling Blade, 2 levels of Mirror Power. Especially with the raindrops, you're not going to take a lot of damage from the Naga Nuke. Like one of the best things against these like spammy heroes.
Got a wrap here with Abed.
Yeah, we said you had to win a lane if you're going to do this. Dubu knows exactly where he is, and he wants to dive, but I think this is a fine dive considering nobody else can rotate. As long as they don't let MSS get out here.
MSS not going to be able to hide himself away into the trees and TP out. He'll be found by Dubu and brought down. That'll be a very rapid tier 1 tower fall. Nice pull on the board. That'll just stall things up, and they also have this heavy push coming in from NP in the safe lane as well.
This bottom wave, I mean, this is a tower that a lot of the good teams already know aren't really defensible. So they're pretty much trading the 2 hardest towers in the game to defend anyways. It's more just like, what's anybody getting mid? And in that regard, Onyx is being a little bit better about it, because they are just allowing Demon to pick up on levels here. He's just going to get some free XP, which he desperately needs. Because this Coddle's already level 5, this ET is level 5, this Ogre is only level 4, same with Demon. And they did just trade off towers, but no issues. I'd like to see some deeper wards placed at Dubu. And I'd like for NP to start trying to go for this mid tower before Warlock hits level 6. Because I think there's a timing available for NP where this tower is hard for them to defend.
Yeah, they won't have any of they won't have the big ultimate of the Warlock, as you mentioned. They also won't have a Blink Dagger anywhere close for... It's pretty much just the fighting power of the Ember Spirit at that point that will keep that tier 1 tower mid alive.
He is so sick with runes. Every time.
Armlet is also a very big power spike for the Lifestealer. Does not look like NP are going to take advantage of that timing you were talking about, though. They're instead play a bit passive, kind of NP style. 3-man smoke up from Onyx, though. They're actually the ones who are going to get aggressive, see if they can find something here. Get the right kind of pick off. Maybe they can put some pressure on this mid tower.
I think they anticipated...
They're just going to jump on them. SVG should die almost instantly, as Nash will be able to finish this up. Mason get him with the rage, and with the extra empower...
Do not give up your mid tower.
They shouldn't, but NP are going to find it hard to be able to defend. Keeper of the Light's coming in a bit late. Going to start off with the blasting. They also have the Naga Siren, who could TP in with Song. But AUI wants to keep on farming for now.
You cannot give up your mid tower in a matchup like this, especially with the Coddle. He has to be there, and they are going to defend it and push them out. So not too much gain by Onyx. Well done by NP to rotate over, but in a game like this, especially with the Naga, you need to be able to protect at least a little bit of your jungle. Otherwise, you lose that area quite quickly. And for you to be able to make space with the Naga on your team, you need a lot of resources. Because Envy's not the type of player that likes having a low amount of farm, or is MSS. So to be able to divide this up, you need to protect this mid tower. It all comes down to that. As EY has already got 2,200 gold, and gonna get spotted in the jungle.
Serious trouble. He is not even going to be able to get the leap off. They are going to be able to catch Abed. Abed, can he jump away before this snap? No. It just doesn't last long enough. So.
What I'd like to see after this top pressure, though, is maybe a smoke into their own jungle, or at least devoid that area.
Try and clear out the Naga Siren a bit more.
You need to create vision in your own area, and if you take this mid tower as well and this tier 2 at top, then you can sandwich NP, make it so that the only place that the Naga can farm then is right here.
You're pinging to the offlane camp, right?
Yeah. The one where MSS is right now. Right now, if AUI just gets this amount of space, like, he's gonna feel good, quite good right now. He's just thinking of survive, getting absolute free farm.
Yeah. Onyx. I mean, that's part of it, right? Is that push into mid, hope to be able to pull AUI off of farming bottom, but
I think the majority of the reason too that they're not worried though, or why they're not really pressuring this Naga, is because they feel pretty comfortable with this Magnus.
I mean, they're getting so many kills. The Rock actually jumps. Ooh. It's going to be a little bit late, but they still catch him with the double Remnant. That is the tier 2 tower down. They're claiming so many kills and so many towers that worrying about the Naga Siren is just not on the forefront of Onyx's mind, nor should it be.
Yeah, this is, you remember we said Onyx's inability to take these team fights has always kind of hurt them. And Onyx is being much more patient. This is like a better version of what was the team? Freedom. It was what Freedom was doing to them, but cleaner.
Yeah.
And this is what you need to beat a team like NP. NP is a very good team.
They have this very practice style based around multiple hero picks. They're going to try and defend this tower. This is all important. Eternal Envy can set up an arrow here. It's going to go for Abed. Try and get a little bit of harassment damage on him. Leaps away, though, before the open wounds. Onyx are going to be able to get this mid tower, and it looks like they're going to be able to get away if they want to.
Not a tower. We talked about how important it was. I think you do try to get control of your own jungle, though. That is the next step, as
it's going to take a lot of counter warding, though. They are going to be able to get the Roard pick off onto Dubu. But Abed escapes, and that's the important one.
Yeah. MSS does almost have that book. Slowed down quite a bit from when we previously see his timings.
Look at this. I mean, you're looking at it. The next 70 seconds, you're going to have Chaotic offering again. Do you just go and bulldoze down those bottom lane towers?
I'd be pretty good with that.
Yeah.
I do think though that they should start establishing some dominance down here though. They've got pretty deep wards into Onyx's own jungle, and Onyx now has to commit wards into their jungle. You just want to eat space into NP's lineup right now. That's the big thing, is you want to make sure that NP, their tricore, if you're putting all your hopes on this Naga, then you're going to feel very good. Whereas if you see this Mirana and this Beastmaster get farm at the same time, and it becomes a little bit trickier. But of course, NP have done such a good job of picking off these cores, especially Envy. Envy gonna go for a Dragonlance first, a build that I recently saw TNC advocate for over going for the Aghanims. But it's still gonna be such a late timing because this is typically a 10-minute item.
Do you think it's some way?
Envy just leaped in mid.
Yeah,
they might know about
that
this.
Escape mechanism.
They've got the blink.
They're gonna get the RP on him, pop out, easily bring down Envy. They can pressure that mid lane if they want to.
Getting no gold at all.
Yeah, this is pretty rough. Do you think part of it is that the Aghanim Scepter requires so much space for you to be able to utilize?
You eat so much of the map right now. And up at top as well, MSS gonna get gone on. He does have a TP.
Flameguard is still up. MSS just couldn't burn through that one, and that actually makes the difference. The extra burn damage is going to allow him to be able to get that one kill.
This is a very good kill for AUI if he can get it.
Yeah, he's definitely got it. That is 767 gold for that kill. So
if they're fast, they can defend mid as well.
Last stomp goes down from SVG. Jason not backing down though, still gets a couple more swipes on that tower, but I think no one wants to let that offlane tower fall. They actually do get a slow onto Eternal Envy, but they should not follow that up. They're getting lured a little bit too deep onto the Dire side.
Envy's gonna deward this ward, but
so basically,
oh sorry, go on.
Sorry, I just wanted to go back to the Aghs. It's like you've lost so much early game control, and Naga Siren takes up so much space that there's not any room for Envy to go and Aghs. It's not that it's a bad build, right? But this build will give you a little bit more sustain into late game, as well as a little bit more beneficial to the limited amount of map control you have.
Yes, 100% agree. In a game like this, like when is he gonna pick up his Aghs? He's almost, the Warlock is almost the same level as him. In terms of like the net worth, he's barely above his off lane. you want to call it that.
Warlock's going to start catching up to him in net worth. Demon's actually going to be picking up a Hannah minus here pretty quick.
Envy going to push out this top lane. Very mid-centric right now, and they're doing this just to secure the Roshan for their life stealer. They're still putting on a good pace. They're making sure that they have Aegis control, which is what was so pivotal to Team Freedom's success in the first place.
Could they have not gone Ember Spirit on Team MP?
Maybe they could have. It's hard though. Playing Ember against Life Mag, it doesn't feel so great.
Yeah.
And these aren't supports that you can burst easily either. If you can't kill the cores really easily, and you can't kill the supports really easily, like the entire point of Ember is either he just can't die, or B, you can just burst somebody very quickly.
Right.
But in a game like this, especially against Onyx's lineup, he could do both.
Vanguard is already out. NP are going to have a hard time cutting through Abed, but
Abed's got to be worried here.
The rest of his team is pretty far away, so
smoke's broken.
They get the Primal Roar into the arrow. This could be a big-time kill. They're going to be able to throw everything they have at him and take away that Aegis. Now, they just have to get out of here because the rest of Onyx are streaming in. Abed looks to be able to catch one, manages to grab MSS. They have the counter vision. Nice pushback there from the Keeper of the Light.
That was kind of unnecessary, but they are going to go for this bottom push anyways. And this is the right thing for NP to do. I think just sending this Coddle down here with this EP, it's very hard to push into this. It's not a lot of team fight, as weird as that sounds, but it's just hard to push into. And you want to make it annoying and slow them down, because there's no way that you want to just give up this many towers.
Yeah,
especially with your Naga getting this fat.
It's like, not great team fight, but if you make a mistake, right?
Yes.
You get hit by the wrong stomp into a blast, or Song of Siren in a bad position or something like that. It just could all crumple, and you would give up your entire early game advantage. And that's what most of NP's strategies predicate on, right? Is we're going to probably lose some of the early game, but we're going to set these situations up where you make a mistake and it all goes back into our favor.
That's why they shouldn't have given up that top that easily. But that's why you take heroes like Coddle, and you have to be fast at reacting to the towers and just getting there a little bit sooner. Because you can't give up this much map control. If you were NP and you hadn't lost this mid tier 1 so early and this top tier 2 and things of that nature, then the game becomes a lot easier for you. I guess the top tier 2 is a lot harder to defend because the Coddle doesn't know if he's being wrapped around.
Sure.
But I think the mid tier 1 shouldn't have gone down as easily. NP still doing a very good job of getting at least their Naga within hair's breadth.
Yeah, he's looking pretty good. There's a lot of towers going in the favor of Onyx, and yet AUI is still keeping pace in net worth with the Lifestealer. He's got himself the Radiance fairly early on, and that's honestly, I think, the only reason that Onyx haven't been able to take more objectives is the split pushing that's happening from all these illusions.
The one thing I don't like about Onyx right now is I think they shouldn't be giving up so much control of their jungle. This bottom area means so much to them, and I feel like if it just came to a straight up team fight, they would roll.
Yeah.
I think this rock is so strong, but
pushing into top is not ideal. They've already taken that tier 2 unless they're just going to go high ground. Wow.
Okay, they're going to try to force them back. They're going to put some hits on it. It's already taken some damage from the Warlock Golem early.
Lifestealer chunks it down pretty quickly between Bloodlust and Empower. It's already down to half HP.
This is not a tower. You want to go for this.
Oh, Sleight of Fist is not enough to be able to dodge that arrow. Abed tried, but it didn't last long enough. Now he's going to be tanking the Roar as well as the Split, trying to jump out. They do have the Warlock Golem buying him a moment of time, and he does manage to jump away just before the sleep goes down. He's going to take this moment to heal himself up, and he'll be back in the fight. Meanwhile, NP are going to try and set up the stomp. They're going to blow up Dubu, it looks like, but Abed has come back. Big blast comes in, and Abed already has to jump back out. He is mana leaked up as well. They've got issues for poor Bulba. Another stomp, well placed. Managed to infest though inside Demon, managed to get out of that one. And Mason says, thank you, Demon, I'm out of here. A little bit of a disjoint, and I'll Rage TP out. They're going to leave their 2 supports behind as long as Abed gets away.
He's just got to juke this arrow. Eternal Envy.
Envy throws out the arrow.
It's going to be a little bit too low, and he should be just out of this. Coddle is still chasing, has that Aghanims, but unfortunately for him, has turned into nighttime.
5 seconds
gonna
till
miss.
Remnant as well as bots. That'll be it.
Oh,
So
and the courier.
in the
goes
end, it does end up being worth it for Onyx. They trade away 2 supports, but they got the tier 3 tower.
Yes. And this ogre means actually nothing. 2,900 net worth, bloodlust bot.
Oh, whoa!
Actually,
AUI's dead.
Oh, that
Oh,
is so huge.
that is a big time kill. AUI farming pretty aggressively while Song of Siren is down.
And Abed just picks that up. Would have been a potential kill on him, and instead he turns it around. That is how close Dota can be. Now you're in a position where this Ember Spirit, he's going to have a Lincoln's pretty soon cap. He's going to be incredibly strong. This bottom wave to be mopped up quite nicely by him.
I mean,
Might even just run it back in for.
We were not sure about that tier 3 tower push, but it was the kind of decisiveness that we
Yes.
liked seeing earlier this morning when we were casting these South
Oh, I
American
love
qualifiers.
decisiveness. I am completely down to see a team just play super decisively, try to take objectives, be fast around the map. Look at what that does for them. It opens up these shrines that typically don't go down early on. And this means that without the shrine there at bottom, you can't defend this tower. It's gone. This area is lost to you. And this is why it's so smart, and this is why it means so much.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That's why you said that, like, the 2 strategies. Defending high ground is an effective strategy because you don't lose that much map control as long as you keep your tier 3s alive,
Yes.
right? The shrines are still a huge amount of
Shrines
map
are so
control
big.
exerted over the map.
That's why for people that know, that's why it's hard to take the safe lane tower, because you don't necessarily have to TP to this tier 1 or even this tier 2 anymore. You can just TP to the shrine, set up a fight. You can bait people into the shrine area, then you're definitely losing the fight. Things like that just make it a little bit more complicated than you'd like. And I like this bottom push. Remember, I advocated for this much more early on,
Yep.
because you need to take control back of your jungle, which is exactly what they've done with this fort especially. And with the Naga dying at least once, I think that does slow the game down a little bit for Onyx. Like, they're not as worried.
Push it mid, take out that other shrine, which is a really good control over the Roshan pit. And second Roshan is going to be coming up pretty soon here, so.
Yeah, they lost it so fast the
Radiant's
first time.
top tower is under attack.
NP, they do get a significant upgrade though, with the split pushing as well as now the Keeper of the Light being able to have both Ags and Gem. It does mean they're going to be able to take away a lot of the aggressive vision of Onyx, and they'll have the split pushing advantage as well. They just need to make sure that they don't get caught out by rotations like this. The invis rotation of Bulba holding the Lifestealer inside of him. Looks like they're just might be able to get multiple here. Oh, they're going to skewer him back though. Oh, if Bulba just waited around, he might have been gifted with a twofer, as Envy was not so far away. They're actually going to go a little bit more, trying to catch Rose. The Light Shadow was used though.
Still, good control. Beastmaster is not a small kill whatsoever. Like, you want to be able to slow this guy's progression down, and I think he realizes that his role in the game's changed. Necro 3 obviously not being as necessary anymore as it used to be, especially since you have a Kata with Ags. I don't know, there's something about Beastmaster's item progression nowadays though that feels super underwhelming. When you get this Necro 1 in the beginning, you feel like you are the strongest hero in the game,
Yes, you're
regardless
super
of net worth. Then when you get this Necro 2, it's kind of better. Then when you get Necro 3, you get detection, but it feels like the pace of the game has changed, so the damage isn't as necessary or big.
It feels like Necro 1, despite being weaker than the other ones, because it's earlier
It's
on
the
in
most
the game,
important, yeah.
has the most impact. And I think that's why you see a lot of Beastmasters go Necro 1.
Bulldog.
Necro 1
Bulldog
into
that
Blink.
used to do that. That's I remember I saw Bulldog just do that all the time.
And it does add a lot. If they have that Blink Dagger, NP can start actually hitting back a little bit, because they have this split pushing, they have this, all the aggressive wards taken away. They can try and split Onyx up.
Right now, just, I don't know. It's imperative that this smoke goes well, because they can't Roshan themselves way too easily. They need to be able to pick up some heroes. Dubu's not the hero that you want to be able to kill.
No, but if they
Doesn't
can
even go
kill him
down.
with no committal, that would be nice, but Dubu's too tanky.
Dubu doesn't even die, dude. Look at him, he's just running in. He's got a hood.
Yeah.
He just straight up...
Oh,
the RP
there's
in the
the
back.
RP in the background. The song, it doesn't go out fast enough. They do manage to
Envy's
get the
gonna go
rage
down
out.
too.
He
You gotta
managed
get
to
out,
get up the
AUI.
gem. AUI is going to TP himself out. Secure though. It gets it. Bulba stops the TP out. That's going to be AUI down unless this stomp. No, Abed's got it. Abed's going to run him down pretty easily.
They
They'll
want
take
more
that
too.
kill.
He's got Remnant in 1 second, but ET's just a little bit too fast. This is going to be a free Roshan now.
Big time kill. They're going to push out some of the lanes, claim the Aegis, be ready to go high ground.
they're
Maybe they'll
being
just go
top.
straight to top. I think they should. It's 35 seconds till Naga Siren's back up.
Yeah, and they want to at least force
Ultimate's
the
cooldown.
buyback. Yeah. They force the buyback minimum. You know that ET has used a splitter as well. One of the better abilities is holding. And this Lifestealer is just absolutely he has an AC Deso. He's going to take this Rax so incredibly fast.
Stomp it away. No buyback coming out from Naga Siren, so Onyx have been given the all clear. They're going to take this lane of Rax, knowing the buyback is not intact. Blinding light caused a few issues. It's just a range Rax. They really don't need to worry about it.
Yeah, they don't want to overcommit for anything, and this is the scary part, getting out clean, and it looks like they're going to do it. No problem. There's still no sleep on Naga. I think this is the perfect opportunity for them to just pick up the Shrine, immediately go to Roshan. They know this is a level 2 Naga sleep without the Octarine core. Not too much to worry about. And NP, they can't afford to give this up. They're going to have to go in without half of their major abilities, I'd say. And Onyx are being very patient. They're going to hold this high ground area. They know that NP are trying to pursue. Dubu is going to be the one that shows himself.
Because Dubu can do Dubu, man. He's got pipe.
Oh, this is a very good Roshan attempt if NP aren't savvy to this. For Onyx, I bet you got to spear it in. Not a Roshan that you want to give up for free. It's about half HP right now.
All
They're
right,
gonna walk
Vince is
in.
just going to charge in. He says, damn it, I'm going in, boys. He already gets Primal Roared up during the rage status. He is going to be able to
he's
tank
not
through
taking
a
any
lot
damage.
of this one. He actually infests inside of one of the creeps. Nice
Oh, the
RP on the
two-man
left-hand
RP.
side with the Golem being dropped, but there's the Song of Siren.
NP,
AUI.
they've got to reset. They got to get out of here.
Yep, they're going to back out, trying to get to the high ground, but they just can't get out fast enough. AUI is going to be caught, as well as Envy. The Moonlight Shadow will not allow him to be able to escape, or maybe it will. They manage to get the dust out. AUI hides behind the trees, tries to go for the TP out, but he does end up getting caught. Mason, they're just going to go down mid again. They know MP. They keep on forcing these fights because they can't afford to give up Roshan, but it's finally going to go Onyx's way. They can go straight down mid with the Aegis.
I was kind of okay with NP's attempt to do it, but like we talked about, they do it so slowly. They don't really have these heroes that are going to take this down very fast. This Naga Siren, one of the least effective heroes, since her entire toolkit involves just killing creeps, more or less. Not really the best at dealing with Roshan. I guess Beastmaster is okay. This Miranda doesn't really have the item set to back her up. I mean, she's aiming for something like a 30-minute Maelstrom. And so for them, often this is what you see in NV-based lineups. I say that when he was on Team Seeker, when he was on C9, these like hidden Rosh attempts when you have nothing to do.
Yeah.
But as a whole, doesn't pay off for them just because they can't do it very fast. It's the nature of their lineup.
It was a very high-risk play, and I'm sure they knew that, but it's because they felt like they were so far behind, right?
They clicked this Lifestealer, and they just said, okay, we are definitely...
Like, if he gets Aegis, that's another lane of Rax, and there's no way we come back from that.
Yeah,
Like,
they
we
clicked
just can't kill him
Lifestealer.
twice.
They saw he had an AC, a Deso, an Echo Saber, and an Armlet. Like, reading that out loud and then saying he has 3,600 gold on top of that is just unbelievable. Mason is one-man wrecking crewed. He's just gonna walk up, pop Rage, take this tower.
Rage is off.
Look how
The arrow
fast that
comes
goes
in.
down.
There goes the glyph.
It's got Aegis. You've got to take a fight if you're NP. Playing this passive game, especially when you're already down one set of racks, you can't really let the second set go. This is going to be do or die time for them.
Do they make an aggressive Song of Siren play, do you think?
It's hard. If you can catch Bulba in the back, I think you might be able to go for it.
Yeah.
But even Bulba's got BKB.
Yeah, they've got BKB on Bulba, they've got Rage. That it's actually really difficult to make a Song arrow play.
Maybe if you did that on Demon and you didn't all get RP'd.
Yeah.
The net's going to go down, but the tower's already open.
Mason.
Abed.
Briefly stalled up by the ensnare. So every single time Abed's making sure to
Pipe
push
the next
NP
wave.
back, not grouping up too much.
Pipe the next wave and go.
Here it comes. There's the pipe. Try and go for a stomp, but the boar actually kids.
Okay, they need to catch somebody.
All
with
right,
the
looks
arrow
like
right
they're
now.
going to go for Abed.
Take it off. Abed gets hit by the arrow. Followed up. Echo Stomp. They're going to try and burst him down. It's going to be close. The blast comes in and he's taken down Abed. But can they actually do this anyway? Mason's already taken down MP. He's going to be able to get MSS as well. A 1-for-2 exchange. And MP are running out of firepower now as Mason approaches the lane of Brax's.
Yeah, and they can't afford to lose the second set. But Bulba still has his RP. He held it the entire time. You had to blow so much just to kill that Ember. Lifestealer does not even care in a game like this. They're just going to head straight to bottom with this Aegis still. Bearing NP to fight. They don't have this Song of the Siren anymore to reset, so any fight they take is going to be a scary one. And Onyx right now are just cruising.
They are about to get Megas by 30 minutes here, and the Aegis is still up for another minute. Range Tracks is going to fall. Mason can just finish it up, and that'll be Megas right here. Dubu will take the last hit. They do manage to get an arrow onto the Lifestealer. They're going to try and burst him down here, but they can't focus too much as he does still have that Aegis RP laid out just for MB, who would have died anyway. AEY is trying to do what little he can, but finally it is called by the captain, Eternal Envy. Pulse GG. Mason taking his moment of glory
they are
in this game 1 in a best of 3.
Okay, so we talked about it yesterday. I feel like this is coming into a thing again. NP.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Vengeful spirits.
Radiant team pick.
Ogre Magi!
Dire team pick.
Keeper of the light.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
What is the other hero that is going to take advantage of Vengeful Spirit Ogre? Ban Jug?
Dire team ban.
Okay. Ban Warlock instead.
Radiant team ban.
Pete. Think to ban the StarLadder. Surprised that they're not going to ban the Lifestealer or the Weaves. Weaver Nation, stand up.
10 seconds remaining.
So it is the Lifestealer.
Dire team ban.
Got me.
I got you in that 50-50.
I knew it'd be one of the two. I just thought it'd be Weaver.
Do you think NP have any plans to pick up Weaver for themselves?
They could. It's not bad here.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It was literally
That means-
just like, you can't. I don't think you could fit Lifestealer into your lineup, but you can fit.
Pick both
Weaver.
your supports already then.
5 seconds remaining.
Please ban Medusa, Onyx.
Yeah.
Show me Medusa.
Reserve time.
Maybe they think they can beat Tusa. After all, they do have the Coddle. They have an opening for an Annie Magoo.
You know Dubu?
Yeah.
You know what his name means?
No, I do not.
It's Korean for tofu.
Huh. Does he really like tofu?
Radiant team pick.
A lot of Koreans do. Tofu's our jam. Dubu. Okay, so NP, every single time that they pick this standard setup, they've taken the Medusa. Maybe it's different this time. Maybe they won't take the Medusa, especially since there's a Coddle on the enemy team.
Remaining.
That is a good deterrent.
Mm-hmm.
Coddle is very annoying for
Reserve time.
use.
And there's a whole range of Animage or Diffuse Blade carries that could still be picked up by Team Onyx.
Yeah, yes.
Maybe they say that as like a 5th ban. Goes out there. Don't want to get last pick Dusa. So, MP. What, you want an offlaner now? You want your offlaner?
Yes.
You want,
Axe.
you want the axe? The axe.
It's attacks.
One of the best initiators left in the pool with Mag gone. Sardar's gone. Still Sand King out there.
I'm down
personally,
to see Axe over Sand King.
Yeah, I personally am never a fan of Sand King over many other offlaners. It does seem to have some NA flavor,
He feels so
though.
weak lately.
Yeah.
He feels so weak.
I do not like him.
Okay, so that is a carry venge.
Dire team
Yep.
But that's what we
Locked in.
anticipated that anyways, right?
Yeah, I mean, it would be a significant switch around, right? And I don't think anybody likes Venge support very much.
Maybe it is an offlane ET. Who knows? Who goes?
10
But it does
seconds
mean
remaining.
NP, it doesn't lock them into too much when it comes to laning phase. They can definitely have
5
some sort of
seconds
aggro
remaining.
situation if they wanted to.
Reserve time.
You know what's kind of cool about NP though? I know I feel like no matter how, even if they get 2-0 here, I feel like they're gonna stick together as a group.
Yes.
But I feel like I don't know if I can say the same about
Onyx?
if Onyx
For
2-0
sure.
is here. I think they will stay together.
Yeah. And I was going to say you're a spirit.
Radiant team pick.
And it's pretty obvious pickup, right?
Yeah.
You run a Keeper of the Light, you wanted a support that moves around the map and does things.
What I say, Axe? I would say Axe or Night Stalker offlane. But the last time they did Night Stalker offlane, it went quite
10
poorly.
seconds remaining.
I was
They
there.
did it against the Abaddon Keeper of the Light, too.
5
Yeah.
seconds
Because
remaining.
they were silencing Abaddon.
They
And
just had nobody to kill though.
Yeah, it was not a good
Reserve
time.
But I think Night Stalker or Axe, either one could work.
There's got to be a better offlane that takes advantage of Elder Titan's presence.
But they take
What?
Elk.
Oh, they took an
Dire
early
team
Elk.
pick.
But it's not a Dusa. It is the other one.
Oh, they got me
You've
bowed.
been me-bowed. Ban, let's see. Ban Axe or Timber, right? Those are the annoying offlaners.
Yeah, I was thinking Timber.
Yeah, I mean they've got 3 melee heroes. It's not a bad ban whatsoever.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
It needs some backup though. A Meepo.
5 seconds remaining.
You know what you should take? Then you can do Luna Meepo.
Reserve
What's cool
time.
about Luna Meepo?
Every
Besides
Meepo gets the aura.
I mean, I got the aura
That's
thing.
the cool part.
but Come on, it literally can't just be a mechanic thing. There's got to be better synergy across the board. than
Like
just
what, Austin?
timings and stuff.
No. I think I would take maybe Jug for the healing ward.
I like Jug a little bit better.
But Jug is so bad against Alk.
That is true. And you don't have anything to amp up your Jug, so he is going to look a
Unless
little
you're like a
less
6-slotted.
lackluster.
Lately, I've seen Jugs beat Alk, but I think that's more.
I think it's
on
more
the Alk team.
I think it's also because he's had ogres or Magnuses or something.
They ban the axe and they take the. Ugh!
Radiant team pick.
So good, Austin.
Good
High
job,
five.
Blitz Dota.
The healing ward is very hard to lose this game. So NP, I feel like you only have like one option here. You take something like, I don't know, Legion or something, or Darkseer. But
10
it's not. You're not
seconds
happy about
remaining.
either of them. think Darkseer would be kind of happy about.
5 seconds remaining.
Starting to lean slowly toward.
Winter Wyvern.
Oh, that is. They are forcing themselves into
An Elder Titan
off lane.
core. Winter Wyvern, the counter to the Meepo.
Onyx is like, fam, just give us our free win. Let us go face complexity for the right to represent North America, the region. And NP says, oh, fuck that. Eat us the hard way.
We're gonna flip the whole goddamn table. Turn Elder Titan into a core. Everything is banking on ET at this point.
Yes, sir. I think everything is banking on this Wyvern. This Wyvern has to go ham.
He does have to hit really good ultimates.
I remember at ESL Genting, team that I work with got Winter Wyvern when they had a Meepo, and Weehaw looked like he wanted to kill himself.
Yeah.
5
It was not a fun matchup.
No, it was not. And they played that so well against you guys.
Yeah, Wings.
They played it so well. Still lost.
They win that game. EG, what? I accidentally played an Admiral.
I clicked the wrong button. In there with their ads all over the place. All right, so you feeling the Onyx draft? I mean, it kind of feels like it's a more extreme version of the Wings thing, right? Wings counterpicked it and did as best they could, but they still lost. Here, NP have to like sacrifice their own strategy to be able to get this counter. I'm not even convinced that Alchemist. I mean, it's a solo Alchemist pretty much.
Yeah. Meepo is supposed to poop on Alk.
Yeah. Exactly. So I'm not sure. Like, they're not insured to win the mid game, and I don't think they win the late game either, even with an Alchemist.
Wyvern is so good against Meeps though.
That is true.
Because what are you gonna build on Meep? You can't get a Lincolns or anything like that. Like,
you don't have very good initiation on the side of Onyx outside of that Meepo either.
that's all you need to.
But yeah, but I'm saying,
well, this is
if
hype,
you're
though.
dealing with Winter Wyvern, it's nice to
look
be
at
able to
this.
have another form of initiation.
Nash Gold Jr. running in here, denying this Ogre from getting a deep ward placed. I like that it was the carry too, because he knows that he can't get messed with.
Gonna pass off the ward though to MSS, and he's gonna place it. While he's still outside of vision with the smoke, he gets to the high ground just as the smoke fades. That was pretty cool. Well played, well played.
Award's pretty important. And I was like, Wyvern is the counter, but I really feel like they need an offlane, but they're gonna try to make this DT work. Hero, we have not seen the offlane for quite some time, but imagine if it wins. You had to sacrifice some of it, but you did give one of your more versatile players. I know MSS grinds games. As long as you grind games, you don't need to play everything. You have a rough idea of how things work in general.
Oh, Bobo's got to be sitting there laughing. He's like, dude, I'm the one who made ET off lane.
Yeah,
if I can't make it work in this patch, there's no way you can.
Remember his set? Dinosaur set?
No, I do not remember that.
Not very good.
Boo-boo.
Guys, buy one though. Every dollar supports Boba.
Yeah, and
The
Boba
price-
definitely needs it, especially given how stingy he is with money. He must be very poor.
That guy
after,
has not spent $1 on clothes
after winning
in the past like
so
6 years. Literally not a cent has been spent on clothes.
Onyx are going to be running somewhat of an aggro tri lane here. Keeper of the Light is going to be chilling out with the Abaddon, doing what we were talking about, blasting
they're
God
giving
waves.
Jug 1v1 versus ET. MSS, not like this. He's gonna soak up a lot of damage here though. You notice what he's doing?
Yeah, he's,
Every single neutral, and he's trying to hit.
Yeah, this is the way you play it. Even if he spins on you, you're gonna out
That's 90
DPS him.
damage.
You're definitely gonna out DPS
That's
him.
amazing.
So
SS, such a boss.
yeah, I don't think you were like, oh, not like this MSS, but I don't think the 1v1 is bad at all. For
He does not
ET.
care. He's so strong. I forgot how strong ET was.
Yeah, ET's great for 1v1s. It's the 1v2s and 1v3s that look really bad for him.
He's got a 1v2 now as Dubu. This is the one thing I was never a really big fan of Team Onyx's dual lanes and stuff, and
Yep.
some of their support combinations just don't feel very synergistic.
MSS. Just keep
Really
on
sad.
shoving it back.
Alex doing really well mid, by the way. Envy's doing a really good job right now.
6-2 against the 5-3 of the Meatball. Looks like they're going to have a go here onto Bulba. Bulba can remove a lot of this. They can't rely on Ignite, hence SVG hasn't even leveled it. Arctic Burn.
Level up, level up,
Just-
and right-click people with Orb of Venom. That's Ignite.
That's, yeah, that is true. But Arctic Burn gets burned away by a Aphotic Shield as well, which is not
Oh, Dubu is
ideal.
gonna cop some damage here. He's gotta be careful. He's gonna kick his
Yeah.
way out. Realizes that MSS is so strong. We're gonna grab the bounty, but he has staked his claim on this top lane.
Yeah, I do kind of feel like them giving MSS that space early on was a mistake. They just threatened the roll spin. There's no way MSS, even with the spirit damage, could fight that. You just gotta run away and cop all that damage. Now he's got the levels. That spirit does scale quite a bit as you get more and more of these neutrals.
Yeah. Now he's gonna hit the second set. There's a lot of newts. Trying to make sure that it walks through. He does. Now he deals like 120 a hit. Beast. Really want to mess with this man? Gonna deny your range creep in front of you too. What a life.
MSS is feeling pretty good right now. Bulba can't be feeling too bad either, though. He's still
No,
going to
he's
be able to
doing
get a decent amount against this tri-lane.
I can't imagine AUI is having the best time of it at all either. At least Ash Gold Jr. is getting solo XP. He's even got more CS.
Yeah, Mason's still having a good time. MSS, he can still deal with the gank of the Earth Spirit too if they roll in and kick. If he has a TP, he could just TP out of the spin. So he could play this pretty aggressively, even 1v2. You just chase back Dubu. Get that damage in, son. Whew.
That was scary. Just hit him twice, just like donk. No HP. He's gonna grab another bounty rune too. This lane is property of Arif. Although this Baden not that far behind in CS despite MSS having relatively good time of it.
The Keeper Light's getting a lot out of the lane too with these hard camp pulls. Looks like the roll-in happened. MSS is going to be chased down. That will be her first blood. The two supports TP, but they're a bit too late.
Keeping the tri-lane up here, it means that AUI is not going to have a good time at bottom.
Fortunately, I don't think it's a lane that can really threaten Vengeful Spirit very much.
It's more just to annoy him, because they can push in this wave and then just essentially dive him under his tower.
Prevents him from getting all that CS.
Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what they're going to do. Like, Bulba's going to hit this down, Demon's going to hit this tower too. And now, look, he's just chasing, making sure that DY is not just getting anything for free. Precisely what's happening right now.
Look at, oh god, look at Mason. Mason might be dead. Oh, he's going to get him with the Spirit MSS! He
Can't
just
die like
runs
that.
down Mason's Juggernaut.
Cannot die like that.
A Bloodlusted Elder Titan. We have a pretty deep, oh no, nothing there. They're just...
That was so good for Onyx, you know, they get the first blood, they force the double rotation up at top, then all of a sudden, they get a free kill. They essentially get a freebie here. Not great for them at all.
Underestimating the Elder Titan. Can't do it.
Yeah, and Abed, still getting quite a bit of farm. I wonder if your build varies at all. I guess it doesn't. No matter what, life's just kind of gonna suck hitting yourself.
AY, what's going on here? Steals that one creep. The roll in is going to miss from Dubu. He's going to be underneath the tower here. Fortunately, Magic Missile was already used. He tries to get the right clicks off to finish off Dubu, but an Aphotic Shield will save him. AUI knew he was dead. He was just hoping to be able to get a turnaround.
nice rotation from Abed and that early smoke by Onyx.
And they're slowing him down. This is the entire point, is to try to slow down this Vengeful Spirit, because you know this hero can't really recover. But the good news for NP is that this hero is not the focal point of their strategy whatsoever.
Oh, nice ultimate here. That's gonna catch Abaddon as well.
Doesn't
Oh
have
man,
his
he's just
ulti.
crushing him. He's actually gonna man up against Abed as well. He takes a lot of damage, but the magic damage is gonna be enough to burst him down. Rose could not save his ally, nor could he actually get revenge
Harry Potter,
on
dude.
Abed.
He was not the boy who lived. Like that one?
Yeah. Be thinking about this the whole entire time.
I
You're
was not.
I cannot
I'm
wait
gonna be,
until
in
I
all
cast
honesty,
Bulba.
mostly these things just come off the top. Some of them don't. Like the joke I made yesterday about, you know, a caster like Toby, I'll be in.
I'm pretty sure I've heard that joke like 20 times by now over our casting career. It's a good opener.
It is.
I'll
No,
always
no,
give you a good, genuine
It was set up a
laugh
little
for
bit better. So I brought your family into this.
And
Oh,
B,
top.
he's actually going to be jumped on. He did get the chemical
don't have
rage
enough
off
damage.
just before the silence.
If he could have silenced, that was a kill.
Yeah, silence, get the stun off, the Omni Slash burst him down.
That's level 4 spin, dude. Way more than that damage. Although in mid,
MSS.
they're gonna drop the healing ward for
They
this.
are going to be able to catch both. What a great cake from Dubu. They're going to go for more here. Silence onto the 2, but I don't think Onyx feel comfortable diving this right now.
That is also only a level 4 Winter Wyvern. I mean, both these supports have just been run ragged, whereas Abed, where Dubu has just been able to set the pace around the map. This Coddle has got quite a bit of farm. He's even going to pick up almost his level 6. They're going to take this bottom tower on top of that. This game has been very good for this
They're going to
Coddle.
catch AUI here. Mason
cannot
does have
afford
a
to die
mango,
like
so
this
he can
again.
pop it and spin if he wants to. Nice swamp back there. AUI is just trying to disjoint some of this. Gets the stun onto Dubu, tries to outrun the spin. They do have MSS with the nice
very well done
stomp.
by AUI.
Yeah, that was real clutch. Pulls out the right swap and manages to get back to the tier 2 safety.
Very well done by AUI. But still, a lot of pressure going onto him. Only 31 CS, barely has more than the Abaddon. He's going to go for a Blightstone, kind of realizes the type of position that he's in. He's not really making any moves right now. Is Bulba going to get pushed back at bottom by this ET. And for all this ET, it feels like he's done. At the same time, he's still died 3 times and does not have that much CS at all. He's got shreds, but that's it.
Yeah, I think ET as a hero doesn't really scale that well unless you continue to keep off those tests and kills.
And Bulba's
It's
gonna
just
take
like,
the shrine?
you know, you pick up drums and stuff, but ultimately you're just a right clicker without a instant stun.
Yep. That's why, I mean, I don't think that ET was meant to be off lane.
Yeah, sure.
It might have been, but it did feel a little bit cobbled in response to the Meepo pick, and I think that's why the Meepo pick is kind of smart, because it does center things out for them a little bit. Of course, NP not counted out at all. I think Wyvern is such a good hero though in this game. There's almost no magic damage on the side of Onyx. Jug ulti can entirely be countered by his Cold Embrace. The teamfight advantage might still even lie in NP's favor even with his ult. This mid tower though going to be pretty huge. Dubu going to get himself out. This healing ward though is going to be a constant source of annoyance for NP, is they don't have easy ways to take it down until they get out with Manta.
Yeah, I think one of the big, is going to be the healing ward, and then if we have the Ags Abaddon later on to the game, those can be potential counters to the Winter Wyvern and his interactions in the team fight. Just
Oh,
a
definitely.
Lot of
I
sustain.
forgot about that.
Yeah.
Big thing for me too is, you know, when I said Jug, yes, Jug is kind of bad, like straight up against the odds, but when it comes to, you know, helping out his Meepo, because when you have a Meepo lineup, Meepo is the reason why you win or lose.
Right.
I'm gonna go for a Hex next, by the way. Pretty interesting. That means he just plans on what, jumping backline from this Wyvern?
Yeah, I mean, when you said does his build change at all, I was thinking, well, maybe he goes for the earlier Blink Dagger and tries to play a little bit more initiation heavy, rather than the stat focus that Meepo usually goes.
That is exactly what he did.
Mason to try and finish up this tier 1 tower, Eternal Envy, hoping to be able to get the deny. Does manage to get it there, and they also have a stomp in position. Not that it can catch either one of these heroes, actually. Jug can spin. Mr. Harry Potter over here can just use borrow time.
Playing off the efficiency. Is it time to smoke? I feel like it is. It could actually collide on Envy right now. He's pretty low. Does have the shrine usage. Mason is going to challenge him. He's also going to ping off some of his teammates. They're going to be able to get the distance closed, though.
This is not an ult you want to use.
He's not there.
He's got an armlet. I'll go through most of the damage. It's the rest of them that have to come here now, too. If they want to take this. What's up, dude?
I'll give you commentator tip 101, don't cover your mouth while you're talking. I was like, why is Blitz so quiet? Oh, kick. They're going to try and burst out Rose, but they didn't actually get the silence, so he managed to get off the cold embrace, dodging all that Omni-Slash damage, and Dubu in some serious trouble with all that minus armor. Envy will swipe him down. Demon's going to be up next, too. Demon tries to juke his way through the trees to go for a TP out, but there is a stomp to stop him.
I mean, they were trying to charge into a Wyvern that was just going to cold embrace himself, and it is only 2 supports, but at the same time, you can't give up space like this. Your Meepo is doing just fine on the other side of the map. No reason to rush things whatsoever.
He's going to speed up the Radiance for Eternal Envy. He's almost got it now.
Oh, that was some regrets there.
Big regrets.
Yeah. Feels like this has happened twice now when they try to invade East jungle. Remember the other game they did it as well, Freedom?
Yep.
But they ended up winning that game anyways, but you do want to put pressure in this jungle area if you're playing against an Alk. That is the one way to limit his farm.
What do you think about the difference in builds here between the offlane and Battens? This game, Bulba's going to opt for a little bit more of an attack damage build. He goes Phase Boots, he's going Flats up next, as opposed to Arcanes, where he could have gone Mech Pipe, given the fact that Keeper of the Light is going to go an Axe Rush this game.
I think it's fine. I mean,
well, I think it's fine too, Blitz.
I mean, this is almost always going to be the build, right? Just because it does make him quite tanky. It beefs up the rest of his heroes, including the Meepo, gives him free armor, which is a pretty big deal right now for the Acid Cloud if you're trying to push into it, and the Bench Howl.
Do you think the aura factor is best to work with the Meepo instead of the sustain?
Yeah. Okay. I mean, he's probably going to... I know Bulba's been favoring this build where he goes like Radiance. Third item or something, because he knows that people don't really like yanking Abaddons. This is a very good invasion into the jungle. This time they've got enough heroes.
Last time. Demon helping to clear through the waves as Mason comes out of that jungle, start beating on the tier 2. It's not a tower that NP particularly want to defend, but giving up a tier 2 this early really sucks. MSS is going to try, though. He's going to go for a stomp to see if they can get an opportunity somewhere, force out the spin. Without the spin, they don't feel comfortable sticking around. It does just buy space for Abed to take Roshan, though. That's all that Onyx are really hoping out of this.
And Radiant pinged out mid, Dubu trying to see if maybe something can happen, and this should be a soft push at bottom. Like, this should be a push where you hard commit, right? It's just something, you see how it goes. Every time you spin up.
Stuck around a little bit too long, does manage to get caught by Rose, gets off the ultimate, the snapback is there, actually brings Mason in case. Dubu gets a really good stun silence, and the Omni-Slash goes off because of that one, brings a couple of heroes low,
for a spin.
but he still have the Aphotic Shield. Mason.
Where's the Meepo? He's rapidly making his way down here. He knows there's no Winner's Curse too. Remember what we said though, you need to put pressure on a team like MP. They don't like defending these areas. They want to be able to split up and farm. If there's 5 heroes down like this and you're going to lose your tower anyways. Oh, he's found it. He's got the angle. He wants to go for this. He knows that Winter's Curse is down.
Oh, the poof's coming a little bit late. They are going to be able to get the cake though to stop Envy. Envy.
They could even force high ground off of this.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he was in that position if the rest of his team was not.
Yeah, I would like to see Onyx go for the high ground here. There's no Winner's Curse. This is going to be one of your better opportunities to just go for it. Oh, this is not the position that NP wants to be in.
Move forward, they're going to try and burst down AEY with a kick in. They've got enough damage. They take him down. Buyback's already being forced. Now Onyx need to start the retreat.
Still, that is a huge buyback that you forced. You managed to kill another core out of position.
Cover their tracks. Down. Doesn't look like anybody's going to be caught by the stomp from the Elder Titans, so...
There's a full Hex coming on the side of Abed. It's 15 minutes into the game. This Meepo has gone completely unchecked, Austin.
Sure, Complexity are sitting here watching this series thinking to themselves, damn, we're happy that We're in the grand finals, and you can see this. MP potentially getting knocked out of the qualifiers by a 4th pickup Meepo to counter the Alchemist strat.
And this, I mean, they must have thought guaranteed going into this qualifier. They were at least guaranteed second, which obviously doesn't net you anything, but still, grand finals aspirations for them at the very least. And right now, Onyx, not just yet. Gotta win it first.
11,000 net worth on the Alchemist. May not sound great, sounds even worse when it's right next to a Meepo who's also sitting at 11K. That net worth chart, 7,500 in the lead for Onyx, 10,000 experience lead as well.
Yeah, that's never a good sign. Well, you have 2 heroes that flash farm, but one is...
Meepo lineups are always going to be heavy experience, right?
But
the fact that gold-wise, you're...
Yeah, against an Alch lineup, as in mid...
Alright, they got a really good stomp, follow-up stun.
They
This
could kill
could
him
be
twice here.
Onyx's life. Life number
Great
1, but
silence,
Voodoo
though.
actually gets a really good initiation. Will get a lot of chaos out there. They're going to try and stomp, but that's not where the real Meepo is.
Oh, he's
going to be put forward and manage to finish off the Winter Wyvern, catches AUI as well.
Oh, Envy's
now
gonna get
goes
outta
for
here.
MSS. He managed to get up a really good unstable concoction. Envy commits for this fight. They'll die in this fight too.
That is going to be a
SVG is going to be
rampage.
cleaned up as well. Rampage for Ahmed Meepo. Onyx have taken full control of this
They're gonna
game and are
immediately
going to
go
look
bottom.
to close it out right here, right now. They're
Oh
going to
my
push in
God.
bottom.
This is not how NP wanted to set up that fight. This last pick, I mean, you did have the Wyvern, but it messed with so much of what you wanted to do in the first place. Abed, as soon as he comes back, immediately goes offensive. Jumps forward, makes sure that Winter's Wyvern can't do anything in that engagement. He still has that Winter's Curse, so they have to have a little bit of trepidation here. They're just going to send in this Juggernaut. Mind you, he still has that Hex available. He does not fear jumping in whatsoever.
Mason gets swapped back there. Already had the spin out on the stomp, so he's going to be able to get away.
That tower easily defendable because NP is such a low level. This is a level 9 Vengeful Spirit that's meant to be your carry, and right now this Coddle already has Axe at 18 minutes. Home.
They've got a great way to be able to just chip on this tower thanks to the Juggernaut and his spin with the backup sustain of this big blast from the Keeper of the Light. Got a minute and a half to work with in daytime here, but Onyx know they don't need to rush things.
You know what I think would be a really good idea, by the way? So Abed gets the F-Blade, and he just leaves his main Meepo out all the time. And whatever Meepo gets targeted, he can just F-Blade.
Just from a distance,
Yeah.
you're saying? Yeah.
I think he has the range for that, right? They're gonna get a kill here on
Swap back
Dubu.
stun into Stomp. Dubu's very dead.
The casual Dubu death is just the thing now.
Yeah. He plays very aggressively, likes to be able to harass those supports, make a lot of space, but it does lead into some rather unfortunate feeding sprees sometimes.
Okay though, you know, pop
Yeah.
some smokes. Keep your team going.
They almost have that F-Blade, and they almost have level 25 on Meepo as well.
Oh, they are about to get Solar Crest as well on Bulba. It's going to make it very hard for them to fight into this Jug either. Oh, Mason has done a very admirable job of keeping up in the net worth. Look at the net worth right now of Team Onyx though. The entirety of their lineup is just so farmed.
NP looks like they're actually going to fight around this tier 2. Or maybe just see if there's some sort of setup from MSS and his stomps to allow them to be able to go into a fight.
That's an Axe Coddle. Do not fight that.
It is nighttime though, so they can definitely defend this tower. That's probably what they were thinking.
I mean, this Venge isn't getting richer.
True.
She's got no space to farm because she continuously has to fight with her team. E-Blade is complete on Abed as well, and he's just waiting for opportunities where this Winter's Curse is wasted.
Gotta clear through these creep waves at a distance. One of the more annoying things about facing an Elder Titan.
Yeah. I think it'd be pretty smart of Onyx to just wait for the next Roshan instead of rushing this and giving NP way back into this game. Just chill. You know, there's no rush.
So they do exactly what you want. They're gonna spread out.
Flip the
Still
map.
keep Mason up here at the top lane. See if he has the opportunity to get a little bit of chip on that tier 2.
once Bulba, because Bulba's got to force some rotations with this bottom lane push.
Yeah. You got to do something about this hero at the bottom right now. MP, they're so corralled inside their base right now. The only person farming is this Alchemist.
They really cannot afford to give that tier 3 power any more damage. Already low enough as is, and that would open up shrines.
A tier 2 at top also being pushed in. As long as nobody gets picked off here or anything like that, they're going to be in a pretty good position as Alch.
Radiant's top tower is
Final
under
Levy's
attack.
going for the deep attempt play to farm the enemy jungle, but gonna be met with resistance as most of the camps are gone. Mason's farming those up.
They are farming the entirety of the map out right now. Pushing in all the waves, they're getting every single neutral camp. Bulba, like you said, good call, is going to go for the Aghanim Scepter.
Like the Solar Crest first, though. That'll really increase the survivability of that one Meepo by quite a lot.
Yeah, I think right now that's all you have to do really if you're Onyx, right? Is make sure that Winner's Curse doesn't just ruin you. A 3k net worth hero beating an 18k net worth hero with one ability doesn't feel so great.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But with the Aegis, that might not even be an issue. And that is definitely what they're waiting for right now.
Ben gonna be swapped back into the stomp. They are gonna try and get a little bit of damage here. The unstable concoction hit after the unstable. Oh, AUI is actually gonna be saved there. Cold Embrace goes out over the Omni Slash, but it looks like the spin is enough magic damage to bring it down anyway. They will take this tier 2. Dubu goes in deep to try and stop some of the MP members from being able to retreat, but ends up just throwing his life away in the process.
Yeah, it's just a casual Dubu death.
Waiting for Roshan. It's coming up soon.
Timer will tick.
NP can't give up Roshan's, right?
It's going to be hard. I don't know if they can kill Abed twice. Right now they're still in this game because they're all in on that idea, but Abed's going to find out that there's a Roshan here without Vengeful Spirit up. Dubu, of course, is already alive. Level 8 only. Have to be very leveled, and this Roshan's going to go down way too fast for MP to deal with. That's got to just put that sinking feeling in your stomach right now, Cap.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They only have one Winter's Curse to work with, and he's got 2 lives.
Ready down a game. This is going to set the stage for MP not even getting to the grand finals, which is going to be quite a surprise right now as Onyx are in such control of this game.
I do like that they continue to not rush things. They're going to try and finish up their next couple of items. Looks like a Basher for Mason. They had a Blink Dagger. Actually opted for a Force Staff instead for Demon. I think that's a little bit more helpful for the Meepo as well. They could wait another 1500 for the Axe on Bulba, but I think that's a little bit too long to wait. Alchemist.
If he does commit to an early BKB, but it may not matter if he gets jumped on
he's
here
gonna
by
get that
Abed
here.
with a Scythe Device. He's going to be able to jump in. Scythe Device, blow him up with all this magic damage very easily. He's down for 50 seconds.
And that's the 9-0 Meepo. I think they're just going to march down bottom with Alch. Fresh BKB means no buyback, double life. You might have to use this Winner's Curse on maybe even Jug at this point, but they're just going to march up here with their Tricore, start hitting these buildings. This Meepo does not care if he gets Winner's Curse anymore.
Yep.
Rose is invis.
He's got his main Meepo sitting in the back line. They do throw out the Winter's Curse on the Juggernaut, as you said, but there goes that Ethereal Blade, so
That's your major
Mason
ability.
easily survives through that one.
That was
He
your
still
all-in.
has the healing ward.
He is full HP. They are going to get, they're going to take everything right now. MP, once again in a position where, without Envy, going to have to try to defend 4v5, not going to risk it, going to wait for him to come back.
8 more seconds.
They need some amazing combination of abilities. AUI pokes at one of the Meepos, which is instantly full healed by the Illuminative Blast out from Demon.
They're gonna start coming forward with the Alchemist. Go right in the middle of things. They managed to get the swap back with a Cold Embrace, but still, the Unstable Concoction is gonna stun him off. He got off the BKB. He could turn and fight. He actually rips through Mason pretty quickly. What about Abed, though? Abed, he just takes down MSS in one fell swoop. He brings down 2 and is
not
about
even
to take
losing
out a
his
third.
Aegis.
As Envy, he's gonna die as well. There goes that Aegis. Envy, he has to get out of here, though. He pops another shrine. He does not have a Chemical Rage. Good stomp out there from MSS. The Acid Spray will wake him up. NB tries to get some damage onto him, but he's so damn low, he can't afford to have a nuke come out from Onyx. Abed, he takes down NB once again and still has the HP on the Meepos if he wants to continue to go for
There's no
this top
buyback
laner
on
Rax.
this Alchemist. I think NP right now have steadily come to the conclusion that they just cannot fight Onyx anymore. In Onyx, we don't want to prematurely celebrate if you're an Onyx fan right now because crazier things have happened, but this is some lead that NP have to fight through now. It's almost 30k in net worth. I don't think I've ever seen that surpassed. 30k in experience as well. This Meepo about to pick up another E-Blade on top of his defusal. And they're playing pretty patient too. They're not trying to end the game just yet. They don't want to get overexcited. They still have a game to play out. Now they're going to push in this top area. NP, this is going to be one of their last stands. They don't have buyback on this Alf, their key hero. Any of their players, really.
I'm not sure what kind of trap this is going to set up. He's sitting invis right on top of the tier 3 tower. He's going to swap back one of the Meepos to get the Winter's Curse. That was the play. They managed to get the main Meepo into the Winter's Curse. They get the stun off on one of those Meepos.
To kill him.
That Ethereal Blade and the heal. It comes out a bash on an Eternal Levy. He gets cold and braced up. He's going to be able to survive for a little longer, but that's it. He's down for another minute. Megas are going to be coming in soon. NP, they seem to be running out of steam as all of Onyx looks so damn healthy around that healing ward. They turn to finish off AY. They'll get MSS as well, leaving SVG for last, and that is it. Eternal Levy will call it for Team NP. This is the end of their run through the Kiev Major Qualifiers for the North American region. Onyx are going to the Grand Finals.
That is quite a big upset. Considering NP's history, they made it to DAC, knocking out DC. They got top 8 at the Major. This is a team that has largely been successful, and now Bulba
done it, man.
Bulba done it. I thought it was very unlikely, and we thought, I mean, at the beginning of the qualifiers, we gave NP like an 80% chance not to just win that, but win the entire thing. Now we're in a position where they're not even in the finals.
Yep.
It's going to be Onyx versus Complexity. Ow.
Can they make the run all the way through? Team Onyx, they played 2 best of 3s today, and they're going to have another best of 3. They are allowed, I believe, like a 30-minute break, but Complexity versus Onyx will be your grand finals for the North American qualifier for the Kiev Major. Be sure to stick around. That series is sure to be hype as all hell. But for Blitz and myself, that is going to be it. Thank you very much for watching.
Dire team ban. Complexities turn to ban. Dire team ban. Complexities turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Complexities turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Shadow Fiend.
Complexities turn to pick.
Dazzle.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Warlock.
Complexities turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining.
From yesterday's mistakes, Abaddon and Warlock, that's a lot of heal, that's a lot of sustain in team fights. So is Dazzle as well. I'm surprised actually that teams still leave Coddle in pool. We saw the last game. I mean, that hero is just broken.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see it occasionally though, because just sometimes teams, they want some of those juicy, sweet picks. So you might just throw out some casual, usually second wave bans to get something in there. This time though, it's very obvious the Coddle is like a huge factor in a lot of Onyx's success. So
I think Abaddon won every single game that he's been in.
what was it? Grant before said there was a stat. Abaddon plus Magnus, I guess, has won every game. I wouldn't be surprised if in general, yeah, the Abaddon win rate's
Warlock,
very high.
I think he said Warlock plus
Warlock.
Magnus.
Oh, hey, we got a Warlock here. We got a Magnus available. Ulva's pretty good on the hero.
I hope it's just not Magnus Forest that dies to creeps.
Yeah, Mike.
Yeah, Mikey boy, that didn't work out well.
Yeah, it unfortunately led to some repercussions where you know, the bottom lane suffered a bit, and that meant the mid lane also didn't get help. We'll see if Onyx, if they were deciding to go down that road, would consider, you know, options and being able to still have strong lanes there. So now the Darkseer ban going to be coming out here, Onyx's side. Shadow Fiend here for 747. I gotta say that already seems a bit scary. He is very, very good, Mr. Eric Dong on the Shadow Fiend. So Onyx have a draft ahead of him to be able to work out something to match up against the Shadow Fiend. But they don't feel confident to show that card right away.
Yeah, they don't have the rush. Onyx might still go for Earth Spirit. When you see a Shadow Fiend, you just want to pick Earth Spirit, so you bully him.
That's true.
Ogre is gone because Complexity didn't want to play against that hero because it creates so much space for a mid laner. We saw how good it is when Abed was playing Invoker against, what was it, Ember Spirit, and Ogre just came. It was just devastating for Ember. Couldn't get back into the game, even with the Empower. I still expect to see a Magnus on Team Onyx, actually.
Yeah, that would be pretty nice to have, again, with that Fatal Bonds. Curious about the Z-Freak hero now. Pretty apparent that Swindles is going to be playing this Dazzle, but we always like to see Z-Freak, if he's not playing those defensive supports, like let's say his Wisp or, you know, of the such, you know, he also likes to go that very aggressive road. We might even see him go for the Earth Spirits, or he used to play a lot of Kunkka. Brewmaster coming out now. Now, the last time they played this Brewmaster Lacoste, wasn't it 747 playing it in the mid lane?
Yeah, it was.
747 is apparently playing Shadow Fiend in this game, so something's up.
Yeah, it needs to be an offlane Brewmaster, no doubt about it. I mean, practically you can put Brewmaster in a safe lane, but to like go for mana boots into Blink Dagger or around 9-10 minute mark. But the hero does what he does, so you can put him on an offlane.
Good call, by the way, on the Earth Spirit. Shadow Fiend is obviously a supple, sweet target for an Earth Spirit to kind of mess around with. This may force the Dazzle to kind of be chained to the side of the Shadow Fiend a bit in the laning phase. Otherwise, they're going to have to get something to just help him out a bit. Or something to punish one of the other lanes and make Earth Spirit just kind of be at attendance there. Not be pressuring the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, complexity banned Meepo. We saw how Abed excels on that hero. Last game he had Dragonlance Power Threads, Blink Dagger, 9 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't think that's possible. What do you say?
It's ridiculous. The guy had been not even playing the hero much of the qualifiers at all. I don't even know if there was a game, maybe one we might have missed, but it was clearly something that I don't even think MP were prepared to suddenly be witness to. But it looked like Abed hadn't missed a day playing the hero. He even got a rampage that game. It was really something else. I would expect complexity. If any draft seems to have a hole or an opportunity for a Meepo, they will give it the ban necessary. That was just an easy, probably wake-up call for complexity that previous series. Okay, Disruptor comes out. A Disruptor Dazzle duo here. It's nice. They have a whole toolkit of defensive tools to work with on Dazzle's side. You have great crowd control and silence with Disruptor, but I would be a little concerned that these are not supports that get proactive in the early game at all. They're not moving lanes and ganking people.
Yeah, that is correct. Disruptor, kind of more mobile than Dazzle, but pretty much they do the same thing on the lane, harass, just protect your carry. You know what Team Onyx might pick? It's gonna be for mid either Invoker or maybe an Alchemist.
Invoker or Alchemist for Onyx?
Yesterday we saw some Alchemist Abaddon Warlock combo. It's so strong. You don't need to go heal. If you take those tier 1, tier 2 towers pretty early, your heroes have so much gold and you can just sit and chop some HP on tier 3 towers.
What about just picking up a classic little jug or something like that? You get even more heal stuff. Mason's shown some
Yeah, you can still
skill.
do that. You can have both of them actually.
Yeah.
Onyx banned the Dark Seer, so I assume they want to have a safe lane melee carry. That's why they banned it. There was no combo. Alright.
Weaver is out here. Into a Disruptor. Normally I would say Disruptor is very nice to have when you're going against a Weaver in this kind of case. Obviously once it gets the Lincolns, it's not going to be as easy to contain it with Glimpse, but up to that point, you know, you have a way to kind of lock down the little bugger and even use that Stag Storm to prevent any comeback time lapses. So
I guess they're picking just the heroes they're comfortable with. So Weaver, really a Mason's hero, plays it so well.
10 seconds remaining.
This game he will need to go for Lincoln Sphere because of the Glimpse and Panda's. I always forget what that spell is called.
Tornado or
Tornado, yeah.
I just call it Tornado. I don't know if it has a proper name. Well, I'm curious then if the final pickup here from Onyx is going to have any extra bit of synergy influence to go along with this Weaver here. But up until that point, we've seen the Tinker ban, interestingly enough, from Complexity.
Well, they don't have much against Tinker. It's only Disruptor with Shadow Fiend being on mid and Earth Spirit Tinker.
Yeah.
And he can get destroyed in the lane pretty easily.
Alright, they ban out the Axe here. That makes me think that I was gonna say Jug, normally pretty nice to have, you know, but they already got the Weaver. Unless they want to run mid lane Jug against Shadow Fiend?
Still doable. Later on, hard to play Jug against Shadow Fiend because Shadow Fiend just double raises the creep wave.
Ember Spirit, of course. The Abed Ember Spirit, the double Spirit strat. With the Warlock Kicker.
They banned X. X is an offlane hero, so they might actually think what I mentioned, that Brewmaster might be played as a safe lane.
Oh,
remaining.
safe lane. Oh,
Yeah.
by Moo. Yeah. In fact, if I'm not
5 seconds
mistaken, I want to
remaining.
say that on his time with Digital Chaos, there may have been a Moo offlane brew
Reserve
appearance
time.
here or there. I want to say that I've seen Moo play this hero occasionally.
I prefer it as an offlane hero.
Well, we'll have to see if that is going to be the case
10
or not
seconds
here.
remaining. 5 seconds
Outside of
remaining.
that,
Ursa
maybe
Warrior.
wanting to go for the extra control, but it is going to be the Ursa pickup. That means it is going to be the offlane brew.
So against Weaver, they don't have much control besides Disruptor and that Cyclone spell from Brewmaster. Tornado, you said.
Feels pretty high tempo here from Complexity. This is not a lineup you probably want to be pushing into the later game against Onyx. Warlock could even bring in a lot of farm on top of obviously the Ember and Weaver who pull out significant late game.
Ursa picked last against Abaddon. We saw pretty much Abaddon every single game in NA, and Ursa works so well against him, even if you shield and with that Earth Shock, maybe even having it at least 2 levels so he can't run away with the Disruptor or Dazzle. It's pretty easy to kill him. One of those 2 supports, Dazzle or Disruptor, will have to focus in the early stages on mid, because Shadowfiend is not that strong, especially against Ember Spirit, who's gonna have a poor man's shield probably, and Earth Spirit rotating on mid.
It'll probably be the Dazzle. The Disruptor could do okay in the safe lane to help things out between him and the Ursa. You have that glimpse, you could chase down the Abaddon and pull him back and away from the safety of his tower, and with Kinetic Field you might be able to get a nice little bit of lockdown, but as we know, this is just a matchup Bulba's been used to. He's been playing the offlane Abaddon like pretty much this whole qualifier run so far, and something I'm sure he's going to be privy to and ready to kind of engage with. We will lead him with an early pause, but this is it, man. America Finals! Let's go, baby!
Let's go, man.
One best of 3 here, and one team will move on to go to Kiev to represent
For those who
America.
for those who don't know, this is the 6th game for Onyx in a row actually today.
Yep, played a full 3-game stretch with freedom to start off their day. Moved on in that 2-game series against NP just earlier, and now we'll begin a new chapter. Their finals matchup against Complexity. Complexity, they have been around their share of qualifier finals, both making it into lands and, of course, just barely making it out and being that gatekeeper kind of a team. Here, they have rightfully earned their spot in the grand finals, working their way through that upper bracket and even taking down MP in that winner bracket final. A very tight series there. So this one ends up feeling a bit close. You have one team in Onyx really warmed up, really feeling themselves today, and Complexity, who've been kind of watching as spectators, taking in all that information and preparing for this series right here and now.
This is it. This is what everybody was waiting for in NA. Dubu placed a deep ward inside enemy forest. We'll see if Melons finds out. There's 1 sentry to devour it. It's being pinged out actually near it.
Very intriguing spot. Not something you would normally expect to kind of see a ward pop up. So I am very curious to see if they're going to be able to find it. More traditional spot, maybe right over here. Swindle was already kind of in that area ready to go, but let's see if Onyx are actually curious about rolling in and contesting this. Their level 1 fight is pretty fair. Dubu is actually getting ready to head across the river now and begin to head up.
Yeah, they're going in, but 7 seconds, 5, they're gonna get it.
Yeah, it looks like they will have the advantage in numbers on this one and be able to snag that up, while up and above, Monkeys will be able to creep in and just grab up the bounty rune right in front of Mr. Harry Potter.
Okay, so Ursa running top.
Oh, we're having
They
a
want to
change-up.
swap. Yeah, it's actually a tri-lane on bottom for Onyx. I want to see the mid matchup. Okay, there's the Dazzle I was talking about. He's already harassing a bed. Shadowfiend kind of destroys the lane after he gets level 3.
Oh no! What a misplay there! Abed brings the courier so close. He knew Z-Freak was on that side, but just, I guess, didn't realize he was going to be able to get those kind of shots in. Courier goes down nice and early here. Big start for Cole.
Weaver TPing top already. They want to swap the lanes. They don't want to have a Baron against solo Ursa.
Move straight up to the top lane now as Onyx are also making their appropriate adjustments. Bulba did the bottom now. We'll join Demon in the meantime here. So they're back and forth. We'll see if Cole will feel the need to respond once again or if they'll just settle with the way things are.
I want to see if Ursa wants to TP. Probably should.
For now, just kind of hanging here. Dubu will be nearby, but he got that pull in, and this is where it gets a bit awkward for Mu if he's not able to kind of get a part of the creep wave here. Abed and Z-Freak kind of up in arms. Z-Freak just happy for the attention to be drawn his way so that 747 can continue to have a wonderful start. He's at 9-3 CS already.
Someone TPing. Panda is on top again.
Another change up in order here for Cole. But as you mentioned, it's necessary.
Ursa TPing to bottom. Yep. Mind games.
Back down we go. Do we forecast another change here from Onyx?
I think it's been enough.
Dubu got that bounty rune, dashes all the way to the other side, and it looks like he'll be able to pick up a second one before walking his way out. That will allow him to get to the level 2. That means Boulder Smash is going to be online.
Oh, Warlock double damage.
Gank in, but as you can see, below a double damage Warlock here.
Wow, Dubu wants to make a move on mid.
He's waiting on the high ground. Dazzle is not nearby. Dazzle currently showing himself, I think, a bit in the top lane. Means that the opportunity to make a go could be there.
Edofin just removes his shield with a raise. He's level 3 right now. 15 to 7 CS. That's what I was talking about. It's gonna be so hard for Ember to actually stand on that lane.
He'll step back and hit the showers there a bit with Dubu. And to head back into the mid lane at his fortunate disadvantage. Dubu continues to try to maybe set up some openings there onto the Shadow Fiend. It ain't gonna be easy. Mu back at bottom now, finds himself going toe-to-toe with Bulba and getting forced back between Bulba and Demon.
I'm surprised Bulba, when he plays a Baron, he always goes for that straight phase boots. Again, playing against double lane, at least you should get a stick. If not one, just get a stick.
It's not the Bulba way, apparently, at least for now. Saw Dubu try to go for an attempted roll onto the mid lane Shadow Fiend, but came a bit short. And now a trade. As Monkeys is going to eat a hard shot. Mason continues to grind away. What's happening down here? Dubu and Mu going toe-to-toe. It's Dubu coming out on top and getting connection with that last hit.
Yeah, that was nice rotation from Dubu right there. And by the way, who am I to talk about Vance, the Mr. Harry Potter, if he should buy magic wand or not?
Yeah, this man will buy a $300 magic wand, and you have nothing to say about it. Top lane here, Z-Freak spots out the bounty and actually denies it before Mason can get it. Mason very low, forced to eat that tango and hustle himself out.
Yeah, Dazzle had a Verify ready, so he couldn't man up and fight him.
See, he's not too sure if he had that point into grave or whatever it is. He didn't want to hang around too much longer. Z-Freak steps back and they'll be with Monkeys for now. We look over the early CS here. It is...
Oh, this looks good. Triple shower on the shrine. That feels good, man.
That feels real nice, real refreshing here for Onyx now as they take that business to the bottom lane. For 7 though, 31 and 7 on his Shadow Fiend mid lane. Back at bottom though, a new engagement here from Mu. Dubu leads it off, rolling on in. That kinetic field is not going to be nearly enough of a fence to stop Onyx's momentum here. Another takedown on the Ursa, both the kills.
Cole still couldn't find any opening to get a kill. Panda on top with Poor Man's Shield and Quelling Blade doing a good job CSing against Weaver, pretty even.
Yeah, Weaver still kind of trying to find his way. It's more surprising to see, how well Monkeys has been kind of holding up here, but he's still got some levels ahead of him before he gets that level 6 and might be able to get his hand in the action, if you will. Still only level 4 to 5. You could even say the same here for Demon, but uh-oh. I look away one moment and now Monkeys is in trouble. Dubu has been putting in the mileage this game, getting all over the map and looking for setups. And here he is able to get it.
Yeah, Dubu. Yesterday he didn't play that Earth Spirit well, couldn't find any openings, but now the guy's really shining too. 0 and 3. He's in all 3 kills so far. Level 4 at 6 minutes, almost level 5. This is gonna be big.
Yeah, this is a big Earth Spirit start. And one they certainly could have used because it was feeling a little tough there for Abed in the mid lane, and it's nice to have the attention kind of drawn elsewhere. 747 has kind of stepped away in the meantime. Maybe Cole thinking about a round down here towards the bottom. Bulba continues to grind away the farm. He's actually second in CS right now, 36 and 7 for your Abaddon.
He's gonna go for Headrest recipe, might switch to... Might go for the Dominator, which he prefers, or go for Vladimir's offering. Maybe Vlad's would be a better choice because of Shadowfin's aura. He's a heavy right clicker, and Ursa as well. So he can boost his team with armor.
Alan's pulling down the camp here a bit while Demon still waits. Also on that side. Ooh, a glimpse pullback to catch Bulba under the tower. Nice setup from Melons. Can they follow through with the finish? Yes, they can. Will be able to pick up that one, but Mason has shown up in time to be able to move on forward, and Dude will be there for the finish. Abed secures both of them with a double kill, and they're looking for more, and they got Z-Freak too. What a beautiful engagement from Onyx there.
They rotated everyone. Abed and Mason TP'd with his Weaver, just secured those kills. That was a really good trade for Onyx. 6-1.
It looked like they just showed up out of nowhere, but
yeah,
rolling in. Keeping the attention focused there from Cole. Now Cole is gonna be forced to kind of respond. The Monkey's rotating down here to the bottom. Let's have that level 6. Abed still hanging out nearby. Swindles has his glimpse up and ready to go. Could pop him with the lightning here. Abed has the remnant. Thinking about maybe possibly turning around, chaining down the Brew. Mason going right on in for Melons here. Needs a bit more. He's going to have to kill the bug. Moo has to help him kill it or he's going to die. Woo! He ends up getting killed from the Mason bug. Oh, this is very tough right now for Cole. On their response play, they end up just losing another here. Onyx confidently just kind of farming through their woods.
Yeah, Dubu is level 6 at 8 minutes with
That's
Earth Spirit.
crazy.
Yeah, that's gonna be big. He needs to find an opening for...
And he has 6 stones. They can easily take a fight now and do serious work. Boo is just strutting right back to his woods nearby.
Look at the supports inside of Onyx. Even Demon is a level 6 on top.
Mid lane, Swindle shows himself, but I don't think he'll be staying here very long. Oh, swing and a miss on the roll, but he gets the grip. Follow-ups there from Abed, rolling in with the chains, and that will lead to another support takedown. Captain Melon's going to be put again 6 feet under. And Onyx, the fire continues to burn. A hot start in game number 1 of our finals. 8-1 already.
Looking good. Abed after that start, when Dazzle was harassing him, he had play from behind, but he's still back in the game. 700 below Shadowfiend. In terms of CS, Shadowfiend leads, but he's all over the place with Ember Spirit. He's in 5 kills out of 8. Meanwhile, Shadowfiend 0-0-0.
I mean, I'm happy for Shadowfiend and his success in the lane, and all the farm has been able to build up for himself, but you know, eventually 747 is going to have to find a way to beat some ass here. Finds himself with Abed, and here comes brother Dubu rolling forward. Gets the stun and the silence. They land him with the magnetize. If he drops one more stone, that should be a guaranteed kill, and I think that's going to do it. He'll slowly tick away and eventually get popped. Abed for the follow-up, and another takedown possibly here. Both Z-Freak and Moo also hit with that magnetize. Z-Freak will be able to get off on the stun, but Mason looking to go for the cleanup, gets the 1, and then time lapses back outside.
Almost 2 kills. Look at the build on Dazzle. He doesn't have any point in Grave. He could have saved Shadowfiend there, actually. But he went for 2 in Poison Touch, which is so greedy.
Yeah, I guess really expecting for their laner early game to be on the aggressive, and that is certainly not the case. They are the team all on defensive here. 10-1 now for Onyx.
Yeah, Rock still not committed. So they can find a fight again. Bulba has that Helm of the Dominator completed, even picks up an Alpha Wolf to boost the damage output.
This game already looking good. It feels even more one-sided than that game 2 versus Freedom. Someone's dropping the base.
Yeah, drop the base.
Go, Demon, go. Thinking about it here, pump faking as he knows he has the watchful eye over Abed if anything is to come out of here from Cole. Looks like not. Hesitation, just total dictation here being created from Onyx.
Again, Harry Potter wants to go for the Radiance build. It's so high level, 8 level, almost level 9. And he bought a wand. What is this wand? What kind of wood is it?
Mahogany, I guess. Mid lane, Dubu, beautiful connection onto 2 with the Magnetize, and as they try to even attempt to get off the ulti, the rock comes down from above, and Onyx just lay waste to Complexity. 747 shows up trying to go for a Requiem. He will be able to make it out with a TP, but Onyx still hit, and they hit hard.
Again, 2-for-1 trade, plus the tower. Panda couldn't get his ulti off. Abed with Veil of Discord for all that magical damage from Earth Spirit. That is just gonna be huge in the next 10-15 minutes.
Yeah. All right, Onyx, what's that advantage? Just still spreading themselves out like we saw in the previous series against NP and just gobbling up all that farm available. 747, credit to him, still holds the highest net worth in the game. For someone who hasn't even gotten 1 kill yet, that's some pretty good farming, I gotta say, but eventually got to be fighting here, and he actually finds an opening here, moving in for Abed. Can he get the kill? No, Abed will be able to jump back and away. Mason now. Uchi's away from the trouble.
They're gonna get Demon.
Up at mid lane, it looks like they spotted Demon with that crazy Cyclone spell.
Let me check what is it called. Cyclone, yeah.
Oh! Okay, he's dead. I thought for a moment there, somehow, some way, Moba would have been able to get close enough and then they would have got him a health and made him live on. Oh my goodness! FIFA player Dubu connects with the stone from out of left field and cancels out the TP from 747.
Oh, they're getting so much kills. 13 kills for 13 minutes on the side of Onyx. Meanwhile, Dazzle just casually farming top. Has level 8 and medallion plus 500 gold.
Trouble's coming home though. Onyx here now in the mid lane, looking to go for the tier 2. No ulti on your brew, but they go for the glimpse back. Whoa! He is gone.
What a timing, huh?
Jesus. Cole can't catch a break, man. Onyx are feeling themselves still. 3 to 13, 6k gold. Roche is there and open, but you know Onyx don't have the best Roche lineup right now. Maybe once if the Desolator was to be done here on Mason, but it looks like Mason's going to be going for a Dragonlance build up.
He went for power threads first. Usually he skips it. See if he's gonna time walk back, time lapse. Oh. Look, Jimmy. Jimmy's so farmed. He has the same amount of farm as Ursa.
Is it that he has so much farm, or is that Ursa doesn't really have any farm at all?
Yeah, maybe it's the second one.
I mean, it's been a tough time for Moo here, put into that situation in the early game when you're hopping from lane to lane just to find any respectable matchup so you can just do your job as a farmer. But, you know, credit to Onyx. They prepared for it and forced Cole into that awkward lane dance. And Dubu, of course, making his presence across all 3 lanes also made it much more of a headache for Cole. And now with all that farm, all that momentum, Onyx have been kind of punishing Cole with it. Both teams find themselves on each opposite end as Cole are coming down here from the bottom, securing their way through their first tower of the game. In the meantime, it's Onyx who have cleared out 1 tier 2, looking to go for their second.
Panda has a blank dagger. Seems like they want to go for Roche.
Let's see if Cole head out that direction. In the meantime, they finally get that tier 1. And as you talked about, Onyx are in the pit.
And they have enough sustain to actually kill the Roche. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Yeah, it will be. They're not going to make it.
They beelined a drawing on the map there from Cole to go right towards the pit, but they are going to be coming in just a bit too late. Almost just late enough where they're going to try to go for a fight when it might be too late and altogether. Mason's already picked up the Aegis, committing in the brew. He's going to be able to get off the split. Requiem flies out. Moo's gonna get hit up with the Magnetize here. After a bit of a reset, they will get Dubu down. The Rock gonna get dropped from Demon. Does manage to catch on to 2. Z-Freak should get blown up, but he does manage to get off the grave. 747 says, I gotta go. The chains are not gonna be there. So he ends up making it away. Only both supports will go down from the side of Cole, but I may have spoke too soon here for Monkeys. Shows himself over on the side, and he has nowhere to escape here. He's been surrounded now by both Mason and Abed. He'll look to slap the shrine here and delay what I think is the inevitable.
He's just saving that. Wow. 506 Ember, Boots of Travel, 600 gold. There was a huge rock. Dazzle couldn't get close to grave anyone, so he had to grave himself. Requiem of Souls really not on point. Meanwhile, Earth Spirit just controlling Ursa in that game, dying, but
yeah,
it was worth it.
You know, an immediate jump in from Monkeys, unfortunately for them, comes at what, 1-2 seconds too late to be able to contest the Aegis, but gets so far ahead of his team that, as you talked about, Dubu is able to kind of be that gatekeeper, stop the rest from bull rushing their way in, and at that point the fight is split apart. And if you go into 1v1s on this team, Onyx is going to have you outmatched. This is a 1v2 where it's all Onyx, and they just make quick work of 747. Just trying to farm out one of the lanes. He has finally been overtaken as far as king of net worth. Your top 3 net worth all belong to Onyx.
Looking good for Onyx. With those 2 spirits, it's so easy to gank.
Oh, Mason! Mason!
Aegis is gone.
Slithers himself into a bit of trouble here and is going to be handing over the Aegis probably a bit earlier than they expected. But the chase is on now. Abed looking to make moves. Spots out Swindle. He'll try to send one of them back, but they already get the kill on the low ground. Stunned up, Z-Freak.
Dubu just controlling
yeah.
Dazzle from the high ground with silence so he can't grave him.
Really well played here from Onyx so far. And Bull. I don't know if this is a team I'd be confident to high ground defend with. You have a decent choke point team fight with your Disruptor, let's say, but they're just so out-farmed.
Yeah, they had to use Disruptor's ulti there to actually kill the Weaver, to remove the Aegis. It was only 1.5 minutes. But still, meanwhile, Mr. Harry Potter.
Harry Potter.
Look at him.
He's a wizard.
Gold, 500 gold away.
And he'll have that magical golden wizard sword that he always seems to seek.
He's gonna cast Lumos with Radiance. It's gonna be so bright, so shiny.
We'll have to see what kind of work he'll be able to get done with it here. The game is already well in their favor before it's even complete. Cole out the other way. Let's see if it's coming to that point here where they have to roll out maybe with some sort of do or die smoke approach here.
Shadowfiend has Dragonlance and Shadow Blade, which is gonna help him survive a little bit in fights. Maybe get some good Requiems. Earth Spirit has 1 Sentry Ward. Let's see if Jimmy has anything. Well, Jimmy's just farming my man. Point booster, getting close to Aghanim Scepter.
In chase now. It's taking him quite a while to catch up. Might not want to overextend here if you're Cole. He just turns around and says, you want some Dwayne The Rock Johnson? Puts it right on their head. Moose says, I'm good. Pieces out in the back of a TP, but that leaves Monkeys here alone. He and his 3 little bears are going to try their best to split up and avoid the trouble, but chase is on.
Yeah, it's Earth and Fire Spirit against Earth and Fire Spirit, actually.
That's a wonderful observation here. Can the fake little spirits be able to make it away? Oh, barely. Dubu almost catches him with that boulder smash, but Monkeys does survive.
Shadowfiend going to BKB. Well, he needs to against all these heroes. But what when Abaddon makes Blade Mail and just goes in? Well, what are you gonna do against that?
That is a wonderful question. One I may not have the answer to right now. You hope that Dazzle's close enough to get you with the grave.
Yeah.
At that point. You could survive past that and then just receive sweet healings to be able to come back for round 2.
Maelstrom finished for Ember Spirit. It seems like he doesn't want to go for a Blink Dagger. Might change his mind. He got something else queued up, but it's easy to change if it's needed. Might be good for chasing, actually. They don't have any chase besides Earth Spirit. Also, getting a Blink Dagger. Yeah.
A real surprise there will help guarantee any sort of quick stun initiation. Maybe quick grip silence to cancel out any sort of grave save. Uh-oh, Swindle has found himself a little bit of a bug problem. Sends him back, goes for the TP, and does manage to make it away just in time.
Uses the fog of war.
And same goes for 747. Doing a nice job splitting and pressuring out one of the lanes so that Onyx can't comfortably just move in for a high ground push. Kind of stalling things out where possible.
All tier 2 towers are down for complexity. If Onyx wants to play it safe, they're just gonna take control of the enemy forest, just shut down the map so they can't farm, because you can just stand on the lane with the baton and be so cocky. And wait for Roche, which is halfway through.
This is definitely feeling like a let's farm and wait for Roche and playoff finals kind of a game, where you're not looking to carelessly throw away little trades at the expense of losing the big picture here.
Yeah, Ursa finished the Blink Dagger so he can position himself. It's gonna be hard if a baton is close. You can't blink because of the Radiance. And Link Sphere on Weaver finished, so he can't get glimpse, he can't get Cyclone by Panda. Well, Weaver might actually want to cast it on a baton in a team fight, because Panda's primal thing to do in a fight is to actually Cyclone the baton so they can control it.
All move themselves back towards the mid lane here. Dubu's close. Just drops an Obs Ward actually right on top of the sentry of Cole there. But they're looking to use this brief bit of vision to take advantage of this opportunity. Moving in, stun silence on for Monkeys, but Onyx are reading the situation as if Cole are all behind them waiting there on the high ground, and they were. They do not jump the gun.
They immediately retreated to Shrine, which is high ground, so easy to fight. They just smoked.
Yeah, this is them now hiding to the low ground here. Onyx not looking to give up their own personal high ground positioning here and just walk into the mid lane. Man, so tense. Oh, wait. Dazzle weave. They're pinging as if he might be over there, but once they don't see him, they'll quickly realize it may have been a smoke play. Oh, Monkeys goes for the split. Are they thinking about committing on the Bulba here? They glimpse him back, hit him with a kinetic field. Mason thinks about making a move in for Dazzle, gets hit with the Earth Shock. They'll see that the Bear now has a blink and step on back. Meanwhile, committing in considerably was Abed, jumping right back out. The Static Storm is not going to find his mark because Abed swiftly jumps out from the trouble. Now they don't have to worry about a Static Storm here.
No Static Storm, no Panda ulti, no Requiem. They're just gonna go in right now.
Thinking about it here. Bulba, though, eating a lot of damage. Nice two-man stun silence into the Chaotic Offering from Demon. Right onto the head of Cole. Looking to go for the finish. They wipe out immediately the Ursa and Dazzle. They're going to be forced to probably go into a buyback situation here if they want to stay alive. Not a lot of damage on the tier 3, though.
Oh, this fight gave me chills. I mean, not even fucking kidding. Check it out.
I just see a lot of hair, you crazy Croatian. Onyx, though, good fight, but yeah, not a lot objectively. Not a lot objectively there.
There was, what, one buyback?
One
from
buyback.
Z-Freak.
They didn't even force out the move buyback.
Yeah, they have Alpha Wolf in Roche Pit. Is Roche Pit actually a pit?
Let's take a look here. I am no geologist or
looks like, I don't know, just
archaeologist or landscaper.
Casual rocks around.
Just looks like a
river.
Yeah.
Or an island, maybe.
Bush Island. Ooh, kick, space. Jumping back now, Weaver. Catch him with the dust. Dubu rolls away and makes it on a TP. Cole almost find their chance. They're looking for another one, but again, it's going to be Bulba in their way. Worst target you could ask for. So they're looking to settle for Demon, but Demon had already dropped the rock. It's not the worst thing ever. Limps back it in.
Ember going in.
He moves in now, gets the double chains connection, and a Remnant forward will quickly wipe out the two. Ooh, even though he didn't have to commit the buyback in the previous fight, he doesn't have the money for a buyback now.
Yeah, they even lost the gem there. So Shadowfin, the Shadow Blade is pretty useless. I mean, he still gives damage, move speed. BKB is finished on Shadowfin right now.
I've never seen a game like this when 747 has not been able to do a whole lot. Still with 0 kills in this one. A Static Storm will be dropped to almost zone back Onyx to keep him out from all this pressure. but they are here and here for good. This home is now theirs. A tier 3 will get dropped, and this first set of racks looks to be claimed. 747 trying to swagger himself on forward, but he just gets knocked with the stun in silence. That was the BKB, but by that point, it's just too damn late. Mason will easily shoot him down, and it's looking like Onyx, the fire, will continue to go, and they might claim just game number 1.
They're going to tier 3 tower right now. Shadowfiend, no buyback. He just bought the full BKB, so 35 seconds with no Shadowfiend. It's gonna be so hard to defend.
Chains on Swindles, he's out. This one's over. Commanding performance out of the gate from Onyx here, 4-25.
Wow, Onyx looking stronger and stronger as day goes by.
What is happening in that house over there?
We need some pictures from Onyx house. It's some kind of magic, probably some Harry Potter magic actually.
Whatever kind of magic.
Complexities turn to ban. Complexities turn to ban. Radiant team ban.
Keeper of the light.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
We don't count that blinding light that saved us, but that's what happens. Like people like love to whine about it. Sometimes you just try your best. It didn't ends that well. So.
Oh, Oracle, Magnus Warlock. I almost said Magnus Oracle. Magnus Warlock, though. We were tickling on it a bit, I believe, in the previous draft. Here, Onyx just go right into it now. Not afraid to welcome the keeper here, putting more priority in banning out the, famous Z-Freak Wisp, and they themselves know the power of the Abaddon. So they let the keeper through, and look at this, they managed to sneak in a bit of a cheesy duo here that has found success for them and a lot of others.
The Haas and the Grant were talking about that this combo has a 100% win rate together.
My.
Onyx had a second pick, so they decided to ban Abaddon instead of Coral because Complexity would pick it. I think the hero in this region has at least 90% win.
I can't believe it's like come to these two teams. I have seen a lot of these players get to this same moment in many other qualifiers. I've seen Bulba on Team Tinker. TI5 qualifiers come up just a bit short. I've seen Complexity time and time again get to Summit qualifier finals, coming up just a bit short. And I can't believe that one of these two teams is going to have to experience that heartbreak again. And another team will be like, yes, it's finally my time. Another power pickup here for Complexity, though, dude. It's
yeah,
a War Runner.
This is also the two combo heroes that I prefer to say they're actually top 3 most broken heroes in the meta right now, besides Lone Druid. So this is like the battle of imbalance.
I want to say they almost got an equal split as far as top tiers go. I wouldn't even favor really one side or the other at this moment. You got good sustain, good team fight from both, good initiation, and a ward bitch for both sides. So, I mean, it's like a good start.
Yeah, Warlock is the ward bitch, but Keeper of the Light.
He's farm.
He is more like a position 4 hero. Yeah. Even if he's playing position 5, he gets a lot of farm with Illuminate.
He is the vision game for the team.
There's a... People try to counter Keeper of the Light with Night Stalker picks, so it's pretty much Night all the time once you get the Aghanim's and you get... so you don't have the vision.
Onyx were watching yesterday, or at least they're looking over the Dota buff or drafting history of Complexity. Last time they had that Keeper of the Light, a matchup against NP, they paired it together with that Bristleback, and it did a lot of work. Onyx not even going to allow Complexity to think about it.
Didn't they lose that game?
Did they lose that game?
I think they did.
Oh,
Yeah,
well.
Bristleback lost.
Did?
Yeah.
Well, it looked cool.
Yes. It's always cool to look at the new heroes.
Well, maybe it's just something Onyx don't want to bother giving him as they feel it's a complexity draft.
Complexity wants to get either rid of Juggernaut or they want to pick it. Because of the Magnus Empower, well, you still can't ban all the melee heroes.
Yeah, I mean, that wouldn't stop, like, Mark, the Abed, even Ember Spirit is still even out there as a possible option, too.
Exactly.
And imagine if they got Jug and Ember.
Reserve
Whoa.
Well, they might actually.
They're going to ban one of them.
If someone asked you 2 days ago that Onyx would be in finals,
No.
and all right.
Yeah, you don't even need to finish that question. I don't think anyone would have. Everyone was pretty certain NP was going to be finding their way in this final at some point. But man, that's just Dota for you. Okay, there the Ember is going to get banned. Now Onyx could just move into the casual Dubu pickup here. Her Spirit worked out in the last game, last 2 games actually. Could just get it.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly. This is also one of the really strong combos during the mid game.
Oh yeah.
When Warlock gets Fatal Bonds and the Earth Spirit magnetized, the amount of damage is just insane.
So good. But I can also understand the Jug. Get the Jug now before it gets maybe banned or taken away. Now you definitely have that pairing between the Jug Magnus together. You have a Mason Comfort pick.
From Complexity's point of view, you can't really outban. I mean, you can ban all the heroes that they might actually pick, so they decided to go for Ember, which they think it's better.
Complexity see this here. Now they've unfortunately already committed, not unfortunately, I mean I can't blame them for committing early for the Centaur War Runner. I was going to say, maybe you finagle an axe into your draft somehow, but oh man, look at these quick fire pickups coming here. Full settle for the Rubik here, the Z-Freak Rubik. I love it because it was actually kind of, it almost felt uncharacteristic to see Z-Freak on the Dazzle in the previous game. It's just not like a Z-Freak hero, you know? But here the Rubik.
Yeah, it looks more like a Z-Freak hero to
Yeah.
me. Rubik, good pickup, a lot of good spells to steal this game.
Delicious spells
Especially the RP.
Radiant team
This is good. The Sniper is a really good pickup because they don't have anything to get close to Sniper, actually, so far. Plus he has a Centaur War Runner in front of him.
Yeah.
And Rubik to steal whatever he wants. Just
10 seconds remaining.
if he steals a rock, it's so you blinding light, so you can't really get close to Sniper.
Does Sniper also deter the option of moving forward
Complexity's turn to ban.
with maybe an Abed Comfort hero in Meepo again? Is that
And-
crazy to do Meepo again here? They don't have a whole lot of AoE. I was gonna
10
say
seconds
Ember, but he's
remaining.
obviously banned. Matchup changes a bit, and I don't know what you want to go for to have a
5
favorable matchup
seconds
against the
remaining.
Sniper, plus an option to be able to kind of have his name. They actually decide to ban out the
Radiant
Meepo
team
regardless,
pick.
and they'll quickly pick up a Slark for themselves.
They're already one game behind. Then I want to get Meepo'd.
Yeah.
It would mean the Onyx will go to Kiev, so last pick, they can still pick a mid hero, an off lane hero, or a safe lane hero. Everything's pretty open for them, so they have enough time to actually think
5
about it.
seconds remaining.
Have one minute reserve time, because Magnus can be mid, can be off lane, Juggernaut can be mid, can be safe lane, so. And look at all those buffs for Juggernaut. Bloodlust.
See if there's anything that kind of stands out as a possible option here. Shadow Fiend is still there, but yeah, I don't think you want to be picking a Shadow Fiend into a sniper. Way back when they used to play a little bit of Lesh. And then there's always the trusty Invoker.
Yeah, there's Invoker still. He does well against Sniper. Pretty much the same amount of farm they would get.
Alacrity and Bloodlust Jug.
Bloodlust plus Empower Jug. Oh, Invoker seems fine. Let me see what else is there.
10
A little
seconds
bit. Storm Spirit has made few. Oh! A PA! Alright. There's a little bit of that
Alright.
Southeast Asian flavor coming in.
Well, look at those two heroes, Juggernaut and Phantom Assassin with free cleave
Yeah.
from Magnus.
Right. What do you think, though, about the PA Sniper matchup in the mid lane?
Might be a Juggernaut on mid, or it might
Oh,
be
okay,
Phantom
okay.
Assassin
That's
on
true.
mid. They can do both.
Well, it's going to be an interesting one here. Game number 2, though. Onyx already up 1. Is this a complexity lineup that will earn them a game 3?
I like Onyx's lineup more, to be honest. They have good mid. They can do whichever they want. They have good safe lane, and they have a Magnus for off lane. Plus it's good lanes, and the mid game fight potential is just huge.
I gotta say, I can't help but find myself siding with you on that. I really like Onyx's draft here again.
You hate to go against Coddle?
I hate to go against Coddle. But I love the opening, the Magnus Warlock pairing. PA adds a certain bit of spice that might just come and snowball over your ass here if you're Cole. Let's get into it, folks. Here it is, the American Region Finals here. Complexity versus Onyx. Onyx just need the 1 win, and they'll be heading off to the Kiev Major and securing at least
$60,000.
$60,000 or so.
It's gonna be a PA mid. They already smoked. They want to try to get a kill in an enemy forest.
Well, way deep here.
Smoke popped.
Oh, Dubu. And it looks like he may be the victim of the first blood here. As fat as an ogre can be, you're not going to be able to withstand a surprise smoke gank of 5.
Melons gets it.
Melons gets it, so there we go. Our keeper is heading up pretty strong here, and they'll be able to overpower, take this rune for themselves. That should be a 3 bounty rune advantage coming out of the gate here for Cole. And a good confidence booster leading into game 2. All the way to the top lane. It looks like here, no surprise there. Bulba actually already perched up in a position to take a bounty for himself.
battle begins.
Oh, will he even try to get it? Not enough time.
I don't think so. Yeah. Grabs that one. Abed will be able to grab the nearby bounty rune. Dubu will be on mid lane blocking duty, leaving Demon as babysitter on the bottom. And look at that. He's going to be able to get the immediate ward takedown and earn himself the extra 100 gold.
And
nice
some
grab.
XP.
I don't think it gives XP anymore.
It does.
A little bit, or is it less? I won't get into it. Radiant Courier has been sniped. Z-Freak from behind creeps in as the Rubik. This is going to be the second game straight where Abed loses the Courier right at the start.
Oh, he didn't even get the flask delivered right now.
Oh, Ibu going to get thrown to the high or to the low ground rather, and we're going to go into our 2v2 lane.
And they're harassing
Daggers
Sniper so much with Ignite and the Dagger.
That is going to be forcing 747 to go through this regen super fast. He might even have to salve here.
Well, Dubu does. Abed doesn't have a courier, and Dubu is on half mana, so they might just actually use the shrine really early.
That's true. Lots of tension here.
Harry Potter.
Oh, top lane. We catch the very end of it, but it looks like Moo is able to get the solo kill grab onto Bulba. Bulba goes down. Complexity suddenly now up 2-0 at the start of this game.
The Slark shouldn't be able to solo kill a Magnus there.
Fortunately, not too sure what happened, but Bulba's already back into the lane now and looking to kind of get back into it. The daggers keep flying out from Abed on that side. Monkeys, though, happy and confident on his Centaur, having a pretty damn good start. 6-2 CS already in the off lane. Things looking pretty damn swell for complexity in both the top and bottom lanes. They're only hoping that things can go nice for Abed here with the assistance of the Ogre.
Sniper just got his boots of speed. He can run away if they try to go on him with those 2 extra slows.
Now they'll be able to get their one-on-one, but Abed does need to be careful here. Putting the extra points in the blur up a little bit in some of these trades, but it looks like Dubu is going to leave business from the mid lane and head all the way top and assist Bulba a bit.
Onyx just denied the observer ward near their shrine that blocked the creep camp, so Bulba can farm the forest if needed. That's the second ward they warded actually.
Top lane, Melons in the side lane here, committing out a couple of blasts. Getting there by the aid of Moo, but with Dubu kind of coming in, he is going to force Swindle to draw his attention elsewhere, it looks like.
Look at Melons just harassing and stacking the camp.
He's a man of efficiency here and is able to get the stack off. Very nicely done. Uh-oh, Brother Z-Freak has shown up. It's Dubu with the telekinesis, and it looks like Moo's going to be able to move on in. Melons will actually get the last hit on that one, and Cole claim yet another kill here, leading ahead 3-0.
Bottom lane, Centaur is being level 4 with poor man's shield. Oh, will he die? He will.
Ouch,
actually.
ouch, 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 ouch. Very nice. Fatal Bonds, Blade Fury combo coming out from Mason and company will allow Onyx to get themselves on the board now.
He was too deep.
Simple as that. Too deep. And he will get punished for it.
Agnes finished Iron Talon. Will just continue to farm forest. When the creep wave is on the tower, he's gonna get there. Sadly, he can't skewer out of pounds, but he'll be able to survive if he doesn't go too deep.
It is still Moo barely etching ahead in the CS farm, plus having some kill participations and a kill. Make things a bit better for him. 24 and 5 CS, but compared to the other side, Onyx Mason here in the bottom lane on his Jug. Level 5, looking to finish out those phase boots. Looking to get an Omni Slash here.
Yeah, Centaur is getting close to level 5. It's gonna be hard to kill him when Centaur gets level 6.
Z-Freak, though, has already found a couple of openings for his team. Now finds himself here at the bottom. Blade Fury's already out. I don't know, I guess, didn't commit him with the Fatal Bonds yet, but Demon might have to be there to assist now. Got a word on to Mason, is helping keeping him alive. He drops down the ward. They are able to deny it, but Mason gets just enough heal power to be able to walk away.
He needs to go back, there's no shrine ready. It's kind of odd that Warlock healed him. It seems like they wanted to go for a kill on Centaur.
Uh-oh, 747 almost a little too far. They force out 2 TPs. Full.
On mid lane, pretty even matchup in terms of CS.
Lots of denies though for Abed here, 10.
Oh, see, Z-Freak is level 3, he has mana boots ready.
And not a kill, but I guess just kill participation will do that. Gonna have some nice early farming and capability of spamming out all these spells early on, as you can see there. Force Abed back and maybe the healing. Mason has left that bottom lane now and is up here at top. He gets the Empower from Bulba and will farm his way to level 6, matching across from where Moo is.
Clark is level 6, so if ulti is ready, he doesn't need to be afraid to actually die to Clark.
Mason just casually now walks into complexity territory here. He's actually caught between 2, but I guess Swindles is not too much of a threat at the moment. I'll be happy to kind of farm the neutral camp and walk out. Very passive game right now. Waiting for these level 6s to kind of come online because that's really where the show begins.
Phase boots finished on Phantom Assassin plus Blightstone. Not level 6 yet. He's still trying to go on Sniper. Not enough damage.
Sniper TP's all the way back home. That'll be the end of it here. Mason stepping away from going into this tri-lane and being at risk of getting caught out. While bottom lane, Monkeys is back onto his grind to farm here with just Dubu on the other side. And Demon, who is taking in the most of the farm between the two of the supports. He's level 5.5. He's getting closer to that level 6, getting closer to having that rock.
Yeah, in the previous game, both supports on Onyx side got early level 6. It was surprisingly well. At minute 8, both were level 6 on Warlock and on the Earth Spirit.
Demon should have a pretty good timing for his level 6 now, and even has the money for Arcanes if he wants to go for that. Ooh, a jump here from Abed onto Z-Freak. Already commits the first telekinesis. Is Abed thinking about going for more here? Ozzy steps in. Obviously, 747 will be there to help out.
Clark, 48 CS, a lot higher than everyone else.
And he has had pretty much a free lane to work with at the top, and the second Mason approached, he took his business to the bottom lane and is proceeding from there, just kind of still counteracting whatever Mason's trying to do. Still wins in front of the CS by about 10. But we're getting these action spells online soon enough here. Mid lane, PA is jumped, pulled in. The rock will be committed. Connection onto 3 with the fatal bonds. This is destruction onto Cole. He is going to be able to get the assassination off in the finish onto the PA, but the sniper also will be taken care of. Looks like it'll be a trade of both mid laners for both sides.
Good rotation by Jimmy. On the other hand, sniper just ulted PA. There was 3 of them fatal bonded. It could have been one more kill if they managed to kill sniper before he ulted PA.
And Bobo was a bit closer. He could have been there for an RP. Oh, Swindle's trying to go for a TP. He gets skewered right back, though. And they're going to commit out the Blade Fury here to go for the finish. No Omni Slash is even going to be necessary for that one. And suddenly, Onyx have crept their way into another kill, making this game a bit closer, 3-4.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Net worth still slightly in the favor of Cole. Probably more credit to Move. Farming up nicely here on his Slark. It looks like he's queuing up a Shadow Blade early off the cost.
Yeah, but look at the stacks. There's 1, 2, 3 stacks near their shrine. Because they have cleave from Magnus, so either Juggernaut or Phantom Assassin can clear it.
Z-Freak sees it, he pings it. Does he have a ward? No, but yeah, he did drop a ward there. Okay, so this is going to be something they'll be able to keep tabs on.
Radiant's bottom tower is
And
under
maybe
attack.
even use to their advantage to get the upper hand in a fight. That is a big side, little offshore account that I am sure Onyx are hoping to get a hold of.
The Ogre, level 5, he went for level 3 Ignite build. That's what we usually see, especially when you have Jug and the PA.
Radiant structure.
What do you think the significance of that is? Was it just to get that extra bit of harassment on the sniper in the early game?
He needs only level 1 in my opinion. It was not needed much more.
All right, they're going for the stack right now, and they hit the shrine, but this is under the Watchful Eye of Complexity, who have already done a recall and charged up a shrine. Demon is going to get easily assaulted. He had already committed his Chaotic Offering. Good blinding light bump back onto Dubu will help them get the finish on the other support. Good game plan overall by Cole. That was scouted out early from Z-Freak with that ward.
That was a good vision. Meanwhile, on top, Juggernaut continues farming, and Magnus, 800 gold. It's gonna be a few more minutes until that blink kicks in.
Uh-oh, Mason and Bulba could be surrounded here. Moo creeps in, looks to get up the pack. Swing and a miss, though, on the pounce. And Bulba looks to retreat on the back of a skewer. Will get hit with the stun while Mason shrugs it off with the Blade Fury. That'll be the end of it here. A missed opportunity for Cole on that one. Look who's getting back into the action, though. Abed looking to step right up against Moo here.
Ed has 10 wand charges, so he's good. There's gonna be a new Warlock heal ready soon for him, plus maybe a Tango. Bloodlusted, Empowered. They're gonna take this tier 1 tower without defending it.
And Cole have already pieced out. Head off near the showers, heal up, and will take their own train towards the mid lane.
Ogre's gonna play some aggressive wards in the enemy forest.
That's a good spot right there.
Oh, it's Slark. The other side.
Onyx even here to help defend this mid-tier 1, but Moo creeping in from behind, assassinate. He's in trouble. He doesn't have mana for the Omni Slash, so he's going to be going out. The Mango was actually in his backpack, so he couldn't pop it to have the extra burst of Blue Bar. Okay, rolling in. RP, all for Moo.
Oh.
Up to the high ground and welcome with a club to the face. Coming out from Dubu.
Oh, that looked funny.
Well, hard hit for Cole after getting a good pick off for Mason. And we trade back and forth once again.
You talked about Z-Freak during the picking phase about his heroes 12-minute Blink Dagger and Arcane Boots.
And that's the Z-Freak we're used to seeing. This is a Z-Freak Rubik who is out to take your RPs, out to take your rocks, and use it right up against you here. And with that Blink Dagger, he will find himself in an easy position to do so.
As Centaur is getting close to his Blink Dagger, 100 gold away, he's gonna get it right now in this creep camp. On the other hand,
Moba is also kind of close too. He's
yeah.
about 1800 for his Blink Dagger.
Slark. Slark is kind of far away from his Shadow Blade.
Yeah, that recent takedown didn't help. And his quota for that Ancient, or for that Shadow Blade, was definitely set off quite a bit. Ancient's being done here by Onyx. Still Complexity watching him a bit. Slowly creeping in now. We gotta be careful. Who
Dire's middle tower is
almost
under
walks up
attack.
into trouble. Mason's there next. They jump right onto him. He gets the Blade Fury off. Just in time. Oh.
They couldn't get the lift off the telekinesis or the Centaur stun. He was too fast.
Good thing he had his camera on his hero. That moment.
Seems like both teams want to fight right now.
Yeah, Cole have been hanging around this mid lane for so long. It looks like they're even calling in more help here as Moo has shown up. Maybe something Onyx might not suspect here, seeing him just in that side lane.
Oh, this creep is going to scout them.
Yes, it does. It walks right into the woods and it sees him here. What are Onyx looking to do about it? They stampede and possibly look to retreat.
There was no stampede.
Oh, it wasn't
just
stampede.
looked like that.
My eyes deceive me. Oh, whatever the case may be, Cole,
Radiant's middle
that
tower.
was not the fight they were looking for, and that will only lead to Onyx denying the tower.
EA wants to go for the safest build. Usually we see if the game goes well, they go for the Desolator. He can still switch to Deso if they manage to win a fight the next few minutes, but BKB is more safe actually.
I mean, maybe just content with the damage that the Empower is going to be giving her.
He has enough damage with the
He's
Empower,
like-
so there's no need to go for the Deso.
With the BKB, they might be able to take a couple of significant fights and build up into a snowball phase that Cole will not be able to recover from, kind of like what we saw in their matchup against MP in Game 2. But for now, Swindle actually caught under the gun, surrounded by three. A lone little man just trying to get out there and do his job, planting some wards. It's going to be quickly murdified.
Centaur had a faster Blink Dagger than Magnus, but now Magnus pretty much has the same amount of farm, plus a Blink Dagger.
Stop it, Demon. He's like throwing me off. What is happening? Nearby rock drop. They will get that tier 2. Oh, going for their own trade here in the bottom lane. 10-4-7. Maelstrom build up in order for him, but still does fall behind a little bit here behind Mason's Jug.
Yeah, Shadow Blade is coming to Slark. It's a lot of stake in this game, so no one wants to rush anything.
Yeah.
In my opinion, Onyx just continue farming. Oh, they see Slark.
Yeah, they have that sentry there. We'll need to safely move up and reward. Got a new one down. They'll take care of it. Have to do it as a team though, and that means that they can't delegate more people to go out on the map and explore or farm. So it's still a good economy game here for Onyx. Not a heavy lead though, just about 2K.
7-5, not much kills. We saw a lot of more kills in the first game. Sniper finished his Maelstrom. He's gonna go for Dragonlance, so it seems.
Do you feel like that's a good call? I mean, other snipers might have considered something like, I don't know, Shadow Blade or anything like that. You're confident with just getting the extra stats, the extra range.
I think he wants to have as much damage as possible right now, which Maelstrom gives him. He can switch to Shadow Blade later on and just upgrade it to...
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
What was it called? The Silver Edge? Yeah,
yeah.
so he can remove Phantom Assassin's passive abilities.
He may also be forced to get an MKB at some point too later on.
That is correct.
Onyx being back up into that high ground where they were recently dewarded and are looking to possibly take it back for themselves.
Double damage on Jug. I'm surprised they're not going for Roche, actually. Looks like they want to pressure tier 2 tower instead.
Dire's middle tower is
Still have to finish this tier 1 here first. All right, they get it. Quick steal from Z-Freak is going to be the healing ward.
Radiant's top tower is
Moo scurries across their path. Now waits on the high ground here for Bulba. It's the pounce jump. Bulba's going to go right for the immediate TB. There's going to be Stampede. He's not going to be able to get the burst. And now here comes Cole. And they're going to get the quick slash and finish onto Demon. That is going to be no rock for them. The Dubu follow-up will also be there. Cole strike. Hit fast. I think they can move in and do the Roche now.
I don't know if they have enough damage. They have a healing ward, but Coddle and Rubik don't deal that much damage, so I think they're just gonna back off.
Good pick. A couple of supports do go down, but I don't know if that's the end of the world here for Onyx.
They're gonna have one more Shadow Blade on or Silver Edge on Slark, so Sniper might not even need to go for yeah, Sniper might just want to go for MKB.
Yeah, make a lot more sense too. Speaking of Shadow Blades and such, Bulba, I want queued up next for him after that blink that he recently acquired here.
Yeah, it's good he can run away from Slark. Even if he initiates on him, Slark won't be able to actually have dust in his inventory.
And Demon had gotten that Midas too, so his farm grind does continue here, and it looks like a mechanism is slated for him.
That's also a good choice, just to negate some of the damage from the Slark and from the Centaur, and give him some armor so Slark can't actually kill him. Follow. BKB is finished on PA, he's gonna go for Deso.
Looks like Onyx are trying to posture up in a good position towards this mid lane, so they could hopefully creep in and get a Roche in the future, whether come off of a nice hit and run play onto Complexity, or maybe pushing out these lanes and just creating enough space. People are not going to allow it to happen too easy here. Already Onyx step inside, and already Melons is there to let them know that they are watching. But what are Cole going to be able to do to stop him from it? Confident enough, Onyx increase the party inside, and it looks like they'll be able to get it for free.
Yeah, they're not gonna defend it. Slark is on bottom, just trying to get as much possible farm as he can. Silver Edge is completed on him.
This keeps things fresh for Onyx right now. Net worth lead back up a bit. Abed will have the Aegis now, so he can even hold the BKB for the first life and make the most out of that second one.
Keeper of the Light also decides to go for mech, same as Warlock. Usually you see both heroes going for that Aghanim Scepter, but seems like you need contribute more to a team fight with that mech, because they expect a few big fights gonna happen, and that's gonna decide the game.
Maybe the one mech able to shrug off that first initial rock or RP might help keep Cole alive long enough to be able to turn a fight around. But I do gotta say, Ags on Coddle, at least during daytime, is like Mechanism Blast, you know? You get good value out of that.
Yeah, but it's hard for him to actually farm it. Rubik is so farmed that he's farming some creep waves, and Slark on the one side. Sniper does not enough farm on the map for him.
Jump for Abed. And he's getting hit hard before BKB can even come off. Will they get his Aegis down? No, he's able to run back and away. There, they'll be able to shoot him down. Waiting for him, though, is going to be Moo. Already making his move for Bulba, but Bulba has a Shadow Amulet and is able to use it to make it away from trouble. Abed back with his second life. Crosses past with Moo, who gets hit with a stun. He's able to pack it off and leap away from trouble. Now coming in is going to be Melons. Hits the Mana Leak, and a Dubu Pop will get rid of the rest of his HP. Coming Demon now is going to be the Chaotic Offering Pop. Abed, eating way too much damage here, is going to be forced to run. Assassination will be able to get the finish onto Dubu. Monkeys looking to make chase along with Melons here. Demon forced to hide within the trees, but I don't think he's going to be able to make it too far. Melons will spot him out, hit him with the Mana Leak, and eventually they'll get their finish. 3 go down from the side of Onyx. Complexity hold and lose nobody.
There was no RP. Slark was doing such a great job in that fight. First, they initiated on PA, who didn't want to use a BKB, obviously, before the Aegis. Then was kind of slow before Centaur initiated. Slark killed the healing ward and cut Magnus's HP to 100, who was trying to hide in a forest, but got blasted by a Coddle Illuminate, yeah.
Wonderful approach there from Cole, and follow-up has pretty much got them to a more commanding position here. We're already winning the farm game quite a bit, and now it's going to hold them up even higher, and they're not even looking to stop, as they now pop a new smoke and are making a new approach right back into the way of Onyx's side. Dubu is close behind, not quite close enough. A recall, moves here to play, and another approach, this time onto Mason. Bottom lane all alone. Should lead to a super easy pickoff. Mason is out of this one for nearly a minute without a buyback.
Onyx couldn't find a fight that would suit them. They were feeling so much stronger at one point, especially with that Aegis. Now even Sniper goes for Shadowblade. He also wants that Silver Edge against PA. Has a double damage, who's gonna run out, never mind.
Still a pretty close game here. Cole obviously picking up a bit of an advantage for themselves as both 747 Sniper and Moose Slark are really bulking up on the farm here. He is currently puzzled by this ridiculous high ground ward. He's going to need 747's help to get rid of it, and they will.
Phantom Assassin bought Dust for herself, so he can actually go on Sniper, who has Shadowblade. Pretty smart.
Yeah.
Slark with the gem though.
Yeah, sneaking in from behind here.
Check the vision. There's only one ward from Onyx, 2 wards actually.
Yeah, there's a gem in the moment for Moo, and they've been sweeping across the land, getting rid of all that extra vision. Looks like they might get a freebie here. Swindle Melons was nearby. And not too terrible though for Cole, as he is just an old man in his own world. The rest of Cole are currently pressuring this bottom lane quite a bit.
Centaur is halfway to his Aghanim Scepter, which is gonna be very huge for the team fight. And the Onyx relies so much on a good RP. It's gonna be easier to land it right now because of the Shadow Blade, but Slark has a gem, so...
And we haven't been able to see the full Wombo combo of Onyx's lineup in effect quite yet. They now have Chaotic Offering and RP both ready to go. Monkeys is just on the high ground here, waiting. Onyx are not going to continue to move forward, though Dubu could be a man left behind here. He's getting pinged out, opts to go for the TP. It looks like he'll make it to safety.
Cole's positioning is so good. If you check where Monkeys was standing, plus Rubik, they were on all 3 sides of the map just waiting to go.
In that position, like, you just make one move. Make one move. We'll get you. Onyx are a bit timid there in the mid lane. Get what they need and just pull right out.
It's completed on Demon, who's level 12. His talent tree is +6 stats. Let's check the others. Phantom Assassin went for some survivability build with 100.
Ooh! A sentry has been dropped. They have spotted Moo. They're looking to commit it with a Chaotic Offering, but he has been forced away to safety from Z-Freak. A clutch 4-staff at that. Oh my god, that crit almost got the finish on Z-Freak too, but he's able to make it out alive. That's a Chaotic Offering down. That is huge.
PA has lifesteal in talent tree, level 15. Pretty common build. He's going towards what's it called, Basher. Yeah, has a BKB ready. It's a 9-second BKB. Roche is not gonna be up anytime soon.
Oh boy. I don't know how Onyx could feel too comfortable now. They still have that RP to work with, and they're going to be confident at least moving in for this tier 1. But here comes the complexity parade here through this top lane. We'll have to see who wants to dare play this game of chicken.
Onyx needs to TP to base and defend it right now.
They will. Forced out lots of rotations here. Cole's next plan, they head off elsewhere here. Z-Freak looking to, he spotted him. Lift, throws him back, and that should be a easy punish right there onto Dubu.
It's not just a kill, he stole Bloodlust from Ogre.
Big grab for your sniper and your Slark, actually.
There is Silver Edge on Sniper finish, so it's a double Silver Edge against PA.
This is evolving pretty damn swell for Cole here. I'm concerned for Onyx, and you touched on it a bit before. Fights that they're hoping to find just don't seem to be coming across their path. And Cole's positioning this game has been super nice.
Yeah, they got rid of the vision. There's not a single ward for Onyx on the map. Well, they have a gem on Slark, so it's easy to find the wards. And there is a gem on Warlock bot right now, so they want to remove all the vision from Cole as well before the next Roche.
Even drop a sentry to be safe. And I think they're waiting to smoke. Go for it here. You still need 28 seconds before Chaotic Offering's up. Sense out what Onyx's game plan seems to be. Get a read of any sort of info here from Cole, who are currently hanging up on their side of the jungle, also as a team. Only 747 down here at the bottom, but could easily TP. No, he doesn't have a TP. Actually, he could easily TP this shrine. Does he?
No, he doesn't have a TP.
He does not have a TP. Okay.
I'll take that as tribute.
No, but it doesn't look like Onyx again are going to be able to find that fight or take that play just yet.
All just smoked. The Aghanim Scepter is completed on Centaur, which is a game changer. 60% damage reduction, plus you can run through cliffs, trees, whatever you want.
They're running all the way to bottom lane to make their move in from there, it would look like. So they're going to be forcing Onyx back and hoping to get a surprise catch here if possible. There goes the siege now, 747 with that ridiculous range. Going to work from the low ground. They see Mason inside and they just quickly take him out. Does have a buyback. But nice quick shot there from Complexity, and this tier 3 is done for.
Slark just standing there. Having vision with a blast.
What can Onyx do about this? Options seem pretty limited. They have those big ultis, but the openings are not there. Cole have split apart pretty damn nicely. He can't just hand over any free big ticket ulti to Z-Freak either. He'll just turn it right back around on you.
You need to try to go around them, especially with Magnus. He should be the one trying to go from behind.
There he goes. Oh, misses a Shadowblade skewer attempt. Who thinks about rushing right on in there, but then they quickly pull off. One rack's down. Melee still standing. There's the hit, the jumping commitment, the burst. Dubu goes down. And meanwhile, Abed committing it with a BKB, a chaotic offering on top of it, but it's not going to lead to too much success here. In fact, that will be shot down and pocketed rather easily.
They're the fool again. And Centaur's ulti ready again in 10 seconds. No Ogre though.
Back inside. Shadow blades and walks out. Cole are just sieging in here perfectly.
They want to kill the shrine right now. BKB is on cooldown for PA. She can't go on anyone. There's a Force Staff on Rubik. He has a Ghost Scepter for himself if PA jumps. And you need to catch a Centaur that he doesn't cast ulti. We still haven't seen a good RP actually. Did he even use it once?
Not that I can really recall here. If he did, it might have been a minor one.
Lushan is up.
Looks like both teams may know it. This is a much better fighting position for Onyx here. A tight choke point where they know Complexity could enter.
Have that Centaur Conqueror who's gonna scout near the enemy shrine if needed, just standing there. If they try to go giving vision.
Looks like this will be a easy agent here. One to go for Abed. Cole realized what's happening now, but too late if they were hoping for any sort of response play. But they are still, I don't know, feeling aggressive here?
Seems like they still want to go. They see Jug on top lane and he has nothing to TP on.
A new drawn out here for Onyx is possibly reading the approach of Cole coming in through that bottom lane. Which they would be pretty accurate with if that was the call they made. Cole have been happy to reside on Onyx's side of the map, just stifling the farm as much as possible here. So there are very few options for Abed to kind of get out there, and same with Mason. It's such a thinking game, and part of the reason we're not seeing a lot of these big ticket ultis get committed right away because there's so many things to consider and factor in. Ooh, that was a double smoke, I believe. Whatever. Hope they make it work here. These big ultis could just be easily taken away, and you have to decide on who it is you're supposed to focus. Bottom lane is the immediate jump for Z-Freak, but look at that. He has a Blade Fury he's going to use and TP out back from. On the other side, Moo's made his jump looking to go for Demon and get rid of the Chaotic Offering before one could even be committed, and they'll do it. Assassinate will be able to get the finish. Cole going to feel strong about this start here, but Onyx are happy to truck on forward. There's the damage mitigation coming up from the Stampede. Dubu will also be dropping here. Onyx are grossly outnumbered at this point, and Abed will also be going down. RP's going to be there with the Omni-Slash combo, will help him get the finish onto Moo, but is that going to be good enough? Abed's back with his second life. Thinks about making a jump for Z-Freak, has to wait out the Ghost Scepter. Can't get the next hit yet. Z-Freak's able to make it away on the back of his life. Now decides for a new jump, a new kite, a skewer all the way forward, and they still can't get the grab. A very kite-heavy Z-Freak here. Oh, they get him. He turns around, throws the dagger in his face, and we'll be able to get the finish onto the Rubik here. The chase is continuing here. A buyback now comes out. Meanwhile, 747 will be able to get the finish onto Bulba, but the PA has been spotted trying to TP. Z-Freak will be able to TP back in and get some vengeance, stopping it with the telekinesis.
This was a one-man RP. They're kiting around Onyx's lineup so much. First, they take down Warlock with Sniper ulti from far away, plus Slark just attacking him. Then they take down Ogre, Mana Leak on him. Blinding Light has no mana, they just kill him. Good Jug ult on Slark, but still, they need to take at least 2 heroes in that RP for them to actually win a fight. Yep. It was Phantom Assassin Aegis as well.
Biggest commanding lead for Cole this game so far. And shrugging off a fight like that's got to feel pretty damn good here. They might just get back into the objective game here and head right back bottom. We do still have the rock available on Demon. Moo was able to get that nice scout and pick off at the start of the previous fight.
And let's check the talent trees for heroes. Magnus decided to go for 90 gold per minute. He wants that BKB so he can jump through the shrapnel. There's a lot of magic damage and disable for him. PA level 20, not that big of a deal. Bottle. Well, Centaur level 25. What do you say? I mean, it's a no-brainer to what you're gonna pick, but
yeah. Can he make it there, though? Is this the kind of game that would actually go that long?
It's 35 minutes, and he is level 17, so yeah.
All right. We'll have to see if you're right or not. Basher done now on Mason. Or not Mason, Abed, rather. Mason, Fusel and Manta, and the makings of a butterfly here. And I don't see an MKB in sight here for 747. That could help a little bit.
He's gonna go for Scotty, tank up so he can't be killed. This is gonna give him so much armor and HP, plus he has a Hurricane Pike if he decides to jump on him. Then he has a Silver Edge, he has enough sustain in a team fight.
There's a lot of ways for Cole to be kiting around this fight and away from Onyx too. Multiple force staffs here, multiple evasive blinding lights. It's just very troublesome for Onyx.
Yeah, they're taking Shrine on top right now. This is the second Shrine. Sniper, on level 20, he went for 8 armor. Usually snipers go for cooldown reduction, but he's playing against PA and Jug, so he went for armor. Keeper of the Light has Aghanim 7 completed.
Nighttime, unfortunately for them, but yeah, it will be nice for him to be able to always have access to that recall and to that blinding light.
Onyx gonna smoke right now.
I hope so.
When they clear the wave, actually.
Okay, they got smoke here on Dubu. I don't know already though. Cole are on the other side of the map here, pushing out this top lane. They're obviously content on playing this farming game, feeling pretty good about the direction this game is going, and holding out for those luxury items before they want to try to close the show. Onyx are more determined to try to swing things around here. The problem is I just don't see where those options are going to be presenting themselves.
Yeah, Onyx lost the gem in the previous fight, so Cole has 2 gems, one in the base if something goes wrong. And the last ward for Onyx was killed, so it's hard for Onyx to actually smoke because they don't see anyone. They don't know where to go after they smoke. They can go in, try to risk it.
They're just going to take their business top lane while they can. They do have a timer above them as the push is also coming from the bottom lane. And with this tier 2 already down, this seems like just kind of a farming expedition overall for Onyx here. Staying together, avoid trouble. One swift bad fight could lead to a game 3 here for Complexity. One great fight for Cole will lead to a game 3 for Complexity.
Yeah, let's check the Roche when it's gonna be up. It's gonna be up in a few minutes, so Cole's one really team that doesn't rush anything. We saw on the day 1, even against tier 2 teams, they didn't want to risk anything. They just take it safe. Take Roche and then siege his base.
It's good practice. You're getting to those more tense, disciplined kind of games.
Dagger is pretty farmed because of that. Empower has Blink Dagger bot right now, plus Butterfly.
It's getting warm. I wish I could take off my sweater right now.
Yeah.
It's overhead though, I can't. Wait it out.
Sniper's getting close to MKB, to what is it, 3k gold away. Considering how much he farms, he's gonna be on pretty soon.
Okay, a BKB now for Bulba. I had a hard time finding RPs up to this point, but now you get Blink, now you get Shadow Blade.
Should be able to find a
BKB.
good RP, especially with Warlock going in first, and now with Jug Blink Dagger, so he can ulti first and give him some vision.
This could be the best fight Onyx could ask for here, at least as far as how ready they are, the items have been able to throw together, but Cole doing a very nice job continuing to stall things out and not presenting any openings for Onyx to kind of capitalize on. They pull off from that top lane pressure, and we'll just probably continue to stall out until we get that Roche.
Slark wants to go for MKB as well. I'm not sure Butterfly on Juggernaut was the right choice because you're forcing enemy team to go for MKB. They're gonna go anyway because of the PA, so.
That's true. What would you have liked to have seen? You want go more stats and get like a Scotty or?
Usually you can get Scotty or AC.
AC is true too.
If the game prolongs to that point, he would need to sell Butterfly and buy AC because he benefits so much more from AC because enemy teams have 2 MKBs.
Alright, well, we're getting the clock is a ticking here, and the Roche is now up. And look at this, at that same moment, Onyx have already smoked. They're looking to head up. They've drawn out on the map. They're looking to come in and hopefully catch Complexity from behind here. Are Complexity going to be ready for this one? They've already spotted Melons. They go for the swift Omni Slash, but it's canceled by the Glimmer Cape. Jump in, RP right on top of the Shrine. Will send them back into a Chaotic Offering onto 3. Where is the damage follow-up to kind of get it done? Deep inside is going to be Abed fighting just with Dubu into trouble between 747 and Moo. He gets outmatched so easily there.
There was solo RP and Jug ulti on Coddle, and they couldn't even manage to kill him. Then Rubik stole and used the 3-man RP, while Sniper was battling Phantom Assassin on the other side of the map.
That was really chaotic there for Onyx. They saw the possible jump onto Squintle Melons. Looks like Moo was able to get the finish onto Demon at the end there, but you know, props to Melons. Quick reaction with the Glimmer Cape, dodges a lot of the damage from the Omni Slash, bringing in Onyx into a precarious position where they're forced to commit. We have Abed committing off to one side of the fight, and he's tussling with the likes of Moo and 747, while the rest of his team are up in arms elsewhere, getting locked down from the Rubik. It's a bit hectic here, and it's Complexity who are reaping in all the benefits from that fight. Here they are moving into the mid lane. This tier 3 is done for, and they are moving on and hoping for a game 3.
Yeah, there's a buyback on Jug and Phantom Assassin, but they don't want to use it.
Trying to hold it out as long as possible. The Stampede goes out, and they're going to be able to get the Dubu Ogre down. And a set of racks. Now looking to go for the finish on the remaining racks here in the bottom lane. Abed and Mason back in action. Already hit with the early mana leak. Abed has to run out. As mentioned, Bulba
RP is ready.
Waiting for it. Moo, Glimmered, slowly walking out. We'll be able to make it in. One racks standing here for Onyx before Megas are going to be unleashed. Complexity. 25k of a gold advantage here. Almost at the point of an insurmountable lead. It's just ridiculous.
Ogre just bought a smoke. This is the desperation smoke. They need to make something happen right now. Juggernaut has 5.6k gold. He might actually want to go for Divine Rapier and just pray for a good RP. And there's a who has a buyback on the dire side. Sniper doesn't have, Slark have, pretty much everyone have.
Into the Roche pit they go. Dubu back now. Demon would need 15 seconds before this chaotic offering is back up. Cole not doing this Roche quite as fast as they probably would like here. Onyx have already shown up, and they're just going right for the Centaur. That is going to lead to the RP, which was stolen. Swift Omni Slash looking to go for the finish on Zfree. Can he get it done? The follow-up chaotic offering is there, and the Rubik will go down. Bulba skewering into trouble here. 747 and company and Moo are going to be able to dish out the damage necessary, and they're doing all the work. And that's game. Complexity will force us into a game number 3.
Yeah, I have to say, if you rely so much on Magnus ulti and you don't land any good RPs, you're gonna lose the game. You have 2 big ultis coming from Warlock. Actually 3, Jug and Magnus. Rubik was getting better RPs than Magnus. That shouldn't happen.
Yeah. You know, like the Wombo combo factor, it felt pretty good. Fatal Bonds coming in along with the RP, along with the Omni Slash. The synergy felt like it was there, and I still felt like I really liked Onyx's draft, but complex.
TNC's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. TNC's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Rubik.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Warlock.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Timber saw.
TNC's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Of introductions in the world. We're here for the Kiev Major Southeast Asian Qualifiers. TNC Pro Team facing off against Faceless. I'm Lyrical, going to be joined as well by the one, the only Luminous Immers. How you doing?
Pumped. We just saw Mineski. Two teams have often been touted as the best two teams in C. I think Faceless gets like the nod as being the most consistent, the best team. We all
Right.
Guess what? They did not go 9-0. And one of the losses they had was from TNC. I cast that game as well. And TNC just looked like they outplayed Faceless. They looked like they were the better team. Now, that match really had no value. And it was the very last match of the playoffs, or sorry, of the group stages. And both of the teams already qualified. This is the match that matters. This is the best of the three that matters.
In some ways, it did really matter a lot because it made it so that they had to play against TNC. Because if Faceless win that, then they get to choose out of the group who they want to play.
That's true. That's true.
So it could come back to bite them pretty hard. But this one definitely matters a hell of a lot more. And I got to agree with you. I was not giving any love to TNC. I got called out yesterday by Blaze as well because he was like, you just always say they're going to lose. And I'm like, yeah, because they're always going to lose. Ha ha ha. And then they won and I looked like an idiot. But they're making it happen now, and I gotta say they turned it around after a rough day one. They're making it work. What do you think has been the key to their success?
You know, I don't know. It just felt like they've been drafting mostly the similar heroes. Have been playing similarly, like style-wise and everything as well.
Yeah.
They just play better.
Okay.
So I don't know if like Samage had a stomachache on day one, or you know, like sometimes you just don't have a good day. It kind of just felt like that. So I can't tell you anything that they specifically improved upon because I wasn't watching every single TNC game. But one thing for sure is the coordination looked crispier. The team fight combo looked like they were jamming together. So I guess, you know, you just play a couple games of Dota to get a feel for it. And now they're rolling.
Totally. It's great. Yeah, so we're going to end up seeing also the picks early on. It was actually a first pick overall Rubik for TNC. Not what I would have completely expected, but it's pretty great against both of these heroes. They picked the Warlock and the Timbersaw into it, just Faceless, not afraid.
Yeah, and so far we do see a lot of the classic Faceless heroes being taken out. Most notably the Jabs Invoker as well as Black Clinks. In fact, Black Clinks has been really taken out pretty much, I want to say every single draft, apart from the 1 or 2 games that he did have it. If you look at Black's hero pool, a lot of them are just not good laners.
Right.
Apart from Clinks. And I think that's the reason why that Clinks generally get the ban, right? It's like Slark, it's Anti-Mage. Now they don't go with Lone Druid, which is not a hero that I see Black on too often.
Yeah, I really like this pick. It feels to me like a hero that solves some of the problems that you're inherently going to have with the Timbersaw, but it also pairs well with the Oracle, or rather the Warlock, because you can just sit in that front lines with the Lone Druid, hit away at a tower. If they try and go on you, you got the Rock to drop on their face. But TNC IO pickup as well. This one feels quite interesting, being able to enable that OD to have a stronger early game. Do you think that they pair it together with him, or could they opt to go something weird like an OD in the safe lane and then take a different partner?
I mean, I think IO is a strong hero by itself already. You don't need to really go for a combo play like Tiny Wisp, traditionally the thing. Normally it's picked for a rescue type of hero if you're pulling somebody away from a big chain stun. But there's none of that here either, so I find it pretty questionable as the IO pick, because one of the best counter to Wisp is Timbersaw. Right? It's a strength hero, but it's really, really squishy strength hero, and if you ever get that Whirling Death on IO, you're just done. So I'm not sure if I'm actually liking this TNC Wisp pick. I'm a big fan of Wisp, just not here.
Okay, well, and I think that maybe the idea is less for the offensive relocates possibly, and more for the saves. I guess that you can kind of do whatever it is. If Lone Druid is sort of showing in a lane, you can try and go for a big relocate in, but there's always Savage Roar to get him away anyways. It does feel a little bit tense. And then also, like, a Warlock will be dropped on top of him. Could also pose a problem. TNC have something in mind, something that they've cooked up specifically for Faceless, since they knew they were going to be playing against Faceless after last night. And, well, Disruptor is going to be another great answer to IO.
All right, just doing a little bit of quick kind of stat check. They did pair the IO with OD once before. In that game, their cores were Weaver and Centaur as well. I guess it was just, yeah. And then the other game, they had a Morphling as the pairing. So to answer your previous question, no, they don't go for any direct big combo play with a hero. It's just a hero that they're comfortable with. You do see Faceless picking up Disruptor, which is really, really good if the game plan is to do offensive relocates. So overall, pretty good stuff from Faceless.
And TNC now with a 4th pick, most likely going to be looking to take that offlaner, since a lot of them have already been banned out. So as far as heroes left in the pool, Centaur is there. I feel like it's pretty good to take. You already said that they ran it together in that combination, more mobility. Is there anything that might give them pause? Is the Timbersaw too much of a worry?
Yeah, it's another strength hero into the Timbersaw. The laning against Lone Druid might be a little bit iffy. Though to be fair, I don't think there's a lot of good offlaners that you can pick against Lone Druid and not be iffy. So I think they're having a slight pause, just seeing the fact that Timbersaw is a great counter, that the fact that Lone Druid is an issue. Never mind what TNC is picking right now. I do want to hop back over to the Faceless side. This is the first time I've seen Faceless go off the tried and true formula.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is Warlock and Disruptor, both of these are Nuts' hero. Like, the way that Nuts draft is, he drafts one of these kind of squishier supports for himself, and then XY gets the Tims, or sorry, not the Tims, gets the Earth Spirit.
Right.
You see, I call Earth Spirit Tims because Tims is so good on the here. And then he gets kind of the StarLadder support, that kind of hero. So to me, Ace is perhaps somewhat rattled. They lost their last 2 games yesterday, closing out the group stages.
Right.
I'm not sure if they're rattled. I'm not sure they're trying something new, but this is the first time in a long time that Faceless is not following a very formulaic draft, and I think that's actually pretty big that TNC is able to put them off their standard game.
Yeah, and I'm wondering also if maybe they just have some new ideas that they're wanting to bring into the fold. Like, as it stands, I don't think that this is inherently bad for them. And also, TNC kind of look a little bit shook. They take the Tidehunter after going down to 0 reserve time.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if maybe they were a little bit left wondering what it is they want to take. They ban out the Phantom Assassin as well. Kind of feel like they need some more control out of the draft, Faceless, as the last pick, because you're committing a lot with, like, Warlock. Oh my goodness.
This is the reason why they took out the PA, right?
Yeah.
Kind of the traditional counter. So this is definitely a very cheesy strategy coming out from TNC. They're going to try to push, but this is a very hard lineup to push into. Warlock could just, on a drop of a dime, go on you, initiate. So this is pretty scary if you ask me.
Yeah, particularly with a glimpse too now. So if you do happen to take a fight, if ever there's a point where you have to back out for TNC, glimpse is going to punish really quite hard. And also, like, if they need to come back and defend, glimpse turns a 5-on-5 into a 4-on-5, as Faceless could be going for a counterplay or something along those lines. So I'm not sure if I love TNC's draft. It could end up working out. We'll see what Faceless takes as their last pick.
Well, if we're looking at Jabs' hero, Ember Spirit is what he normally plays a lot, and it's okay, I guess, against...
Ooh, all right. Black Venge, and then they're going to run Jabs Lone Druid mid, I imagine?
Yeah, seems like it. And it is the carry Venge something you want?
You know what? When we get into the game, I'm going to need you to say, if anybody is listening in Dota TV, please rejoin the server, because otherwise they're not going to be able to hear me.
If anybody is listening to Dota TV, please rejoin the server if you want to hear Lyrical's play-by-play.
Otherwise...
If you don't, you could just not join. That's also good too.
All right, we got it. We're on it. If anybody is there, they'll be able to understand what's going on.
Get the camera off of us.
Wrong, Lumi.
It's okay, I got you.
You're the best. You're just the greatest.
You are the pilot in that train that's like flying high speed towards a mountain.
Okay.
And I'm the guy that's like ready to jump off. I'm out.
Pull the ripcord. Get me out. That's the play. Well, meanwhile, we're moving into the game now. TNC facing off against Faceless. The first game in the second series of the Southeast Asian Qualifiers. And we didn't get really a chance to talk about it, but who are you favoring in this draft?
I think I like TNC's draft a little bit, particularly because I don't think this is Faceless's comfort zone. They're trying to do something new, and I think TNC is gonna get a first blood here.
Yeah, XY in some trouble. Right click's coming through, and it does look like he is going to fall. So Kuku gets first blood.
So to finish my thought, I think Sam H is gonna be the most important player on the team right now for how their push is gonna work. He needs to position himself far enough to dissuade any offensive swaps, but back enough so that he doesn't get initiated on, allowing the Drow Ranger and the OD to attack. I know he's a caliber of that player that could kind of walk that fine line, and as a result, I think TNC is going to take this win off the back of the Drow Ranger draft.
All right, well, we'll see if they're going to be able to make it work. Sam H did skill Gush first and has boots. So a little bit of a different look for it, and it's actually going to be, at least for now, Raven and Rior in the bottom lane with the IO. They're going aggro, and it's going to be... can they punish this Gush first for the Tide Hunter?
They can. He took the Gush because they were going for the first blood.
Yeah.
And the unfortunate thing is they never end up using the Gush. And now he doesn't have... Well, now they definitely know he doesn't have access into a Kraken shell, so... He's just ditching the lane, dude.
Yeah. I think that he's already halfway to level 2, so maybe it's not going to end up mattering as much as it might have otherwise. But could be a bit of a problem. Also, just the couple of ranged heroes up there in the top lane could pose a big problem for Sam H, particularly if there is any other movement off to that side. But mid lane, OD versus the Lone Druid. Do you have any real big thoughts on this matchup at all?
Yeah, a lot of OD strength cannot really be utilized as effectively. I mean, something you normally is able to do is like astral jabs and then go for denies, right? Of course, the Bears could still get the last hit. And you can see when it comes to harassing and trading, a lot of damage has already been applied onto the Spirit Barrier, but that also means it's damage not applied to jabs. It just gets to quickly resummon, and Cuckoo is out of regen, essentially. Oh, he's got a South left, but...
I mean, it's still going to be very frustrating having to deal with all of the creeps pushing in towards him and dealing a good bit of damage as well. Cuckoo, a lucky miss uphill. He's brought down very low, and we'll have to use that salve now, I'd imagine. Bottom lane, also some interesting laning setups. You do have Nuts, who's going to be helping out Ice Ice Ice. So 2 Ice Ice Ices tagged up in that bottom lane down there. and we'll see if they're going to be able to make much happen. It's against a tri-lane, so could pose some issues there as well.
Fortunately, this is not one of the best killing tri-lanes ever in the game, so Io and Rubik, I'm expecting them to roam a little bit more than usual, more than what these heroes would like. And once Timbersaw gets to level 3, once he has access into 2 points of reactive armor, I just don't think it's possible for them to kill him anymore. So this TNC tri-lane, its effectiveness, it's going to be quite low in my opinion.
Then not really having access to that pole either, being blocked out now by the sentries after the first round of poles came out. Be a little bit frustrating, as well as Cuckoo keeps on taking some harassment, although I kind of like that he's going for more in this Essence, or I wouldn't have minded seeing a couple in the Arcane Orbs to try and burn through the bear quickly, but this should allow him to continue to spam out stuff fairly consistently as well.
Yeah, this seems to be the build now. If you don't plan on maxing Astral Imprisonment for whatever reason, let's say you're up against the Ember and the Flame Guard blocks a lot of your magic damage, then instead of maxing the Astral, you max the Essence Aura, so you can spam that orb. And he's using that orb to actually push back Jabs a little bit. Jabs, you can see, is out of regen apart from one Fairy Fire. But like you're mentioning as well, every time he wants to get close, he's just taking a lot of bear pot shots.
Yeah. So far, top lane, Vengeful Spirit having a great time, 19-3. Compared to the Tidehunter, who's 11-1. But we also spotted for at least a moment there, TNC taking a lot of harassment from the Fatal Bonds onto 3 heroes, with even just a couple of the right clicks. Like, Warlock hits fairly hard, and then you're sharing all that damage also. When the Timbersaw ends up getting some more levels up, and maybe even the level 6, Drow certainly is not going to be safe.
Yeah, it's nothing too scary that they have to worry about, because Tim's does have the bottle, so the regen is definitely here, and he has access into a couple of runes he could take up. The bigger concern to me, well, Fatal Bond's actually doing a lot of work versus Tim's. The biggest concern to me is the fact that they're not getting anything done here. Yeah. Like, Ice has the same amount of CS as the Drow Ranger, which is, that just shouldn't happen from an offensive tri-lane perspective. So I don't know what the plan B here is for TNC, but the plan A is not, you can't do this plan A for too long.
Yeah, I would imagine eventually moving into trying to take down towers, etc. You've got Io Drow, which is extremely mobile and capable of moving around the map and taking down those objectives. And you also still have levels moving up towards the Ravage eventually of Tidehunter. And Cuckoo still taking some damage here. We have a glimpse not available for Disruptor, only level 2.
Yep. And he was walking towards the shrine anyway, so he should be absolutely okay. I mean, you talked about, transitioning the tower pushing phase of the game, but that comes with power treads on Raven, that comes with Dragonlance on Raven, right? Like, you're going to need some key items before you could actually go into that pushing stage of the game.
Yeah.
But where's your farm? Just look at the CS differentials. Your Black is almost doubled up on CS over the Drow Ranger.
Yeah, it's certainly not going great. I think that the goal there, it's not gone exactly according to plan, and maybe the play at this point is, I'm not even sure. You can't really go on the Timbersaw, and Warlock's positioning has been such that they haven't had an avenue to go on him either. So it feels like maybe the movement in towards Lone Druid is the way to go, or just farm up until the next item and take what you can get out of the laning stage.
Yep. The only saving grace they have going for them is Cuckoo is actually dominating the lane pretty easily. Okay, Ice taking quite a bit of damage, but obviously he's got Pro-Man Shield, he's got, 15 stacks of reactive armor. He's tanking 3 heroes and dishing out some damage on the return.
I mean, they do nothing. Tim's hitting him is actually probably helping more than hurting, just because of getting the reactive armor stacks. He's constantly at 15 here. Yeah. Ice is under no hurt at all.
Right, so as I was saying, I think the only thing that's going well for TNC right now is the fact that OD is kind of wrecking the Lone Druid mid. Much thanks to, I believe, the Drow Aura. The fact that he's orbing him pretty hard.
Also need to be careful about any dives coming at any of these lanes with the Tidehunter capable of making any rotations. But you talk about this lead that Cuckoo's been able to build. What do you think that he needs to transition into from this? We've sometimes seen the Veil. More recently, it's just been straight into a Midas. Do you like that decision if you were to go for it in this game?
I don't think you want to go for Midas this game, because you're looking to be aggressive, at least playing more of the tower pushing game because of your Drow Ranger lineup. So I like seeing a little bit more of the traditional OD build, which is the Dragonlance, the Force Staff, Hurricane Pike, that sort of thing. Whatever it is, sooner rather than later, because of how poorly the other lanes have been going.
Well, Venge in the meantime, continuing to build up her farm, has the Blades of Attack on the Courier, so it's actually going to be the phase boots done for Jabs, and well, still feeling like right now Faceless more than happy just continuing to farm away. It's a net worth lead of a little bit in the favor of TNC, but experience slightly into the lead of Faceless, and this is the point where you do need to be a little bit careful in this game with Tim's, the Chakram there, and Ice could become just a menace.
Yep. Black, of course, farming rather well on top lane as well. Normally when you look at carry Venge, levels is generally the most important thing, because one of the benefits of getting a carry Venge is getting to quick access to a level 2 swap. And I think that's the reason why they picked the carry Venge, so that they could swap the Drow in when the push comes. All that thought that we're going to have XY getting somewhat exposed here in the jungle, but a good glimpse away is going to push the Tidehunter away. And XY should be able to survive.
This is Drow Ranger aura. He's got Fade Bolt as well. XY goes down. So a really nice pickup there, and well, one of the benefits of having Drow Ranger, or you get that extra little bit of damage. There you go.
I thought he was fine, but that Fable cooldown was much shorter than I anticipated.
Well, nice pickup there for them. A regen rune in the mid lane. 2-0 start for TNC, and they're holding on to Ravage. How we've seen kind of a fall off of Tidehunter nowadays. Do you still think the hero has value, or is it just too weird with a really long cooldown of Ravage?
I think this is gonna sound weird, but the threat of the Ravage and the threat of him being able to stand in the front line and you can't initiate on him, that almost is stronger than the Ravage itself, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah.
But hold that thought, we're gonna see a big fight.
He's TPing in as well. They're trying to go in on this. XY needs to be careful. Sam8's trying to walk forward, and Ice is kind of left completely alone. Gonna throw out the Chakram, not burning through all of the trees as of yet. Can he get out? Ravage committed, and he is going to end up falling. Cannot get out of that one.
Yep. I mean, the reason that the Tidehunter is going to be strong in this particular lineup is he's going to stand in front with Guardian Greaves and Ravage. You want to jump on him? You really can't, because he's so damn tanky. But if you can't run past him either because of the threat of the Ravage. So if you kind of just look at him, his team is going to take your towers.
Oh, Raven, very low as well. Black's on top of him. They find that kill. So a nice swap used, and Vengeful Spirit pulls the Drow out of position.
Yep.
Nice pickup.
Something that you don't see too often from Venge carries is the fact that this Venge is so farmed right now. Let's not forget, she's a agility hero that could pack a punch, especially when she's so level. She's going to be maxing her aura very soon. So sooner rather than later, we're going to see those agility items, Dragon Lances coming out, and Venge is not a hero you could ignore when she's this farm.
Yeah, and the other thing too, you mentioned the levels. Really good stacking on this hero. 3.3 agility per level, and then 2.6 strength gain. So all of that just comes to the tune of almost an extra item, whereas you look at some of the other heroes and it wouldn't necessarily be the case. And they take the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. Black almost at the helm of the Dominator, and this is all happening while the other lanes are being pushed in as well.
Yep, already hitting the tier 2. Now, as much as I'm focusing on the Venge, let's not forget that the defensive relocate is always a saving mechanism. So with that intact, Venge could just swap himself into harm's way. Ice taking a ton of damage, goes right onto Tim's here. Look at that damage output, Tim's.
Oh, Cuckoo, meanwhile, in the mid lane, ends up finding a double kill. It's going to die to Disruptor. And it looks like Tim's is going to be able to get out of there. So they lose the Disruptor and the Lone Druid mid, while OD falls in turn.
A pretty good trade, if you ask me.
Yeah, absolutely. So, still no level 6 up for Warlock. He is going to try and get this pull off. Does look to be able to complete it, although it's really not going to be for much, as the mid tower was dropped fairly low to tier 1. Ravage is going to be back up in a little bit as well. So we'll see if they can make anything happen with that, or if they just want to try and get into that, continued farm.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, earlier you were asking me what is OD going to buy, and say not Midas, because his friends need him. So he goes Midas, and he's actually killing people with the Midas, and only the Midas, so shows what I know about this hero. But it feels like he's very comfortable on the hero. He feels like he's got a strong lead, and this particular item purchase is going to propel him even further. We are going to see him to not go greedy anymore, I imagine. I think he's going to go like Treads, Dragon Lances, just the standard OD stuff from this point on.
Yeah, that can make sense. I think that it's, again, maybe just a a game flow thing where he was winning so hard that he made the decision after the fact or whatever. But in the meantime, they're going to be trading off towers. It looks like as Black is going to move mid, try and take this one down. They do have a TP on the Tidehunter if they wanted to come and defend this, but it will be probably too quickly gone.
Right now, this Venge is making a better impression of a Drow than Drow herself is. Because she's really just leading the team and pushing the tower. And look at that. They're going to just rotate up to the tier 2 up top.
I mean, they're not stopping for anything. What are you going to do against this Timbersaw? He's got 4 reactive armors up, and he's going to end up having Chakram, Whirling Death, Points of Timber Chain. They've got Helm of the Dominator.
They're going to TP the mid tower and smoke up. They're going to backstab this team. Let's see how quickly can the Radiant react. And the problem is, I think the tier 2 might be dead before they even get there. They scan on top of the path that will be coming. Yeah, and TNC is not going to get the element of surprise here.
They also don't have Tidehunter mechanism yet. If they walk into a Ravage, it could definitely work, but they spot him out. Yeah,
Rio is going to get glimpsed. Tide has to walk in there.
Okay, going in for it now. The OD as well. They drop the Ravage, connects kind of onto 2 XY though. The follow-up, it's so much damage with the Fatal Bonds. They're all going to die. Oh my god, there was a Radiant Dire team there a second ago, but no longer. And the swap back in, SamH gone. Faceless, looking good.
Yeah, the problem is no blink on the Tide, no mech on the Tide, and as soon as Reor got caught out, you have to make a split-second decision. Do we let our Rubik just die for free, or do we actually take a fight with Ravage? TNC chose the latter, and I think they got surprised by the damage output. It looks like Reor is going to get picked up again on the mid lane here. Rotation is coming in from Jabs from the back line. Reor has to run south, and he does, but I don't think he's going to outrun Jabs. He's completely surrounded. Look at the damage output of Faceless, and that's going to be on a killing spree.
God, 462 movement speed, and he ran straight down from there and able to catch out the Rubik. Though from bad to worse, and Faceless, I mean, if you're TNC, I don't know what exactly you do at this point. There's kind of like shut down all map control.
Yeah. I mean, normally you look at a team of the caliber like TNC, it's like, okay, you lose the laning stage, you're good enough to play through the rough next 10 minutes or so and then make a late game recovery. This lineup is really designed to do well in the lanes, right? Because they don't really have a lot of catch-up mechanism apart from taking a bunch of towers. So you look at the tower count. Faceless has 5 outer towers. TNC has, what, 3?
Yeah.
2? This is just not the lopsided tower count that we're looking for. At least not in the direction that we were expecting just from the drafting phase.
Well, and you mentioned that like maybe the Midas could have been a not the greatest pickup in the world. I don't think it would have changed the complexion of that fight, but it does sort of speak to some of the issues that they're kind of gearing up for the late game. But with the Drow Ranger, is that really the best thing to be doing? I don't know. It's a tough call one way or the other.
I mean, if he had a Force Staff, maybe he wouldn't have died, right? Like, maybe he would have been able to Force Staff away. Exactly. But honestly, I don't think the outcome of the fight would have been changed. And, you know, moving forward, the Midas is definitely going to help in terms of getting his net worth to where it needs to be. But I'm looking at Cuckoo. He needs to finish the Hurricane Pike. He needs BKB and then plus one more item to dish the damage. And that's really, really far away.
And maybe it's just also the choice to go for that fight there, right? Tidehunter was 500 gold for mechanism.
Right.
Like
they could have just let Reor die.
Yeah, or they could have let Reor die. They could have let the tower fall. Like they felt like they needed to get something done, certainly. Yeah. But it's a tough call in either case, and Faceless end up being able to convert. Maybe also some good decision making from them. They obviously just recently got the coach as well. Winter's over there in the Southeast Asia, helping them out through the drafts, and cool stuff all around as it looks like they are moving for the last tier 2 tower in the mid lane now.
Winter is there.
Winter's coaching.
That's why Faceless lost the last 2 games of the day.
Oh my god, the flames.
I mean, the last qualifier, Faceless was perfect. Just gonna point that out.
SCA got better, man.
All right.
Oh my goodness. Well, Rock is back up as well. Chaotic Offering, Fatal Bonds, all of that shenanigans. And now also, that last fight, Disruptor didn't have 6. So I'd be a little bit concerned now if you're TNC for even taking a fight with the mechanism on Tide.
Yeah, I don't think TNC is actually ready to defend this tower. I don't think they can to swap back in. He's going to Force Staff away, the immediate self-Astro. And Tim's looking for a defensive relocate, but he's already used it now. He's going to give a little bit of Tether movement speed. Tidehunter's in there. He can't Ravage, but seems like so far so good. They're going to lose this tier 2, but they're not going to lose any heroes, and I think that's more important.
Yeah, it's not a hold, but it's also not a complete and total disaster like the last fight was. All right, this one might be, though, if they end up going too far forward. Swap back in. There's the drop of the rock. They're able to glimpse away the Tidehunter, so he's not in position for the Ravage. Now the chase. Ah, they missed that chains, though. TNC, they get away with just the Rubik Death this time, and I think that they can count their lucky stars. It's not more.
Yeah, I just think that TNC feels a ton of pressure, and they're feeling very desperate in these plays. Like, for example, you lose that tier 2, nobody dies. Okay, I mean, it's not great for you, but I think they feel like they're in a desperate situation where they need to force anything. And I just don't think they could beat Faceless like this.
It's tough, because it's also like, well, what do you do later on down the lines with this Lone Druid already getting farm?
I mean, their lineup's not good for split pushing either, so you can't just farm your way back.
It's tough. Game is hard. It's maybe what we need to be spamming in the chat wheel, but this might be the play now. Go in, try and find a quick pick, and if they could take down Jabs, well, I think he's just going to TP out of there, all right? Maybe it's the Tidehunter Blink Dagger. That could be another big item to change around their fortune in this game.
I mean, high ground for TNC is still quite strong. I mean, Tidehunter on the high ground, you got a lot of long-range artillery to shoot people, but at the same time, if you're just saying, look, we're going to defend the high ground, you're conceding the rest of the map to Faceless. Faceless could just take an hour before they push the high ground. They could get Roche whenever they want. They could just farm up, you know, to 3-4 slots on their Venge, Lone Druid. So I think TNC is right in that they have to force something, but they got to just be super smart about it, because they cannot make any more mistakes. They have their backs against the wall at the moment.
And you look at XY, for instance, he's gearing up a Midas as well.
Oh, he knows,
on the Disruptor. You've got Warlock sitting with almost over 1,000 gold in his bank as well, and could be eyeing a Midas himself. Like, they are in a great position, and I love the Vengeful Spirit going back for this Shadow Blade as well, because it gives you an opportunity to punish the split pushing that TNC are forced to go into now.
Yeah, and Black likes to do this on a lot of the cores he plays. Of course, the Slark being the one that he is most famous for, but the Faceless Void, he loves to get Shadow Blade here. We see the Venge Shadow Blade. Just think about the heroes that he normally plays. It's very punishing to split pushers. Clinks comes to mind, so
yeah,
it might be a different skin, but very much the same play style of farming, but also keeping pressure on the enemy core so they can't farm as efficiently.
Well, Tidehunter continuing to get his gold up. The Blink Dagger. Does he go for Guardians here? I feel like Blink is so good to hold high ground with, but Guardians is also mega value.
You're talking about
for Tidehunter?
Well, he's got the Guardians gold right now if he wants it, so it makes me think of the Blink. And I agree with the Blink as well. I mean, there's not really anything that he could debuff himself, right? The Static Storm Silence he cannot get rid of, Guardian Greaves or not, so I think the Greaves upgrade is not that important in this game.
Okay. So Roshan on deck now for Faceless, and a DD rune right outside as well. Jab's going to pick that up, finish this off slightly more quickly. You do have the Force Staff on OD, almost towards the BKB as well.
Yeah.
There's pieces
It's still not
here.
enough. It's still not enough. The problem is that there's so much DPS on the Druid as well as the Venge. Even if you BKB, you get swapped back in, you just get right click. You're deaf. So you need something else on top of this. Either Shivas for protection or Lincolns. Or maybe I'm just thinking this all together. I'm thinking of how he survives. Maybe Cuckoo is thinking how we could win.
Right.
Because surviving as OD and winning is two very different things.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And I guess I would also say that you don't have that like next big tier of items on Faceless. So with a Blink Dagger now done on the Tidehunter, like a Shadow Blade, for instance, on Black, it's great for punishing split pushing, but if they try and go high ground, it doesn't necessarily provide the same level of value as something like, you know, a Manta or a BKB of her own would. So there's some potential to punish, and a smoke movement now, this could be the avenue.
Yeah. I mean, the one impressive thing is, like, look at the network graph. Like, the OD's keeping toe-to-toe despite the situation. Very impressive stuff here from Cuckoo, but will TNC actually get the jump here this time?
They spotted out the Spirit Bear moving up, and they realized that the Lone Druid is in the area. Forward, they get the Ravage onto 2. XY already down. Black as well. They throw out the Chaos offering. It's a little bit late, and they pop the BKB. Giz is going to be able to destroy Tim's. Takes down Ice as well. He got the deny, actually, and the buyback from the IO going after Jabs. They want this kill desperately, and with the Spirits, they might just be able to find it. TP still in the backpack. He is not going to be able to get away from this one. I do not believe. Aegis down.
As well.
Huge play, and unfortunately Venge not going to be able to get in a position to save him. Jabs goes down. A big play for TNC.
Yeah, I mean, you could just fault, let's say, the IOs for buying back because you really didn't need it, but honestly, that was everything that TNC needed. That Blink Dagger pickup by SamH was so on point, and I think they just bought themselves at least 5 more minutes, and that was an Aegis push, or an Aegis engagement, right? And they just, like, took that through, what was it, 4 for 1? 5 for 1 if you count the Aegis?
Right.
All of a sudden, this could be a brand new game.
Yeah, just a little bit too cavalier with their movement. They get punished heavily, and Faceless, you know, you've got these Midases, you've got the late game set up and ready for, well, but TNC they push quick.
I mean, do you think this is the right decision, though? The TNC doesn't have the Ravage. They might get the tier 1, but they might also pay very dearly for it. BKB pulling down very soon. He will have it right about now.
So back in, Static Storm, the swap as well. Cuckoo in trouble. Relocate is not going to be there. He's still trying to get the regen. Ends up being brought down before he can astral himself. Ice all over Tim. SamH as well. They're slowed down, and it does look like they're going to get the Savage Roar as well to break the TP of that Tidehunter. Rior barely able to escape, but you were right. That was not the fight they needed.
I mean, that is some risky stuff. Again, TNC's treading a very fine line. They are very far behind. They know that they won one fight. They just want to push for more. I get that, but they didn't have BKB on the OD. They didn't have Ravage. That's your 2 best teamfight capable spells, and that is a very risky mid push. And now all of a sudden it's a Lone Druid in front of your tier 3. You know, with heroes dead for 10 more seconds. This is not looking good for TNC.
Thankfully, they have Glyph. There's a chance that they can hold on to these barracks as OD comes back up, but it looks like they're just going to try and pressure this one. Ravage is back off cooldown in 10 seconds, so
Rax is dead, though.
Maybe they can punish on the way out. What? Oh, they end up going in. Iowa's gone.
Yeah, I mean, they relocated in, and then...
Oh, no. Oh, man. You can see the idea there, but execution a little bit wanting.
Yep. Well, whatever glimmer of hope that TNC fans had there is quickly dashed away, as they didn't even take the mid-tier 1, right? Yeah, mid-tier 1 still stands, and they've lost melee racks. Now, I don't think TNC is going to GG out here. I still think there is game left to be played, especially if Tidehunter could get the jump like they did last time. Last time, they were able to kill the Disruptor super fast. I think the ultimate target they could be going for is Warlock. If you could kill Warlock before the ult comes out, they probably win that fight even cleaner than they did.
Right.
So I don't want to count TNC out just yet, but I hope that they... I don't know. I'm always very risk averse, and I wish TNC could be a little bit more risk averse.
Yeah, and I think that the big thing for TNC is that it doesn't get easier at this point. So you kind of are forced into making something happen with this Ravage, pushing the tempo, and it is still an opportunity. Like, you've got the double Midases on these heroes, which means they don't have those utility items yet to keep their cores alive. They just need to find Faceless out of position, and maybe after that last fight, Faceless are going to be more careful about their positioning.
So TNC's just grouping up in front of the tier 2. They're almost playing as if Glimpse is not a thing, right? They're just not respecting it.
Yeah.
Alright, they'll back out.
Can't get glimpsed if you don't have vision. So they will get out of there. And would have been a pretty close one. XY going to check where the IO just was. But it sort of shows that this lineup, you look at a Drow Ranger, a heck of a lot of agi, ability to push the towers quickly. If they can win a fight, they can sometimes convert it off of objectives, but it sort of harkens back to what we're talking about in the draft, that Tidehunter's Ravage, you're not going to be able to take objectives as easily after the fact. Particularly with like the minus respawn times that you've got on Lone Druid eventually. It doesn't get easier there either.
I think, like, just kind of roll back the game for 5 minutes where they won the big fight and then they decided to push mid. I think that would have worked if the game timer said 35 instead of, 20. Yeah. Because of the respawn time was so low at that point. So I think TNC ultimately has the right idea. It's just that it was so unfortunate that everyone just came back so quickly. Cuckoo a little bit of trouble up top here.
Yeah, he does have the IO nearby.
Yeah. Also, speaking of which, we haven't actually seen a successful defensive relocate play at all yet.
Right.
And I don't think this is actually Tim's making a misclick. Rather, the fact that Faceless's damage output is so high that Tim's has like maybe a half a second to make that play work. Glimpse is going to come through, and Tim's is dead. So this is just a very tough game to make that IO work and make it work very efficiently. So far, it hasn't really looked like that at all.
I do really like the OD pickup here of the Blink Dagger, and now has the Hurricane Pike as well completed, because it turns into a damage item in and of its own right, because you can go for the Hurricane Pike and then throw out a bunch of Arcane Orbs,
right?
Stack up the Int, Sanity's Eclipse. It's great. So that's something that does feel quite good. They just need to be careful about Warlock counter initiation as he goes in for that Blink. And it looks like right now Faceless looking to see if they can punish any movement out of where they expect TNC to go next.
The Blink Dagger pickup on Cuckoo tells me that they are going all in on that Ravage initiation. It's basically a double Blink in play, and they're looking to snipe 2 heroes instantly.
Right.
And they feel like if they get that initiation, they win. Because effectively, if you look at Blink as the item, it's 2350 for 0 stats, 0 HP.
Oh no.
Raven,
they're all over
he didn't get the BKB off the Magic Missile. Now he BKBs, but the right click's going to be enough, and that's a 10-second BKB down. He will not have buyback. And I don't think Tidehunter wants to Ravage without the Drow here. A lot of the team's damage is also now taken away.
Yeah, I mean, you can talk all you want about Sanity's Eclipse, but these heroes have decent int as well. Ravage is there. They're on top of Black. Sanity's Eclipse does come down. They find that kill. BKB is there for Japs as well, though. So they take down the Venge at the very least. Can they have any follow-up, though? It's a little bit of a whiff there on the Chaotic Offering. The stolen Chaotic Offering turned back to get Faceless now. A lot of damage going in. Can they bring down any of these heroes, though? It's not quite going to happen. The Fatal Bonds was doing a decent chunk.
Range Rex.
All right, Rior, saving the day.
I mean, you saw that synchronized double blink in play, right?
Yeah.
It looked like some underwater dancing that they were doing, and it looked absolutely beautiful as they were able to melt the Drow Ranger, or not Drow Ranger, excuse me, the Vengeful Spirit. Imagine if they had Drow in that fight.
Right.
They would have taken so much better. Now, granted, you cannot expect Rior to steal, the Inferno Offering, Chaotic Offering every single fight, but it was so necessary in that fight because it looked bad. They were able to kill Venge, but that's pretty much all they killed. And those BKB, the Ravages, were so important. But end of the day, they held. Drow Ranger didn't have buyback. It did not matter. That Range Rax is destined to fall, but hey, they hold it for, a couple more minutes.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, too, you take a look at what's going on here, and Rior's been having himself a nice little game, been getting a good amount of ward vision out, got that first blood earlier.
Yep.
Also has, the Blink Dagger at this point. It's allowing him to become more involved in these fights, and we'll have to see if he can make that continue to happen. The nice part about this is that he's going to have Chaotic Offering the next time that Faceless do.
I mean, it doesn't last that long between the next cooldown.
Right.
Did I say Sice? Oh, he got ganked and denied himself.
Oh.
All right.
Sees.
I do want to point out that Rior is going for an Aether Lens, which is generally not an item you see too often on Rubik anymore, because most rich Rubik just opt for the Aghanims instead. But in this particular game, I think he understands that he doesn't have enough time to save for the Aghanim, and he wants an item that can help his spell steal now, which the Aether Lens is a very kind of relatively cheap item, considering that you don't have to bind that energy booster again. And it's so important to get that extra range to get off the steal against either Static Storm or a swap or another rock from Warlock. So he's got a lot of selection of ultimates that he can steal, which makes the Aether Lens purchase much more effective this game compared to the other Rubik games.
Yeah, and it's also this thing now, like we're looking at TNC, and the ways that they have to win a fight are very limited. You have to hit a huge Ravage for Sam H. And for Faceless,
he's been hitting them, though.
That's the thing, is that he has been hitting them, but how much longer can that happen before...
Do you doubt Sam H?
I doubt anybody being able to get constant Ravages like that onto 4 or 5 men.
I do not doubt Sam H.
Okay.
He's going to hit it.
All right, we'll see.
I agree with you. He needs to hit it, or else they just lose.
Or else they lose the game. That's the problem, is that it's quite hard.
But isn't that exciting to watch? Like, you know totally how hard it is for TNC, but they're doing it every single time.
I mean, exciting doesn't always win you the game either, though.
I mean, it wins my heart.
Okay, fair enough.
Let's see if TNC could hold this Roche. This is going to be the next big objective.
I mean, if they, like, look at how the last team fight progressed, right? They all jumped on the Venge, they killed Venge. Imagine if she had an Aegis. That gameplay, that plan is no longer an option. So it's so important for TNC to not to give this Roche away.
And, well, we talk about hitting big Ravages. Roche Pit certainly a way to make that happen. Is he going to jump in for this? He pops it right away, but they aren't quite there in time. The Inferno dropped as well. On top of him, counter Inferno. The Chaotic Offering jabs almost goes down, but he's going to be able to live on nothing. Sam H in trouble now as well. Io and Warlock already dead, but can they find any more? OD in the midst of all of this has not really done a whole lot of anything. He might be able to bring down Ice here, but no. He's going to be held inside that Astral Imprisonment. There's just too much damage coming out, and he is going to fall. Now also in some more trouble is, well, Ice down,
fight,
okay. Ryor is dead. They end up making it work.
Roche is alive. I think the Drow Ranger should be able to clean down, especially with Inferno taking down. It didn't look like the OD was doing a lot of work, but he was able to take down both Warlock and Disruptor in the Chaos. What happened there was he was unable to take down the Venge because went away from sentry range. And because Io died, there was no detection. Io had a dust on him. He wasn't able to pop it before he got popped himself. Oh. Ooh, great pick by Black here. Oh, Roche,
looking for more.
Roche is dropping low here. Black, okay.
Trying to get it, Gust. Sam H needs to run away.
Yeah, Raven can't fight this. Look at the damage output here. They glimpse Raven back in. Raven.
Oh my God.
He's got BKB. He's got BKB. He needs to BKB TP, but he can't because there's a swap. How does Raven make it out of here?
He's gone. I'm pretty sure, unless he can find a kill. Swap inside the
side. That's a long side.
Oh, nicely done.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
So, I mean, Tims? Ice is just in enemy territory as he always is. Yeah. Okay, so they lost the Aegis. It seems like that's pretty bad, but I think it's more important they denied it to Faceless.
Right.
The game is still long ways away from TNC winning, but a dream could live on here from after that team fight.
Well, what a combination. It ends up working out, and I think that, again, like, it's sort of playing on easy mode slightly for TNC at this point because they had Warlock ulti in that last fight to start it.
Yeah, they don't have it anymore.
Right. So again, it looks quite good for TNC, relatively speaking. It still ended up pretty close to even though they won the engagement. I'm still wondering if Faceless are going to be able to turn that corner over the next couple minutes.
I think they already have. I mean, look at the item that XY just picked up. You talked about the Midas earlier on. It's Axe, 34 minutes in for a support Disruptor, who has, by the way, a gem as well.
Yeah.
I mean, all of these BKB has been extremely critical. Also, look at the way that these team fights have been happening, right? The Relocate brings the OD in. That Static Storm on top of the Relocate, the BKB has to be pre-casted before he even enters the fight. So I think, again, the room for error for TNC just got slightly smaller, as Drow Ranger and OD has to be super careful with the BKB usage. And because this BKB has been purchased pretty early into the game, if you use your BKB too early, it's going to end before the fight is over. If you use it too late, you could never cast it because of the storm. It is so tough for the two cores of TNC right now.
I mean, it's 6 seconds for Cuckoo. It's insane. And then also for the Drow Ranger down to 6 seconds as well. So, quite a tough one, and there's probably going to be moments, depending upon how the game's going, where you're going to need to, like, BKB to get away from Glimpse, too, and then that gives them an avenue to take a fight. Ravage is back up off cooldown now. They are going to be able to kill off the Spirit Bear and maybe take a little bit more. Do Faceless decide to go in? Faceless always wants to go in. They won't end up doing it this time around. Still backing out. This, to me, feels like one of those death pushes, though, and with the Warlock ulti off cooldown, they're in a good position to keep the pressure on if they want to.
I mean, if you look at the other side of the map, Faceless still has 4 outer towers, right? So Faceless have to fail like 3 death pushes.
Oh, they broke the smoke and then Ice blinks away. So Raven is invis here. They have that gem as you were talking about.
Can they kill him? I would have no vision of him.
Yeah, they don't. That's too bad. That was a smoke as well. Sam H is still over here in the trees, but it doesn't look like right now Faceless are looking to push. And just going to get the D ward across the map here. All of those outer towers down. Shrines taken as well. TNC held inside their own base, getting less gold. They're going to need to make a move at some point, most likely, or possibly even just have to wait it out until the next Roche fight.
I mean, waiting doesn't benefit you, right? You talked about you are getting less gold. There's double Midases running from the support of Faceless. And these are supports that could still scale amazingly. I mean, Warlock's not even close to getting his Aghanims yet. In fact, he's actually going for Blink. Just to make sure that he is never going to be initiated upon.
Yeah.
He's going to stay like 2 screen away from his team and just blink into ult.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Disruptor go that after Ghost Scepter too. We might even get to that point depending upon how these next couple of fights go.
Oh yeah, if Faceless ever wins a fight, the game is over. So TNC has to be perfect for the rest of the game.
Aghanim Scepter is going to be the pick for Ice Ice Ice. He is stalking Cuckoo. Does he know that Sam H is in the area as well? He does not.
Black's coming in. I don't know whether they have vision on him. He's coming in. He gets lifted. Are they going to burst him down? Ravage is going to be spent. They drop the Storm on top. It's not going to be enough. They drop the Hammer as well. That's one quick pick. Ice 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 activates a BKB, but there's Root. There's a Root on the OD. He's in a lot of trouble.
They jump back in now. Ice 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 trying to bring out, able to get the blink off. They drop the Chaotic Offering. Sam H very low, but they get the stun onto Jab, stolen from the Rubik. Can they make any more of it though?
Jabs already goes down here. Raven's in the middle of everything. Ice 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 back in. He doesn't have the BKB. He has to commit the Sudoku. XY gets off the glimpse here, looking to get the TP. The Astro finds him. It's going to be a team wipe for TNC. All they've lost is the Wisp. They have to be perfect. They are perfect.
Every time we end up saying that Faceless are going to be able to take these fights, but somehow, someway, and it's honestly off the back of Rior. He has been playing out of his mind this game.
Did he get any big steals that last fight?
Honestly, even just like the Magic Missile, the lift to start it onto Black, being able to steal Chakram after the fact.
This ward, by the way, this ward saw Black going invis. They had a sentry down and they punished him super hard.
Yeah, it's the support play right now from TNC is immaculate.
I mean, everybody is. Yeah. You don't win a game like this, or you don't stay in a game like this without everyone doing well. I mean, Tim's is not at his usual top peak, but honestly, this is a tough IO game, man.
Yeah. No, it is. I think that, and he's doing enough by virtue of just like being there, and they focus him down. Granted, it doesn't take much, but that little bit of
hits,
right, exactly. That little bit of pressure is, a couple of things that aren't moving towards Cuckoo or whatever.
Sure. One more thing. Apart from the tier 1 they got, the tier 2 they got from top, they also recover a gem or taken a gem away from Faceless. So all of these things are adding up very, very quickly here. If we look at the net worth graph, it used to be a 20k net worth lead from Faceless, and now down to 10k is still a big lead.
Yeah. Well, experience too now.
Yeah.
It's down to almost even at this point. And you look at these items, Octarine Core for the OD.
Huh.
So he life steals off of the extra damage from Arcane Orb, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So it's kind of a neat little way to keep him survivable, as we're going to miss a kill there onto Rior.
Did he get the gem back?
Yeah, they got the gem back. That hurts.
It does.
Caster's Curse. We're talking about how great he was playing, and Sam H is going to TP back home. So what do you get at this point? What's the other big things that they're going to need? You've got Mjolnir on the Raven for the Drow. I'm guessing he's going back for Aghanims next?
Sure. Let's get that AoE going, get that damage. And in terms of Cuckoo, I'm expecting something like a Hex, although if you look at his inventory slot, he's done. So maybe just a Moonshard.
It could be.
It's a very interesting choice as your last item for Octarine for OD. Let's not forget that his ultimate does have a long cooldown as well, so that brings it into a more reasonable number. It's not an item I personally see too much. I mean, normally OD Hex is often the last item you want to pick up, but we'll see how the Octarine plays out.
Yeah, and you've got more mobility here on the Rubik as well, picking up that Force Staff. They get the Ags onto Timbersaw, and it's worth noting that this is still, in a lot of ways, I think Faceless looking good. It's certainly not to the level that it was before, but I think with the Rax advantage and everything else, they're still in the lead, but it's becoming more and more tenuous.
It is, and normally in this stage of the game, like compared to other C teams, Faceless is the more experienced late game lineup. That's generally how they win a lot of their late games. They might be down, 5,000-6,000 gold in the first 15 minutes, but then they just make better decisions. They outplay you in the late game, but it feels like they're getting their own medicine from TNC.
Yeah.
TNC has been the one that's initiating the fights properly. They've been getting excellent items, and honestly, Faceless is somewhat getting outplayed, if I have to say.
And in spite of the gem, actually, right now, you look at Faceless, and the only vision they have is by virtue of this one ward that was just placed. And I guess they got another one down over to the side here. So a couple of them recently down there. TNC are now going to start to be hemmed in a little bit more. They got one D ward up on the high ground here by the Rubik. and now they've been able to place down one ward as well over on this side of the map. But vision, it's been paramount in this game, going to continue to be, and it's kind of meant that IO has not been able to get those relocate ganks that we might have wanted.
Yep. So we are hitting some level 25s. Let's check out the one from Timbersaw, plus 20 strength.
Huh.
Just to tank up. I mean, his goal is to survive as long as possible to output damage, which in between his BKB, Shivas, Aghanims, 20 extra strength. Sitting at casual 3,000 health. You know, probably like 40 armor once his reactive kicks in, so I would say he's a pretty tanky fellow.
Ooh, and Black, a really good pickup here as well. Butterfly. So there's no MKB on the OD yet. That might need to be his next item.
I don't think he wants to get an MKB.
Right.
And again, notice how all of these team fights begin. They begin by lifting up or ravaging him straight up and trying to burst the Venge down. I think maybe Raven, instead of going for the axe like he hoped to get, he might have to go for an MKB himself.
You know, it might actually just be more worth it for OD to just keep on building into Int and use the Sanity's Eclipse to
Yeah,
kill
I
off
think so. Well, the thing is, he needs to build in through his hits as well, right?
Right.
If he's missing hits, then... And his Zoe is also not going to hurt us much.
It's why the item is just so good against OD to begin with. Like,
Yeah.
why the Butterfly is a great pick. We'll have to see what way he wants to go through it, but they've been able to burst through the Venge more often than not. Some with the OD hits as well, but they've got a decent chunk of magic damage, particularly if they can find him at the start with the Ravage again.
Right. The other big 25 is ODs. He's gonna have his Arcane Orb Insteel lasting much longer, which in normal games I think it's actually a very strong ability. In a game like this, I don't think it's nearly as impactful, for the reason being that generally you get one fight and then no fighting for the next like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So that 25 talent might as well be an empty line of text for all intents and purposes.
Yeah. God, I gotta say again, just thinking about how well TNC have been able to play out these team fights, because that's basically what it's come down to. They've been able to out-team fight Faceless on the back of Sam H. Ravages. He's been getting, probably averaging like 3 per Ravage almost, you know, unless it's just like 1 to make sure that they get a kill. And they're going to need to do another big one. They scan out in the front.
This is not a good angle to take this fight.
Maybe off to the side here, though.
Okay.
XY right in front of them. They get the BKB off on Jabs, turning to fight, and they drop the Golem as well. Gem already on the ground. Cuckoo is right there with Black. He finds out about that. Well, Butterfly, Sam H is gone. It might not end up being the great avenue at all. Into this fight, they drop the Static Storm onto Tim's as well. No relocate out from this one, but can they kill off Black? Maybe, possibly, just in time. Is it going to be enough? He's on nothing. They drop the hammer, and that is going to be enough to find the kill, but they lose the OD nonetheless. And Rior as well, soon to be cleaned up. Rough fight right there for TNC.
So what happened in the beginning of the fight, we saw the Ravage. Unfortunately, didn't see the Venge, right? Venge is not the initial target. They killed Disruptor instantly. OD says, okay, I don't know where the Venge is. I killed Disruptor, I moved to Warlock. The problem is, Nuts has already dropped the rock, thanks to the fact that he was able to stay very far away. And then he just got kited forever. It was Ghost Scepter, and then it was Glimmer Cape. And of course, they wanted to go for the defensive relocate. And I do believe there was a buyback from Disruptor, and was able to storm on top of that, so...
That's the thing, is if you blow everything to kill off the Disruptor and he immediately is back into the fight, like... Yeah, you're getting basically no value out of that Ravage.
So as much as Sam H has been hitting these important Ravages, that might be a high average of heroes at a hit in terms of the number of heroes, but it wasn't an important hero, which is the Venge. So you could even make that argument that was not even that good of a Ravage.
No, definitely. I don't think that it was. And now OD is up front and center. Needs to be careful about this. They've already lost the tier 3 tower. Can they find any more? Well, a little bit unfortunate there. He only got the bear, but it is good. I mean, it's no bear, but who cares about the bear anymore?
Actually, nobody cares. I mean, PETA cares, but apart from them.
Well, I think that we've all come back down to earth a little bit after the spectacular play of TNC throughout those first little bits, and Faceless showing why they still were the favorites in this one. One good fight, they take down a tier 3, and TNC are back up against the ropes again.
I mean, in terms of structural damage, losing a tier 3 at this stage of the game isn't really a big deal.
Right.
The biggest deal is the fact that Cuckoo had to spend his buyback for the defense. So within the next 7 minutes, right? If you get Cuckoo one more time, the game is effectively over. So TNC, again, no more room for... I keep saying they don't have a room for mistake, but
yeah,
they're hanging on. They're hanging on.
It's interesting. And I think that it's just been off the back of solid team fights, and we'll see if they can continue to replicate that success. I think that now they've also proven, like that last Ravage, because all they got off of it was the Disruptor kill, it meant that it was like a much worse fight for them. But I think that they don't even necessarily have to hit a perfect Ravage anymore. They can hit sort of a mediocre one and still win the fight off the back of it because they've been able to farm their way back into the game.
As long as they could blow up Warlock or Venge at the beginning of the fight, I think they have a good shot. But unfortunately, I think at this point in the game, this is where we really need to look at the pocket of these heroes. Like, how much gold do they have? Particularly, I want to begin on Tidehunter. Like, are we seeing double Ravages coming in the horizon? Unfortunately, Sam H is dirt poor.
Yeah.
Right? Like, let's say if Sam H is a recipe away from Refresher, I'm like, okay, TNC has a shot, right? Like, they are going to double Ravage in these team fights. They are going to be able to extend well into late game. But look at the item he's purchasing. It's just a different tier.
Yeah.
And then we still have not yet solved the issue of the Venge Butterfly. A reason why, you know, even if the Ravage does land on Black, maybe you even can't kill Black. So it's just a lot of stuff that TNC needs to be doing, and I just don't think they have the time or money to do it.
I think they do need to go MKB in some ways on Cuckoo. It's tough because even if she gets the BKB off, like, you're still not going to be able to kill it then, but you have a chance to burst her before she gets BKB at that point.
Right.
And also, worth noting, the double Shivas, it makes sense considering there's a ton of right-click damage, but there's a little bit of value lost there potentially as well.
I mean, the armor is nice.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
We'll have to see how this goes. And Cheese on Venge at this point, Aegis on Lone Druid. Not get a whole hell of a lot easier.
They're still somewhat tenuous walking up this high ground, though. I think they want to start things off with a swap on Cuckoo. Oh.
So they are not going to end up chasing any further for that one. And in the meantime, we got Ice down in this bottom lane, pushing it out.
Yep. Generally, for these slow sieges like this, it's very good for OD because OD could build int by just randomly hitting heroes. Right. Unfortunately, he's been using his kind of Blink Hurricane Pike combo not on heroes, on the bear. So.
Oh, you know what though? That's part of what this is about, I think, with the Octarine core.
Oh, you get swapped in?
A lot of damage coming in. Can they save him in time? No! They don't end up getting it. Rior is going to drop. OD ends up getting the Astral for himself for the moment, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to lift this.
He blinks
good
away.
Blink out. That was really close.
Had to use BKB, and now Raven, the Ravage is going to come out, but without the hammer on the backline here, Raxus have already gone down. Japs does not care. He goes straight on the Tidehunter. Tidehunter's gone. The range Raxus, the only Rax surviving. XY recovers the gem. He's going to pay for it with his life, I think. Glimmer Cape, not going to be enough to actually save him. And I mean, the base still stands. Double gem now hits the deck. Is Ice going to get baited by it?
Maybe. He's throwing out those chakrams now. But yeah, it's a hold, sort of, kind of, maybe. It's not a great hold. We can't really lie.
Yeah.
But they didn't end up losing everything there. And they didn't really lose the team fight terribly either. They hold on to at least part of their base at this point.
Yep. And, you know, we've been, or at least I've been focusing a lot of this cast on Venge and how important it is to kind of kill him from the get-go because of the aura, because of the threat of the swap. But now all of a sudden, look at Jabs.
Yeah.
Like, he is actually dealing the majority of the damage. And even in human form, he's sitting at casual 2,700 HP, a ton of armor, more than 20 once he's next to his team. And he's hitting hard and fast. So he's yet another threat that you also have to contend with.
And this is really where you see the ideas of the draft coming out. Like, it's so hard to kill off these heroes. They're going to be able to siege. We kind of knew from the get-go that with this lineup, TNC were going to be on a bit of a timer, and they were able to hold very admirably and pull the game back into contention. But with like a 30,000 net worth lead at this stage in the game, it just feels like a pipe dream trying to come away with a win here, unless everything happens perfectly yet again.
Well, Cuckoo's got himself a Hex soon.
Okay.
Or he's building towards it. He's definitely trying to save for buyback because his buyback timer is coming back relatively soon. I mean, how big is Hex in a game like this? I mean, there's Glimmer Cape that could save an ally from Hex. There's Venge, I guess, could defensively swap whoever that gets Hex. Although I don't think Black will want to do that.
It's pretty good if they can find somebody out and, like, particularly
Like Ice, I guess he's alone a lot of times.
And building up int too. That's another part of it.
Right.
I wouldn't mind seeing, because of that, like a Lotus Orb pickup soon.
But then who do you drop? Like what item do you drop?
I guess probably. Oh, it would have to be for somebody else, not for Ice. They need the supports to pick up the Lotus Orbs probably. So
No. I'm saying Cuckoo. Like what items does he drop to make room for his Hex?
Oh, treads, I guess.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Like
that's probably the best bet, I think.
Yeah.
And he has the mobility with like the Blink and Hurricane Pike at least. That probably has to be the option though.
All right, we got Dagon 5 on Ice. Who's also, that's his 7th slot item. He dropped Bloodstone for Dagon. Okay, interesting.
All right. That is rather interesting. Did he sell it as well?
No, he just put it on the courier.
Okay. Got a backpack for that, man. Oh, wait. Can you hold Bloodstone in your backpack? That might be one of those. I don't remember that interaction, so I'm going to stop talking now about it.
I mean, I'm a support player. I'm never rich enough to backpack a Bloodstone.
I've never had a Bloodstone.
To backpack, yeah. So.
Oh, it's a sad life, definitely. But Faceless now looking to start sieging this tower. They've got the creep wave. Ice on the other side of the map, but with bots level 2, he can be there in an instant.
The problem is, let's say if... Oh, what's happening?
He tried to go for a Hurricane. Yeah. Didn't get it.
Let's say if Cuckoo wants his Hex right now, can't get it. Like, the courier is... It has to be micro, so tenuously past the Radiant squad to get to that secret shop.
Yeah, it's definitely true. And the Blink, Hex, Hurricane Pike combo is great, but like you said, needs to have it. Couldn't buy it before because he wanted to save for buyback, and now he's outside away from the secret shop. And pings are coming for Roche. It is going to be back up really shortly, so this is going to be a slight reprieve for TNC.
I guess Tims could always relocate the OD to buy the item. That seems a little crazy, if you ask me. Yeah, the Radiant has left the enemy tutorial. Looks like Dire wants to smoke. Catch him by surprise again.
I'd imagine it's fairly well telegraphed. The lanes are sort of pushed. Looks like top will push a little bit. Dire scan out to see if anybody's staying on the cliff. But yeah, they're making a little trip together to pick up his Hex. And a lot of pings. Do Radiant have a scan as well?
He drops the Blink for it. They have him.
Okay.
So this is the point I made earlier. Blink, at the end of the day, is an item that doesn't give you any stats.
Yeah.
I mean, positioning is always a key part of Dota, but...
I guess the attack speed from Treads is quite good as well.
I don't know. I kind of agree with you by dropping Treads. I think the Blink's actually quite vital.
Maybe he does it before the fighter, like for the high ground hold or something.
Like the whole Blink Hurricane Pike stuff has been actually like super effective so far.
All right.
This is game 1, guys.
I know, what the hell? This game is awesome. This is the thing, too, that I've been loving about these qualifiers. Southeast Asia has been so close over and over and over and over again. And in the playoffs, we're seeing the same thing. Game 2 of the last series, a little bit of an aberration from that, but there's just a lot of great Dota being played in Southeast Asia right now, and warms my little heart.
Oh, mid lane. You want to swap him?
Swap in. There's the Static Storm as well. Cuckoo, what you gonna do?
Relocate.
All right, they got the relocate out. And gonna be fine for the moment.
He pops the BKB. It's 5 seconds. He has to actually disengage right now. That BKB is gonna be over. Cuckoo isolated.
Oh, Sam H. Ravage catches, but the Chaotic Offering as well gonna be able to catch onto 3. Isn't enough though. There's only Fatal Bonds on 2, and Cuckoo's gone. He has buyback. Does he use it here?
Maybe not right now, but he used it. He had to use it when. Okay, maybe use it now here. Avenge pops the cheese. He's gonna be fine. Buyback from OD has been used. Where's the end of the fight here? Look at Jabs. He's just constantly throwing out them little axes.
They don't have the answer. Raven is going to get ran down by the Golem as well, and Cuckoo gets hit by the Scott. He's slowed up as well. They're on top of 1. They're going to bring down 2. Triple kill for Jabs. And now it is time to move up for high ground.
You know what the problem is in that last fight? It's because he had Treads instead of the Blink. He can't self-Astro to blink away.
Yeah.
So he was stuck under the Astro. He did not make the item swap before that, and well, I don't know about holding it anymore. I think Faces might have put TNC's back.
They did an amazing job throughout this game. Oh, the swap away, but Jab still does fall, and he got his BKB off. So this team fight already shaping up to not be great for Faceless.
Oh, buyback though.
They're on top of him, the Astral, to be able to dodge away from the stun coming out, doing a good bit of damage to Ice as well.
Okay.
Somehow,
Jabs
God,
is in the base right now. He's doing so much damage. That's a dieback onto Raven. Astro's going to protect him, but he's going to end up right on top of a couple of heroes. He drops the hammer. Damage is there, but it's not going to be enough defensive relocate. Will it be there for Tims? Tims is giving him overcharge. Attack speed and regen. He Astro himself. I think he could blink.
He's going to be out.
I'm not even sure where he's going to end up.
He ends up in the base there.
But the racks. Who's going to relocate the racks?
I think that they can still come back in maybe and hold for a second. Almost gets black. The Fade Bolt comes through and Rior finds it. Now maybe
down.
A bit more Ice. They're on top of him. A good bit of damage. The Hex finds the kill. So they end up holding, but not the base. They don't lose the game outright. And they do have the Mjolnir there as we end up seeing another kill over there. Nuts actually goes down as well.
Yep. All right, go down mid. Look at that in on that OD. Plus 64. I hope that's enough to carry him. He also has Avenger on him. Okay, it's gone now.
All right, so it's certainly not perfect, but a big swing back into their favor. Around 7,100 gold swing off the back of that, or 7,900. Oh my God, I can't do math right now. There's Dota being played.
Yeah. I mean, this is where you look at Lone Druid's minus 40-second respawn timer and be like, how is this fair? Because he's back right now. This is after a buyback death, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, he's alive. So I think the play is you push as hard as you can, and then you make a decision. Either we all in, or you TP the Wisp back to relocate the Drow in.
Right.
Those are your two choices. So let's see how ballsy TNC feel. Do they go all in, or do they back off after this T2? Because I don't think they could hold against Mega Creep.
I mean, it's so hard because it's Drow that can push waves quickly, but all the other heroes are really limited, and actually a refresher for Cuckoo now.
Oh, Cuckoo needs to BKB.
Yeah, they have the Aghanim Scepter ulti with Disruptor. That was a...
I think he was trying to bait the BKB, because they didn't want to really commit the Storm, and yeah, TNC just have to back off.
Oh, they're calling Roche. Okay, they're calling Roche. This is another avenue for them to take this.
I mean, who's even taking the Aegis?
Are they going to go in? They can't. All right.
They have no slots. You say Drow pushes out fast. She doesn't have Axe yet.
Well, Mjolnir is still pretty decent, but yeah, you're right. I think that is something that you need to think about investing in at the very least at this point.
The man's trying to finish a 4-staff. It's been trying to finish a 4-staff for the last, like, I don't know how long.
You're certainly going to have creeps coming to you to get killed off and get gold from them, but they're giving a little bit less than they would have liked.
All right.
Now movement in. All right, they scan out Roche. It's going to drop really quickly, but they just started it.
I mean, Tide is a mile away. This is not going to work. But the Radiant's scared. They think the Tide is closer than he actually is.
I mean, the other thing to consider here is that you have Refresher OD, so double Sanity's Eclipse will destroy.
How does he have so much gold?
I don't know. He's crazy. Oh, because of the team fight in the bottom lane.
Right. He just killed everyone.
Yeah.
That helped.
He killed every person in the world.
I mean, if you're faceless, you just wait, right? You got mega creeps.
Yeah,
Top and bottom's going to pressure in, so there's no rush.
Yeah. It's a good decision, definitely. Can they hold on? TNC, likewise, it almost feels like they have to force this fight. And even without Drow, I think that they're still okay taking this fight because it's so much about the OD just building up those instacks and then going in for the Sanity's Eclipse.
Drow, or OD, unfortunately, has lost his the big instack. By the way, Drow does have the BOT, so he could join the fight, but she's trying to defend 2 lanes by herself, which is kind of hard.
Oh, they're going in. They spot it out. Are they going to be able to get there in time, though? Jabs, Black as well. They're backing out. They're pulling Mega Creeps over to Roche because they need to help Drow Ranger. Going for it. They swap in Cuckoo. They swap it back out. Rior again with the plays. They're able to keep him alive as well with the defensive relocate. TNC, but the Ravage is not perfect. They have been able to kill off XY. I'm not sure if it's a big enough kill, but they are going to bring back down Ice. And they are holding on for the moment, somehow, some way. And Ice still very low, blinks out. And Roche goes down, Jabs picked it up.
Of course, Drow Ranger wasn't even in that fight. Like, he had just had to defend the base. So that was a 4v5 with a missed Ravage. And it still was okay for TNC. Rior swaps are literally game-saving.
Yeah.
Best bench NA, like...
Well, and then Tim's to follow it, too, to relocate Rior out so he didn't die.
Well, they doubled it up.
Yeah.
Oh, he relocated the Rubik out.
He relocated the Rubik out.
Damn, man.
He's no man left behind. Oh, man, that's a Bloodthorn pickup as well, though, for the Venge. Oh, my God. This game.
It's just haymakers after haymakers, like just from these item purchases. Oh, we didn't see the double Sanity's Eclipse, and honestly, it wouldn't have been that big, simply because he didn't have that much in, but the threat is always there.
I guess the other thing is the double BKB. Look at Black right now. Oh, they spot him. They see him with the Sentry Ward. They're trying to make it happen, and another swap back in. They're on top of him.
Where's the damage?
Ice shows up.
Miss, 2 misses so far, and now the BKB gets activated. Cuckoo not popping his BKB yet, not refreshing his BKB yet. He refreshes, but the Storm is on top of him. He cannot BKB. Jabs not focusing him just yet. Defensive relocate. He's back out, but he now goes right back in. And of course, the Drow Ranger doing a lot of work. You can see the Lone Ranger running away barely with any HP. He kills the TIE Hunter on the way back. Rior steals a magic missile, and this TIE is a little bit too chaotic for Cuckoo. You know, he gets off the Hex. He looks for the kill, but okay, all the evasion.
They're on top of him.
Blinks forward, but Jabs on the high ground to the low ground. He is going to get Rior. Is anybody going to get Jabs? They blink up to him.
Oh, the base, though. The base is what's under siege. They need to buy back. Tier 4s are already going down. Jabs, he's out of there, and it looked like it could have been a slightly better fight. Maybe going to be able to find a kill here, but Ice 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 getting very bold. They have the glimpse back. They're not there with them. Cuckoo.
X.
Maybe in some trouble. All right, they take down Ice Ice Ice. The base is still under siege, but they're holding on to the best of their abilities and trying to chase down Jabs. Rior gets the lift back. He is always there, and Jabs, the Savage Roar. He steals Savage Roar. He throws out an E-Blade.
Savage Roar him.
Get him. He's roar. Keep running away.
Yeah, okay, blink, lift, body block coming out, but okay, Savage Roar, they can lift him back. This is the longest chase ever. I don't know if you want to do that. They Savage Roar Rior. Rior now running to the right side, taking so much damage. Trees not helping.
Oh, they got him.
The hammer drops. Look at Cuckoo's in. That Talon is going to be helping out plus 32 right now. Jabs popping the BKB. Cuckoo needs to self Astro right now. He cannot take this fight. Astro yourself.
Yeah, he's glimpsed it back in, and I think that is going to be the OD
BKB. He pops the BKB, now goes on Jabs. Okay, the Ghost Scepter's going up. What is happening in this fight? BKB's over. Now he needs to man fight Jabs. Savage Roar again. The cooldown, that spells OP. He could Astro, but he's taking so much damage.
Yeah, he's going back in. Oh, wait, Isla's here as well. They're going to relocate him away, but Jabs, he's controlled. He's killed. They got him. Cuckoo did it. He actually freaking did it.
He buys back.
All right, they're there. The base, though, again, they need to keep these heroes here. Drow Ranger hasn't left in forever. Somehow, Cuckoo has been able to lifesteal his way through this fight. Octarine Core certainly being value now, and they're holding him in place. They glimpse. They're trying to get out. Ravage is back off cooldown. They could go in for this one. Tim's trying to save his buddy. He's still regenning through it.
Saving Private Cuckoo, get it the hell out of here. Okay, he's also, by the way, the slowest moving ever OD because he doesn't have boots. Oh,
I can't believe that he actually lived through all of that. I thought for sure when Jabs was on him, it was going to end up working.
They have Hex available. They're going to find Ice Ice Ice. Ice 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 is going to get foreshadowed by OD.
He has 64 stolen int again, and his refresher is off cooldown.
But you don't have any buildings in your base.
All right. There's nothing left.
I don't know what's going on in this game. This is...
Drow Ranger is playing PvE right now, and it's a very casual game for Raven. Just hang out in base, hit some creeps.
Oh, he's gone for the Mask of Madness. I think you just go Axe at this point, right?
It's a tough call.
No slots. Where are the slots?
Yeah. All right. Let's take stock of where we're at. It's still a 30,000 net worth lead. E-blades are everywhere. We've got anything else that's really soon to come up? I mean, I don't know if OD can really build into anything else at this point. Like, this is not a hero that buys Rapier. He's got 7,000, almost 8,000 gold, but what do you even get? Moonshard, does he have that yet?
No, not yet. Moonshard would sound decent.
Yeah.
So I probably get that. And that's it, right?
Faceless have got to just be thinking to themselves, what else do we need to do in this game to win?
Oh, that's a very dangerous mentality to have. I think that's a very defeatist attitude.
Yeah,
Faceless is like, we're going to win this game, no problem.
Okay, all right.
Little thorn at the side named Cuckoo, but we got him. We're looking for a swap again. Black?
Yeah. This is how it all started before.
He's waiting for his team to come by.
And last time, of course, they were caught up.
Oh, bad location swap. Cuckoo?
On top of him. Okay, they got the BKB off Black. This is not where you want to be, and well, maybe now they're able to kill him off. They take down Black, but he is still caught. Can they keep him alive? Double Static Storm down. He does certainly have buyback. Now trying to run away.
Oh, he buys back right now. I'm not sure exactly where he's TPing to. And Raven as well on the right side, taking a lot of trouble. And XXY is going to be going down. Ravage on the backside. They find Jabs. Look at the arrow. It's going in Jabs, but he forced up to the high ground. Tim's Gonna be going down. Mr. OD, where are you? He joins the fight. Astro, his teammates. And are those BKB golems? What's going on in this game?
They have BKB golems. That actually is a huge problem now. Level 25s, it is the answer that they needed. And granted, that does also mean that right now you don't have golems to push the base yet. But from every point here on out, Faceless's fight is going to become even stronger.
I mean, Drow Ranger could deal with BKB golems pretty nicely.
Everybody has 25 except for Io.
Yeah.
Io might actually get 25 in this game.
Feels bad. I think he takes a minus 50 respawn time, dude.
Yeah, definitely.
For sure. Actually, let's actually look at some of the 25s, right? Because we rarely get a situation like this.
Forced Thunderstrike hits, Insteel, cooldown reduction for Rubik. That's great. Yeah, and that's about the long and the short of it. Agility and 20% cooldown for Tidehunter as well.
You know, for the Rubik one, is CDR that important? I'm thinking, I've never really seen the plus 400 telekinesis land distance.
It's pretty nifty.
It's like a mini hook, right? That you could target.
Well, but the only problem is that you still have to get within range to get the initial lift. But yeah,
I mean, you got Blink Force
push.
Aether, right? Like you got range.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know. I mean, I trust Rior. If he wants to go CDR.
I mean, it helps for because he's going to be stealing a lot of fight abilities in these fights as well.
Sure.
But yeah, I don't know. It's nuts, and it also is all of his items. That's the other big thing. Like so, Blink Force, Ghost Scepter, even Ghost Scepter is great.
Actually, that you sold me on that one.
All right.
25 marksmanship, agility, cool.
Neither team wants to go anywhere. We're 67 minutes into this game, and buyback status, perhaps the most important thing to keep an eye in mind as well. Nobody on the Dire has it, except for Tidehunter. So I should, put my foot in my mouth there.
I mean, if he doesn't have Ravage, I'm not sure how important his buyback is, but
true enough.
It's really the OD and the Drow Ranger's buyback.
Yeah, and they had to use him in that last fight. So. Very tough one. BKB's down to 5 seconds.
Are we going to be in the same spot again? Black's looking for a swap.
He's in the area, certainly. But this time they're a little bit better prepared to save him, as they do have the tether around. And, well, do they have the double refresher of the Disruptor ulti? They don't yet.
Oh, God. This is so scary.
I know.
All right, Roche is up relatively soon. I'm not even sure who even has room for Aegis. Jesus.
Yeah, it's a very awkward position. Like, you probably... I wouldn't even mind keeping the cheese on the IO. I feel like that's a really value put if you can get it there.
I mean, sure, if they hit the Aegis.
Right, that's the thing.
Black, they hex him up. Black is in a lot of trouble. They drop the one Storm on top. He's taking a ton of damage. Defensive relocate. He's out. The Magic Missile will follow. Force Staff defensively. He pops the BKB. That's a 5-second one. It's over right about now. Rior being chased down, but here comes Raven.
Yeah, they're on top of him, and they actually are going to be able to get the lift. They're going to put Ice 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 down the ground. Tim's already away. Cuckoo not really hitting any of these heroes as of yet, but Ice 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 taking a ton of damage from Raven. They drop that Chaotic Offering as well as the Savage Roar. There's 2 heroes caught up right now, and it's Sanity. Oh! They're out of mana. Possibly Cuckoo on top of him again. The Ravage comes out, connects onto 3. I think they might have been able to do it. There's no buyback on the Lone Druid, but Cuckoo is gone. That's 2 minutes with none of him and Black away on nothing. They need to find this kill so desperately. He's on nothing.
Anchor! Get him!
Oh, no! He's just going to end up dying. But Drow is still left alive. And Io, oh, he ends up falling as well.
Oh my God, it's Drow against the world now. I don't think Raven could do it.
They have buyback on Rubik and the Tidehunter. It's really hard. It's so hard to take this fight right now.
You know, as soon as XY refreshed for the second Static Storm, but he got hit by the Hammer ult and lost all of his mana, I was like, oh my God, they have a shot. But then the buyback from Ice 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 just zapped. That Dagon 5 choice against the OD was so critical here. Ice 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 gets lifted back in here. Is he really in trouble? He pops the BKB. The swap back out. Now Drow Rangers on the low ground. Raven, there's so many creeps on him. They're right-clicking the Bloodthorn. It's doing so much work. Raven's down. Raven does not have buyback. Black's also dead though. Yeah. Rior is has to defend.
He has the Ags ulti from the Timbersaw, so he was able to kill him off with that Chakram.
Black bites back.
All right, they're going for the throne. Yeah. I think that they might have done it. Faceless, after a hard-fought game, 70 seconds in, are finally going to be able to make it happen. They have a glyph, but GG gets called.
Oh my God.
Oh. What a game. Game number 1.
You know, my biggest worry for TNC is that game 2, are they going to be dispirited after a game like this?
Dire team ban. TNC's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. TNC's turn to ban. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Earth Spirit.
TNC's turn to pick.
Ogre Magi!
TNC's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Lone Druid.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
War Chief.
TNC's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. TNC's turn to ban. Dire team ban.
Off against TNC Pro Team, and well, we saw a game last time around. It was a little bit crazy. Do you want to break down anything from that, or just sort of wax philosophically about your thoughts on that last game?
I mean, the rest.
5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. TNC's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Abyssal Underlord.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Warlock.
TNC's turn to pick.
Guard, sometimes a pipe,
10 seconds
and then
remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve
it's gonna
time.
output enough damage to make up for the fact that Underlord is gonna go for a lot of these defensive items. So I think it's a well-balanced draft. And do you have those numbers? Have they
Yeah,
actually
so
ranked this
it
lineup
looks
together?
like what it was before was Underlord and a Lone Druid happened before, and also it tended to be with the Disruptor more often than not, but they're going to take the Venge for now. Still could be the Venge in the position 1. I actually think I like that more. To me, Venge position 1 is like very much the way that you play this hero now. Support Venge, there's just heroes that does what she does better in that role, but I'm kind of wondering what Faceless's answer is going to be, because they take the Warlock now. They've got a lot of team fight.
I think it's just support Venge though, because Raven.
Really?
Raven's gonna be playing a Lone Druid.
You don't think that they're going to stick it in? I mean, they could have Raven in the mid lane.
They could do some lane swappy kind of thing, but it just doesn't feel like that's TNC's playstyle. TNC's playstyle is we're gonna have 2 hyper damaging build a lineup around it, and Venge sounds perfect for something like that, right? I mean, we saw what Rior did with the Stolen Swap. He's gonna try to replicate that with, the actual hero here.
All right, it might end up happening. Oh, you mean Sam? Oh yeah, Rior, of course.
Yeah, Rior on the Rubik's, with
Okay, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm picking up what you're putting down, and the Ember Spirit is going to come out now as well. So Warlock, Ember, another nice combination of, being able to spread out that massive team fight damage with Fatal Bonds, combo together with a couple Remnants and such. And it's a great answer for the Underlord as well, because this is a hero that is great against heroes with strong right-click. Ember Spirit dealing a lot of that damage via magical damage.
Sure. I mean, let's not forget about Fatal Bond plus Magnetize.
Yeah.
That thing is going to win a team fight on its own. So Faceless really picking up a lot of the comfort heroes. This is going to be Ice Ice's Centaur Warrunner. I don't think he has played it in this qualifier.
Might not have. I think that it's still such a strong hero that it's worth going for. And they do need some other form of physical damage, though, because if you just build a bunch of pipes, you build yourselves Glimmer Capes, you are going to run into trouble being able to kill off these heroes on TNC Pro Team.
All right, Juggernaut gets taken out. Up to black here. His Clinks is available. Although I don't feel like Clinks is what you want. I feel like you want someone that could... Oh, actually, I mean, physical damage. I just always have this terrible vision of Clinks trying to 1v1 against Lone Druid, and you just lose the 1v1.
Yeah, that would be... I mean, it would definitely happen. And the other thing is that you would have your bear able to get back in, drop a Savage Roar.
Exactly, yeah.
Like, you need those couple of seconds to have the right clicks to kill him off. And even if you got, like, an MKB eventually and, Deso, Bloodthorn, that type of thing, it might not end up working anyways.
I mean, to be fair, are there a lot of heroes that could beat Lone Druid in 1v1?
Troll? I don't know if that's great here, though. I don't think it is. But that's one of the ones that comes to mind.
The Faces has been also leaning towards the Void a lot, but we're going to see that Black Slark. All right. Not exactly the best done versus a Slark from what we've seen so far, right?
And I also don't like it against the Underlord so much, because it's a playstyle thing, right? Where you're going to want to group together and take down towers and just be that big, beefy frontliner. if they're able to get onto the back line of a lone druid, it's great. But you've also got swap to help keep you alive a little bit.
I think it's great. Like, what is Venge and Ogre gonna do against the Slark? He's gonna dark pack every one of your stuns.
That's true.
So I feel like Slark is gonna be unanswered unless TNC picks up a mid that has a disable. I mean, I recall Cuckoo playing something like an LC if you really want a hard single target
I think
lockdown.
you could Tinker here.
You want Tinker? Okay.
I mean, it's his hero also.
I feel like Centaur, Warlock,
Oh, they already
Ember,
banned it out second phase. Sorry.
Yeah, all of these heroes are good against Tinker, so.
I already took it out. A tough one.
LC press the attack on the Lone Druid. Come on.
All right.
Can you think about that one?
I think it's pretty good. It again depends upon you being in a position where you're pushing high ground, using it. I guess you could just use it in a team fight too.
Yeah.
I think Storm is okay in this instance.
Storm will have a little bit of issues in the laning phase because Earth Spirit is going to be pretty annoying, but he's going to be annoying just about against.
I guess Chains for root too.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm just thinking that it has strengths and weaknesses.
Invokers
Storm will be amazing versus War.
Wasn't there for him. Yeah, there's like TA, which is left, which is pretty bad. Storm, which is left, which isn't great. They're gonna go Ursa, so it's actually gonna be Raven on the Ursa, I'm assuming, or at least a safe lane Ursa. No, Ursa mid.
Mid Ursa to take advantage of the laning stage.
Okay.
This is
old move, Cotton.
I feel like this Slark is gonna go.
All right, Black, can you carry the game? Can you make it happen? Faceless, one game away from moving on at a spot at the winners finals. And they are putting their hopes on this last pick, Slark. I think that they have a really well designed draft, but they are 3 melee heroes against an Ursa.
True. I mean, Centaur's gonna
technically.
Centaur's gonna try to kite them away.
Yeah.
Which one did you not think it was the melee?
I was thinking about cores, and I was not mentioning Earth Spirit. Yeah.
Because I was thinking that Ember, he doesn't play like a melee hero. Right?
That's true too.
He's like feels like a range caster of some sort. But anyways, we're into the game.
No pause this time. No rest for the wicked. It's all about moving out there, and well, Tim's is already almost across the map. Will he get his smoke broken? XY. Tim ships in the night.
All right. Whew. Nobody scouts each other. We got Raven playing his Lone Druid. This is the timing that we're looking for, right? By 20 minutes, he's going to have Mjolnir Dragonlance.
Okay.
And, I mean, I think that's the similar level of farm that Jabs had last game. But Jabs had a tough lane too, so.
It's true.
But when Aosin and I were casting a lot of TNC's Raven game, we both agreed that he's the best Lone Druid player in the scene. Whenever they get this hero, they look so comfortable. In terms of their timing of pushes. He also joins fight as a Lone Druid like level 7 to 10, which is kind of mind-boggling because most Lone Druids just want to AFK farm. It's so important to get your timing on your items, but also to hit level 15 because that's when you get your big spike of damage with your, the 55 damage talent.
I really think that Faceless, just looking at the way that the Underlord is most likely going to want to play this game, they've got a group up and push mentality. They've got the heroes to do it with Bloodlust. If they end up executing the draft the way that they want to, I think that they stand a really good chance. Firestorm is there on top of Black. They're going to be able to actually seal away the
Black
as well. Good bit of damage. Black in trouble. He has a leveled up Essence Shift.
Who's in trouble? I mean,
SamH is out of there.
Okay.
I guess that they have the salve as well to use, so Underlord is going to be taking a little bit worse of the exchange since he does not have that salve.
It's fine. Eat a tango. Alright, so let's look at the mid matchup here. Jabs should be having a tough time. I mean, this is why they last picked it. Ursa, predominantly for the laning, in my opinion. And Ursa most likely rushing towards quick boots, and that's going to force Jabs to do the same. Especially now with the Ogre coming in. I think Jabs is... Well, he's going to try his best to get some tower assets, but...
sure what Cuckoo was doing there entirely. He ended up just like diving under tower, but not ending up applying any of the stacks to the Ember there for harassment.
Sending a message.
I am in your lane. Expect me here. Frustrating indeed. Meanwhile, the...
Wait, that creep wave got pulled over here. That is...
Oh, they did the Earth Spirit pull! Oh, no. XY.
That is such a big win for the lane.
Wow. All right, yeah, that's the play. There was the threat about this
Cuckoo
one.
pulls his lane back, sort of. But then, you know, still, damage has already been done.
Yeah. This lane is going to now push, though, so it's a little bit awkward with the creep equilibrium. And it does... I mean, this helps so much the laning stage.
Especially in a disadvantaged matchup, right? Like,
yeah,
that one lane of gold and experience could make all the difference.
And if you're picking this Ursa to be able to counter out jabs,
exactly,
and it doesn't happen, what's this hero going to be providing to you? It's the same type of thing as like losing Roshan as an Ursa.
Granted, it's only one lane of pull, so it's not that disruptive. It's not like he's repeatedly doing it.
But look at Cuckoo, he's
Cuckoo
almost
is actually
dead.
getting wrecked here. Cuckoo does have a salve coming, and I do believe a boot's coming as well, so he can actually force the kill onto jabs relatively soon.
Yeah, it's also just tough, though, because now he has to last hit under tower, which is not the easiest thing in the world with Ursa. You can see right here, you know, just that little bit of extra damage that you would get from Fury Strike sometimes messes up last hits, too.
Bottom lane here, Raven really letting it go into Ice Ice Ice. Ice 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 now jukes to the right here. There is going to be one Magic Missile, no Magic Missile plus Terror, though. That's kind of the issue there. Rior, oh, the creep is helping out.
They're body blocking. They realize that he needs to get out and doing a good job.
The return is actually doing quite a bit of damage.
There's the Howl, the roll in. Okay, playing it safe still. Magic Missile available. They might turn on to XY. Double Edge. Is he going to drop? He ends up falling. Time for the double edge to get a little bit more out of it. And now XY trying to TP away. Is he going to be able to make his escape? It looks like it is.
I mean, TNC did have to lose the bear to actually get the kill, but well worth it to grab the first blood.
Oh. Good little bit of gold for them, and it is looking like Faceless off to a hot start across the lanes. Ursa is going to have a little bit of reprieve in his laning stage now. Gets a free one while Ember heads off to the jungle for a moment. Do you expect that the lane is going to start swinging back again into Ursa's favor now that there's no more pulls going on?
I think so, and I think Jabs understands that he's not going to really win the attrition war, as it were, in the mid lane, right? Like, Cuckoo, especially once he upgrades to Phase Boot, just gets to walk all over the lane. And Jabs is going to duck out a little bit, farm towards his bottle, and then come back once he perhaps has closer to 6, maybe to, you know, force a kill once Cuckoo gets a little bit too low.
Yeah. I mean, he can spam the wave if he wants to now. Actually, it looks like they're just going to bring the Earth Spirit in maybe to soak up some experience or something. He's heading off completely to the jungle. Iron Talon, in fact.
Yeah. The other thing I want to mention is that even though Slark looks like he's doing okay in terms of the CS, oh, Nuts might be in a little bit of trouble here. We'll take a Firestorm to the face. The heal's doing a lot of work here, but the right click's doing a lot more. Nuts, can he deny himself? No. Sam H will get the right click, and now the Fire Blast will go to Black. Black trying to leap over to the trees.
Yeah, he had so much damage.
What a kick! What a roll! But they dropped the Storm.
Almost dead. XY, he's out of there. He got a ton of damage back from the Atrophy Aura as well for getting part of that kill.
Yeah, as I was saying, I think as as Underlord gets more levels up on the top lane, Slark is going to have a tougher and tougher time. But looks like these two will have to go back. Shrine is not available, so I think they have to make a long trip home.
Very frustrating, but still a good kill for them. They've been able to get off to a decent start, and this is kind of what we saw last time as well, as TNC winning the lanes. And interesting thing, XY just still trying to soak while the Ember Spirit Iron Talons. The safer place to farm, and I like this decision to make sure. The thing that sucks is Jabs doesn't have boots yet, so he's still so slow.
All right, looks like Tim's is making he's drawing an arrow, showing his gank path. He wants Ice Ice Ice, and he's going to do it behind the enemy tower. Rotation is in. Lucky for him, there is no wards scouting any of his movement.
They are moving in now, though. And, well, with Rior in the area as well, they should be able to find this kill. Pump
what a
stun. Oh, that's a good one. And yeah, they might not even need anything, honestly. The Ogre, just his presence here, they are able to find the kill.
Good support play. Both support stop last hitting, or stops right clicking. Letting Raven get that last hit.
Oh. And 3-0 start. XY He's gotten up to level 4, and Ursa Cuckoo wanting to get a little bit aggro on him. He does have the kick and then the roll away, so he's safe.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Ursa showing him whose lane it really is.
Like, I remember you for that pull.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
All right, Black, top lane. We haven't talked a heck of a lot about him. He's got 30 and 11 on CS. Been consistently able to get the benefit of Nuts pulling, keeping the lane equilibrium where he wants it. Cuckoo is going to run into Jabs. Level 6 is there, though, able to get just barely away. Reactions by Jabs.
I mean, Cuckoo's really not able to kill anybody, but I guess he's okay with that, at least for the time being, because he's still dominating in the mid lane. He's still CSing. Also, I do want to point out that this matchup that Black is facing, it's really showing the strength of him as a Slark player, because this is not a really good matchup for a Slark. The top lane has been playing really well for Faceless to actually allow Slark to have the CS advantage.
Yeah, Underlord, a tough hero to deal with. I think that probably the attributed aura nerf also causes some issues there. They're thinking about rolling in on this. They do have a roll and then a kick if they can hit it onto Cuckoo. Be one more round of chains. He's level 7 though, so Enrage is up.
Yep. Meanwhile, we have a lot of pushing going on the bottom lane. Tower has already been glyphed, but it's like TNC will back it off for now. Go for a little bit of farming. Really like the casual Blightstone here from the Lone Druid. Because that's so much more damage when you're pressuring at T1.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Faceless are going to be moving out mid as well. And it's sort of a weird spot because you've got like Sam H who can pressure out top. You've got mid lane which can be spammed out by the Jabs and Ember Spirit. And then more often than not, Ice isn't going to need to be in trouble either because of Stampede. So it does feel like it's just going to be sort of that passive laning phase, at least until we get into the mid game. Even though TNC has so much more vision around this area and they can play like so much more freely.
Yeah, you can make the argument that the passive laning phase is good for both teams for different reasons. For Faceless, I think a lot of the heroes would need the critical levels, right? Ember needs level 6. The two supports want level 6 very desperately. For TNC, it's the cores getting the farms. The Blink Dagger is going to be big. Raven also working towards its core, but looks like we have a big rotation coming in. Jabs looking for the Bearman into the jungle, but he guesses wrong with his first Fire Remnant.
This was spotted as well, and now they're on top of XY. He is maybe going to drop, and everybody knew what was coming, but it doesn't mean that they're going to be able to stop it. Raven already down. Tim's there as well. They're going to throw out the Remnant. Jabs gets away, and Ice, having already Stampede, is going to fall. But everybody had vision around where that Invis rune was, and it ends up being Radiant responding a little bit more effectively, even though they lose the Lone Druid.
I think it's actually a fine trade for Faceless. You got to keep in mind that was 5 heroes for TNC in the bottom.
Yeah.
They will try to transition into a tower push, but I mean, now on the other part of the map, Slark is getting free farm. He's damaging the tier 1. Warlock is trying to steal his 6 on the mid lane. He is going to get it after one more creep. So yeah, they lost 3 heroes for 1, but I think it's okay for Faceless.
Okay. 9 minutes in, it's going to be the tier 1 tower taken, and it looks like we also have a Dark Rift. I love this type of play. You Dark Rift after you take a tower, and now you're in a position to either A, just go back to farming, or pressure some more if you wanted to as well.
Yep. Normally, Ursas have been kind of flippily flop when it comes to item purchases. The first major item, either it's Blink or Helm of the Dominator, and I think this is a Blink game, right? Because you're not really looking to, eke out a little bit more efficiency when it comes to regen. You're not looking to get an extra creep. You're looking to kill people. I think for a mid-roll Ursa, the Blink is the way to go. But as I say that, he buys a Morbid Mask.
Yeah, they want to finish off Roche first, I would imagine. And
so is this a Mask of Madness transition?
I think it might just be casual for the moment, so that way when he comes out of Roche, he'll be back up at full HP and they can like transition into a tower. Because you mentioned it earlier, like they're kind of in a way, not necessarily on a clock, but there's a timing they want to hit. And it looks like they might make that happen right about now. They're moving indoors Roche. Should be able to take it real quickly.
Yep, and the rest of the team is going to extend the smoke gang up top. Now, the critical thing is that Nuts is level 6.
Right.
XY is also level 6. This is a dangerous move that they're making up top.
If they can get into a good position here for Magnetize, the Fatal Bonds, we've talked about how deadly that could be. They found Tim's as well as Rior, and Tim's trying to TP out. They are going to find that kill, but they get Roche in spite of it.
Yep, great play by Black, dodging pretty much every single stun. The secondary stun being dodged with the Shadow Dance. This is what we're going to see from Black. Again, the draft is not really catered towards dealing very effectively with Black. They did have to spend an Inferno just for an Ogre kill, which is not really great usage of that ult, but they're going to at least get some tier 1 damage.
And they'll be able to keep them back for the moment. Firestorm, a great ability here. And it also looks like Lone Druid is... I still think that they can keep these lanes pressured out. Do you like the idea of them just sort of moving around from tower to tower to tower, like even if there is an Infernal up?
Or Faceless?
Yeah, or for like TNC, can they make something happen, like even if they have the Warlock ulti?
I think for TNC, yes, they can to go for the tower and tower because they have the Lone Druid. Yeah. But I think it's more time efficient if they wave to level 15. Right? Just spend the time now to get to your items, get to your 15, and then those tower is essentially free for you. No need to make that aggressive play right now. You're not that far behind.
They're going in.
As I say that though, they're gonna port mid and get this tier 1.
Onto the Lone Druid Bear as well.
It's so nice. It's a nifty trick.
Alright. Well, they have no Warlock ulti, but they do have Magnetize. The Fatal Bonds only on to 2 heroes, and here comes that tower. Yep. They've got it.
And they want to press for tier 2. Okay, I keep thinking they could just sit back and farm, but TNC, as we saw from last game, aggressive in any fashion. No matter if they're down by 30k gold, they're looking to be aggressive.
And I think that this is why I was expecting the Slark to maybe be a little bit rough, because like right now he doesn't have a Shadow Blade yet.
Yeah.
He can't stop it yet.
Well, he's going to come in right now. They're going to go on the back line. They find Raven. Raven taking a ton of that damage. Savage Roar's going to help him out a little bit. He gets to safety. And I think that is a disengage. No, they want to swap him back in. Black though, dead.
Nicely played there. Beautiful display, and that's the mechanism done on the Underlord, so they keep their team alive. They're able to last through it, and, well, with no Warlock ulti, I mean, if they would have waited, I think you can sack that tower and then defend the next one, possibly.
Right.
I don't know. It didn't end up being that huge of a kill. Like, Slark going down there is pretty big.
I think it's big, because he's trying to work towards that Shadow Blade. Like you mentioned before that fight actually happened, without Shadow Blade, he's just... I don't want to say a non-factor, but he's not a Slark, right?
Yeah.
He's not a threat, so any kill that you could get onto the Slark to delay that Shadow Blade is huge. And Ursa, like you also predicted, casual Mask of Death, sorry, Morbid Mask into a blink.
All right, Cuckoo. He's doing it. I always feel like the Ursa, if he doesn't get off to a good start, is going to end up struggling a ton, but he is, in spite of that, like, the laning phase didn't matter all that much, the, like, first wave pull. Do you think it would have been good for Earth Spirit to stick around a little bit longer and keep the pressure on in that way by keeping on pulling mid?
I'm not sure if you can to keep on pulling mid, because after the first pull, I'm not sure whether if the wave, like, you know, the respawn time for the camp and whether the pull is dependent on trees or not. I don't know fully the pull mechanic. Bottom lane.
Oh.
Ice. Be dead.
Slowed. They have the Fire Blast. They've caught him. A chase could continue. They get the Hoof Stomp trying to TP out. Is it going to happen? They weren't able to break the TP.
Yep. Calm under pressure. Did everything you need to do to survive. Mid lane.
Go in on this. They have the mechanism still. They're taking this fight. Miss everything. XY now in some trouble as well. The Fatal Bonds are out, but it's only onto those bears, onto the creeps, really.
Yep. Oh, Cuckoo has the blink available. He has the double damage. He blinks in, but actually guesses wrong here. Jabs. Goes away, and they can't actually push this mid tower because Warlock doesn't have mana for it, so he's getting there very, very soon.
I mean, they don't even have the Blink Dagger on Centaur yet. This is such a huge timing right now.
Oh,
for TNC, they're on top of him, jabs, but they won't be able to find the kill.
Yep.
Still Aegis.
That's the tower.
All right, well, good stuff all in all from TNC. And I remember we were talking yesterday with Merlini, and he was saying about Ursa, like it's sort of one of those win the lane but lose the game type of heroes. Do you think that it's going to be that type of situation in this one? Like, do you think that he has the ability to finish off enough of these towers or like find the advantage, or is he going to kind of fall off?
I think the reason that Ben is making that point is that a lot of the time Ursa's play is so single-dimensional, right? You win the lane and you look for kills. Sometimes, and a lot of times, you don't find the kills, and thus you lose the game.
Right.
But look at the way that TNC's playing. They're not just going for kills and only kills. Kills comes as a second byproduct of their pushes. Seems like they're just grouping up, taking advantage of the weakness of Faceless, right? They, like you said, they don't have Blink on Centaur. They don't have Shadow Blade Slark. So punish them. And Ursa is used more so as a big scary threat than, you know, he's actually not jumping at heroes and killing them endlessly.
Right, and I mean, they're picking up those items now, but it's already after they've lost a tier 2 tower in the mid lane, and it's like the real timing where those items would be huge aren't really coming about. There's a Dark Rift now up to the top lane, and oh, looks like they're ready to take this tier 2 tower, and they've got Mechanism, they've got Arcanes, they're building towards Greaves. TNC are coming for your base, Faceless. What you gonna do?
Yeah, man. I mean, they are gonna lose the tier 1 mid, I think. No, actually, everyone has to back off and respawn, or sorry, deal with this kind of threat that's coming their way. That by going aggressive, they protect the tier 1 and they protect the tier 2 bottom.
Goodness. Well, Black, Shadow Blade done at this point. They are ready to. I mean, this is the thing, though, too. Like, even if you do have the Shadow Blade there, what is he really going to be able to do if everybody is grouped together? As long as TNC has, like, Avenge Swap to keep him alive or a mechanism to help keep that Lone Druid alive, even if you jump him, like, he has Savage Roar, too, to keep him off of him. I don't know. It feels like it's still a hard game for the Slark to find kills.
I think if you look at it like that in a vacuum, yes, Slark by himself can't run into a team, but he's got his own team as well, right?
Yeah.
Faceless is very good at forcing you to run away. They have Stampede to, like, you know, just make you scared. They have the Warlock ult. You're not going to just stand and fight under a Warlock ult.
No.
And when the enemy team's running away, then you can imagine a scenario where Slark is going to be super strong.
Right.
So I think that's going to be how Faceless is going to play it. They have a lot of methods to start off the team fight via like triple remnant, drop the rock, and then Slark comes in from the side and just goes to town. But you're right, if TNC could hold their ground and group us 5, Slark might have a little bit of trouble down the road.
Well, and I think that it speaks to what you're talking about there, that they have to win the engagement or be in a position where they will win the engagement.
Right.
And God, finding a pickoff onto Jabs here, this would be huge.
What
the
stuns
Centaur
do they have?
Conqueror.
What stun do they have for this pickoff?
Centaur Conqueror, do it.
I mean, this is the weakness of the TNC lineup.
Stampede, the Warlock ulti used onto Cuckoo. They end up interrupting the hoof stomp. He gets the enrage off. This is not the fight that Faceless want. He is gone. Ice is out of there, and they used Warlock ulti. They used Stampede. I mean,
they ping out Cuckoo. They actually want him. He's isolated away from his team right now. They're going to throw every stun for him. He does not have the Aegis. He's just dead away from his team. A rare mistake by Cuckoo. Now the rest of the TNC team is looking for more Black. Trapped in, but he will jump away.
Okay. All right. That was a much-needed pickoff there. If they didn't get the Ursa, that would have been tragic.
Yep.
And maybe this is the point where they could look for more. Slark's just a little bit too afraid to go after it. Yeah, I think that, again, they, like, Faceless didn't decide to defend those outer towers, which I really like the decision, because they wanted to make sure that they had both big ultis up to fight. And then having to force that one, there is going to be a window when Ursa's back up where Warlock ulti's down and they can maybe take this last tier 2, or even, you know, go in for Roche. I mean, how do you contest?
That's the danger now, right? You give away Roche to Ursa, and suddenly you can't make the same plays that they were making. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly how Faceless could play it. Now, one of their strengths as a team is that their high ground defense is absolutely amazing.
Right.
We've seen TNC did a lot of that last game. Faceless is going to be put to the test. This is historically where Ursa is also very bad at.
Yeah.
Win the lane, lose the game because you can't push high ground. So
he's going to be going back for Aghanims. It doesn't necessarily help him take high ground, but he can react if they're hitting and, you know, getting an enrage off after the fact. Still going to be a ways away from that one.
Oh, it's going to be up to Raven breaking high ground if there's anybody that breaks high ground.
Sure. Vizrin picked up now for the Ursa, and Raven Aegis on him. Maelstrom done. Looks like mid is the call, and how are Faceless going to deal with this?
I don't know. Conjure up a refresher for Nuts because he needs that Warlock ult for the defense should TNC wants to push.
And that's certainly not worth what we ended up seeing before. This could be a nice play as well. Rior swap into the Centaur Conqueror Stomp.
Okay.
See if they can make it work. Have vision. Mjolnir as well. Fatal Bonds only really on to Sam H at this point. They've got him. Pull him back in into the Stomp.
Yeah,
they got it. Okay.
We saw Black doing a lot of that last game as well. It is a very nifty trick when you got the micro to back it up.
Absolutely. They get the silence on the Cuckoo, but they force the buyback now on the Ember Spirit. They're going to end up losing the melee barracks here if they're not careful. They do have a resummon on the bear if they need to, but he's not even dead yet.
They got the Warlock ult, and I think it's getting close to a point where they might need to worry about their outer towers themselves. Blink stun here going on Raven. They're going to roll in. The Rock, the Fatal Bond, it's on every single hero. The Aegis pop immediately. Sam H taking a ton of trouble. And now I think Raven's going to respawn, but he is still in a lot of hot lava. But no, he wants to turn around and fight. I'm not sure whether he can. Slark comes in. They force him to run, but Slark also dies to something. I'm not exactly sure what. Ursa's ultimate has been outlasted. He is also going to go down. Force them to run, chase in, and kill. And this is the high ground defense of Faceless. They will not break here.
Yeah, I think that it's exactly what you were talking about before, that the Slark is able to chase after the fact, and I think the TNC realized if we run right now, we're just going to lose. So let's try and get at least something for the Lone Druid dying there, and they managed to take down the Slark, so still a really huge win for Faceless and really rough for TNC that they end up giving away the fight like that. But they managed to find the Slark kill, and slowing down Black is so necessary this game because, as you mentioned, they don't have a great answer for him if he gets out of control.
Yeah, I think the mistake there in that last team fight was Raven had his hero up on the hill. He was trying to hit the Raxus instead of using his bear.
Right.
And as a result, Ice immediately just jumped on him with his hoof stomp. And normally it's okay when you have a core with Aegis to getting jumped like that. In fact, you even prefer it. But again, with the nature of this game, as soon as one person gets jumped, everybody gets initiated on because you need to save your core. And then, you know, we talked about the importance of Black allowing him to now initiate in, not being in the forefront of that fight. Yes, Black eventually did die, but it's probably not going to die if the fight happens again like that.
I do like the Blink Dagger pickup as well for XY, and now having that extra bit of mobility, he can, you know, use the Rolling Boulder to escape from the midst of those team fights. So a lot of these core items that they needed are there, and Warlock has his Hand of Midas as well. Like, there's a lot of things that are going right for Faceless, and it feels as if they're trying to weather the storm that they knew was coming. But another big smoke play. TNC this time without an Aegis. Still looking to try and pressure this high ground though.
Oh, they're wondering if anybody's kind of standing nonchalantly up that hill. They're kind of correct, but Ice is very far away.
Got out a ward as well. Very little vision in this area.
I think they actually see the TNC heroes.
They are still smoked up. They don't spot Cuckoo yet. And there's Rior, so he showed. And now the pinks come out. Alright, so don't find anybody there. Underlord
Savage.
now in some trouble, possibly.
I mean, he could always start Griff out.
Yeah. Okay, 9-7. Currently a net worth lead of around 2,500 gold. It was a lot more before, and Faceless, like we saw in last game, starting to build up that experience lead off the back of the comeback.
Yep. I've been actually seeing a lot more of this in this new patch, where a team threatens to push high ground, gets a tier 3, and then backs off. Normally in the previous patches, you're like, well, it's not really a big deal that a team lost a tier 3, but now shrines are open. And TNC they already took one, and they're probably going to take the other before the next push actually happens.
Black really has not been able to get a lot done this game. He's been farming and now into the Silver Edge and the Echo Saber, but it's just the type of game where they're not giving him opportunities to find openings and find kills.
Yeah, we always think of Slark as a core that, you know, his bread and butter is picking off people in the jungle. But when you play together like a team like this, it's hard to find those pickoffs. But that isn't to say that Slark as a hero is neutered. Like, he doesn't find those pickoffs, but in the actual fight, you got to keep in mind, he's still extremely mobile. He's still extremely hard to lock down. He might not hit for very, very hard. He's hitting for like 200. Yeah, 200 already. Yeah. But as the game progresses, he is going to be a threat. Yeah. And I think sooner rather than later, TNC will need to start taking Raxus to start closing out this game.
Yeah, I would completely agree. They got the tier 3 tower, it's good, but now you need to move in towards taking all of the rest of the shrines. They got the one down bottom, need to get one up top, wait for that next Aegis and secure it. Likewise, if Faceless are somehow able to go in and contest, save that Warlock ulti, save the Magnetize, everything else until they get for that Roche fight, that's when you end up being able to sort of break the back of TNC.
Yep. So I really like Cuckoo's item choice here to, instead of going for the Ags that he had queued up, he goes for a BKB. He understands that there's just so many ways for him to get locked down, that even if he acts to break one disable, there's more to follow. No. And I like the BKB choice a lot more here.
There's so many heroes of TNC around, and Black sort of playing the margins to the best of his ability. They TP out the Ogre, so he will not find or be found by Black. Still trying to build into more of that damage with the Scotty. Bottom lane jabs pushing it out. You got the BKB done. And it feels like all of these items are just to gear up for the fight that we know is going to come around that Roche pit.
Yeah, but I feel like in the span of the last 5 to 7 minutes where Faceless had that magnificent face defense, they've already caught up so much that even when the next push comes, I think TNC has already lost a lot of their edge and momentum. I mean, this Ursa doesn't even feel like it's as big of a threat as he was before, right? Cuckoo looking for a bash hit. Unfortunately, did not get one on Black.
Oh, it's a frustrating game, certainly, and it harkens back to what you were talking about in the draft, that there isn't a great lockdown for that Slark. Maybe if Sam H finds that like initial root or something, that can change the things around, but even then you've got Dark Pack to deal with it, and I mean, you just need everything.
You're looking for instant stuns to deal with Slark, and Cuckoo can itemize her, right? He could finish the Abysso, just catch Black by surprise, but you know, he's like, what, 2,000-3,000 away from finishing it.
Oh, like the projectile for Venge, the long cast animation and short range for Ogre. They're putting themselves in a position now to try and take down this tier 2 tower, and they also can Dark Rift if Roche respawns soon. We're seeing it's still a little ways away before it's even possible to respawn.
Black's going on your high ground, dude.
All right.
Gotta get out.
They're making it happen. They can Dark Rift back for this if they want to, but it looks like it's just going to be Underlord who's holding the ground for now, and yeah, Black has to get out of there.
All right. Well, I like what Underlord's getting. He's going for a Rod of Atos.
Oh, it's a great pickup. Almost has it too.
I mean, it's a range disable, right? Essentially for some of these heroes, especially for Ember Spirit. Now, Ember Spirit does have the Yule Scepter to reset the fight.
Ooh, are they going to go on this? Ice is thinking about it, but these are two heroes that are quite hard to kill.
Ember's coming in. I think they're looking for it. They're going to go for Sam H. That's a very tanky target, but now Ice getting initiated. Oh, no. He's going to try to TP out. Can we get a bash?
Oh,
yes,
he got it.
He can.
On top of him. Is going to end up falling here. They had everything, so a little bit of a misplay there, but you got to take those chances on occasion. Oh, maybe. I don't know. They used Stampede for that, and Roche is back up soon.
Yeah, Roche is up.
And they might have to buy back on the Ice Centaur? Yeah, real questionable play there.
I think they had Ember Spirit coming in from the backside, and it had Slark within the nearby vicinity. So it was an okay try, but...
Are they going to try and force a buyback here? What?
The Quarrior's going to get cut off. Is Black going to take it? I'm not sure if he had vision of it.
I pinged it there as he went by. But yeah, they have at least one range creep here with them. And it's time to go up for high ground. They want to finish off the melees.
Range racks might be much easier, but never mind. Look at the Raven's damage output.
Yeah.
That's going to force a Glyph.
Okay, Glyph down. They really don't want to buy back on Centaur here. They will lose a lane of barracks if they don't, I think.
That is Rax.
All right. They're on top of it. Bear going to end up falling, and they have the Dark Rift away.
And the Dark Rift straight into the Roshan
What,
pit.
Tim's? Oh, come on. You got to keep walking, man. Stay with it.
Oh, did he not get caught?
No, this actually matters a lot because this was Ursa not there either. And now you're in range to be able to get here and possibly defend this.
Oh, Slark finds himself. Oh, okay, well.
Maybe not.
Helping out. They're going to go for Tim's, but this is going to be fine. On the back line here, it's going to be Aegis.
Jabs is gone! Jabs is gone at the start of the fight. They get the Stampede. The Warlock ulti's down, but it's far too late.
They just dropped the rock on 4.
Oh,
Why?
no.
There was absolutely no reason to drop the rock there.
All right, this is a collection of misplays. They lose the Ember Spirit. They can go back in for another round of this. They don't have Warlock ulti, and they can force the buyback from the Ember.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the question is, when the buyback does come, do you back off or do you stay?
I mean, I think you can stay.
It's a
I
fine
mean, they
line,
don't
man.
Stampede either. I think they can stay. I think they can do it.
Stampede should be back relatively soon. Yeah, only 20 seconds or so.
Warlock ulti is the big one, though. That's 2 minutes.
All right, Raven.
He kills off XY. They are crumbling now. They buy back, but Black is going to be controlled. They get the Savage Roar as well. He doesn't have any way to get out of this one, trying to pounce away. XY is gone. That's a dieback. Faceless. Completely crumbling here in this one, and now the jump forward. Ursa's all over him. They get the Ghost Scepter stay alive, but can they stop it?
He's got cheese, but oh, he gets burned down before the cheese even gets triggered, and now Black jumps forward. That's a BKB on Raven. He turns around. He wants to fight the Savage Roar, not actually affecting on Black for whatever reason. He's still being chased. Magic Missile will not hit onto Black, and now it looks like the Venge is also going to go down Raven on his great escape. Meanwhile, Sam H will also die. So what looked like the disastrous start of the defense for Faceless, they were able to pick up a bunch of kills towards the end, so I think that's sort of worth it, I guess.
I mean, they had to buy back on... Who all did they have to buy back in that fight?
I think it was just XY.
You know, it was Ember, too. Ember bought back also. So his buyback on cooldown for another while. Jeez. And it's a pretty big swing into the favor of TNC.
Yep.
If it wasn't for that Ember buyback, I would agree with you that I think that it would have been pretty even at the very least.
I mean, even with all these buybacks, the people that haven't bought back yet are still very rich. Black has finished the Eye of Scotty. Look at Centaur. He's got Blink, Ags, he's got a Hood, he's got 4K in the bank, so Shiva's coming next. XI is working with a gold machine somewhere.
Yeah. I think it's just that Hood of Defiance pickup early. It allowed him to farm so efficiently around the map. But it still does come at the problem now. Lone Druid has Aegis, and they can move along one of these other bases now that they're, you know, on a pretty... now that they have everybody back up again. Magnetize, it's there. Warlock ulti is going to be done.
Oh, I mean, Aegis is a very strong item on Raven, don't get me wrong, but we also seen that Aegis can be beaten in that last engagement, right? Once you force TNC to clump up where the Fatal Bonds is on a couple of heroes, they could kill your whole team.
It's true.
The Aegis only protects one.
Yeah, and I think that maybe there, again, it was fighting, though, without buybacks this time might change the dynamic of that a little bit as well.
Yeah.
We'll have to see how that looks, but right now they're looking for a pickoff, and they might be able to find it as well. XY is not here in the base. They're going to have creeps in there. Oh my god, if they could get nuts to start this. They walk up onto high ground. They don't scout anybody. Faceless, this is such heads-up play to stay inside the base this deep.
Yeah, normally you just think you're in the racks, you're fine. The TP in coming in from Black. Work on the bear a little bit.
Oh, Raven. Multi-form and then back out. Gonna be able to deal some damage here. Black's on top of him. They drop it down. Black in trouble, but they get the Warlock ulti as well. Raven on top of them. Cuckoo as well, enraged and BKB'd, but they're gonna keep their eyes on the barracks here in just a second, I do believe.
Yep, they're gonna now focus on the melee racks. Meanwhile, space created here inside the base. Okay, Cheese gets used here by Cuckoo, and triple remnant back in. Jabs taking a ton of damage. Jabs is out, and so is XY. The Magnetize is going to do some damage here, but Raven still protected by the Aegis of Immortal. He will take down the range racks. He's still alive. Can we go for more is the question.
They're doing it. I think that this is...
Raven,
it's so hard to make it stop. Like, he might not even worry too much about it. The Aegis is now down. But they're on top of him. Atos is there as well. They're going to go for the Dark Rift, actually. They end up canceling it. And now Black turned upon. He's going to drop. He has buyback. Forced to use it immediately, but TNC, they're all over him. Diffuser Blade as well, controlling and soon to kill off that Centaur as well. The Magic Missile comes in. Glimmer Cape keeping him alive. Black stunned. Is he going to fall? He gets the Shadow Dance off. But look at your base, Black. What are you going to do with this?
Well,
Sam H turns to fight. Can they make it happen? They lose their Centaur again. Swap back in.
Oh my god. You know, when I said they did not have Disable, I was just looking at Ogre and Venge because that's the traditional Disable. But the Pit of Malice plus the Savage Roar time and time again made Black's life still difficult. It just comes down to the early game. He had great farm, but I think he needed a BKB and Shadow Blade to have a chance. He went for the Eye of Scotty instead, and I think ultimately...
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. TNC's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Magi!
TNC's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
War Chief.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
League's assassin.
TNC's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. TNC's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Is into the draft for this. Ogre as well as Io Centaur and Nyx Assassin now taken for Faceless as well. But yeah, sorry about the little bit of the late movement into the draft. That one's on me. But we're here now, and that's what matters. That's what's important, man.
Yeah, we're gonna have a Nuts game here as well because Nuts is here. Got him.
That was great. I love it. Yeah, Nuts is going to be playing in this game of Dota 2, and more than likely, we haven't seen his hero yet, the Ice Nyx Assassin, I'm assuming is what we are going to be looking at right now.
Very smart ban by TNC, taking out the Invoker, because the one combination that they like to do a lot.
TNC. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Warlock.
TNC's turn to pick.
Juggernaut.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Ember Spirit.
TNC's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Have better lockdown though now for the Ember with the telekinesis lift as well as the Centaur stomp. So Ember's gonna have to stay on his toes a little bit.
And I think that it's something where you do kind of need like maybe a little bit more out of the last pick here as well out of the mid. OD is already taken out of the pool, as has the Invoker been. So they're going to need... Like, I don't think that they can necessarily run the Ursa another time now, because they kind of need another way to be able to lock down that Ember Spirit since he's already so mobile. And they're going to ban out the Slark so they can't take further advantage of that lack of hard disable. Is there anything that really fits the bill for you that you'd like to see here?
5 seconds.
For the carry for Black, you saying?
Well, I was mentioning the TNC's mid, but yeah, I guess we
see.
talk about Black as well.
I mean, TNC's mid could be Juggernaut as well. Let's not.
They didn't ban. Oh wait, no. What am I talking about? I'm dumb. Sorry. Continue. My bad. It's a late night.
We're not done though. After this best of 3, we're gonna have yet another one. Do you know if we're doing the loser bracket first or we're doing the winner bracket?
Winner bracket happens first.
Okay, so the winner of this taking on Mineski.
Yep.
Should be exciting. Also getting a phone call. I'm gonna really tell them to go away.
All right, Faceless right now. We gotta save this somehow, some way.
Yeah.
They've already got an ensured good early game with the Ogre Magi there to help out the Ember Spirit in the mid lane. We also do have the potential for a, I guess just a black hero that is able to run around constantly. We could go an anti-mage possibly. I mean, they've run it before. You know that Black loves the hero. Do you hate it? Oh, you talked about this one earlier.
Yep. So I like Klings a bit more because they're having a more proactive game plan, and it's just a really, really good IO assassination tool, right? And of course, you have the ganking partner of Nyx Assassin, so they get to run around and do a lot of work. What you normally see a lot of times is like, okay, Juggernaut is off somewhere split pushing. He's in a very dangerous territory. He knows he will be safe because of the IO. So instead of hunting for the Juggernaut, you have Invis heroes that hunt behind for the Nyx, or sorry, hunt behind for that Wisp instead. And that's what Nyx and Klings is gonna be looking to do. Tim's is gonna eat a lot of ganks this time around.
We'll have to see if Tim's can handle the pressure coming from the Klinks, the Ember, the Warlock, all of the above. Not to mention the Nyx Assassin. He is just sad little IO in this one, I believe, as Faceless are going to move on to face TNC Pro Team. Game 3 winner makes it to the winners finals. Will be played immediately following this one. And then, of course, the winner of that game is going to be going to Kiev, representing the Southeast Asian region. And winner-loser of this doesn't necessarily get knocked out. They're going to have to face off against Clutch Gamers, who have been a really big test.
I don't know if you want to get to the lower bracket and face Clutch.
Yeah.
That's probably not a. I mean, all 4 teams here are super strong.
It could have very easily gone to tiebreakers between these guys, honestly.
Yeah.
They are into the game now. Moving out across the map. How do you feel like the lanes face out in these early couple of movements? You've got Sam H already down. They spot each other and now run away.
I think the lanes are going to actually favor Faceless quite drastically in most of the lanes, right? So first, Black's gonna have a grand old time just laying searing arrows onto this Centaur. In fact, I am surprised that Sam H just didn't go Iron Talon and just straight up jungle. He's got boots, no style shield, no armor items. I don't know how he exactly planned to lane against the Klinks. That is a question waiting to be answered. Shadow Fiend versus Ember, that is innately a Shadow Fiend favor matchup, but I think XY is gonna have something to say about that on the Ogre. And that should give Jabs a good, 2-3 levels that he needs to actually do okay there. And then last but not least, Nyx Assassin on the bottom. He is going to have a tiny bit of trouble against the Juggernaut spin. But this is Ice. We see him win lanes that he shouldn't win, so I have a lot of confidence in him. So overall, I think Face is going to be okay in the laning stage.
Yeah, we got the tried and true patented double mango on Ice. You love to see it on this Nyx Assassin. 6.1 regen per second before Tangos come into play. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get down there. There is an observer ward placed by the Radiant team, which would scout out if he did move forward and place that one down. And it looks like Bounty...
It's gone.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's the only issue I have.
Yeah. All right, looks like we're going to see a dueling mid situation here. Tim's saving for the bottle, does have it purchased, and I think it will be sent out pretty soon. And that's, I think, trying to make this XY harass not as threatening, but they're still being zoned away very, very heavily, and this is the power of Ogre.
Yeah. The unfortunate part about this is that they would probably be able to do a little bit more, but because the AoE damage comes through onto Io, he's able to take a little bit and then give the extra regen to Cuckoo. Whereas if it was a different mid matchup, they could have just focused Cuckoo, and then you don't get that extra regen from the tether.
I mean, you say that though, Tim's doesn't actually have a Tango running, so.
Well, he's got some natural, the 0.8, man.
All right, the 0.8 regen, is that what we're...
Value.
I mean, I'm okay with you talking about Nyx Assassin 6-point regen. Yeah. I don't know about the 0.8, dude.
All right. Well, maybe next time it will come about, but
He's got a bottle now, so then the real regen is going to come through.
Yeah. He needs to actually take some damage here to heal back up Cuckoo. And is probably not going to be able to get it off of level 2 until right about this next creep wave.
I mean, he might just take spirits instead of overcharge.
You think so? Maybe. I guess it's a possibility.
Or might he just leave, you know?
I feel like overcharge is pretty good though.
Okay,
Yeah,
he does overcharge.
and I can regen back up Cuckoo, and he has a much better time in this lane. As far as the top lane is concerned, Sam H can take a lot of harassment here. Shadow Word, as well as the Searing Arrows going out onto him. Always a pain in the butt, and XY pushed back by Rior. Not gonna go on this Rubik.
Sam H actually took Hoop Stomp instead of Return. Again, I don't know how he intends to stay here in the long term, but for now he is essentially out of regen and gonna really get wrecked.
Yeah, no poor man shield or any type
Yeah,
of
he's got
shield
boots.
either.
Oh, he's gonna steal the creep wave? I guess that's one way to do it.
Yeah, this is an interesting way to try and play this lane. The problem is that you're gonna run it back into Ice Ice again. Ice, or excuse me, Nuts.
Yeah.
God, they need to change that name.
Ice Ice is the sponsor. He can't change that name.
That's fair enough. You gotta keep the sponsors happy. But the other thing is that even when he's tanking these creeps under tower, it's gonna hurt a lot more than it otherwise would have.
Yeah, you could do the ring around the Rosie, so it's not that bad.
No.
Alright. So as per usual, Ice is finding a decent amount of CS under tower, at least more than the Centaur.
Yeah, and we'll be able to probably sustain in this lane. Kill potential wise, it feels like it has to come off the back of a Rior lift and then a spin. How possible do you think that is in this lane? Is it hard to get?
Very, very not possible. Maybe a level 3 spin, like you can see it happening, but you basically need to harass Ice down to maybe about 70% health. But then because of his height innate regen, I just don't see that happening with the Rubik. So unless Ice really heavily messes up, I don't think he should die.
Maybe if Io moves into that lane as well with spirits or something like that. But they're actually going to end up coming back in now with Sam H. And they might try to enable this lane a little bit more since Cuckoo has already gotten off to a hot start. And with the boots as well as the bonus movement speed from Tether, they could possibly make something happen on the Warlock up here top.
I mean, the problem with this combo is because Centaur's only level 3, they don't have enough burst damage to kill Nuts altogether, right? And he gets to just like put a Shadow Ward on himself and run away. Oh. I say that though, they're making it go here. The Tether movement speed slow is the thing, and now body block here from Tim's. Sorry I ever doubted you, TNC. First blood gets picked up here, and the bottle regen is gonna allow them to all to heal back up.
I think it's that level 3. It comes in, you get the 2 points in double edge, 250 damage and slow. Rough life.
That's the benefit of not having a point to return, right? You just get that burst on 3. Mid lane looks like XY is threatening to go for a kill. Oh, he's gonna walk back out.
They will spot Rior moving in, and I believe that's why they decided to back, although again, Flame Guard with a haste rune. This is a bit of a scary moment if Cuckoo is not careful, but they didn't know where the Wisp is. Now they might spot Tim's moving in.
4-hero rotation mid? Is that what's happening?
Raven? He might be in trouble, though. If they're able to find the Impale, they're moving in now. Don't have the Fire Blast, though, and about the Healing Ward that stops him.
The Healing Ward's outrunning XY.
Raven just playing a little bit with the Ogre. And spins
nice
away! XY in some trouble!
Dude. Raven, what a player.
That was so well played by Raven.
Yep. I mean, the cool thing is it's like an online match, right? If you do that online, you're like, okay, yeah, you know, good move.
Yeah.
This is some ping involved, so.
That's the ultimate Jebaited right there. The 25 gold from the Healing Ward. Yeah. You can't even take it down, and then he kills you.
420 movement speed, man. It's hard to catch.
Yeah. All right, Sam H. Still no points in return as of yet, but level 4 hanging on to it if he wants to go for like the double hoof. But yeah, it does finally take it now. So harassment going to come less effectively. You have a Mango on Juggernaut, so he should be able to spin away if things get a little bit too hairy down here bottom as well. And in the meantime, time to fill out these stacks and get some more farm into the hands of Cuckoo.
Yeah, I think Tim's begun stacking this camp right when the game begun, or you know, when the stack was actually possible. And,
right.
Oh, look at that regen with the Tether, the Shrine. Oh.
No value.
Yep. XY comes in. It's like, where did the stack go? It's gone.
Yeah, wanted to steal some of the experience for it. He's level 3. Take a look at the IO, up to level 4.5 now. And by and large, a really good laning phase for TNC.
Yeah, you know, when you ask me to predict the lanes, I thought the mid lane would have done much better for Jabs, simply because I thought the Ogre effect would have been much stronger. But then I did not personally take into account of the IO being mid, right? That made all the difference, giving so much regen. And now if you look at the CN's differential, Jabs is, what, 12 behind to the Shadow Fiend? And it's only going to get worse as these two passively stand here and trade last hits.
Yeah. Well, and the other nice thing, I mean, you have to be a little bit concerned about for Faceless is that Black is having a really good game. You got the kill from Jug, which helps mitigate that a little bit, but they're going to need to find a way to deal with the Clinks, and he is still always going to be able to kill off Tims, as Tims does run into XY and going to throw those spirits at him.
Yeah. I mean, it will be a godsend for Tims if he could get himself a Ghost Scepter, but I don't know how he's going to manage that pretty expensive item for a support.
Do you think it's worth it to rush it in this matchup?
I mean, it's cost-benefit analysis, right? If you get the Ghost Scepter, you could also say, look, I'm pretty close. If I'm going to spend 1,600 for Ghost, why don't I just get a mech?
Right.
So it just comes down to priorities, right? Is it more for yourself to survive? Is it more for your teams? See how TNC make that decision. We're going to see Raven porting up top. I don't think he got spotted by any particular ward just yet. As I say that, the Black runs through. I don't know if we got vision, and now it's going to be nuts. Probably going to go down. Eats a hoof stomp and a spin.
He knew what was going to happen. Yeah. As soon as they spotted him right here on the side, yeah, it was over at that point. But Klink's going to try and get a counter kill. There is a sentry ward here. He's just outside of range. It's going to go now. Stampede already out.
Very, very unlucky for Jabs because he went for the slight chain, but it bounced off to the creeps on the side. And then a very quick reaction by Sam H popping that center ult just to make sure that Cuckoo does not get ganked.
And I think it's also, you know, a really indicative of like TNC's map awareness. They moved up there trying to find the kill. Oh god, Nuts I think is dead again. They moved up there trying to find the kill on the Klinks and couldn't quite find him, and so they.
Are you sure he's dead?
Oh my god, they just continue to chase. What? The jukes? He goes back the other way. They bring in the courier to try and spot it. Does he get the courier kill at least? No.
I mean,
wow.
Make them work for it, right? And that courier, is he going to snipe on the way out? Black's thinking about, oh, courier! Okay, he's not
be able to do it. I thought for a second he was going to get out too.
You could lose a lot of people in that ring of trees if you know the trees to cut.
All right. So, as we were talking about, I think just the awareness that Klinks was gone, so he's probably going mid to kill the Shadow Fiend. That's the hero you're going to want to go on. They make sure that he's out of position to not get caught.
Bottom. XY's level 3, dude.
All right, he's getting body blocked by Tims as well, and he's just gone. The lift back now. Oh, misses one raise, but they still find the kill in spite of that. So they defend the tower. They take the top tower. All over the map right now. TNC are really pulling Faceless stretched thin.
Yeah, and remember that game that you casted earlier where Jay was playing Shadow Fiend? If you have a very snowbally game like this and Shadow Fiend gets completely out of control, it's so hard to rein back the game because he's so good at dealing with objectives and he's so good at winning team fights, right? Like you just want Course to be able to do both. And Cuckoo is, you know, on ramp for one of those games. So I'm gonna say Faceless need to stop the bleeding right now, or this game could just be effectively quickly taken away from them.
And IO helps to ensure that as well. Like every little bit, you can be even more aggressive than they were in that other game. Black might spot him out now. Thinks about going on it. Invis Rune, pop it, Tims. Nah,
a little bit too late. The Fey time.
Yeah. Well, that's unfortunate.
Yep.
And that's what Black is going to be doing this game. He just finds a little ball of light and pops it.
When I said stop the bleeding, that's exactly it, right? You just pick off random heroes, make sure TNC can't group up as effectively, make sure that they're always kind of running around instead of going for kill you. They're trying to like go back to the fountain to heal or whatever, and just elongate the game, right? You need time to catch back up. I mean, look at XY. He's barely level 5 at this point.
Yeah, it has not been a great one for him. And granted, he is still an Ogre, so it's not like the worst thing in the world if your Ogre is behind. That's the hero you want behind. The problem is that it's also the Warlock, who has 500 net worth. He has an Iron Branch. That is the only thing that is non-consumable in some fashion.
That feels bad, man.
Boots are a dream right now. He missed the CS, so he can't even finish those off. Nuts. Somebody get this man some farm.
All right, Black is on the hunt. I mean, that is the beauty of having a core like the Klinks, is that you get to, you know, make space and hopefully allow your other cores or support to get farm, but Nuts can't even farm from here. He uses about like 10% of his net worth to TP away.
All right, we got Boots, maybe? Come on now.
All right, that's Boots gold. He's good. Did it.
See if he buys it. They're smoking down towards bottom. They want to try and find a kill here.
They got the rock too.
Yeah. That is something he's been able to get, if not net worth at the very least. Oh
Spin
no.
has been used. He's dead.
Raven, this is a problem. If they can find the initiation angle, they haven't found the stun. Stampede away. All right. Again, heads up play. They make it out. At least for now.
They need to keep running right now. It's going to be them running straight into the tower. Reor. Oh, he canceled his TP, I believe. He's just dead here.
All right, going in. They're TPing to trying to find against this. They realize he has level 6, is going in.
Relocate.
CMH stun. They end up stunning the relocate. Fatal bonds onto all of these heroes. If they can manage to just pull out a little bit more damage, they're going to kill them all off. But it looks like instead, Faceless not able to deal with this. Black almost dead. Oh man, that was a huge play. The fact that they were able to make that happen, Cuckoo not gonna die to that either. Jab's just gonna get ran down himself. Black wants this kill so badly, but it's not there. 30, 20 HP, 18 in fact. Black they got it.
Oh my god. Nobody grabbed the aggro. I don't know how they can. Raven taking a ton of the damage as well. Samage thinking about going back in. Very low HP pull. Ooh, misses that hoof stomp. Overall, I think that's still an okay fight for TNC. Although, Teamfight Recap, please rescue me. Is it popping up?
Yeah, it should be. It's looking like it's still okay for them. And a 3-for-3 exchange. If Shadow Fiend got out right there, it would look very different.
Oh yeah, they would have heavily won that team fight. That Fatal Bond from Nuts. I'm pretty sure he just like tripled his net worth. Yeah, he did. He's up to like 2,000 net worth now after that kill.
That is crazy. All right, yeah, so Boots no longer a dream. He literally did not have Boots before that fight, and now he has Boots earned and Magic Stick. He bought some wards.
Look at Nuts rolling in right now.
He's happy.
All right.
So 13 minutes in, and I'm looking at the Raven build, going back now for the Manta style. Obviously wanting to be able to take off the chains and everything else that goes after him. We've got a Blink Dagger done for Centaur. How do you see the next couple of minutes panning out here for both teams?
Much better than the last fight for TNC. I think they're going to be on the offense, and with the Blink initiation of the Centaur, you then could use the relocate much more effectively. Remember the last fight? Relocated Shadow Fiend, they both took an impale, and the IO just straight up died, right? Imagine a scenario where Centaur gets a blink in and initiate, you combo that with the relocate, nobody gets stunned, and then you just, kill people. So, I think TNC with that Blink Dagger recently picked up will ideally be able to pick up, a lot of kills.
Oh, and you can see it right now. They're already grouped together, ready to relocate. But the question is, can they find that initiation? Can they find the hero they want to kill? They are going to run into Black.
Where's the dust?
No, they're a little bit late. Black gets out. I don't know if he actually even spotted them. They're instead going over here on Raven. They find a kill onto Raven. A huge turn of events. The smoke gets broken. They don't find the dust, and instead they kill your safe lane carry.
That is not a good moment, and that's a combo that Black and Ice will be going every single time. Disappear off the map and look for picks. I mean, he was in front of his tier 1 tower farming with 3 allies nearby. And still got picked so fast that there's nothing you can do about it.
Well, looking like, again, they need to wait for the Juggernaut to be up unless they can find a good initiation. But it's so hard to find Black. He's doing a great job of staying off the map. Sometimes I think that, I think it was Aosun was telling me this, that you see Clinxes go for split pushing games, but instead of doing that, staying away and always being a threat of being able to jump out.
Yep.
Scary stuff.
I mean, Raven's literally using spin to farm, and as his spin is about to end, he's giving up 3 CS just to back off. He doesn't know where Clinx is. He doesn't know where Nyx is.
Oh, Rior's been doing a great job throughout this series.
Tims? They should see Nyx on top of Sentry Ward. Now Creeps gives it away. It's not like they could have punished him in any way. But
scary game for an IO, though.
They do have eyes on Black right now, thanks to the high ground ward. And this is important, right? Like, they don't need to kill him or anything. They just need to have an idea of where he is. And now Juggernaut should feel much safer, and he does indeed pop out on the bottom side to start farming.
And you have Centaur here waiting just in case there is a movement in, a rotation in. But you do also have the Nyx Assassin able to farm himself a Midas. 16 minutes in here, and this is a huge benefit for their later game. What was once feeling like a potential for a snowbally draft has got back dead even.
Yeah, mostly because like as soon as the Centaur Blink got picked up, they haven't done anything with it, right? The smoke got broken in that previous movement. I'm not sure if they're waiting for a better opportunity. Are we going to see a smoke now?
Probably.
5-man smoke, okay.
I feel like they need to get something done. I would imagine that this is fairly well telegraphed. This lane is pushing in a little bit. Nyx is going to be pushing into the tower.
Are they going into Roche?
Oh, this would be huge.
All right. Well telegraphed, but you got to respond fairly quickly. Black running through, and you can see Rior's dropping sentries in position. They're not exactly doing the fastest Roche ever.
Black can't really approach this, though, because if he does and they spot him, which they do right now, they can go for another initiation play looking for that. They have caught him. They're going to be able to catch it. Black very low, not dead as of yet. They dropped the Warlock ulti, but the Fatal Bonds is not there. Can they get anything else? Rior tried to get the spell steal, but it didn't happen, and Ice punishes. But Black is already dead. They lose Tims, but 2 supports for the Warlock and that Clinks.
Well, the question is, can TNC continue the road? Sure, resources are quite low. We go in, we go out, they're not sure. They're sitting inside a Roshan pit thinking, having a tea.
They're going to send in the Golem.
Okay, Golem check things out. Cuckoo.
Oh, they've got him. Well played there to get the Nyx. Perfectly what they needed. Now XY going to get ran down as well. No Omni Slash, but they will at least force him back for the moment. Jabs chasing forward, taking down Cuckoo. Raven maybe going to fall as well. The Fire Blast is there. They end up using the Flame Shield as well, but they're not going to be able to get it. Now the Fatal Bonds comes back, stealing Flame Shield, turning it against them. Jabs dropping low, is going to die instead. Rior keeps on making these plays.
Yeah, I mean, they still, they stay way too long, right? The supports have been able to reinforce there. And because they still have that tier 1 tower, the TP is even much closer than the Shrine. With the help of the healing ward and Tim's coming back in, they're going to be able to take down the Roshan. The fight might not be over yet, though, as Black is threatening to do something here.
These sentry wards have just been so clutch, and likewise from Faceless, a little bit odd that they're not deciding to de-ward them. Or, I mean, I guess if they just don't have it, they feel like they need to stay for the fight, but nonetheless, Aegis for Raven.
I really want to talk about how that team fight begun. Remember, they had vision of pretty much everyone running down this ramp, and Centaur could have easily, just stunned, the Clinks, for example, to get the kill, right? But instead of going for the cores, he went straight for Nuts. He wanted to get the kill before the Warlock ult came. And even though the Warlock ult came out, it was kind of a pretty panicky ult that he threw in. It honestly didn't hit too much of anybody.
And I don't think it got the Fatal Bonds on the first bash either.
Exactly, and that was so important for SamH to initiate onto Nuts over anybody else. Also, I do believe the triple remnant of Ember Spirit completely missed because of the Stampede. So, to me, the MVP of that team fight was definitely SamH. But I think Faceless moving forward will team fight much better. So, can't count on those lucky break that TNC received in the last fight.
And it wasn't necessarily even just like that they were playing or executing better. They were doing that, but more so it was also they were in a position to make that happen. Like they were sort of inside the Roche pit, but they had all of the vision in the area.
Correct.
So, well, movement now could come in again. Warlock ulti off cooldown in 8 seconds. Can they keep him here?
Oh, Raven's gonna spin and walk it off. And this is, I gotta say, one of the few games where I don't really feel Black's presence as much as he normally has, right? Normally he's has 6 kills and he's working towards a really big items now, but he's just barely finishing his Desolator. Hasn't really done too much. I mean, he's trying to, but I feel like the TNC is really well aware of his movement, just thanks to the support's vision.
It's reminiscent of what happened in the last game, where you have this hero that's built around finding pickoffs, and he's not finding those because of the playstyle of TNC.
Right.
And now mid lane, Jabs relocated in upon, they find that kill. Warlock ulti a second too late, they are all Fatal Bonds, but there is no way to catch up to these guys. Blink, Impale, not gonna hit it. They can't quite get there in time. Stampede making it work.
And of course the relocate returns back up top. Cuckoo still has a double damage, so that's gonna be a tier 2. They are just splitting the map open. And I don't think Faceless is able to keep up. They were supposed to be the mobile team with the Clinks and Nyx. they're just getting dance circles around right now.
And the other thing is that it's not as if they're losing 5-man from this either. You can now move up here with the Centaur, with the Rubik, and have just as strong of a 5-man as you would otherwise, while simultaneously getting the split push in. And they go for the Impale, connects onto one. Raven is there. No healing ward for a second, but they take down the tier 3 tower.
All right, upheaval is going to make Cuckoo's retreat super
He canceled
slow.
his TP. The Juggernaut.
Oh, here comes the Klings looking to assassinate Rio. Rio 1 hit away. He pops the mech back up, gets healed a little bit. Raven taking a ton of the damage. Can he go down? I do believe the steering arrow will take him down. So now the choice is, are you saving your core or are you not? They're saying good luck. He's out. He's going to try to spin and walk away. Blink body blocks is not going to be the play here for Jabs. Blink Impale though. Ice, ice, ice. Striking where it hurts the most, and that is the Aegis down.
Yeah, that was a really unfortunate combination there. I think that maybe a little miscommunication. The Jug wanted to go for the just spin TP right away, and then for some reason canceled it. And because of that, Faceless realized that they could find that kill at the very least.
Yep.
I think that if you instead just like get everybody out and leave the Juggernaut there at that point, it's a just tough situation all in all.
Yep.
Oh, 15 to 12. Most importantly, though, it is still TNC.
Bottom.
Are they going to get him? Okay. Sam H gone.
Yep.
They take down the tier 3 tower, but losing the Aegis and now losing the Jug and then losing the Centaur, this is starting to feel like Faceless are finding their foothold.
You can see how easy it is for these two-man gank combo to come back into the game. As soon as TNC makes a tiny mistake, the map just completely gets wide open back to Faceless. They need to continue to group up, find opportunities. I mean, there's still objectives on the map. You could take the bottom 2 tier, the outer towers. You could take the shrines. They're open to you now because you're taking the tier 3 up top. So I think TNC could still play the 5-man Dota if they like. Or if they're looking to farm, they need to farm much safer. Like Centaur cannot be miles away from his tier 2 tower.
Right. Ooh, this movement up top from Jab. He is going to Remnant away, but they realize he was over in this area. It doesn't look like they're quite going to catch up to him.
They have vision on Tims. Is Tims just dead? Yes.
Right, Remnant forward, but not able to tether out.
Too much freebies being given to Faceless.
Yeah. They don't have the Underlord type of hero in this game that sort of enables everybody to stay more heavily together. It's more the Centaur in this one, and they need him for initiation. And oh, who? They're there.
I'm not sure whether he has vision on XY, but XY is about to run into that Shadow Fiend.
Oh my God, Black, you're showing yourself. It's gonna get lifted after the fact. They've got him taken down.
Oh,
almost fell. They're able to turn it back around with the mechanism as well.
Oh my God, he's still alive, and they just killed. Okay, that was a 10-second BKB used on the Shadow Fiend, and they got nothing out of it. And now the fight's not over just yet. Blink, Spike, Impale's gonna hit on Sam H. Sam H is looking Sam dead. Defensive relocate though. It's gonna bring him back out. The question is TNC gonna be forced to take this fight?
Yeah, they might need to. And well, Cuckoo is here. He does have Requiem of Souls. They're just gonna go for the relocate back to Cuckoo. And that might be able to keep him alive long enough. No, Tims is still dead.
Yep.
So what looked good a little while ago, maybe off the back of that either decision to pop the scroll and then end up heading out of there, whatever the case ended up being, TNC now in a really rough spot.
Yeah, a little bit of sloppy play allowing Faceless to really make the comeback. All of that big span of comeback, I also want to remind you that Faceless has not used Warlock ult yet. So if they want to make a big objective play, which guess what, Roshan should be coming back relatively soon, it will still have that big ult available for that.
Net worth chart you can see has sort of been a back and forth roller coaster ride. Currently sitting at 2,000 into the favor of Faithless with 6,000 experience into their favor as well. And Sam H a long ways away from an Aghanim Scepter. Movement, they can still take some pressure as, you know, the Warlock ulti's there and they're going to need to make something happen since he does have a Midas again. Like, they can't just sort of rest on their laurels and not pressure his team.
I'm not sure if you've been watching how these initiations are going through by Ice. He'll pop his spike and hit
on the return.
Yeah, hit the Centaur and then it'll proc off return. So it's just a guarantee stun every time on the Centaur.
Yeah, it's a great answer. Normally it doesn't end up mattering because the Centaur is so hard to kill, but with the Clinks there, it ends up making the difference with the Deso.
Roche being checked by Faceless. Has not spawned just yet.
Oh, and now Shadow Fiend, after the Dragonlance, Shadow Blade, and BKB, are going back for a Butterfly.
I mean, normally that seems like a very threatening item for the enemy cores, but I think Klings is very well paced to keep up with him, right? MKB should be coming out next. He's got the BKB already.
Yeah.
So I think for the most part, Klings is going to be able to keep up, especially when he's getting like free tower losses like this.
Yeah. They are going in to take down the shrines now, though. Looks like TNC, they need to be real careful. They jump in, they found Sam H. They're still in the area, though, and able to relocate him back out and away. Stealing now, the Impale. Rior has it. Are they going to go too deep for a good stun? And, well, Kuku revealing himself is going to pop the Spike Carapace, but now maybe in some trouble. They're able to pull him back in. Raise off the mark, and the Yule Scepter lift up. He's able to blink away. Off the back of a little bit of a misplay. Kuku in trouble, possibly. More so is likely to be Tim's. They pop the Stampede as well. Rior blinks out away from them, but they're able to almost kill off Ice's Ice. He's going to be able to live through it. 70 HP for the moment. Mana burned that other hero, and now Kuku is going to fall as well.
That was an 8-second BKB. They have lost top racks as Black able to backdoor that during the fight. I mean, as soon as I fight broken, the objective for Faceless wasn't to win the fight. It was to cancel as much TP or buy as much time as possible because they knew the true threat was at the top. And TNC, they were just stretched and pulled apart. Except Faceless was getting outplayed, but shoes on the other foot now.
Yeah, and this is what it all comes down to. Late game, or rather mid-game decision making, and when you take these fights. And this Black Clinks, it's been spectacular. He now has a BKB done. 10 seconds there and available. 3,300 gold on top of it. So
this is why you gotta ban this hero, man. Like, I don't know. I think this hero might be more threatening than his anti-mage, which I'm sure people are taking a collective gasp out there. But anti-mage, you need protection. You need to draft around it. Clinks could win his lane and affects the map so much earlier. So that's just me.
I'm with you. It's a tough one. You have movement in now, in towards Roshan. They spot it out at the very least. Going to be able to get a D-ward as well. It feels like right now, if TNC want to have a chance, they need to get this Roshan and try and pressure. Late game, how do you feel like TNC fare? Is it just something like we had last game where they're always going to be behind in the super late?
No, I don't think so. If TNC and Faceless have the exact same amount of gold, I think the Radiant heroes scale much better. Like, you're talking about Juggernaut, you're talking about Shadow Fiend. I think Klings really runs into his limit when it comes to scaling. Of course, Jabs is going for more of a magic build, so he doesn't scale as well. But the biggest problem is, this is not an even game, right? Like, TNC is working with, 75,000 less gold than Faceless, so never mind the mid game, or never mind the late game. I don't think TNC could make it there if they could keep playing like this.
XY also has Guardian Greaves on the Ogre, which is just insane to me. They don't have Nyx Assassin right now. He does have a TP, can get here. The question is, do they realize Roche is going on? And I don't know if they actually do. There's wards that are right outside of it, but Roche already starting to fall. They have Stampede if they need it. They're walking in. And Jabs looking, spots him, realize it's going on, but already there's Sam H initiation onto Jabs. Can they kill him though? Spin continuing. They drop the Warlock ulti. He doesn't have buyback on the center. Oh, he does now. Might need to use it and Stampede out of there. Shadow Fiend solo is going to lose that Aegis now, and well, what's the way out of this for him? I don't know if he's going to be able to make it happen. Kuku going to fall Faceless with the demonstrative victory in the river.
Yeah, I mean, Sam H just blinked in and just, try to buy as much time for his team as possible, but he just died in 3 hits, and then the Warlock ultimate stunned everybody, even through the BKB of Shadow Fiend. So this BKB, this 4,000 gold investment, has done zilch for the team. And TNC is about to take or lose the second lane of Rax here, I think.
I mean, you have the bloodlusted Clinks with Deso. They're moving up to high ground. I don't know if they can really stop this. They're going to at least try and force out a buyback on the Shadow Fiend, I would imagine.
Oh, how quickly has the game turned, man?
It's been pretty rough. That little part right there was looking good for TNC. They took the tier 3 tower in the top lane, but now Barracks going down. They don't want to defend against this one. They're going to Omni Slash right at the start. Black almost low, but can they kill him? No. And now Raven chasing continually is actually finally going to do it. No, able to four-step out of the way, but he does finally get brought down. Tim's is in there as well, but now they can think about turning this one back around. Fire Blast down. Wisp is dead. The chase is going to continue. Ice Nuts is almost gone, and Sam H, can he fall? And they're flowing down there. They have Cuckoo right in the midst of it. And
I mean, the supports are dead, so there's no disable, right? They're counting on Sam H and Rubik really for the disable. Here comes the Requiem. The Spike's gonna return it. Sam H, or sorry, excuse me.
Oh, he drops the items as well. Ice, ever the showman.
Oh man, that's a tilt move right there, dude.
Get owned, Cuckoo. Get out of my game. That was beautiful.
Well, I don't think Faceless could win off of that fight, but they are walking back to the coffers filled with gold, and I'm not sure exactly if TNC could rally the comeback, but we've seen what they could have done in game 1, so let's not count them out just yet. They had, even tougher game in that game 1, and they were still able to hold on for such a long time. Can they do it this game, though?
You gotta love Ice, man. The item drop after, like, that play, the Requiem of Souls comes out. There's no way it's gonna do enough damage. All it does is set up the kill from Ice that might not have been there otherwise. Like, if he kept running, still probably dead no matter what, but...
Yep. I think what the Shadow Fiend was hoping for is you channel the Requiem, and then the innate nature is to run away, right?
Yeah.
But Faceless recognized it very quickly. Yeah, we're just gonna kill you.
We going in. A great game. I think that TNC also has been performing really well. They are going to run into Rior. Nice lift. Okay,
Quick
out of there,
lift.
and Vendetta. A good save.
A reaction, dude.
Yeah. Real impressive. So TNC, I've been really impressed with their play in game number 1, game number 2. Game number 3, it's getting close and down to the wire, and I feel like...
Well, for half a game, I was really impressed with TNC as well.
Exactly.
And then,
if they're going to come back into this right now, it's a huge lead to come back from. What is it that they need to do? What's the perfect team fight for them?
They need to combine Requiem and Hoof Stomp at the same time. Hopefully, maybe you could Omni Sash down the Warlock. They need to remove Nuts before the team fight begins, but look at how tanky the guy is.
They have Stampede with Ags now as well, though, on the Shadow Fiend. God, Black, the tower's already gone.
Yeah. I mean, whatever game plan they had, I don't think they have the time to execute it. Because I just think this is the final push.
Right. And, I mean, no Aegis, but they've got Orchid too, so can build into Bloodthorn next if he wants to. Omni Slash there on top of one, but they're able to get out. Ice. He is still going to drop, but is it enough? Not exactly sure about that, as Cuckoo already going to drop. They find that kill, and still they're on top of Raven off to the side. The healing ward keeps him alive there, but there's the triple run forward. Triple kill for Jabs. Maybe going to be able to find some more. They keep him contained as well with those chains. Faceless looking quite strong as they're taking down these barracks. Sam H just trying to TP out. Is going to make it, but there go the melee.
Yep. And that's Megas, or is there one? That's a range. There's a range racks up top here. And now Raven's going to pop the Shrine for himself. He's trying to spin away, but look at Black's damage output. And now they hurt him away. Nice 2-3-man stun, but Black BKPs it off. Attacks the Raxus. That's Mega Creeps. And that's the game.
All right, TNC, they call GG at the end. Faceless get pushed to the distance. They had to go to 3 games against them, and well, I'm very curious to see what happens next, but this does mean that Faceless is going to move on to face off against Mineski. And before we finish off this game, just a
Radiant team ban. TNC's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Uh,
Radiant team ban. TNC's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
War Chief.
TNC's turn to pick.
StarLadder.
TNC's
Dark Seer.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Ogre Magi!
TNC's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. TNC's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Weaver.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
quick.
TNC's turn to pick.
Crystal Maiden.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Facing off against
Why you don't sound excited at all? Because this is
what do you mean?
This is do or die situation for TNC or Clutch Gamer. They win this best of 3, they get to go on and face Mineski for a shot at a spot at Kiev. And if they lose, they are out.
Yeah, it's a little bit
high
intense.
stakes.
Sorry, I was trying to fix some production things that are going on right now.
Don't try to fake hype.
What do you mean try to fake hype? I'm not trying to fake hype. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. And it looks like I have already fixed it all out. So we're good to go. But yeah, TNC Pro Team, they have not looked good the first day. They looked a lot better the second day. And then the third day, they put on a great showing against Faceless. We're almost able to take them down, but it didn't quite end up working out into their favor. Clutch Gamers, on the other hand, they had a great first day, kind of a middle-of-the-road second day. They still ended up finishing top of the group, but then they ended up looking quite rough against Mineski. Do you think that was like a play-style thing for them, and the reason they ended up kind of getting hemmed in, or do you believe that it was more just that this is a team that is going to struggle to deal with TNC Pro Team?
I think without knowing the teams personally, it's really hard to say, because a lot of the panels are saying, you know, are they doing well because it's a best of 1 format? Or are they doing well because they're relatively unknown and people aren't scouting for them, like the way that they were preparing for TNC or Mineski teams are, you know that are going to do well. So I think it's probably a mixture of all of that. My kind of big takeaway yesterday is that Clutch Gamers did not look like the Clutch Gamers on day 1 and day 2. I think their tried and true like teamwork just didn't come through. Like they lost a lot of team fight against Mineski, which honestly, if they executed the way that they did in day 1 and day 2, they would have won those games.
Right.
So to me, Clutch Gamer had 24 hours to gather themselves, look at each other in their face, and be like, "Are we gamers? We're gamers. Let's go."
Are we gamers or are we Clutch Gamers? Let's make it happen, boys. Yeah, I can understand that. That's pretty cool. TNC Pro Team, they do manage to steal away the Darkseer, but Clutch Gamers, with the first pick overall, they decided to take the Centaur War and are now with their last pick. We're going to have something to round this out. Safe lane carry, most likely. I really like the Vengeful Spirit Band. I feel like that would have been quite nice in this lineup.
Yeah, so I think the range core is what looks like it's what we're leaning towards too, because StarLadder Darkseer is going to pressure melee cores very heavily. You already have a very weak laner in the form of Rubik, and we're going to go with the Gyro. We've seen Black play a ton. Do you honestly think Gyro is worth all the hype, or do you think everyone's just picking a bad carry because Faceless is picking it?
I think that if you fit it within the context of a nice draft, then it looks really well. Like, you look at this lineup. All right, let's say that somebody happens to dive OD a little bit too deep in a mid lane situation. You get a Gyrocopter TPing in level 6. Suddenly you have a big team fight on your hands. Likewise, you have something like people diving the Centaur Warrunner, or rather diving the Gyro. Centaur Warrunner has Stampede to get away. It feels like these heroes from Clutch Gamers cover each other well and have different ways to either turn around a fight through big team fight ultis, or save with OD, or save with Stampede. I like their lineup.
Yeah, that's definitely true. They're not really particularly weak at any stage of the game. If I have to make one gripe about this particular draft, it's the fact that they don't take buildings that efficiently.
Right.
I don't think OD or Gyro are excellent pushers, but apart from that, I think they're well-rounded. And now TNC is going to end up with one of their... Surge Iron Shell TA is a scary thing, man.
No, absolutely. And I think that you could kind of level some of the same accusations at TNC Pro Team. Like, StarLadder, he's going to be able to kill off heroes pretty quickly. TA can kill heroes pretty quickly. Weaver, like those, TA and Weaver are probably the 2 best building hitters. And it's not like that's what they're known for necessarily either. Like, Weaver may be known more for split pushing and being able to take it in that fashion. But CG might be a little bit of a different story, depending upon how this ends up looking. But we are getting ready to go into this, our game number 1 in the lower bracket. And who you feeling like is going to take it after this? After the look at the draft?
Based on the draft, I think TNC has the stronger draft, and I think a draft that fits their playstyle more. From what I've seen yesterday and a couple of days before, TNC is a team that likes to take the aggression. They're not similar to Faceless, where they take it slow, they beat you late game. You know, TNC, they push the button whenever they can. Look at their heroes. They have the heroes that could either take towers, like you mentioned, or Roshan. Let's not forget, you can put that TA trap inside it. You have the amplified damage for Roche. So I think they're just well favored in their playstyle, and more importantly, in their lineup against Clutch Gamers.
Okay. Well, we'll see if TNC are going to be able to live up to all the hype you're bringing on them. I'm excited to see it. Interesting little movement here. We saw the Darkseer go out with no items, smoked, just scouting to see if he can find a ward. And meanwhile, there was one ward that was placed mid lane. In a little bit of a sneaky spot as well, right over there by the little flag. Depending on the angle, I might not even end up seeing that one. And another ward placed over here by the Radiant team.
Actually, that dire ward doesn't see too much of... I mean, it peaks a little bit more over the cliff.
Yeah.
But it's honestly not a really good ward, but, you know. It's all good.
I guess just wanting to ensure that Cuckoo has an okay time, doesn't get...
It's more when they were placing it, they didn't want to like walk across the river. Maybe they were expecting their smoke to break, that kind of stuff. It doesn't seem much, but the risk of placing that ward is also very low.
Okay. Now, Gyrocopter, this is the build that I think we've been seeing more often than not. The tangos, and then just fill up your inventory with Ironwood branches to get some more value out of that. So already 8 tangos on the Gyro, and then is going to be able to continue to survive and spam heals against the Darkseer. This feels like it makes a lot of sense. How do you feel like it matches up here, a Darkseer against a Rubik and a Gyro lane?
Yeah, I think it's going to be fine for Clutch Gamers. If TNC wanted to push the button a little bit more, they could have put the StarLadder there as well, but instead I think they're going to make sure that their safe lane is, or mid lane rather, is going to be okay.
You mentioned that was kind of a safe ward, but unfortunately it already gets taken out already by Armel, so they're going to get one of the D wards, and it does not look like TNC are going to find a D ward in return. So a little bit unfortunate there. Some possibility of good luck or scouting ends up coming to the tune of Clutch Gamers getting that in the mid.
Yep. We're going to see Boom back here. Actually, now that I think about it, that ward on the ramp is terrible. Here's the reason, right?
Okay.
You have a TA, they have an Ogre.
Yeah.
Ogre is going to come in to ignite you. He's expecting you to tick meld to dodge the ignite. So to one-up that, he's going to bring sentries, and he's going to put it in the mid-range, right? That's the reason why they dewarded it. Not because they scouted it, because they were preparing to ignite him. And they just so happened to put the Observer there. I hope that made sense.
Yeah, that definitely did. That makes a lot of sense. And
then that ward on the ramp is just like free 100G on the other side. It's just not good.
Rough. And you can see also Ogre continuing to go in there, and with the Orb of Venom as well as the Ignite, just constantly spam out the harassment against Cuckoo. Not a great lane. We haven't talked a whole lot about what was going on up in the top side, and Hana took a good bit of harassment from the Weaver as well as Rior playing on this Crystal Maiden. Needs to be careful, although you don't have the CM Aura yet, so not going to be able to spam that as effectively until he gets that level 2.
I'm going to make sure that this pull does not happen. Honestly, like, he's got boots. Honestly, he will not die here. And I don't think CM harasses. Like, look at him. just running away. There's no way that a CM by himself could actually drive away a Centaur. I think even with the Weaver coming in, unless the Weaver is like 4 or 5,
right?
I think the Centaur should be fine.
Okay. Keep our eyes on that one. See
but
if
if Tim's comes in with haste rune, that's a different story.
He's rapping. I do believe that they scouted him though, and yeah, he's just going in for the pickup of the bounty rune along the way. Runs into Vombax, the Ogre, and is going to go for a wraparound. Isn't going to be able to make anything happen here against Armel. He's been having a good time so far for himself. 13-10 in comparison to the 5-3, and Cuckoo, very far forward, is going to be slowed by this. If they can get into range for an Astral in just a couple of seconds, it was a good stun there onto Armel, but he still might be in a little bit of trouble. They're thinking about going for an imprisonment, but they don't decide to go for it.
Cuckoo really hanging around with low HP. He's trying his best to play as aggressive as he possibly can, because he understands that he's really losing the lane that he shouldn't be losing, mostly thanks to the fact that the Ogre is in the lane.
I got boots that are now on him as well, and decides to bring that out over any other region. So just playing around this Fairy Fire and Refraction to the best of his abilities.
Oh, he's got a Shrine to work with, and he'll pop it right now. But look at the CS differential here. He's got 8 CS to 16 and 11 denies.
This is not looking great here for the TA, who normally you pick her last to dominate the mid lane, and she's getting wrecked.
Yeah, I think that also it has to do with the gyrocopter a little bit later on, a hero that's traditionally really hard to stay alive through that high physical damage, as Armel is just going to get punched in the face a few more times by Tims. But I think that like in the mid game probably there's a lot of potential there for her to just blow up the gyro if she even gets like middling farm. I don't know.
I could see that happening, but I also could see Clutch Gamer getting double, triple, 4 staffs.
Yeah.
And suddenly your job as a hero assassination kind of play is not gonna be as effective.
Okay. Well, Darkseer in the meantime goes in, steals away one of the bounty
StarLadder
runes.
gets lifted towards back, and he's gonna eat a Who Stomp.
Oh no.
Faybolt's gonna take the kill. So StarLadder trying to go for the rune steal, which I think he got, but then Fly Solo made a TP to the shrine, and then punished him very heavily.
All right, well, first blood goes to the favor of Clutch Gamers, and I don't know, I feel like they'd be really happy in this laning stage so far. Like, your off lane isn't getting a lot as far as the Centaur is concerned, but he is at least getting levels, and your mid is just completely dominating at this point.
Yeah. I think a large part of that is the TA not taking Mel to dodge these Ignite. Yes, there was the Sentry earlier, but Sentry obviously only lasts 3 minutes, so I feel like Cuckoo could have at least gotten a second point to, or a first point into Mel here.
They're gonna just be able to go for another imprisonment there, another deny. I mean, it's not as if it's all completely terrible for her. She's got boots, she's got herself a bottle now as well, and is starting to catch up in CS, but that early levels and the fact that she's almost a full level and a half behind where the OD is, that's where it really starts to feel. Oh, now she's caught back up a little bit.
It's not terrible in the sense that she's not dying, but she's not really fulfilling her role in the lane, right? She's not dominating. And sometimes as a TA, you have kill potential to the other mid. You have 0 kill potential against the OD because she could always Astro you when you're going on him. So he's kind of just sitting in lane and losing. And you know the OD of these days always go for Hannah Midas. So you know he's going to shoot further and further ahead.
Yeah.
And Cuckoo, I mean, he's going to go either Blink or Deso. So it's not exactly catch up items in that sense. So I don't know what TA is going to do, but this is Cuckoo. We saw him yesterday holding the mid lane 20 minutes straight by himself.
Yeah,
so we know he's a gamer.
If you didn't catch that, game number 1 was it, I believe, of the Faceless versus TNC match was just an absolute treat to watch. But movement in now towards the mid lane. They want to go into Armel. Hesitated for a second, but they will not be able to punish any further. And well, they could have even gone for rotation. They're bringing the Darkseer into that one. He wanted to get involved too.
Oh, that's unfortunate. And now Rubik gets to take the haste rune, take the bounty rune, runs around. Now Darkseer suddenly might be in a little bit of trouble.
They could think about going. It's too hard with all the stuff that they've got in the area. So yeah, Fly Solo just going to punch him. All right, no, they're going to use the call down, so they pull him back in. Rocket Barrage as well, Fade Bolt to boot, and they get the kill. All right, they did it.
That was actually like
perfectly executed.
Yeah. Like if he just surged a tiny bit faster or was not in the center of that call down, I think he would have made it out.
And you think about the whole dynamic of that movement. He goes in, steals the haste rune from the Darkseer, steals the bounty rune from the Darkseer. Cuckoo goes to check, and then he goes in and finds the kill.
Runeback is going to stun the StarLadder, and he's taking the tower shot. StarLadder took a double edge to the face as well. And Clutch Gamers 3-0. All right.
Yeah, off to a hot start. Very well played. So, yeah, right now, I don't think that there's a whole lot more that they could be wanting. It's almost a 2,000 gold lead, 1,500 experience. Clutch Gamers looking quite good. And this is, again, I think that they've proven themselves throughout these qualifiers to be one of the top teams in Southeast Asia, clearly to be in the top 4.
Oh, for sure.
But probably going into this, if this is some people's first look at Southeast Asia, they'd be surprised that TNC are behind at this early stage in the game.
Yeah, I mean, being ahead obviously is a very good advantage to have, but a lot of these games that we've seen in C is not really decided just from the laning stage. In fact, it's who makes the better mid-game and late-game decisions, and that's how Clutch Gamer lost 2 of their games yesterday against Mineski. They just got outplayed in the late game, so we'll see if TNC could, you know, make the same plays that happened, that beat Clutch yesterday, or will Clutch actually clutch it up in the late game.
There you go. I kind of like this play as well. Tim's playing on the StarLadder, who's traditionally a little bit tough to farm on, and they stuck the Ion Shell on him so that way he could get a little bit more gold more quickly. Now you see Abang as well, and Moba moving in, trying to take down Cuckoo here. They get the Fire Blast, but the Shrine came off, and now they need to run. Slowed up by the TA Trap. They're going to continue the chase.
More TA
And
traps.
it does look like they are going to be able to. Now Stampede comes out.
Okay. All right. Two-man rotation, drew 2 TPs, and got a Stampede out of it. Not too bad, but Cuckoo goes right back to farming. I gotta say, with that Ancient stack, he's recovering quite admirably, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, that's what he needs to do on this hero, but Hana in the top lane, he's getting gone after, and weren't quite able to find there the Fire Blast to set up a kill. But in the meantime, Armel just mid, pushing out the lane. They're going to have to deal with this. Rior is going to sit here and soak up experience. And Sam H, are they... How did that creep wave get all the way over there? He's cutting the creep wave and into the medium camp as well?
I think he just pulled it into the camp so he could farm, you know, a camp in a lane at once. This is something that you see from Darkstairs when they feel absolutely safe. Which he kind of was, because, you know, everyone was up top.
Right. Well, this is a nice movement in here as well, trying to find Abang in the bottom lane. It's still going to be tough, you know, you got the infused raindrops here as well as the headdress. Should be relatively safe.
Yep. The problem that TNC is experiencing right now is because TA didn't do well in her laning phase. Now look at the map, like who actually could kill people? A CM roaming around ain't gonna do jack. StarLadder without Blink is not gonna do much. And Darkseer honestly is not the most aggressive offlaner, right? So they really need that TA to...
Oh my god, Tim's. Oh no, Hana! What are you doing?
I'm surprised. Oh, Sprint wasn't...
He had 1 second left, yeah. But that being said, he saw that there was nobody in the area. He could have caught up to him with Sprint.
That was a high risk, low reward kind of play.
Yeah.
Damage.
Armel is here too. They're going in.
They got Sakuchi on the Rubik. They're going to try to lift him up. Okay, Tower giving him a little surge out, but I don't know if you're making out of there. No teleport support coming in. Oh, they're coming in now.
Call down. They're on to several. Abang needs to be careful. Raven is here as well. And Rior. Yeah, Rubik is kind of in no man's land. Fly Solo is going to have to play this one real well. He's trying to go for Sam H. Trying to find a kill, maybe?
Like
no, not quite there. The vacuum a little bit off the mark. But he finds the kill. Fly Solo just all over him. Does have Sakuchi back up in one, but there's the Frostbite and the CM ulti. But he's still getting out. Fly Solo. No TP, though. And there is maybe Raven. Oh, my God. Okay, that is space created if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, allow his entire team to run away. Gets a core kill by himself. Solo experience, solo gold, and made them drop so many more spells just to get that kill. Whew. We've been seeing a ton of excellent Rubik plays. Yesterday's Rubik from Rior was amazing, but right now, Fly Solo making a strong contention that he is an excellent Rubik player as well.
Absolutely. That's what you want to see. It's the playoffs, baby. And you got Hana almost there with this Blink Dagger, 50 gold away. Bottom lane is where we're going to see Fly Solo again, just stealing Sakuchi. It's such a great game for or such a great hero to be playing against with Rubik.
Well, I think a lot of it is also Raven needs to be a little bit more conscious of what spell he currently has. You see a lot of experienced Weaver players, you know, using Swarm immediately after if they see the Rubik in the vicinity.
Right.
Now, I'm not saying Raven is not an experienced Weaver, but maybe he has his mind elsewhere, and he's allowing Rubik to get this, you know, insanely mobile spell for free.
Well, they're set up now on this bottom lane and looking for Abang. No amp damages there yet for StarLadder, and I think they realize they can't make this work. They have to back out. Lane is pushing. And like you said, it's just what are they going to do at this point in the game? They don't have any great way to find initiation.
Now they do. Now they got the TA. I mean, it's not about the initiation, but rather they don't have the damage to back it up, right? Because you have a Crystal Maiden that's maxing aura. You got a StarLadder that have, you know, what, 3 points in the crush? It's just not enough damage. Now the Blink kind of changes all of that, right? You get a Surge in, you get a crush, and Cuckoo's going to come in and with Maelstrike. And that should be enough.
I mean, but can you, like, they have Stampede, right? Don't you just run away if you're clutch gamers?
Well, Stampede don't work if you're Slithering, Crushed, and Frostbitten and all that jazz.
But he doesn't have a Blink. All right, maybe it's fine. Okay, I'm with you. They got to find the angle, though.
I mean, I agree with you. They're not going to win a team fight with the Blink, but they're definitely going to be getting more picks than they have, right? Currently, they're 4-1. They have gotten 1 kill.
Yeah, it's been rough. There's no doubt about that. And pushing in this bottom lane. You have call down still. Hana, Blink Dagger is in his inventory, ready to go. They're set up for a big fight. OD on the other side of the map.
I honestly don't think this is the fight that TNC could take. And now Solo gets a lift here. Crystal Maiden in a lot of trouble. Rior, okay, runs away, but will go down regardless. Now they're going to focus on the Slaughter on the backline. Stampede will be used defensively. They got the 2 quick kill, and they're looking to escape.
Yeah, and there's 6-1 now. TNC, they have to get StarLadder or something. Like, he's sitting there halfway to Blink Dagger, and I mean, that's a fight where they get 2 kills without the OD even being there. He's just farming away like a champ.
Yeah. To be fair, though, that wasn't a good fair fight.
Oh, yeah, no, definitely
for
not.
TNC. Like, Crystal Maiden was caught dewarding, right? That's kind of like a suicidal move, essentially.
Oh, Raven, maybe in some trouble. Are they going to find him? There's a movement forward. Fly Solo is there. Blink. Oh, nice time lapse out. Raven, but the Fly Solo is on him. Is there going to be a lift in time? He does. Doesn't want to go for it. The rest of it seems too far away. And Gyrocopter might be in trouble now. There's the call down. Turn it back around. Trying to scare him off. Rior almost dies to that. And there aren't TPs to get here, I don't believe. So Abeng in trouble. He's going to have to TP on himself, but they're already there. The CM ulti as well as Cuckoo jumping on top of him. Yeah, Abeng maybe just a little bit too big for his britches.
Yep. Good catch there for TNC. That was a very important kill to slow down the Gyrocopter, but Clutch Gamer is not missing a beat. TA is going to pour mid. Can they make a play here? Blink, Metal Strike, Hana will hoof stomp for himself, and now Armel coming in. He can have ult, and he will ult. There's that kill.
Down on top of Tim's. It's a hard thing to deal with, and Cuckoo out of mana now. They're going to shrine up. Same H, get inside that. Come on, buddy. Go get your regen. What? All right. That's fine.
Cuckoo gonna find a kill.
All right.
And you can see as soon as the Blink Dagger gets picked up, they could apply Cuckoo's massive damage where he needs to go, and he's being super active. And I think this is the way that you come back in the game. I don't think you farm against OD Midas and expect you to do fine. You gotta kill.
So next up on the docket, we have already seen the Blink Dagger on the Centaur. I'm kind of curious, OD, after going for the Midas, he's now going back for the Dragon Lance. Not a great surprise there. Looks like Rubik has Blink queued up as well. Is there anything that you feel like TNC, like, can they still keep on making these kills happen before the Blink Dagger on Tim's?
They have to, because it's not just about the Dragon Lance on Armel. He's upgrading it into a Hurricane Pike. Same thing, I believe, with Gyrocopter. It would surprise me if he doesn't upgrade into a Hurricane Pike as well. Once both of these pikes come out, TA's kill opportunities are gonna be diminished quite rapidly. So they need to get as many kills as they can now and take advantage of the fact that they are currently, you could do a lot of picks. Okay. In terms of finding the openings, that's kind of a different story.
It sort of, again, is why this Centaur Stampede is just so good against this lineup. And it's kind of interesting because they picked it, it wasn't even like the first pick necessarily. I like this play though, moving into Roshan. Cuckoo should be able to secure this, but do Clutch Gamers realize it?
Well, they might realize it, but it's going down pretty fast. Fly Solo goes left to perhaps check. No, I don't think they even realize it at all. Roche, I think, will just go to Cuckoo.
Yeah. And that's something that, is hugely important in the context of this game. Like, right now, Ogre is going to be walking over in that area, realizes that there's some heroes in there, and Cuckoo has the Aegis now.
And this is one of the reasons why I personally favor... Oh, hold on thought here. Fly Solo
Tim's?
Looking for the snipe here against Tim's. Tim's.
He's going to die.
He's going to deny. No, did not get him.
All right. Well, they don't get the deny. They find something from it,
Man,
but...
Look at Tim's. He's got stick, boots, and he's just desperately trying to save to that blink.
Yeah, he's been poor. It's a rough life right now for that StarLadder. I kind of was wondering if maybe they just stuck him in the jungle a little bit longer, or invested into an Iron Talon, if maybe at this point he would have had it. But it felt like they needed him to be active, certainly, and well, now they're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yep. But a move like that, what we saw the Roche sneak, is kind of the reason why I originally favored the TNC draft when you were asking me at the beginning of the game, like, who's going to take it? Because I feel like TNC is going to have a lot more opportunities to take objectives, whether it be towers or Roche. And I think the game was a bit more even. I think you could see the TNC draft shine a little bit more. But For now, they're trying their best to delay the game, farm up, and finally the Blink Dagger comes out from Tims. But like clockwork, the Pike also comes out, so I think Clutch Gamer is kind of ready for that.
Yeah. Oh, they're moving in mid. They need to be careful. There's so many heroes in the area right now, and well, the Blink Dagger's actually not on Tims yet. He hasn't brought it out, and he's gonna die. Maybe, yeah. He does go down. His Blink Dagger was on the courier coming out to them.
Bottom lane here, Bing drops a rocket on Cuckoo's face. I think it's time to disengage here for Dire side, but no, they find one in jungle, fly solo, getting caught by Rior's freezing field again.
Now they're walking uphill into this. They got to be careful. Fire blast onto Sam H, but Cuckoo, he's on top of Armel, ends up going for that imprisonment. Hurricane Pike to the low ground, and the Stampede is going to mean that that gyro gets out, and time lapse away from Raven. They don't lose anymore, it looks like.
Well, they're going to get a tower on the bottom as well. That Desolator doing a ton of work. Cuckoo not going to be able to find anything else. Which, by the way, this is one of the best combo in terms of hero picks that TNC has played quite a bit. The Darkseer plus the StarLadder, but what they normally get out of Tims is, you know, like, I don't know, a 15-minute blink and he's getting 4 or 5 kills by this point in the game. But Tims is having a rare off game, but this is not the time to be making mistakes.
Yeah. I think he's been more focused on trying to get the vision around the map, and you can see that ward there set up the kill on the Rubik. There's been a couple of wards that were placed like up on this high ground here, and it's something that this team needs, but they also need some other form of initiation, because right now they don't really have it.
Has he been even buying wards?
He's been placing them at the very least.
I think it's really just a CM.
Yeah.
Okay, he's got eyes on Hannah right now, but nobody's nearby. Is he really going to blink crush this for creeps? No, he's going to amp and run, okay.
And again, that vision, whenever he can possibly get it.
Yep.
CM looks like she's going into a Hand of Midas, so maybe emblematic of the way that TNC think this game is going to go, that they're not going to be able to finish it off quickly, and she needs to get into some more items later on in the game.
I think it's always good for heroes like CM to, if you're already warding and if you have the extra gold, go for the Midas, because getting your levels is actually quite important, quite underestimated what your hero can do once you get that second or even third point into freezing field.
The way Rubik is only, what is that going to be, about 700 gold away from finishing off his Blink Dagger. He stays alive through a couple more of these fights, and with the Sakuchi constantly being stolen, there's a good chance of it. This is going to be a factor to be considered in these fights.
Sure, I mean, once you talk about Axe in the long term, you're guaranteed to steal freezing field, right, from CM, so there's a lot of good stuff that you
Mid lane, they're on top of the Ogre, he's gone.
Yep.
That's about the best pick that you could have hoped for, at least, on the side of Clutch Gamers, but you'd love to not lose anybody, obviously.
I think it's a great pick. I mean, it's not about who you pick. Obviously, Ogre, it's a fine hero to get rid of. It's more of, look at the map right now that is being occupied by TNC. They're the one that's dictating the pace of the game. If you look at all the other metrics, Clutch Gamer is leading in kills. They're leading in net worth. Like, TNC should not be able to make this kind of aggressive play that they're making, but because they have the double blink, they are taking advantage of the fact that they're currently just a bit stronger. And this is a hallmark of a really good team. You know, they understand the ebb and flow of the strength of the two teams, and they're taking advantage of it.
I think it also harkens back to that Aegis, that they, Clutch Gamers are not willing to fight into this one right now, so I'm kind of wondering, like, when that next little turn of power spike is going to happen. Again, Rubik getting closer to that blink, that's going to be a big one. BKBs are soon to come out on the side of Clutch Gamers. We've got one that's queued up for the gyrocopter, already has a little bit over halfway to it, and OD is building towards his as well. So that might be the moment that they're waiting for before they actually try and take another fight.
That and the Centaur Axe.
Yeah.
I think that once the 3 cores get their 3 major items, that's when really I think Clutch Gamer will probably seize control of the map again. So the timing window of TNC is closing rapidly. I don't know whether those 3 items will come out at the time of Roche. I think for them, for Clutch Gamers, if they could get those 3 items and take a fight at Roche and secure the next Aegis, that would be huge for Clutch Gamers.
Absolutely. Right now, TNC continuing to look for any pickoffs they can find, but you can see that StarLadder, he's queuing up for a Midas as well. So I think a choice has consciously been made right now by TNC. We can't end the game right now, but let's try and stall it out for a while. Let's try and get ourselves into that next tier of items and, get those levels like you were mentioning.
Yeah, it's almost conceding once the BKBs and the Axe comes out, they're conceding that phase of the game, and they're trying to go, into the next phase, like the later portion of the game, which means TNC is gonna have to do a lot of ratting, a lot of dodging.
Yeah. And who better to do that with than Weaver? That's definitely a hero that's very much built for being elusive and just moving around the map. And it's also pretty emblematic of what we've seen in these qualifiers as a whole. We've been seeing the games go later and later and later. And now a movement out by Clutch Gamers does look to be at least somewhat aware of it, TNC. And yeah, they're not going to get caught out here most likely.
Yep. And this is the beauty of the TA trap, right? You could put that in Roche. You're never really afraid of them smoking like that and then going straight into the pit and taking you by surprise. For sure, they know that they're not in the Roshan pit right now. Rior, ooh, gonna port out.
Lift. Oh, they got him. What?
Second.
VAC indeed. Rior going down. All right.
What's the worst part in that?
What?
Midas coming off cooldown, can't use it. Feels bad.
True enough. Maybe that's why he was moving out Kalisha that way. Yeah, that's nuts though. I totally didn't expect it. I think that it was just they might have still been smoked at that point. I didn't have my
no, they weren't.
Server. They weren't anymore.
Yeah, he just checked there and he had the reaction rate to get that.
That's crazy. Well, Creep Wave moving in now. Gonna start assaulting the tier 2 tower in this bottom lane.
But look at TA.
Yeah. Just like clockwork, Cuckoo heading mid, pressure in this one now. You got Weaver along the top lane doing much the same. And there's a TP back to see if they can control up Cuckoo here. They've got him. He is going to have refraction still up after this though, so there's the blink out.
There you go.
Yeah, so Cuckoo, he's fine.
And now on the bottom side, wall has been dropped right now. Tim's in a lot of trouble, but here comes Cuckoo porting in. Fly solo, just get two-shotted. A Bing on the right side. He's isolated by himself. He does have the BKB, not activating it just yet. There's a Fire Blast on Cuckoo and the Mail Strike doing so much work. I'm not sure whether BKB is really going to protect him. The Surge moving forward. There's a Rocket on top of Cuckoo. Not going to be enough to save him. Meanwhile, Armel by the hammer gets dropped. Boomback on the run as well. Crystal Maiden comes in. Is Crystal Maiden going to pop her ult? No, already on cooldown. Raven going for Boomback as well. The trap gets activated and Raven cleans up a couple of kills. I got to say, all in all, a big victory for TNC. Yes, they did lose the TA, but they picked up the gyro. I guess the only thing going there for Clutch Gamer is that they didn't use those BKBs.
Yeah, they held on to them, and I think also they're probably not going to be able to translate any objectives off the back of this, which is a pretty decent part of it. But yeah, I think it's a little bit in the favor of TNC there. And you've got the Ags now done for Centaur. The thing about that kind of blows my mind is that they took that fight, like you said, without BKBs and without Centaur Ags. So the next fight, it's probably not going to look as close. And that was also with OD not in the engagement.
Well, at least not in the start, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was actually a very poor communication from Clutch Gamer, because what happened was OD ported back to try to catch a TA, right?
Yeah.
And then I think two of his teammates also ported back to make that move. And then as soon as that happened, TNC says, okay, you still have two heroes in front of our tier 2 bottom tower, so let's go on you. So I think if OD is going to try to make that move, the rest of the team has to back away very quickly away from the bottom tier 2. But instead, half the team stayed, half the team went away. And that was just a classic case of retreating too slowly and the enemy team punishing you for it.
And you've also got this Darkseer now with the blink mechanism, so you can find those engagements much more effectively. Nice little TP out of here for the Centaur. They're going to move back. TNC is still taking control of their jungle quite heavily, and I'm waiting to see the reveal of the movement around the map, probably just around this next Roche pit fight, which is a relatively long respawn time. And I think that, at least for now, with like Fly Solo heading out here, placing down a couple of deep wards, this is going to favor Clutch Gamers quite heavily.
Well, earlier I did say that TNC might look a little bit weaker as the Radiant BKB comes out. But TNC also is working with double BKB of their own, right? Weaver's got one, TA's got one. And that BKB is going to cut down a lot of Gyro's magic damage output at the very least, as well as all the orb hits on the OD.
To see how this plays out. Again, pushing out the waves. You do have the smoke movement now into the Radiant side of the map.
They don't have StarLadder with that smoke, though. I think they really need that point-blank initiation, especially when you're combining it with the Darkseer.
Oh, Armel, he's up there on the high ground. I feel like they have an idea that this is going on right now. This ward might have scouted something out, or We'll have to see. It almost feels like they're baiting out Abang right here. And they're going to jump forward. There's the crush. Astral immediately. BKB has been popped though. Now Armel 4 steps the high ground. The CM ulti is doing nothing. They're just going to be able to stampede away. And if they want to, they could go for a counterplay pretty soon. They have freezing field. Now is the BKB down for Cuckoo.
What a great bait by Clutch Gamer. This is exactly how TNC lost to Faceless, by the way. They bought these 10-second BKBs. They used it and they didn't get anything. In fact, they lost fights with those 10-second BKB.
They need to go in right now, though. Like, you have to go in and contest this.
Well,
you have freezing field. You have everything.
BKB's down for Cuckoo, but no, it's a little bit too late. And now Boomback decides to retreat. It was a good bait for the BKBs, but yeah, you know, the quick moves from TNC just punished Clutch Gamer.
I think that this harkens back to something that we sort of alluded to, is that you've got TNC that has the LAN experience playing against a bunch of top-tier teams in the world. They know when they need to make these moves. And by all accounts, that was like a terrible time to go into Roshan. But Clutch Gamers, they just don't happen to show up for that one, and then they end up taking it. Like, if you have Freezing Field stolen on Rubik, you have Cooldown still, you had Stampede off or on cooldown, but that was like the only really bad part of it. I don't know.
The surprising thing is that TNC wasn't smoking into the Roshan pit, right? They were completely seen by this ward the whole time. So I don't know what Clutch Gamer was.
I guess they just underestimated how quickly, because they were moving into that area. But maybe they're just worried.
It is a TA Deso with Weaver, with amplified damage. Like, that thing is dead as soon as they go in.
All right. Maybe they're seeing something that we're not seeing, but from where I'm sitting, it certainly looked like there's a possibility. BKB is there for Weaver. He's going back into the Mjolnir now.
On the mid lane.
Are they going to be able to take him down?
Look at the damage, man.
He's got Stampede still.
Vacuum. Okay. I mean, if you get a Stampede out like this, BKB, forced to be popped by Raven. And that's a 10-second one.
Yeah. I mean, I'll take that for a Stampede cooldown every day.
Sure.
So, still very much an even game at this point, but TNC, after getting Roshan and now going to have the Aegis again on TA there, it sort of puts them in the driver's seat like we saw previously throughout the whole course of the next, duration of this Aegis.
With that, they're going to take a tier 2. Now, I'm not sure if Aegis is going to be enough to allow TNC to go up the high ground, at least in a 5v5 situation. So, I guess really the next step for TNC is to look for a pick. Doesn't matter who, just anybody. So that allows them to hit the tier 3 a little bit.
Yeah. I like the pick that Rior is going back for as well. The Hand of Midas now into the BKB for him after going for that Glimmer Cape as well. So a lot of value coming out of this Crystal Maiden, who's sitting at the top of the pack of the supports.
He's also the one that's buying all the wards, man.
What a guy. What a Rior. Rior's been playing out of his mind this whole qualifiers. I mean, we'll have a chance to talk more about how this team has been playing, but to me, he's been like the standout player on the TNC team. Sam H has had some good games as well.
Yeah, and rather Tim's normally their big support playmaker has been looking rather soft.
Yeah.
Remember those like IO games, which he had big saves, but for the most part, just really getting hammered. And this game, he started the game at 0-6 on the StarLadder, so I don't know. Tim's need to step it up, man.
Called out by Lumi. Now we know.
It's tough love, man. Normally, he's 7-0 as a support, so I know he could do better.
Yeah. All right. Freezing Field going to wear off soon for Rubik as well. There's no great chance to use it, I would imagine. TNC going to move around the map, try and pressure out this lane. It doesn't really feel like they're in any hurry to get stuff done. With the double Midases on this team. Wait, did StarLadder not go back for a Midas? No, he switched out for a 4-step. Okay, so they only have one Midas on CM. Maybe I don't like that as much then. I feel like they need to get something done with the Aegis.
And looks like we're trying to make it close. Ooh, that's a quick reaction.
Second one as well.
They got him!
Armel chase. They got the Stampede though. Turns to fight. Just going to be able to take down Tim's there. He ends up falling. Trying to turn onto Cuckoo maybe as well. He's going to ass up Astral.
Team is coming in right now, Armel, and looks like he's going to be fine. In fact, they're going to go on Cuckoo. Cuckoo has the BKB active. He's really going for the kill, but the Astro baits him again. That's Aegis. Everybody on the dire side is piling in. Raven leading the way with the bugs. Everyone blinks out, and oh, the Mel Strike missing. He went for a creep. Bing is running away. Boomback perhaps will throw his life for his team. Boomback taking a ton of damage, but walking away as well. The Rockets will slow their retreat. Here comes Rear from the side. Will the big bad Crystal Maiden allow them to... Oh, Vacuum Nova, pretty good. Bing pops a BKB, trying to allow his team to further run away. Boomback dropping low. Here comes the Milk Strike, and he needs to Astro these hits. The red Deso hits going in. Armel, can he pop the Shrine? No, he dies right next to the Shrine. Ana trying to run away. The Husam will hit on the Darkseer. Glimmer Cave keeping Samage okay right now, but look at the chase. Bing then pops the Shrine to keep himself alive. Crystal Maiden Freezing Field gets dropped. They go in for more and more. Can they actually get the kill? The buyback coming out from Armel. BKB coming from Cuckoo once again here. And now Astro into a Husam to Vacuum, not allowing the Raven to run away, and now it's the retreat time for TNC. What just happened in that team fight? Team fight recap, please.
They went far too deep. I think that it's still a great win right there for TNC, but
yeah.
I don't know what the hell, because that doesn't fully encapsulate what happened at the beginning of the fight either. They're able to burn through the Aegis of the Cuckoo as well. But that was nuts. I think Armel played that fight so perfectly. There were so many instances where he could have gone down. You saw the blink out, able to get the self-astral, fogging the TA, and then TA going for the chase and just the immediate meld strike. Maybe didn't realize that there was going to be a creep wave there possibly, which is why it ended up happening. But nonetheless, there were a lot of instances in that fight where TNC probably could have gotten out, and I still think it's worth it. Definitely. A pretty huge win for them.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it was a 4 for 3, but they got buyback from the Centaur and the OD.
Yeah.
I say I'll take that trade any day, right?
Yeah, if they had not gotten the Weaver, it would have been great for TNC, but as it stands, it's still really, really good. And it's to the tune of a butterfly for gyrocopters, so again, you got some of these big items that are up on this core group of heroes, and I don't know, I still think that TNC need to get more done. And maybe now is the time to do it. TA going to blink out and get the TP away as well, so they won't find her.
All right, so seeing the fact that there's a butterfly on the map. Ooh, I was going to say Templar should probably consider that MKB, but he's going to go into a butterfly zone. All right.
Well, this is the pressure that they want to apply now onto this top lane. You do still have Call Down. You have Sanity's Eclipse again. I think it's time to party.
Rarely you see an enemy core having a butterfly and your core having to go for MKB, but they don't go for MKB.
Yeah. I'm not sure. He might not have spotted it is the other thing. That
I mean, yeah, maybe. Raven is also not going for MKB. He's going for a Lincoln's.
This scan scouts out the Ogre, but he's going to be the one to break the smoke. And now going in, able to stun up Raven. They have the call down available. They stun up Bang is still in a lot of trouble, and there's no way to save. They end up dropping the ulti as well from Stampede on top of Tim's, but they're not going to be able to find him as of yet. Vacuum wall onto 3. They stole it back away, though. So turning the wall against them, it's still not going to be enough. TNC are all over him at this point. They lose OD. 100 seconds with none from him. Oh, man.
That stolen wall's great, but now the dire side ping out the mid tower. It's right next. There's a
They found a return kill. That was a nice one.
Yeah.
Both played by Fly Solo.
I mean, doesn't matter, though. The 2 cores are still alive. The creep wave is right in front of the tier 3 tower. I think if you're TA and your Weaver, you just run there.
Yeah.
Go.
You know that there's no buybacks, too.
Exactly.
So really great display there from TNC. I think it was just a solid team fight all in all. Like, they threw a lot onto the Raven there. I don't know why the OD didn't decide to jump in and go for an Astral. Maybe it was just like, I don't know. There must have been something else going on, but I feel like that was an easy save there and then counter initiation.
Yeah, I think they expected the gyrocopter to live longer than they did, right? He's got the butterfly. He's got the 30% evasion.
Yeah. The
problem is, with the RNG item, I don't think he got any evades. So Cuckoo just like 4-shot at him.
Yeah, or if the Stampede came out a second earlier, possibly.
I think that's the issue. The Stampede did not come out in time.
Something weird was going on there. It feels like Clutch Gamers' communication has not been as on point as we saw them in their matches leading up to this in the group stages. That was like some of the most cleanly executed team fights that we saw from them. And now, a couple days later, the pressure starts to build. You're a new-ish squad of players that maybe, haven't had the most time together. It's looking like it might be a bit tough.
I mean, all of these players have definitely a lot of competitive experience. They play on different teams before, but it's worth repeating. The Clutch Gamers that did so well on day 1 and day 2 kind of crumbled against Mineski in these kind of tense late game situations.
Yeah.
Mineski just kind of outfought them in the late game, and we're seeing that from TNC. Perhaps it's off individual mistakes, perhaps off team communication. Whatever the case is, TNC just got another buyback out of Clutch Gamer, this time from the Rubik. And it's not looking good for a team that honestly was on all metrics ahead, you know, in kills and net worth.
Yeah, you look at the net worth graph, it was that slight lead up, and then the fight that ended up securing Roshan for TNC earlier.
Right.
You know, questions about whether or not that was a possibility for them to take or not aside, that certainly was the turning point in this game for them. And now we're sort of in an awkward situation where, I mean, do you think that this lineup is going to be able to compete with a TA that's this out of control? 22,000 net worth, has the level 25 talent for +3 refraction instances. This hero is terrifying.
I mean, I think it's not really about... I think the two lineups are very similarly strong in the late game. It's about the net worth difference, right? Because one team didn't have to buy back 3 different heroes.
Yeah.
If OD, for example, has a Hex finish right now, I would say, yeah, sure. You know, it doesn't matter if you're level 25 TA. If the OD could blink on you, Hex, and just kill you, who cares about your level 25?
Right.
The problem is, Armel does not have that Hex right now, and instead of making aggressive smoke gank, they just have to keep farming.
Another item that is going to change the complexion of these fights again is going to be the Centaur Warrunner refresher.
Yep.
So this is huge, and I think that it is something that you look at what TNC does, they blow up a single target. That gyrocopter in the top lane, if he stays alive a couple while longer, then that fight looks very, very different. So if you pop the refresh, you pop the initial stampede, you're not afraid to do it because you can save for the second one. That's when things start to look better, but they have to come and contest Roshan, and it looks like that's what they're planning on doing.
I find Bing's item choice fairly interesting here. He's queuing up the MKB, and it looks like Roshan is going to get checked.
Do you not like it, or?
I mean, MKB against Butterfly, you know, makes a ton of sense, right?
Yeah.
But you know you have double refresher ads from Centaur. So I think knowing that you're going to survive for a long time, I feel like a bigger lifesteal item might help you elongate the fight.
Okay.
So I'm actually leaning more towards Satanic, but maybe Bing feels like the team just needs more damage. So I'm not going to argue against MKB versus Butterfly, but I think there's also another opportunity to go for Satanic. I'm pretty sure he will eventually get Satanic, but interesting choice.
I think that also the idea is that if you're only going to be onto the TA, it doesn't matter if you have Satanic if you can't hit him anyways. So he does have the Morbid Mask, but I completely agree with you that particularly if they can bait out a good amount of his life going down, and then afterwards they pop the Centaur Ags and then go for the Satanic, he'll be back up to full, and it's like you get a second whole fight with him.
Exactly. And they're going to try to steal Roche.
And damage on the Ogre. They're going in for it. Cuckoo, he's going to drop that trap inside. Invis rune there as well, but they still have eyes on him to jump forward. The crush, that's the Stampede already out. BKBs are done. They're on top of the backlines, though. Sam H almost completely out of mana. Didn't end up having enough left over for the wall. Oh, no. That was a huge, huge ulti from Armel.
Yeah, it's not just about the damage that the Sanity Eclipse can do, but the mana drain. We saw the vacuum, but there was no wall follow-up. And they just kind of ran them over. The reveal of the double Stampede. See, I was thinking about Stampede using defensively, but they're like, no. We're going to just run and kill you. And suddenly the MKB choice makes a lot more sense, right? If they're just thinking purely on the offense.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. It's all good. And that is a big clutch late game team fight.
Clutch. I like what you did there. Yeah, and also thinking about it, you've got a different way that this game is going to look now, because Clutch Gamers, they have always been on the back foot with the Aegis on TNC, and I believe that they have Cheese also off the back of that.
Yes.
Yeah, Cheese is there for the Centaur Warrunner. So every other imaginable way to keep these heroes alive, they now have.
So I think TNC really, as much as they love being aggressive, I think now is time to, you know, put the foot on the brake a little bit. Just wait it out, right? Or do you see an opportunity for them to go make a big smoke play or something like that?
I think that it really depends upon what they sort of see around the map. And right now their vision is very hemmed in. They need, like... I think that they can go for a pick-off play, but they can't go for a team fight. That's really what it comes down to.
And I'm pretty sure they also lost their gem in that engagement. Yeah, Ogre's got 2. And I do believe one of them was purchased by Rior, yeah. So losing the gem also is a big blow to TNC. A lot of their map control will be taken away.
Yeah, and you look at a couple more of these big items that are online at this point. You have the Ghost Scepter for Rubik after the Blink Dagger. We also have for the Darkseer, he ended up going back for the Lotus Orb. Lincoln's on Weaver with the Mjolnir. I think all in all, like the other thing is that TA's item build, it's good for staying alive in the fights, but he doesn't do like the ridiculous amount of mana that scales into this point in time. Like he ended up going for the Bloodthorn style instead. You know what I mean?
Yep. I mean, I think if he gets to hit the back line, he does a ton of damage, but at this point, I'm not sure whether he can go toe-to-toe versus the gyro.
Like, look at that. Yeah, like, that was before Stampede came out.
Wait, Stampede.
I mean, he has another one if he needs to. Oh, no, he doesn't actually, but he does have to blink away.
Ooh, that was close. Are they going to keep on chasing?
I mean, I think that... I don't know if you can chase at this point anymore.
I mean, this is TNC, dude.
What are you guys doing?
I mean, they picked Fly Solo. Fly Solo got caught out, I think, warding or whatever the case was. And TNC says, I don't care you have Aegis and Cheese. This is a 5v4. I'm going to press my advantage here. And look at TNC. They're pushing up high ground against the team with Aegis and Cheese.
I mean, they know that they don't have any more Ags right now for the Centaur, so yeah, they end up taking a tier 3 tower.
That's huge. That means Shrines
That's crazy.
They get to take objective when the enemy team has Aegis and Cheese. I just have to repeat that.
Okay. I think that, all right, Clutch Gamers, they realize that they need to make this happen. They're going to fight around this, but it's already gone.
Yep.
So they actually can't fight. If it was actually them being able to fight around the shrine, then they could have done it because Rubik could have TP'd in, but now...
The shrine's dead.
Yeah.
In like 2 seconds. And all of this started with your 5-position support dying. People think that support doesn't matter in late game. It always matters.
Well, MKB almost completed for Raven. We're going to see what the next item build is, but Cuckoo in some trouble. He's getting that in stolen. He does have a ulti as well if you want to drop it, but not going to go for it there.
Yep. Now, this is something that I kind of mentioned yesterday when Cuckoo was playing the OD. This particular level 25 talent is so beneficial when you get those stray hits like that.
Yeah.
And that's 20 in that's going to be sitting with in the next minute or so.
And all from TA also, so now she's working with even less of it herself. Not that this hero requires a ton of mana, but...
Well, she'll need mana if she eats a Sanity Season.
Exactly. So, movement now towards the mid lane. You still have this heavy contingent, you know, the TA crazy far ahead in terms of net worth. Weaver really far up there as well. But all these other heroes, they're right there with them. And Clutch Gamers have had enough. They want to think about pressuring this advantage.
I mean, Aegis is running out, so... And they do have the Satanic on Gyrocopter. Whew, Bing. Thank you for making me not look crazy when I made that suggestion.
It's a really good one. It's a great item.
He seems to agree with that. And it's really hard for TNC to go into that. Like, what do you do against a Bing with Satanic, Aegis, and 2 Centaur O backing him up?
Yeah, he doesn't care. They're all over him. Over here to the side, though, they're down on top of Rior, trying to bring him down. Stampede to follow. Sanity's eclipsed. Armel takes 2, and maybe going to be a bit more if Cuckoo cannot get out of here. So now 2 down, no buyback. Clutch Gamers all over him. We said that TNC needed to do something early. It's a scary moment. They're on top of him. Abang taking a ton of damage, but turns BKBs. Hana eats the cheese. There's the stun. Can they find the kill? Raven's on top of him as well, but now Armel has shown up, and Cuckoo going to be controlled and brought down.
Buyback immediately from the TA. Now Raven in a lot of trouble. He's going to pop the shrine back wall on top, but there's no disable on top of this. And Armel, he's got so much in, plus 68 right now. He's taking a ton of that damage, and he looks like he might be dropped here. The Raxas still are protected. How many kills can TNC get on the way out? Cuckoo looking for a blink in. Keep in mind, he does have the Bloodthorn, and the Bloodthorn attack coming through. Oh no, he's gonna get chainsawn completely here. He gets lifted up as well. His refraction all gone. Keep in mind, this is a buyback. Keep in mind, this is a dieback, and now Raven, the only one alive to 2
Oh, they're buying back Armel. They want to push this.
They want to win right now.
That's Satanic, though. That saved the day. Raven, what?
Just time-lapse in. I think he wanted to kill or something.
Oh, no. All right, well, he has buyback, but... Why? Wait, why did he time-lapse?
I don't know, but he also don't have time-lapse now for the next 30 seconds.
What? I don't understand why he just time-lapsed again.
I think he expected a Bing to be much lower, and he was trying to snipe him.
All right, he has Satanic back up again now. He's going to end up getting Astral. Oh, he was actually Satanic. That might have been enough. But still, nonetheless, you have the Fly Solo CM ulti going out, keeping them back for the moment. Look at this man dance.
I mean, Can't go into that. Lots of damage. Glyph's gonna come out. I'm surprised they even have a Glyph. Samage gonna respawn, but Raven, he's just too low. That's gonna be the second lane of Rax going down. Clutch Gamers, I think they should be happy with what they got, and they're gonna turn back, but Armel did buyback for this.
They're
so...
satanicking back up for Abang.
Okay, no, they're gonna stay. They want to get the triple.
I mean, TA's gone for 60, you know this.
They have back wall back.
All right.
Samage needs to make a huge play here.
All the hopes and dreams of the TNC game number 1 on the back of this little Darkseer soldier. Can he make it happen? Vacuum wall looks pretty, it looks nice, but Clutch Gamers don't give a damn.
Yep, wall in fact stolen, drops it right on top of the Weaver. That is going to be mega creeps here. Raven gonna try to do what he can. That is a buyback on Armel, and he's too tanky to go down here. The rest of Clutch Gamer finally will back up.
GG. They call it. Clutch Gamers take him down in the end. All it was, we talked about it, there was multiple Aegises picked up by TNC. Granted, it was in a tough position throughout most of the game, and then they ended up finally giving one away to Clutch, and Clutch Gamers ended up taking it. A really impressive display from them.
Dire team ban. TNC's turn to ban. TNC's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. TNC's turn to pick.
StarLadder.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Darkseer.
TNC's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
The big streak here, not a big streak, but you know what I mean. Continue their one-win game, one-win streak.
It's a big streak in their hearts.
That's a big streak.
In their heart. And in the context of the series, it's pretty damn big, too, because you win 2 and you win.
They're halfway there.
Living on a prayer.
Yep. All right, we got the slaughter again.
Yeah.
Tim's.
So this is the interesting thing. We see the Ogre taken by Clutch first overall.
Yep.
And then TNC takes StarLadder Rubik, to which Clutch Gamers respond with the Darkseer. I think that there's a lot of things going on right here. First of all, Clutch Gamers love taking Darkseer themselves, even though TNC had it last time. But TNC are going to deny the Rubik from Fly Solo, who played it oh so well last time around. But they're going to try and entrust their hearts and dreams into Tim's. Do you think this is a good decision? This trade-off?
It's not 100% that Tim's is playing the slaughter, right? Because Sam H could play in the offlane role as well.
Yeah.
So we don't exactly know what Tim's is playing. And I don't want to kind of focus too much on Tim's because, you know, everyone has off games. Everyone has off days. So let's just hope that he could kind of go forth and play well. But I do want to talk about the Rubik. I don't think it's just a block pick. As well as Fly Solo played last game, we got to keep in mind that Rior is also amazing on this hero as well. So I think TNC is kind of just drafting what they want to be playing and they want to be picking. And this is where I want to kind of begin our framing our discussion moving forward is TNC, how versatile are their core players? Because I see like Cuckoo as well as Raven, they play pretty much everything that is in the current metagame, right?
Pretty much everything that's popular. I think that probably Cuckoo's best hero is his Tinker.
Okay. We actually haven't seen too much of that at all.
No.
Yeah. Are you expecting this to be a mid Juggernaut or a safe lane Juggernaut? Because TNC was the originator of the mid Jug.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, that was when it was Teehee playing it, and I think that they've stuck with that same formula of success.
Right.
I like it, I actually think I like it more on Cuckoo, because it's a hero where he can still play that aggressive style that he likes, but you kind of have that handicaps, the training wheels, if you will, of the get out of jail free card with the Blade Fury spin TP.
Sure.
So I think that would fit them perfectly if they played it mid. And with the Disruptor taken as well, that's actually, I just really like that pick in general. That's quite good here.
Yeah, I really like Disruptor versus the Juggernaut. Now, obviously, none of your combo works if he's spinning, but a lot of times when you put a Thunder Strike on the Juggernaut and he's trying to run away from an engagement, he likely has to spin in the first place to run away. And that means the spin is down and Glimpse is going to be a freebie in terms of get him. Disruptor just adds so much more pressure to the Juggernaut player in terms of forcing you to retreat in a timely fashion. But back to the Juggernaut, I think the beauty of Juggernaut is you pick it here. It could be a mid, it could be your safe lane. You get to kind of adapt depending on what the situation is, because he's one of the few melee heroes that actually lanes extremely well against the Darkseer.
Yeah, and I think that the other thing about him too is that you've got the ability to go aggro if you want. Like you can play him in the super high tempo, take down the towers like we saw in game number 2 of TNC versus Faceless yesterday. Or you can play the pickoff game, which is what we see here with the Nyx Assassin. He allows you to push out lanes, Manta style, pop that, and then go for the Blade Fury TP away. And considering we see the Nyx now, I'm kind of leaning towards it being more likely a Raven Juggernaut and then taking something else for the mid here, just because I think that that style of play is more well-suited to Raven than Cuckoo.
You know, we haven't seen the Nyx Darkseer matchup in a long time. I'm not saying that they're going to lane against each other, but more so that Nyx Assassin in the mid game is going to make Darkseer's life miserable, right? You are next to him, you pop your Spike Carapace, Darkseer stuns himself because he always has an Iron Shell on. Your mana burn does a buttload of damage to the Darkseer, and as we saw in the last game, there is various instances where Darkseers just run out of mana. Whether you get hit by Sanity's Eclipse, in this game you're going to get hit by multiple mana burn, which is going to hurt a ton. I think Darkseer is going to have a rather tough time, and he might need to adjust his item builds to kind of reflect that. He might need to go for an earlier Guardian Grease than he would normally like to.
You know, and I think that this is going to be a really interesting game to watch next. I love the idea of him picking up an early Midas and getting levels here, because if he does get a lot of levels, look at these heroes. 3 int heroes already that are great for mana burn, but you also have, like you were talking about, the setup with the Spike Carapace. So you're kind of going to want both of those, and obviously you're going to be maxing Impale first anyways. So getting the high levels on Nyx early is going to be paramount. And Clutch Gamers going back for the wombo of the combo. Sven with an Ogre there to give him Bloodlust. You got Vacuum Wall. You got Disruptor. This could be pretty fireworksy.
Yeah, not only is Sven good for the combo like you're mentioning, it's also a core that will generally beat a Juggernaut 1v1. As long as Juggernaut doesn't have like 3 extra item on a Sven, you pop the Warcry, you could tank an Omni Slash. If Juggernaut's spinning at you, you just man him and hit him. So kind of historically, this is one of those heroes that just straight up quote-unquote counters a Juggernaut. Now to be fair, Juggernaut will have Corrosive Haze aiding him, but a lot of the physical damage from the TNC side will be mitigated by that Warcry.
Yeah, and I think that like this is the perfect time where TNC would have loved to go for something like a Shadow Fiend, another hero that gives you that minus armor, but obviously that's banned out at this point. And the ways that we've seen Sven get punished heavily with a StarLadder tends to be when there's either like a Dazzle or a Shadow Fiend or one of those other minus armor heroes in the pool. And if you don't have enough of it, then he can just really stand tall against that lineup. So the last pick, Alk as well. Man, I like this draft a lot.
Ooh. This could be a 2-0, man.
My God.
This could be a 2-0. You know, if you want minus armor in the form of carry Venge is still in the pool, although I don't generally see TNC making picks like those.
Yeah. I still think that this one fits Raven more playing it the way they're going to have to play it. But now actually, with the Alk, you might need to think about switching it up and going back for like some heavy push here. I think those are your two options. You either fully invest in the late game, trying to draw it out as long as possible. You take something like Storm or something
I don't know
if
Storm's late game enough. I wouldn't say it's... I would say Storm is more for the pick plan, which...
Right, and then trying to translate that into towers, as opposed to group up and push. I think those are your two answers here, because you can't just try and team fight this lineup.
I think I go Invoker here. I put my Invoker mid. The reason being that Nyx Assassin plus Invoker Sunstrike ganks is a very good way to tie you through the mid game. And Invoker plus Juggernaut as a combo can carry you into late game as well. But instead, it's going to be the Tro. We've seen Team Faceless do this. He is a hero to man fight, and can he man fight the Sven, the manliest of all heroes?
Yeah.
We'll have to see.
Well, we're going to hop into the game now. Game.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Oh, did you bet? See, Faceless Alk yesterday?
No, I didn't, because
okay.
I was thinking more back to like the Boston Major when Alk was just winning everything, and my heart going out for various teams that ended up losing to it. Anyways, I could talk about Alk for a while and why the hero makes me sad, but the most important thing now is that we are into the game, and we can talk a little bit about why we think this could be a really good pick. What do you have to be most concerned about, like in this game? Because they can't really run at him early either. Tim's on the StarLadder has been known for making great rotations, but against an Alk, it seems unlikely to work, with the Ogre most likely hanging out mid to give him a good start.
I think it's important to, because Alk 4 or 5 minutes into the game starts to duck into the jungle,
right,
to start acid spraying the camp. I think that's where Tims needs to strike. Now, I don't think Tims will be able to kill him, but you just kind of stay near his vicinity, take some experience, go in, crush his camp once or twice, just to make him work for it. You don't let him have a freebie. And then, I don't think TNC has a lot of early game options. Rather, I think once the 10-11 minute comes where you have the max healing ward, you just go. You just hit towers, hit buildings.
Yeah.
Surgically remove them one by one by one. And of course, a lot of it is also up to Sam H to contain the Alchemist and sending Vendetta ganks up to his way all the time. Let's not kid ourselves. TNC needs to really, really play well, outplay a Clutch Gamer, in fact, to have a shot in this game.
It is going to be Raven on the Juggernaut like we were talking about. Just seems to fit the style of game that they're going to need, and Cuckoo can be the one that goes a little bit, well, for risking putting myself on a pun train, Cuckoo this game. And I think that the other thing to keep in mind here is that I really like the idea that you had of the Sunstrike Invoker combo, because I'm thinking like around that mid-game time when you have... Is Armo going to go for a second bounty rune here?
Yes,
they're giving him both of it?
Yes, he is.
Okay. That's a great way to start, and now he has a poor man's show for lane. Fine.
But look at what Rior's doing. Rior solo smokes himself. I think he's looking for some sort of courier snipe. He's going to put a ward behind the tower.
Oh my god. All right, well this actually
is a way to win the lane, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, he's going to see it coming. He's going to tango through, or he's going to just snipe. And what's on the courier? That's Pro Man Shield gone. 300 gold. He's going to taunt on his way out.
I think that's the auto thing.
That is perfect play.
Beautiful, beautiful display there. That's what you need to have happen. So really heads-up play there by TNC. This is going to give their troll a really good start in the laning phase. And now Armel, who would have had a great time here, is now going to be punished pretty heavily. And
yep,
Boombox having some trouble as well.
You really need that Pro Man show against Troll Warlord because he hits actually rather hard.
So other things I was talking about is that I'm thinking, if they do not end up just completely dumpstering this Alchemist in lane, which is looking like they could do, how are you going to be able to move in and actually find the kills in the jungle? Like, because Nyx alone is not going to be able to take down Armel unless he's just farming really greedily.
Yeah, I think you need to take your StarLadder or your Rubik. Actually, Rubik's not even going to be enough. You definitely need StarLadder or Juggernaut. So we're going to need to see Raven or Cuckoo play rather aggressively in the mid game as well. There's going to be a fine balance for TNC to strike where they need to get farm, but also stay aggressive on the map.
All right, you can see it over here in the bottom lane. Hana just planning to stay within creep experience range, while top lane as well. We've got Sam H getting the most that he possibly can as well. He's already got boots up, so he's pretty well farmed. Both of them at level 2. And mid lane, honestly, the Alk has not been hurt that much. He's taken a lot of damage, but it hasn't really been Troll able to force him out of lane or stop him from farming.
Well, he's out of regen now, right? The courier is back up in 28 seconds, so I don't think really TNC could take advantage of the fact that he's out of regen, but they're doing a decent job. The problem comes now where the Alchemist has 2 points in Acid Spray, and I don't know what the Troll could do when he starts to spam that spell.
Yeah. A little bit of a pause coming out. Apparently there's some issue going on. Mr. Timms himself, he ended up moving down and picking up both of the bounty runes, so this is sort of the way that he's been playing this hero consistently through these qualifiers and leading up to them as well. But yeah, Armel drops it down and Cuckoo has to stand in it.
No, he's actually getting a lot of these last hit and deny regardless under the tower, but that regen needs to come, and the courier is sitting behind the tier 2. He's also afraid of some sort of... Oh, in fact, is he going to go down here?
Oh my god, they dive. They kill off Cuckoo in the mid lane. They just ran at him.
Yeah. You rarely see Cuckoo kind of die to those kind of plays, right? That was just rather careless.
I mean, here's the thing about Cuckoo is that he is a kind of unpredictable player in general, but that tends to happen late games when he's going for like the big plays.
Right.
You are usually able to count on him in the laning phase. But maybe just the tension of this game. You are one game away from elimination when some people were thinking that TNC would be a direct invite, and now facing elimination, it's a scary prospect.
All right, we're going to have the 2 supports smoked up. They're looking to go top, or rather maybe a wrap around mid. You said it was important to shut down Alchemist, and you see that Cuckoo is now softening up Armel a little bit.
This would be a huge kill if they're able to find it.
It looks should like be enough.
Armel, they just need to get within range of the lip. They go for the slow. There's the pullback. The TP is coming in from the Ogre. Not nearly going to be in time, though. And, well, stun, and Cuckoo, he does find that kill.
Yep. Not only was it an Alchemist kill, it's also very important that Cuckoo got the last hit there because he needed that help. He needed to catch up. So good stuff so far. He's going to ferry out more boots. I am curious in terms of what you think about Sam H's build. He started the game with boots of speed, which is pretty common in the offlane situation. In fact, nice 2-man impel. Gets a rune, walks away. Although, might die here. Ignite and a hasted Ogre comes in. They have the Stormhammer. They'll pop it.
Yeah, this should be a kill.
I think the stun's actually kind of stacked a little bit, but because of the haste rune, they should be able to pick it up.
Yeah, they have Thunderstrike too, so giving a little bit of farm there over to the Ogre. I like the Sam H build by and large. I don't remember if he ended up starting with the double mango or not.
No, he didn't, because he went boots first. So
okay.
that was the point I was trying to make. It's like, you know, Ice always go double mango. And I'm just wondering if that perhaps would be better.
Yeah, I think that that might be. It still looks like he had a decent time in laning phase. He's actually ahead of the Darkseer in terms of farm, and maybe some of that has to do with the StarLadder running around stealing bounty runes, etc. But I think that's the trade-off, right? Is that you are able to have more movement into the jungle, stealing bounty runes as Sam H, and then You end up paying for it every now and then by getting killed like that, but it's not the worst thing in the world.
Yep. Alright, so this is the phase of the game where Armel ducks in the jungle and starts acid spraying away. He goes back in the lane to acid spray more. It's gonna be rough here for TNC because none of the rotations are going into the jungle. They're not really slowing him down. I don't think one kill is nearly enough to stop an Alchemist, so.
Well, and like you talked about in the draft, I was expecting and actually really liking the idea that you had of an Invoker, because you think about what an Invoker could have done right now instead of Cuckoo. If Armel goes into the jungle, you have the Nyx that's there, he just pops the Spike Carapace on the Acid Spray, and then that's an easy kill over and over and over again. But
maybe not exactly right now because he doesn't have Vendetta yet, but yeah, maybe like in 2-3 minutes from now.
Exactly, and like now you've got Tims who's going to be able to come in here and soak up some experience, but there's no chance for a kill.
No. He will drop a ward though.
Blocks out the camp. That's something that they can do at the very least. But yeah, tough one. So 6 minutes in, Hana's going to be able to get that bounty rune. It looks like they're going to make this movement up towards picking one and see if they can find something here.
Tims might be in a little bit of trouble. He's going to have to run through the Ogre on the way out, eat the Fire Blast Ignite combo.
They have Glimpse. Tims just out of range, and they're not going to be able to get him.
All right. Top lane, Samage. Goes on up being a little bit, but just scares him into using a Warcry. Now, obviously, you know, you pointed out the merits of what an Invoker can do, but let's not forget Troll Warlord pressures towers much better than an Invoker can. I think that's kind of the angle that TNC is taking, at least in the relatively early phase of the game. They're looking to take down these tier 1 towers very quickly and then pressure the jungle of the Alchemist.
Yeah, I think that that's a good way to play it. Oh, they might be able to do something here. Abang's still in the area. Samage could steal some, maybe get the courier snipe. All right, they find it. That's the bottle of Armel, so something going their way there.
Yeah, that's second time courier dying, but looks like Tims might be in a little bit of trouble. In fact, they're thinking about coming back in. Abang's going to eat Impale. Crush is going to follow things up. They pop the Battle Trance. Look at that Nyx.
All right. Apparently, high attack speed Nyx Assassin finding a kill on the Sven. Not what you would have expected. This hero with 7 armor on top of him and a bunch of heroes around, but yeah, they take advantage of that situation and they end up taking him down.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, the cool thing was that Cuckoo had a Arcane Rune when he popped the Battle Trance, so it's like ready to go again in case they need it.
And they're doing a good job of continuing to follow around the Alk, but there isn't that kill still that they need on him.
I think it's good enough. Again, it's not kills, but you know, you do what your lineup is capable of doing, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, just slow him down as best as you could possibly can.
Meanwhile, we haven't talked a whole lot about it so far. Raven has gone 58 and 12 in his lane, currently level 7. So been sharing a good bit of that experience with other people. But he's going to be able to at least be a relevant force in these fights pretty soon as well. I imagine you just keep on farming up until maybe you get that level 2 ulti, and then you can make some rotations. Or possibly you have Nyx run into your lane and help out for a kill on the Darkseer.
Yeah, I think for Raven, he's going to just have a teleport scroll on him. If there's a fight that breaks next to his tower, he will make that port, but until then, I think getting that level is quite key. It's not just about the level 2 healing, level 2 Omni Slash, but also about maxing healing ward, because they'll need it to push against Acid Spray.
Tims, again, in position to take the bounty rune away and just sort of look at the Alchemist.
As I say that, Raven is porting up top. He's only at half HP, but does have the Omni Slash available.
They spot this out, though. They see Raven moving up towards the top lane, and they are going to react. Yeah, Sven is just backing out. He doesn't have a TP, though, so this is a scary moment. He's going to hide behind the tower, and we might even need to see some rotations. Does anybody else have TPs? Alk doesn't. Disruptor does. Darkseer, they're going for him. There's the initiation. They get the Impale as well. Can they get into range? Omni Slash comes out. They're not able to share the damage, and, well, Abang just goes down. So now maybe Raven is going to be the one who could get gone on. They have the Fire Blast there, but it looks like Fly Solo did not stay in range to go for any type of a glimpse play.
Yeah, even though he got scouted out, TNC making that play work is actually fairly lucky for them. Glimpse back on Samage. Samage does not care. He's walking straight in. The healing ward giving them the ability to dive like that. Fly Solo gets a last hit before he dies.
Yeah.
Worth, I guess. And Tims is going to pick up the kill. Now, this is the Tims I was talking about, you know?
Yeah.
He heard the pep talk, went to the restaurant I recommended, got some rice. That's why they needed the 10-minute break in between, you know?
Yeah, we need to get our rice, definitely.
Yeah.
Well, in the meantime, you've got yourself a StarLadder almost level 6. There is a rotation down towards the bottom lane with a Vendetta up. Oh,
Hana's dead.
I think he might be able to go for it. Yep, goes for the initiation. There's the Impale. He's out of there. And Abang can't believe it. Maybe going to be able to do something to Sam H here. He has the Ion Shell on him. Chase is going to continue the movement speed, but can they get him? No! They caught the lift up there. Rio are on top of him. The crush to follow, and Abang needs to be careful.
Ogre's coming in as well. There's going to be a Storm Hammer. They have Impale. They will Impale up on a Bing. A Bing's going to get slowed down. He's going to get crushed again. One more right click, and it looks like Tim's going to pick up a killing spree. And now Ogre is in a lot of trouble as well. They're going to get him as well.
All right.
TNC.
That was absurd. The Ion Shell did so much damage in that fight, but they just couldn't find a kill. Beautiful play by TNC to dodge away from that. He ended up doing more damage, about the same amount of damage as the Sven in that engagement.
Yep. Now the big question is that enough? All of those kills were nice. It's not on the Alchemist. Alchemist, if you look at his current net worth, he is more than halfway to the Sacred Relic. He is unimpeded when it comes to farm. He's stacking for himself. It's looking scary, man.
Yeah. I think that you've taken down one tier 1 tower. You're about to get another one here. But it does not feel like it has been enough yet to really put the screws to Clutch Gamers. If they can keep up this pressure, it's solid, but it's a constant battle. And, well, now they've been able to find Hana, the rotation in. Now maybe TNC in a little bit of trouble. They do have a glimpse if they want to use it, but
they don't want to fight next to the shrine to kind of force that kind of play. Now, some would say that the Radiant team is doing enough, because if you look at the net worth, Alchemist is not that far ahead of the kind of the Radiant cores, and as an Alchemist player, you need to be very far ahead. So on that metric, I think TNC is doing quite okay. But on the other metric is that Armel is, you know, gonna be very, very far ahead relatively soon once the relic gets picked up.
All right. So Disruptor. Oh, they break the smoke on that. That's unfortunate. Abang is right there on top of him. Tim's is on the high ground. Crush onto 3. Can they find any more? Impale off the mark. Static Storm onto Cuckoo. He's controlled for the moment, but Raven has gone in now. And, well, that's going to end up being a dead Ogre. Maybe they can find a kill on a Cuckoo, but it's not enough damage. And now they're going to be able to go into Roshan and should be able to secure this quite easily.
Yeah, Static Storm dropping, also not hitting too much. So I guess TNC could have really gotten more, but the Nyx Assassin by Sam H. A rare miss, but this is kind of the game plan for TNC, right? We said that they need to be aggressive, they need to take objectives, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Now the TP down here bottom. If they could find this kill onto Armel, it would be a great display from them. They are going in. There's the crush onto Armel. They still have Hana in the area. No mechanism at this point, but they're on top of him. They glimpse away the troll. This is the fight that they want to take now, but no glimpse to pull Tim's back in. Sam H still under tower. Can they find this kill? He ends up going for the self-stun, and, well, that's the vacuum to interrupt the Impale from Sam H. Good play there as well. Armel so low, needs to arm with toggle. The stun is enough, though, and they do manage to bring down Tim's, but it's at a big old cost, and Raven taking down another fly solo to fall.
Tro is back in the fight right now. He does not have this slow access just yet, but Raven's also in the fight. He's looking for the spin. Boomback is trying his best to juke, and there is no juking that one. And now on the right side, Stormhammer does go onto the Tro, but Cuckoo is going to win that man fight. And all of a sudden, that was a 4-for-1 exchange with them fighting a lot of the fight, like what, 4v5? Because Tro got sent back and all that jazz.
Yeah. And now they've clearly done enough. 7,500 net worth lead, 7,500 experience lead. Roche down, tier 1 down as well.
Oh, tier 2's going down too.
Yeah,
if you're TNC, you're not stopping.
I think that you've got Ion Shells with the Darks here to try and push these waves out on the sides. That way you can just defend one wave. But this wave is going to go down.
Oh, that battle trend, making it look so easy. And you know, this is where the Tro Warlord looks much better than Invoker, right?
Oh, yeah.
You're just taking towers left and right. It looks like the fight's not over yet. Hana gonna get caught here. Tim's heard the words, man. Look at him this game. He's 5-1-4 as a support StarLadder. He's gonna amplify solo. He says, I see you, bro. And there's nowhere for you to run.
Yeah, it's a rough life indeed for that Disruptor, who does end up falling. I mean, Alchemist, the game plan hasn't changed for him. Farm, farm, farm. But I think that Clutch Gamers are definitely hurting at this stage. And
I mean, right now, I'm not sure it's farm, farm, farm. Clutch Gamers feed because TNC's over them. And that's going to be another tier 2.
Yeah. I think that Armel is dead now, though, as well.
Yep.
With Nyx Assassin here, there's the Impale, right clicks. Armlet Toggle got off. Trying to run away from this, gets the stun, another Armlet Toggle. Any way out of this? Okay, Armlet Toggle, Armlet Toggle, Armlet Toggle. Armlet.
You know, the funny thing is that both Cuckoo and Raven rotated up top instead of taking that tier 2, which is rightfully theirs.
Yeah.
They didn't get the Alchemist, they didn't get the tier 2, so a lot of space creation for himself, Mr. Armel.
That was a pretty funny one. And that was big, because he didn't have the Courier in range to get the Radiance either. He never doubted for a second. He didn't buy the recipe out even. So this is going to be the Relic, and only about, I think, like 900, a little bit of gold away from the Radiance.
Still, a 10,000 gold lead, though, for TNC.
Yeah.
Outer tower is being surgically removed.
I don't know if they can ever feel completely comfortable in this game because of how good the team fight is from Clutch, but they're clearly in a much more dominant position. And if they play it right, if they play it safe, they'll be fine. You know what I mean? They're in quite a substantial lead, but they can't get too complacent.
Yeah, I hear you. There's the danger where if you just lose one team fight to the Alchemist, that 10k net worth lead you have evaporates.
Definitely.
Because Alchemist could get the map so much, and so quickly. Now the other thing that they have going for them is, as we see Nyx Assassin gonna find himself Flysol. I don't know why Flysol is there on some warding mission.
Yeah, he got this one mid, and they ping it out immediately where it is. So,
but as I was saying, the other thing that TNC has going for them is that this Sven is super poor.
Right. Yeah, he has been hampered. He is a support Sven at this stage of the game.
Yep.
We also have Rubik, who stole Bloodlust. So now if you didn't have enough attack speed before, you're going to continue to have more. And was that a gem? Who picked up the gem?
That was Rubik.
Okay. StarLadder has a Midas to try and secure the late game. I don't know if I completely love that one. We've been seeing like a lot of Midases that get picked up by teams that are like really far in the lead. And I feel like Clutch gamers, if they do manage, like you kind of want to build items that are going to allow you to take fights more effectively, right?
Yes and no. I think for StarLadder, it's a very interesting case. So let's say he didn't buy the Midas, right? He will have something like a Force Staff, which yes, will help him initiate and then kind of transition from fight to fight a lot better. But for StarLadder, if he gets to level 18 for that max Corrosive Haze, that's a big part of them winning fights and killing the Alchemist. So I'm okay with them actually getting this. And of course, it secures them more late game farm as well.
Yeah.
But the level 18 is so ultra important against the Warcry, against the Alchemist, that I think this is actually the best item that he could have gotten.
Okay. They also saw the Nyx Assassin pick it up also, which we were talking about. Getting more points in this mana burn against this high int lineup, with the exception of Sven and the Alk, obviously, is really great, because we've been seeing these supports just evaporate in the team fights, and that's going to continue to happen. We do have the Blink Dagger on the Darkseer. Ended up going for that before the mechanism, even realizing how important that high ground hold was. And I think that in spite of the fact that they're so far behind, TNC is making the right move by not trying to pressure too far.
They're respecting the high ground. They understand that it's so hard to break a high ground, which involves a Blink Vacuum and a Blink Sven stun. Well, or soon to be a Blink Sven stun, as he has the Blink Dagger screwed up. You can, again, just lose a game on that high ground.
Yeah, and then Static Storm on top of it as well.
Exactly, yeah.
Like, there aren't any BKBs on this lineup yet, are there? Yeah, Troll is building into his, so I think that waiting for that is really much the correct decision.
Yes, Armel is continuing to get farm with Grievous bonus, but it's a different level of farm, right? Like a normal Alchemist is on your tier 2s at the bottom right now, like split pushing the whole map.
Yeah, they've been inside their base for the past like 4 minutes.
TNC is completely fine giving Armel one wave every 30 seconds.
And Armel is not completely fine with that. He's rather upset, as a matter of fact. Look at him. He's full of rage.
These Dota puns, man.
You gotta keep up with it.
Our Dota dat jokes.
It's great. TNC and they do eventually go for that high ground push, what do you think it's going to look like for them? Is it the Juggernaut Blade Furying on the top of the map, or right there on top of the high ground, or do you think it's Troll Warlord and Axe's form? He didn't go for the Dragonlance build this time on Troll. Instead, we're seeing the Sanji Nasha picked up.
So I think it's going to come in two forms. Either they get a pick, which is an invitation to a push. That's kind of the easy way that TNC could break the high ground. Or TNC is going to finish some big items like a BKB on Cuckoo, get an Aegis, and then go. So I think we're going to at least have to wait till the Roche spawn.
Okay. And if you are Clutch Gamers, do you go and try and defend the Aegis at all? Do you just wait high ground?
I mean, they have the team fight to actually perhaps make a fight at the Aegis. That kind of depends on whether the blink is done on Sven by then. It looks like it will be done.
Yeah.
So I think it's up to them. I think they have what it takes to take a fight at the Roche spawn. The problem is that they are doing it blind. Look at the vision near Roche.
Yeah.
There is none.
Well, there's none for either team, which is the plus side.
That's, I mean, more of a plus for Clutch, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, they are smoked up right now.
All right, they realize that Roche could be up, and it actually is like an instant spawn there as well. So they're going to go and try and find a pick off. If they could pick somebody off here, this is a huge moment for them. And Alchemist is showing in lanes. They're expecting nothing to really be wrong. Tims might end up breaking the smoke here. Boombox runs into him. Oh, the nice reactions.
He gets glimpsed back here, but that's not exactly a dangerous territory. So smoke gets broken.
They have another one. They have another one on Disruptor, so they could go again.
But here's the thing. Boomback is amped.
Yeah.
So even if you smoke, they will have vision of you still.
God, Tims, that was such a good play. He blinks out and gets the amp on him. That's like the perfect situation for that for TNC in that smoke.
Yep. So I believe the courier of the Radiant side just got microed on top of the Roshan, so they would have seen it. And there's a double damage just waiting outside, man.
Yeah, I think that if you are Clutch, you do kind of want to go into this, though, because if you are holding your high ground, it only gets harder when you don't have the...
Why is nobody taking that DD? It's running out soon. Okay.
There you go. All right, they're going to get it. And moving in for this area. They need to get here quickly. Clutch Gamers, they decide that they can't go for it.
They are correct.
I don't know, it's tough, because now you have to fight into an Aegis, which is the scary side.
Now, again, their high ground defense is quite nice. They got the Acid Spray for a little bit of a kind of weakening you up, softening you up, and then they got the big combo. The problem with that combo is you got one try at it, one opportunity.
And you also have a 7,200 net worth spend. He has level 2 ulti. That's something. It's something.
He's got a blink.
Yeah.
You can combo. In fact, they could do the wombo combo.
What? Oh, Courier. What was on that one? That was the Manta style. Oh, that really hurts.
How many times did the Courier die this game? 3, 4 times?
Something like that. Well, bottom lane is where it looks like the pressure is going to come, and Cuckoo is already there, DD in hand, trying to hit now onto the base, starting to drop low. They steal Acid Spray as well. Rior has just been playing this game beautifully, and Kinetic Field, Disruption as well. Cuckoo, they're dropping a lot onto this guy, and he still has Aegis. They pull back in onto Armwell. He evaporates in an instant.
Corrosive Haze, man. Make him look like paper. BKB did get activated, but, you know, the Rax is going to go down. Obviously, no buyback go from the Alchemist because he's putting it all into his items.
Oh, another big crush there. Can they find any more? Fly solo. They get the Disruptor ulti, the vacuum wall. It's pretty good. The Sven, he's going to be able to take down Cuckoo maybe as well. All right, that was what they needed, but 4 are still dead, and it's not going to be good enough. That was...
Hana barely surges away. Tims wants the kill, but... I mean, honestly, TNC didn't even have to make that play. Like, they kind of handed 3 kills on a silver platter to Clutch, but they just had so much net worth advantage that it didn't even matter.
I mean, it looked pretty there, and you saw the potential from Clutch Gamers, but with Alk already dead at the start of the fight, no buyback possibility, they just have too much.
Yep.
It was pretty sick, though.
Yeah, it did. I mean, HP bar was dropping, and considering that they were down so much, it looked, okay, they're trying to stun up here Cuckoo. Cuckoo will probably get glimpsed back.
It's about the most you can hope for, is what we'll say about it.
Oh, that looked really cool. That Axis just followed him.
Yeah.
All right, 2 lanes of Rex. TNC will reset, buy some new items, get the waves pushed back in, because Alchemist will inevitably push it out.
Very impressive display from TNC. I think after that last game in particular, they were like, all right, we need to get ourselves back together. Let's go for the tried and true and tested strategy. We'll build this draft where we just take down lane after lane after lane after lane. And they made it work. I think that this is it's going to be hard for Clutch Gamers to come back. They do still have the heroes that allow you to make that type of a comeback, but it needs to be perfect from here on out.
Yeah, and Cuckoo has a double damage again.
What the hell?
All right. I mean, that it pays to check the runes.
How does he keep getting these?
All right, smoked up. I think they're just going for the juggler here. Like, if they just get any kill.
Yeah, and it's only 15 seconds until Alka would have his Manta style. So if they can get this on Armel, possibly that helps you enough in the fight. Like that last fight, you also didn't have the Manta.
There's some deep stuff. Boom back. Are they jumping on him?
Yeah, they stun the Alk, but he is very far back. Cuckoo is just going to go in, take this down. This isn't the end of the world for them, but like they can still take this fight.
Cuckoo just runs in the... doesn't have Aegis anymore. He dumps the BKB and will win the match by stolen God Strength. They use up the Alk. They will stun up the Alk, and his HP bar is dropping fast. Will Manta needs to armor toggle this. No armor toggling to do this one. The Purge on Abing slowing him down. He did drop the stun here on Cuckoo, but it's not going to be enough. Abing will lose the man fight barely, and that just should be enough.
Yeah. Very clean play, very clean game from TNC, and they are going to take number 2, 23-5. Again, there was always a chance for a comeback, but it was going to need to be a comeback big time as TNC won that early stage.
Radiant team ban. TNC's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. TNC's turn to ban. TNC's turn to pick.
StarLadder.
League's assassin.
Radiant team pick.
Shadow Fiend.
TNC's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. TNC's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. TNC's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Shall Warlord.
Radiant team pick.
Juggernaut.
Qualifiers, Southeast Asian region. It is TNC Pro Team facing off against Clutch Gamers. I'm Lyrical, gonna be joined by the lovely, the wonderful, the always punctual Luminous Inverse. Sir, how you doing?
What are you trying to say?
Huh? Nothing at all. But yeah, we're in the draft right now, and it is TNC Pro Team who just tied it up against Clutch Gamers, and they were looking quite good. You also have them sort of pegged as your pick, at least before we see the draft, which doesn't say much, but for the winningness, just because you felt like they played better in game number 1 and 2?
I think so, or at least the half of game number 1, and definitely all of game number 2. And now TNC is going to be going for a very heavy physical damage strat. You got the kind of the attack speed increase from Battle Trance. You got the minus armor from Weave. Clutch Gamer, I think this is actually a very smart reply in the form of Winter Wyvern, because TNC is going to be packing heat, and if you could get them fighting each other, that's a great way to get them killed.
Yeah, you know, I like this answer, and I think that also it's really cool to have a different look hero for Clutch Gamers. This is what we also saw in game number 2, was they picked a Sven. They're willing to go with creative, innovative answers that aren't often seen in the meta of Southeast Asia, and Winter Wyvern has pretty much exclusively been used as a counter pick to Meepo, if I'm not mistaken. So seeing it here against the all-physical lineup, it seems like a great answer.
I agree, and especially some of these heroes are... Like, if you curse the Nyx Assassin, he's just dead against this lineup. If you curse the Dazzle, he's dead. The only big danger of playing Winter Wyvern against this lineup is that if you don't get the Dazzle in the curse, you're trading an ult for a Grave.
Right.
Which, I think Winter Wyvern, honestly, is just an ult when it comes to the big team fight.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining.
Omni Knight.
They're going to go Omni. Still lacking that burst damage like you were talking about.
Well, purification.
Sniper.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Before he even considers the blink. So I think Sniper is going to have a lot of longevity in this game. So that's good. And as a Winter Wyvern player, the one hero I hate playing against the most is Sniper. Because, like we've been mentioning over and over again, your positioning is so tenuous. You need to be close enough to drop curse. You want to be cursing as many people as possible. And then once he has a shrapnel on you, you're already, what, 280 base movement speed hero? You're just crawling in the air. We'll see. We'll see how Fly Solo will navigate his Wyvern against the Sniper, though.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, again, welcome to the lower bracket, not finals, but getting there. Winner is going to face off against Mineski. It's game number 3. It all comes down to this. Clutch Gamers took game number 1 fairly in a tenuous manner, and then you saw TNC take it afterwards in a very dominant fashion. So award placed down here up on the high ground. Hana is going to always be under at least a little bit of pressure. How do you feel about Omni Knight in the offlane in general? Do you think that this is a good fit for him?
We've seen actually many teams try Omni Knight in the offlane. Predominantly, it's actually Sam H is the player that has actually done it with the most success. In fact, not only does he win the lane, he dominates the lane by getting solo kills and whatnot. With that said, though, this is a team that knows in and out about offlane Omni, so I'm pretty sure they are also prepared to deal against it. And I think Troll Warlord is actually one of the better cores that you want against Omni Knight. Against Omni Knight in the offlane, you just want to have 2 range heroes in there. Constantly beat him up when he's coming in close.
Well, I have to see how it does work out. Sam H boots first build again, not opting for the mangoes. I like it more in this match against the Jug because you obviously aren't going to get brought down by the Blade Fury since you're going to have that high movement speed. Abang does not start out with boots himself, just for a little bit more trading, and Hana not going to be able to really contest for that bounty rune at all, but it looks like they're going to send the Ogre mid, help out with the Shadow Fiend in lane, try and get him a good start. Likewise, Tim is maybe going to be forced into that position as well.
Yep. Tim's does not have the boot start that normally you see from Slaughter supports nowadays. He's going to settle with the Windlace. Dead.
I wonder if this was because Nyx wanted to go for it too. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, it's actually pretty common for the 5-position support to actually just get all the wards nowadays to allow for the other support to get boots.
Well, early movement out. The headshot taken first for Cuckoo, causing some trouble and pain for the Ogre Magi. But
this is actually a pretty tough lane for the Sniper, in my opinion, because early on, Shadow Fiend and Sniper really actually have very low base damage. So Cuckoo's going to struggle for CS, as does the Shadow Fiend. Yeah.
But when Shadow Fiend picks up a couple of damage from the Necromastery, I think that's when Cuckoo really has issues.
Well, for now at least, they're sort of holding on to the lane equilibrium across the board. You can see that Hana's been still, you know, kind of hampered out here by Rior, who's keeping an eye on him constantly.
Pops a repel to get rid of the Poison Touch. Now, Poison Touch was actually maxed by Rior the other day when he was actually, I think I want to say he was laning against Ice Nyx Assassin. It turned out to be a very impressive harassing tool, but the downside of that obviously is that you don't have high levels of heal or grade.
Oh my god, a lot of damage being leveled out here against Cuckoo. Almost went down if he was able to find that raise. Cuckoo, oh, the Fairy Fire keeping him alive. So just barely able to get out of that one, and well, baiting out the usage. He's going to salve up and be fine. Wow.
The last hit department, though, is suffering.
I think that's a huge play, though, because that's all of Shadow Fiend's mana. They brought in a ton of harassment from the Ogre. Like, he has to run over here and pop the Shrine now, and like Cuckoo, you don't have to be as worried about dying throughout the rest of this, well, at least a little while of the laning phase.
Honestly, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Shadow Fiend, like, if he wants mana, he can get it from the Shrine. He has a bottle coming out soon.
Okay.
It's more that Shadow Fiend has actually passed over the bump of the laning stage where he's having trouble last hitting. Look at him now. He's sitting for, what, 80-something damage? Almost 90 damage? And I just think that Cuckoo's going to have trouble keeping up in terms of lasting and denying. As I say that, though, he's using his fast, rapid animation to kind of stay competitive.
Meanwhile, Hana has been helped out a little bit now in the top lane by the Ogre. Shadow Fiend left alone, and they're bringing over the Winter Wyvern as well. They know that Juggernaut's going to be able to have a fine time against this Nyx Assassin, so leave him here alone for a little bit. Make sure that your Shadow Fiend doesn't get ganked or anything weird happens, and with that, they should be okay. And you can see that Tim's actually wants to go in for this one. They're deciding to dive for it. Shrapnel, but Armel already on top of it. He backs out.
Yeah, Shrapnel missing pretty much says there's no chance for them to get that kill.
So Clutch Gamers off to a hot start. 15-6 for the Jug, about even with the Troll. You've got the Shadow Fiend pretty far ahead of the Sniper, and then meanwhile in the off lane, the Omni Knight's getting a lot of CS.
Yeah, Omni Knight is actually much harder to shut down than you would imagine, even though he's just a melee hero without any nukes to do much. The fact that he can just sustain and even trade hits very effectively against most supports is what makes him strong, and we shall see how TNC deals with it. Tim's on the prowl again, maybe looking to steal a rune. They have dropped a lot of these wards deep into the enemy jungle. I'm not exactly sure what for.
Yeah, maybe just looking to see if there ever is a rotation off into the jungle by the Shadow Fiend there, and if they don't see him in the lane and they don't see him over there at the side jungle, they know that he's in his own and they could set up a gank over to that side. But they drop the repel now. That means that they can go on to Hana. So Hana ends up stealing the rune, now trying to run away. He does have no more repel for a long period of time. The crush is going to come through, and well, another purification is not going to be there. They're going to end up losing the Ogre as well, most likely. Couple quick kills there for TNC, and they lose the Shadow Fiend mid. Man it up against Cuckoo. It's all falling apart this early start, and maybe even going to end up losing Fly solo here. He's taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, the Shrine's going to help things out. Teleport in will ward away Sam Mage, but that is 3 kills in the span of 30 seconds, and all of a sudden TNC winning 2 out of 3 lanes very handily. The only saving grace they got for them is a Bing swarming rather well, but Juggernaut can't really influence the early to mid game that often, right? He will get a kill with Omni Slash, whoop-de-doo, but, you know, you got to do more than that for the team. So I think overall, Clutch Gamer in a very terrible spot after that 1 minute of gameplay.
And it was a lot of it, at least, set up by going for that bounty rune. Do you think about the call that came behind that? The Ogre hanging out there with them. Would the kill have happened on Shadow Fiend in the mid lane if the Ogre was there? Probably not. I mean, not that you want to be sticking around the entire time as the Ogre in the mid lane, but I don't know. Maybe a little bit questionable there, the decision by Clutch Gamers.
I think they really underestimated damage output of Troll Warlord, because if you look on paper, you have Ogre Magi and Omni Knight. Those are some beefy heroes that shouldn't dodge you know, anything. But Troll Warlord has that point into Fervor, and he attacks so many times onto the Omni Knight that by the end of it, he had like, you know, close to 400 attack speed or something.
Probably the 3 points, I mean, up in the range axis as well, getting that max duration, slow duration,
right.
Quite rough as well, that they weren't able to get away with either the Ogre or the Omni. But Fly Solo, in the meantime, we haven't talked a lot about him. He probably has not gotten as many levels as he would have wanted. Still up at level 3, and this push that's going to eventually come from TNC, they're going to need to deal with that with the Splinter Blast. So I would love to see the Wyvern be able to pull a bit more and possibly get some more for herself. Seems unlikely to be the case, though, as Tim's getting chased down. The Assassinate almost going to be able to bring down Armel. The Cold Embrace barely saving him, but maybe no. Not going to be able to take down Tim's with the raise.
Yeah, Shadowfiend knew he was dead, and he wants to double raise back. It would have actually killed Tim's. Would have made a pretty sick play if he did that, but unfortunately Tim's a little bit too fast. And Sniper on top of things. Now, despite the fact that Shadowfiend died twice, he's actually well ahead of Sniper when it comes to CS. But I think net worth-wise, yeah, Sniper is just leading the game now.
It's only about by 500 gold, but yeah, it's tough. And the other thing is that Sniper has gone for these very high-value items. The double Wraith Band, Raindrops. He's got himself a Windlace as well. So it's quite tough for him. You compare that to Armel, and well, he needs to finish off some treads pretty soon here and remain tanky in some way. He's so squishy. He can just get killed off super easily.
I wonder what Cuckoo's going to buy in terms of his first major item. A lot of people go for the tried and true Dragonlance. But because I just don't think there's so many heroes that could punish him for going a greedier item, I think going for the Maelstrom might just work out here.
Yeah.
What's actually going to gank him this game?
Probably the best chance would be his own teammates with Winter's Curse coming out.
Right.
That's it's quite tough. I don't know if they really have that instant disable outside of that. You look at their team and it's just they don't have the StarLadder Crush. They don't have a Sand King Burrow Strike. They don't have a Crush from Wyvern. They need to find kills like this, which are hard to make happen. Although he did almost die there.
Yep. But again, Tim's not dying anymore, man. All right, Hana trying really hard to get this through. He will get it.
And they've been making a high priority of that. And he's, come to the tune now of level 6 for the Omni Knight. So it is a lineup that if they can get it rolling and start making moves around the map, taking down these tier 1 towers, it'll be solid for him. But that's what the Sniper is there for. You got the Shrapnel, the long range attack stuff coming in. It's going to be hard for them to actually push out all these creep waves consistently. Or deal with the lanes being pushed against them, rather.
Alright, we're having a fairly passive phase of the game, apart from the fact that Tim's is, rotating everywhere trying to take runes. I think passivity kind of favors, in my opinion, the Sniper draft, right? Just giving him time to get farmed.
I think so. And they're also taking towers while this is happening.
Right.
The other thing to mention is that Winter Wyvern has not, just now gained another level, was still at level 3
he needs
that entire time.
That Toma knowledge.
Yeah. Winter's Curse, Splinter Blast, these spells are vital in this game. And even, the Cold Embrace is pretty valuable. I don't think that you're going to level that up. You might level it above the Arctic Burn,
yeah,
but...
you do. I think you do in this game, at least.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think it's too difficult for Wyvern to catch back up. She clears creep so quickly that, you give her 2-3 minutes. She's going to come back with, 800 gold and a level or 2.
All right. Oh my God, look at that scan too. Nyx knows. Oh, and they're going to go for it. The smoke pops. Fly Solo in trouble. They go for the Impale. Ends up connecting.
And now Shrapnel gets
Sniper.
vision.
Oh God. Yeah, that really hurts. Oh, wow.
That is Sam H for you. Turns a gank around that's supposed to kill him and gets a kill back. Maybe getting a little bit more here.
Abang is on top of him.
Nice
they just
raise.
use the raise.
Impale not going to connect this time. Omni Slash going to get divided. Now Cuckoo's on the run. Here comes the Troll Warlord. That's going to force a Bing away to get vision again. Assassinate's going to fly through as well. Healing Ward did get cast before he's dying. And they got to take care of that healing
Really
ward.
good spike Carapace as well. And Armel, he's going to end up being brought down as well. They don't have any way to deal with this. There's no damage coming out. No Winter's Curse. It looks like Raven is going to fall. But the rest of the side of TNC is here chasing. And they can't run away from the Sniper.
Yep, he needs a little bit more heal. He does pop the heal, but it got spiked backwards. Nice stun here by Sam H. Continue going to Armel. Armel's going to go down. One by one, they fall. Wyvern trying to fly over the tree lines. They have vision on him. They will clap on him, and they will defecate on him as well. That's one more. Yeah, they will go on boombacks as well. You want to come in? That's
Oh
gonna be
my God.
6 in a row. The C Classic.
That was 7 in a row.
One by one. 7? Okay, a big wants to come in too?
What are they
All
doing?
coming off the wheels, man.
Oh my God! The Winter Wyvern died twice in that fight. So you had
I think
that,
Ogre-
and then the
Ogre
Ogre
died
died twice as
yeah.
well. So 7 kills to 2, definitely in favor of TNC. And again, it's just like you don't have the levels to fight, you don't have the abilities to fight, you don't have the farm to fight, you don't have the heroes to fight. But Clutch Gamers, they wanted to fight and they lost pretty hard.
I think more than, like, I don't even want to say halfway through the fight, but like maybe 20% into the fight, they realize, oh, this is not the fight we could take. The problem is, it's so hard to run from Shrapnel. It's so hard to run from a StarLadder. So they kind of retreated as best as they could. They even ran past the shrine. How many times do you see a team fighting into the shrine and still winning that fight, right? So I think it's just the fact that the Shrapnel was just wrecking them.
Yeah, I think so, definitely. And it's sort of the storyline that we've been talking about, these supports not getting these levels up in time. And you look at a hero like StarLadder and what he brings to these engagements at level 4 when they started that. He had a crush, which still ends up doing the 1.75 seconds to disable, sprint so he can continue the chase. And then what does Wyvern bring? You set up kills for your team by cold embracing him at this point, because even though there's not a ton of magical damage, there's a little bit. And by that time, TNC are able to wrap around. TNC just proving to be a very well-composed lineup that know what they need to do to win.
Cold Embrace in particular, it's not just about the magic damage, it's the fact that the hero just gets stuck there. So when you Shadow Fiend's Cold Embrace in the middle of the fight, your team can't run away because you're not going to run away from your Shadow Fiend, right?
Yeah.
So then as a result, everybody's stuck there. It's like he RP'd his own team, which is not really good.
Well, and so here's the thing that I'm thinking about as well. The game, it's a big net worth lead for TNC off the back of that. But if you are Clutch Gamers, you are still going to be able to execute your draft at a certain point. It's a lot harder than it would have been, but it doesn't mean that it's impossible to execute the draft the way that you wanted it to. Now, that being said, if TNC here can get an Aegis...
Yeah, I see. Here's the thing. TNC is a team that gets one advantage and just press for more. They are not going to give you a room to breathe.
Yeah.
So, Clutch Gamer, if they want to execute their lineup, they need to find the time to do so. They need to find the network to do so, and I just don't think they will have either.
And I think they are going to smoke now, which is going to be scouted out by Sam H. And yeah, that's about the long and the short of it. Clutch Gamers running into the powerhouses TNC, who, after a little bit of a rocky day number 1, came up and started showing up in this SEA qualifiers, proving they deserve a spot.
Oh, for sure. They are the world champion, right? WESG. Why you laugh, man?
No reason, nothing at all.
Are you a world champion?
I'm not a world champion.
There you go. The only person that gets to laugh at them is Aosin, because he's a Nexon champion.
That's right.
Yeah.
Man, what a set, bar to set.
All right, man.
2-11. Abang still there with the helm of the Dominator. Armel going back for the casual Shadow Amulet. And going to finish off the Shadow Blade now. So there's avenues to come back into this. He's got level 12. He's got the level 2 Requiem. Maybe, just maybe, you walk on top of that sniper, you pop your ulti, and he explodes.
I mean, Wyvern's got the curse as well, so they definitely have more counterplay potential. If that team fight happened again in the same way that it did, I think Clutch Gamer would... You could argue that they could even come out ahead if they use their AoE ults well enough.
Right.
The problem is, are they going to be able to find those opportunities? Because the way I'm seeing things, TNC is going to, you know, nicely stay behind in a widespread conclave and just going to hit your buildings.
They're moving in now, though.
Dude, the Centaur Stomp.
Oh, that was really well played. They need to get into range, but Armel already down to such low HP. They use the Purification, Shadow Blade away. It reveals what he had the whole time, and well, Abang not going to be able to do anything off here to the right side of the fight either.
All right, go back, and look at that 3 TPs onto the bottom side. There's no towers to do there, so I'm not sure exactly what the 3-man TP is about, but...
Yeah, I think that they were maybe caught themselves off guard as well. I guess they're just going to push the wave out one time. No, they're heading mid.
Yeah, the mid is the next objective.
Okay. And look at how afraid they have to be because Sam H isn't showing on the map. With the Midas, he doesn't have to. He can still farm while maintaining this pressure onto all of Clutch Gamers.
Right. I am surprised that Tim's has not gotten his blink yet. No, 16 minutes in, his team's doing exceptional. They're taking a lot of objective.
Yeah, he's almost got it though.
Yeah.
All right, this is maybe the avenue into it. Armel has a haster and he's got a Shadow Blade. If they can find a Winter's Curse, he is going to drop that ulti onto their heads. That is their win condition for this fight.
Again, for the Winter's Curse, gotta catch Rior. Either directly on him or have him in the AoE, or else that Grave is gonna make things a little bit difficult as well. Now the good thing for them is that the Grave is actually not maxed yet, so the cast range is actually pretty shoddy.
Yeah. 700, not the best in the world. I think that that's still going to be less than the Winter's Curse, which is 500, yeah, or more than, sorry.
Yeah.
So you can still get the Grave off.
It depends if, like, maybe you come in from an awkward angle, or, you know, there's some clips involved.
Yeah. I think that the dream is just catch Rior in the range, definitely. But the smoke play now, they're wrapping around. Winter Wyvern is dewarding. They are very aware of where she's at.
Oh, she's aware too. She flies out.
All right, time to get out. Blink, crush. Oh, they're on to fly solo.
That's
and now the tree's taken down and everybody run away.
That's fact. Because he could have flew either direction, up or down.
Yeah, man. I like Armel's play here. You just got to take down the creep wave, try and cut it whatever you can, but how long is this really going to be able to last? Not that long.
Yep, TNC poised to take that last tower. I'm looking at Fly Solo. I'm thinking if he has the time, he should go straight Blink.
Yeah.
I feel like they need...
that's a really... Yeah, I'm with you, but like... Look at this man's net worth.
I mean, like some Wyvern player out there be like, oh, I get a, arcane boots and all that stuff. No. You just go Blink.
Yeah. I mean, he has 890 net worth just as a whole.
Hey, man, sometimes you could get a big kill on a core.
Yeah.
Blink Impale, that's going to be on 2. Blink stun as well, but they got the repel.
Now, looking for that angle. It's got to be perfect. Are they in range? On to SimH? Maybe no. Fly solo. Cold Embrace isn't going to save you now.
Rip.
Oh, God. Well, maybe turn around Purification. No, we got bashed.
What did he do? He attacked Sniper once.
God, and now that's a Shadow Fiend dead. All of their team fight is gone. Omni Slash is there, but honestly, Abang cannot hold this alone. The Aegis is reclaimed. Okay. Maybe something. If they could find a kill onto Raven right now, but there's so many targets for Omni.
Yeah, they are. I mean, Wyvern's dead. They don't mind clumping up right now.
Yeah.
Okay, Wyvern's back alive because he's level 6.
Go in for it. We got to see it.
Man, his cast range is so low. Blink, Crush coming through. Tower has gone down, so they can stay here indefinitely if they want, but they'll back it up, get more items.
I mean, the thing is, too, is you've got, like, Dazzle ulti on you as well. Like, Weave is about at full duration at this point, too. You really do need the combination of, like, the Wyvern ulti and then the Shadow Fiend Requiem, and if you don't find that, you're just gone.
When you say the combination of those spells, obviously...
Time it perfectly.
Yeah, you have to time it perfectly, which is one more thing that Clutch Gamer needs to do, but they have to do it.
I mean, this is not the dream for them. This is not the way they wanted this game to go. Look at it, Wyvern. She's got the blink queued up.
She heard it.
Yeah. Lumi giving advice all over the place today. And honestly, the same thing that you were talking about, Tim's needed to step up. Let's look at this guy. Currently 1-1-7. He's been involved in, a lot of his team's kills at this point, more than half of them. He's been stepping up, particularly that game number 2. Oh, man.
I'm telling you, if anybody needs life coach advice, I'll send in my resume. Or...
Do you have a resume?
Of course I do.
Okay.
What are you trying to say?
I don't have a resume anymore.
Oh, I see.
Can I get some life coach advice?
All right. And we'll talk about rates later on.
All right, fair enough. 2-14. We are Maelstrom as well as Hurricane Pike on a sniper. Dazzle also has the Solar Crest now too, so with that 1,000 cast range, you're going to be able to get that as long as you don't get caught. And there's no reason for Dazzle to stand near any of these heroes now. Like, he can throw out the Solar Crest. Nobody's really going to die inside of the Winter's Curse anymore, I don't think.
So I didn't see the order of Cuckoo's item choice. Do you know if he went for the Dragon Lance first or the Maelstrom first?
I was not able to see it either, but we can watch at the end of the game.
Oh, a ping. Just away. Oh, that weave though.
Yeah.
Disengage.
That's tough. And the amp damage there as well is going to reveal everything that's going on with Ogre. There's all over him. And I don't think the TNC are under any pressure at all to try and end this right now. They've got Midas.
They're waiting for Roche.
Yeah.
Which is coming up rather soon.
Let's see exactly how long it is. If the timer is going to be in their favor or not. Come on, Mr. Clock. I believe in you. All right, it's a long timer. That's about the longest timer it could be.
Yeah, that's a lucky break for Clutch Gaming. That means they get a little bit more time to, I don't know, build towards that Wyvern Blink. Wyvern, you're losing gold. Every time I look at him, he's got less and less gold.
Yeah.
What's happening? And I think they all might have just double smoked there.
Did they really?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Maybe I mislooked, but
Looks like Ogre still has one.
okay.
Yeah, but they're looking down here to the bottom, expecting somebody to move in. TNC all together in the mid lane. They will not run into anybody here.
All right.
They have another smoke, though. You could try again. Go mid.
No, I gotta push out these waves. Already dubious enough.
All right. Blink Dagger done for StarLadder. We talked about he's going back for a 4-staff now as well. I feel like they're in a position where they can just end that game if they want with the next Roshan.
Why take the risk, right?
Well, I mean, once they get the next Roshan.
Yeah. I think some players would be like, why don't you just push now? You're so far ahead. You know, there's no need to.
Well, I mean, this is the thing too, is they're one game away from going up against Mineski. Like,
right.
There's a very real possibility you can throw this game still.
Cuckoo's going for Blink on Sniper. That's some next level stuff.
We've seen this before, I think, in these qualifiers. I don't remember if it was Cuckoo that played it or not, but he ended up going, it was Blink, Hurricane Pike, and then just all damage items. Sold his boots as well later on.
That was OD. That I remember that happening.
There was a sniper game where it happened too.
Okay.
It might have been in the opens. I feel like it might have been Vici Gaming actually. I don't remember, but I've seen this in this patch at least.
Uh-oh. Get away. But they're so mobile.
And even if you catch two there, I don't think that you can find the kill that in the even. Like, unless you have everybody.
I mean, maybe the curse actually lasts quite a while such that the rest of the team could come up. And it's getting so close to Roche that if you get a kill there and maybe get the Roche. I know we're dreaming here, but you know, the scenario is that if you could get a kill or two, you get Roche, and suddenly you're kind of back in the game, or at least you brought yourself much more time.
And they've got fighting-ish items right now too. Omni Knight, Aether Lens, as well as the Mechanism. You've got the Silver Edge completed now on the Shadow Fiend as well. So you're going to be able to start to disable some of these passives that these heroes have, you know?
Yep.
Thinking about it, it's as well as just the damage mitigation. That's the bigger part, probably. Damage reduction that you get from the Silver Edge. That part of this ability is, this part is still so good. 50%.
All right, Roche is finally up. Your Alpha Wolf friend let them know.
Solar Crest there. Raven can just start going to town if he wants. It does look like they scan. Did they scan or?
Oh, they're backing up. They're expecting Clutch Gamer to come, and they're correct.
Yeah, I think that both teams simultaneously drew on the map that this is the way they're going to be going.
All right, Wolf is going to break the smoke.
Fly solo right on top of him. Oh, that was your moment. That was your time. Now he's going to most likely die.
They did take out Sam H, though, and the Wyvern's alive as a result. He's trying to retreat, and there's that. Oh. All right, time it perfectly.
Oh,
what? Tim just went in there and took the whole full brunt of that. Oh, he might be dead regardless, but the creep wave is actually helping out, zoning them. Bing's in there. The healing ward gets popped immediately. They're trying to retreat. We've seen this one before. It's hard to retreat against this team. Raven as well as Rio are catching it up. And right now, Cuckoo's got like two-man stun on Hana. Hana's going to be dead as well. And again, It's a slow retreat. Force that forward. Right clicks are being dropped on Armel. And they got another Blink stun in a couple seconds. Blink.
Oh, good.
Wait.
That was really
Nice
well
race.
played.
Is he still dead? No, he's fine.
That was really well done by Armel. I've been impressed with his play throughout these qualifiers.
Yep.
But that one hurt. TNC probably gave them a little bit of more of an opening than they should have by just jumping in there with the Tims.
Yeah. So Sam
H
just died to an Omni Slash, right? So it was a 5v4. And then Tim's initiated himself into the Requiem of Souls. And Clutch Gamer still lost the fight.
Yeah, Tim's was just like, come take me. I'll take the Requiem. I think he wanted to break it with the Blink, yeah.
It was just a tad late.
I mean, that was never going to work, right? Like, Dazzle was there with Grave just staring at the troll.
Yep.
Like, there was no way that was going to end up working.
And I'm just going to say Fly Solo is not exactly impressing me on the Wyvern. We have not seen any good stuff from him. And I don't think it's just him playing poorly, it's just rather the game is so tough on a Wyvern. When you're behind like this, and your hero is super slow, you don't have any mobility items, you don't have you don't have an Aether Lens to help you out, it's just hard to cast, Winter's Curse and Co-Embrace in the, most efficient manner.
Well, and it relies upon TNC to make plays that are bad. It relies on them to group up, and TNC knows
TNC, you saw those plays just now. They were not stellar plays, right?
Right, but that's in the midst of like a semi-chaotic smoke-on-smoke action.
Sure.
The majority of these have been like slow sieges in the mid lane, and they know TNC, the only way that Clutch Gamers win is with a good Winter's Curse, and they've been playing around that. So, yeah, I think that Fly Solo is impressed in the others games, but this one, like, they're just so far behind. It's almost 20,000 net worth lead.
Mid lane. Bing, gotta be careful here.
Butterfly on Troll now. Can't really Winter's Curse him anymore. And TNC on the verge of making it out of this lower bracket matchup to face off against Mineski. Can they do it?
Don't count your Cluckles before they hatch, man.
What?
You don't know what a Cluckles is? It's the chicken courier.
Okay.
With the rocket boosters.
All right, I'm with you. I wasn't, but now I am.
Okay.
Armel up front and center, trying to man up against the troll. This is not the. Oh wow! Woo, baby! I was very emblematic of how this game has been looking. Raven going head to head as well with Abeng. Maybe, just maybe, they can make something happen there. Still dealing the damage to him, and well, trying to burn through that first one. They jump forward. They get the crush on a Fly Solo. Getting healed up. Shrine, every damn thing. It's going to be enough to keep him alive for the moment.
All right. I mean, Clutch Gamer has really exhausted a lot of these resources. Most of the shrines are running dry.
And they lost their melee barracks, too.
Yep. Fly Solo. All eyes on you, man. Actually, even if he cursed somebody right now, I'm not even sure if they die. Like, maybe if everybody surrounding him, they die. But, like, a level 1 curse is not that strong.
Yeah, it has to have the follow-up Requiem, and it needs to be timed perfectly, and Armel needs to be able to get there in time. There's so many things that need to go right, and nothing can go wrong.
Oh, Fly Solo.
Maybe the way to make it happen. They're actually in a good position with this one. If he spots out Cuckoo right now and goes on him, they would be able to catch, but they don't realize that Nyx is in the area as well.
Oh, he's looking for it.
Oh, he wants it so bad. Walking forward, but Sam H, he found him. Sam H on top of him. They might end up even actually reflecting it onto Fly Solo. Ends up going for the Cold Embrace. And
oh, Fly Solo is done.
He's in trouble. Needs to get it off. Can't happen. And, well, this is probably going to be...
Wait, did they just disjoint the Omni Slash with the Force Staff? They
yeah,
did.
That was pretty sick.
All right.
Oh, man. Well, Ignite's going to get thrown back now at the Ogre. They're going to pop the Battle Trance, walking forward. Armel misses the raise. Oh, there's the Grave, and now maybe going to be able to go for a bit more. Armel going to drop. There's the Aegis going down. They buy back. Can they take this fight? They still have Winter's Curse.
I mean, I'm sure they always have it because he hasn't cast it yet. At least not a good one. There we go, Curse!
Going in, get the Curse, get the Curse! It's on Raven, Sam H! No, they're all stunned, they don't even get the kill!
That's what I'm telling you. At this point, I don't think a Curse is going to be enough, and now it's going to be Shadow Fiend going down as well.
He only had 4 souls. It's the saddest of Death Requiems. Oh, God. TNC continuing to establish dominance and build memes right in front of our eyes.
Where's the 3-2-2?
We're waiting for it. It's almost there.
But they can't die. It's a very precarious situation. Nobody wants a 422.
It's not the meme. TNC up to the top. Tier 3 under assault. Raven taking it down, and with Clutch Gamers, maybe, possibly, can they do it, Tim? Graved away, Upping. Now he's still alive. They've got a lot of, oh my god.
Oh.
All right, Raven just decided to kill him, and there we go, we got it.
No, we didn't. The meme failed.
Dude, what are you talking about?
Oh, you're talking about GG.
GG ends up coming through as TNC are going to move on for
okay, at least we got 420.
There you go.
That's fine too. You're talking about more important things. I'm talking about me.
TNC are going to bring down Mineski. A good display from Clutch Gamers throughout the group stages. I think this is a team that people are going to have to be on the lookout for. These players
TNC's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. TNC's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. TNC's turn to pick. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
War Chief.
Crystal Maiden.
TNC's turn to pick.
Shaul Warlord.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. TNC's turn to ban. Radiant team ban.
Hello and welcome back again. We're here for the Kiev Major Qualifiers for the Southeast Asian region. It's TNC Pro Team versus Mineski in the grand finals of the lower bracket, and the winner of this is going to Kiev. Best of 3. lovely Luminous Inverse. Sir, how you feeling about this game? How you feeling about what we've seen so far in these qualifiers? What's on your mind?
Like you call me Doctor Luminous. I'm a life coach.
Doctor. I'm not going to do that. But.
All right, so what I think about the game so far, TNC has been looking up, and more up. They've been playing better and better with each progressing series, and I think that's kind of what you want, right? Going into the most important match. Aggressive. Like, they like to fight, they like to push, they like to take objectives. Troll are really, really good at that. I think the first game they last picked it. Last game they second phased it, and now their first phase they think is that strong.
Yeah, maybe it's also just like realizing that last game it was a must-win. Maybe TNC were feeling comfortable up to it, holding back the troll, and now thinking that Mineski could ban it out in the second phase, they decided to take it early. So this, to me, does definitely feel like it's the hero that fits within the style of Dota that they want to play. And you can also see they're banning out the Naga Siren. They don't want to run into that split push potential. They also banned out the Miracle Weaver, who's been a real sight to behold throughout these qualifiers. Really impressive play from them. But we'll have to see what the rest of their answers are going to be. And it's also been with this Nyx Assassin. The Nyx Assassin who's been played in the offlane role with a StarLadder running. This is everything that TNC want. What do you think about Mineski, though?
I think Mineski's got a couple of things going for them as well. Ooh, Alchemist. All right, so I'm not sure if they watched that game, right?
I mean, you've got to, right?
Yeah, you got to watch that game. And yeah, this is the exact same lineup for TNC. And Alchemist just did not have the time, at least in that game, to actually come up online. I mean, he got his Radiance pretty much in the standard time, but by the time he got it, the team just fell apart. However, I think Mineski does actually have the strong lanes to actually kind of propel them into that mid game. Dazzle, in particular, to me, is actually a very strong laner against the Nyx Assassin. We saw kind of max poison touch against Nyx, and even with the double mango, he was actually having a lot of trouble kind of sustaining the lane. And Sam H doesn't like the double mango build. In fact, Sam H goes boots first a lot of times on these Nyx games.
Yeah.
And I think he's gonna really have trouble sustaining versus Dazzle.
I think that's definitely true. And the other thing that they didn't have in the last game, Clutch Gamers, was that instant disable. And Centaur Warren are not instant, but it is much better than anything that they had on their team previously. So I think that solves one of the problems. Stampede is also going to allow Mineski to fight earlier than we saw in the last game. And I don't expect TNC to have the same level of success, but the draft still remains the same, and the style of play that they're looking for is going to remain the same as well.
Good job for doing their homework. They took out the Mirana from Miracle that he kind of plays a lot in the carry position. Now, last pick, we're going to see a support Venge. One of the Rior special, one of the few teams that actually pick Venge as a supportive role and actually plays it straight up. No fancy carry Venge. Rior is one of the best to save his course. Swap is pretty good.
He has been playing a really great qualifiers all in all, and I think that he's going to need to step up in this one. Tim's as well, as you mentioned, with the StarLadder, the combination between those two later on as well, with the swap into a stun could really pull the Alchemist far out of position and be hard pressed to be able to get them out, even with the Stampede. So this is the final lineup for TNC Pro Team. I feel like they have to do well in the lanes. They have to really dominate there and get off to a good start, because none of these players like to play from behind, and Mineski, taking a play out of the Faceless book, are going to go for the Clinks. Do you think it's the answer they need?
I'm not sure how Clinks does against a straight up push. We saw previously in the last couple of games, the HP bar just melts. And I just felt like Clinks is perhaps too squishy to kind of fulfill that role. And Centaur has to really put his entire team on his shoulder.
Well, I think the idea is to never get it to a point where they're going to be able to do that. Never get it to a point where they're going to have to frontline. And granted, the problem with that, you don't have the best heroes out of Mineski, outside of the Alchemist, to really push waves. Like, I guess Dazzle, Ninja Boogie, excuse me, it's not Ninja Boogie playing, it's Jules who's going to be playing the Dazzle. I just clicked on the wrong one there. He is going to be able to try and pressure out the waves, the shadow wave up there early, but it's questionable. He needs to put himself at risk by doing that. So we'll have to watch and wait and see. Early ward placed out mid here. Nobody from the side of TNC TPing to lane. They are all heading out together and most likely going to be going for a smoke gank that might mirror this little angle right there.
Yeah, a lot of teams now just use that first smoke to place wards, and this is a very calculated decision by TNC to say, we're going to let you place any wards, we're not going to be able to scout out your wards, but in return, we like the opportunity to go force at first blood, and likely pick up a couple of runes while doing so. We are going to lead the charge, got even a pair of dust under him, just in case that he does run into Miracle.
Yeah, and it looks like right now, Mineski backing out, but I believe that was scouted.
Oh,
maybe by
smoke's
TNC.
gonna break. Ninja Boogie is gonna give up the first blood.
Nicely done. They find him. Not gonna be able to get any more, but that first blood going to Sam H. Well needed for him. That's a great hero to get the first blood.
Yep. Did he start with boots first? He did, but that means Style Shield if he wants it.
Yeah. Every time. It's a very interesting style to play, and we've been seeing more often than not these teams in the past couple qualifiers willing to go for a... Oh, might need to see if there's a stomp here to steal the bounty rune away.
Who's gonna stomp who first?
All right.
Magic Missile, and the rune gets taken.
All right, well, man it up a little bit now. RR is going to go to lane with a little bit of harassment on him. Not bad.
Yeah, that shrine needs to be popped pretty soon.
He might just be able to tango up through this one and try and save it if he can. If he needs to, too, you can pop down a couple of those iron branches and then eat up that tree. So,
I mean, they got a couple of things going for Miracle, or sorry, Mineski. The first thing being Miracle is going to actually win this 1v1 straight up. So that's going to free up the supports. Ninja Boogie doesn't even have to go to lane. He can actually start jumping. So overall, because of the bottom lane, I think Mineski is at least sort of advantage in the laning stage. Although the first blood definitely hurts.
yeah, and I think that this is a good decision as well to stick the Dazzle into the mid lane, make sure that Bimbo has a good start, and then you've got Tims who's trying to do a similar thing, but he is not going to be able to get the same level of harassment that we saw out of him before. Like an Alchemist, you know, you can pressure, but it's not the same level of dominance. And also there's no courier snipe this time that's going to give him that better start as well.
Right, and I hope the poor man show actually gets delivered to Jay, because he definitely needs it against all of the harassing that's going to be coming his way. Jules letting him know that Poison Touch is a thing. Although, not sure if you can actually trade hits against Cuckoo too much.
I mean, they can if they drop down the acid spray as well, and Cuckoo taking a good bit of damage.
Remember, Cuckoo did get solo killed?
Yeah.
Earlier today, so...
They have a big creep wave. They could think about going in at this one and applying a little bit more harassment, possibly. They get the CS there, and they're just going to have to back out. In the meantime, Tims over in the area. They dropped some early vision. This has been a staple of him as well, placing these wards down in areas where they are going to be able to spot out any stacks throughout the jungle. They know when there's something happening, and as well blocking the camps. Although that one was scouted, so might be able to get a D ward on that.
You didn't catch this on camera. That's unfortunate. So both StarLadder and Centaur ran at each other. They were trying to fight each other for this rune, so they both used their stun, right?
Yeah.
And they both missed. So I guess RR just grabbed the rune after that.
All right.
It's actually hilarious.
That's fine and dandy. Yeah, they did end up getting that D ward as well over here on this hard camp, so they're not even going to miss a stack from it, which is very nice.
Takes a full melee and range rolling access to the face. He's going to be driven away to the right side, but I think he's done his job. I feel like Jay should be fine, given where the lane he is currently at right now.
Yeah. They're keeping a pretty good tab on this Nyx assassin as well, making sure that he's getting pressured in, and already a level behind RR, who's going to be able to get this pull most likely uncontested, I think. No, all right, they're able to break it up. But nonetheless, it's a nice little combination there. Another poison touch on the Cuckoo, keeping him back, and oh, they need to be careful about it. Bimbo, maybe Cuckoo drops down, he dies in it.
Wow.
So the second time that he dies in lane against an Alchemist.
Oh, that wasn't really the Alchemist. He was just, well, it kind of was because of the acid spray, but Shadow Wave does physical damage, and he was sending in the acid spray. Meanwhile, top lane, Centaur getting picked off there.
Yeah. Nice pick. They needed that one as well. So a kill goes their direction, but now you also have Bimbo, who's going to be able to farm out this jungle at least a little bit. eating through these trees as well, so he takes less damage, and Dazzle can hold the lane. Just spam this out against Cuckoo as long as he doesn't step too far forward.
Yep.
All right, so almost 4 minutes in. We'll see where the bounty runes end up going, if somebody's able to steal them at all or not. In the meantime, again, RR compared to the Nyx Assassin, they're right about on the same page as far as levels and all that stuff. But in this game, do you feel like the Nyx is going to be trying to go for that Midas again for him? Oh, Miracle. Yeah. Oh no. Ooh. Initiation. Where's the Impale? Where's
Crush
the
is
Crush?
going to be there, and that's going to set up everything else.
Yeah. Nice pick.
I mean, it's really hard for Nyx, or sorry, really hard for Klings to not die to that gank, because he needs to keep on harassing the Nyx. Right? But it's always easy for him to spike and initiate on you. Back in the mid lane here, Cuckoo in a lot of trouble again. He might die here. Jade doesn't want to go under the tower, and now Cuckoo turns back. Trying to get a couple more pot shots in, but the poison, the last hit, he had to fairy fire there, or he was dead.
That is insane. And yeah, showing the power of this early 2 points in Poison Touch. It's a lot of damage, and it does not cost much mana at all.
Well, I think a lot of it is the fact that it does deal physical damage, and Cuckoo is just stubbornly sitting in that acid spray.
Yeah. Well, in the meantime, you can see TNC here continuing to pressure Miracle to the best of their abilities. They're going to find another stomp there, but maybe in a little bit of trouble. The Frostbite is out as well. A couple of those Searing Arrows, and that will force Tim's back. It's kind of crazy to me that the Dazzle mid is forcing the Troll out of lane. And like, he has to come back here with the salve now.
Yeah, I think that's the problem. It's the fact that he's died so many times, he's bought so many salves that he's delayed his bottle. I think because the regen factor is just not there, Dazzle's effectiveness continues. Imagine if he did have a bottle, I imagine Dazzle would just be gone from the lane now, because he won't be able to continually pressing down on Cuckoo.
And all levels, the 70 mana cost on the Poison Touch too means that you can just really spam it, particularly with the CM aura there. Now another stun onto Miracle. They're going to be able to control him, kill him. Yep. Dazzle not there in time.
That's the problem. You put your Dazzle mid, no Grave on the bottom side, and I think they should make this adjustment. Maybe put the CM mid if necessary. Trying to pour it out.
Almost? Oh!
I think they should have tried a Nova and the Heal Bomb. Might have been enough, but fortunately both those spells are still level 1.
I think that also he was looking to get a little bit closer to ensure that the damage was there. So makes a little bit of sense, but yeah, frustrating, I'm sure. So 1-4, TNC leading in terms of kills, but because of that Alchemist, they're still not too far behind Mineski.
I think it's more so that the kills have gone on to Miracle. That's an issue because he's supposed to be the one that disappears from the lane relatively soon and start applying pressure everywhere. He's supposed to be the Nyx, right, for his team. But because of the kills on him, he's really unable to really start roaming. You want at least Soul Ring and Power Treads, at the very least.
Yeah.
And, you know, he's very far away from finishing that.
Quite a frustrating turn of events, I'm sure, for Miracle. And again, we saw on his Twitter profile right before this that he was, you know, tweeting out, the time is now. He's really amped up for this game, and they put so much pressure on him right at the start.
Nah, maybe he's just pumping up himself.
Getting to his final form.
Yeah, this is it, he says.
Yeah.
Maybe this is not it, though, because he's like 0-2.
Well, nonetheless, battle continues against this Nyx Assassin. We have seen that the pressure has sort of fallen off a little bit. They tried this move up here in the top lane to see if they could kill off the Centaur, but it does not end up happening. Heads up play right here by RR. And they are going to keep the pressure on. They give the healing ward away, too. So this kind of is going to at least hold back the pressure onto the tower. Yeah, and TNC have to back.
So I think we're seeing a very strong adjustment being made by Mineski here. In the game that TNC ran over Clutch, I don't think the Alchemist really showed up too often to defend their towers, and Acid Spray is actually a heck of a defensive spell, right? So I'm glad that he's actually showing up to make these defense and not allowing TNC to just roll their tier 1s for free.
And I think part of that, too, is that the Nyx Assassin, like, he's having himself a good lane. Later on, it's going to be more scary for the Alchemist because he can end up getting just picked off by a Carapace Vendetta if he does show there, but...
Oh, Miracle gonna get ganked again. Magic Missile into a crush. The TP is not gonna be enough, and Miracle is gonna go down.
Look how late that TP came.
I mean, that was from an Alchemist. That wouldn't have mattered at all.
Are you sure? I thought that was from Jules.
Maybe it was. You're right, you're right.
Yeah, I think, again, it's, you know, you can't hate on it too much, but if you know he's gonna die at that point, using the TP not the best. So, 1-5. hopes and dreams right now on Bimbo, but he is going to need to really carry a lot of weight right now. And Crush onto Tim's, okay. Stampede, Hoof Stomp, Double Edge, that's 1 kill.
Yep. Pretty big one for the Centaur to pick it up. 1,400 gold, not too far away from that blink.
Gonna get the D ward for him as well. That's a nice little start. And in the meantime, they have been able to take down the tier 1 tower, and Raven forces the Clinks back before the Omni Slash comes out.
Yeah, Miracle is just not having good time at all. This is the reason why Black always gets a good lane when he plays Clinks, because this hero has essentially a limited time window where you want to be effective in the kind of the early-ish to the mid game, and without having the good lane stage, he's actually just a liability to his team right now. He's not going to be able to roam the map and put up pressure. So, not exactly sure what the game plan for Miracle is.
The plus side of it is that you do have a support in the StarLadder who does not want to buy detection. He wants to build towards that Blink Dagger, and Venge also is not necessarily like completely the same route, but it's nice to get some more farm on her as well. So in my eyes, if they can get at least Clinks to any sort of amount of farm where he's any type of threat at all, that kind of can make up for maybe his bad start a little bit, as long as the Alk is still having a good game.
I mean, we've seen the Alk having a good game alone is not enough.
Yeah, that's true.
Bottom lane, we're going to see
another
kill.
Oh, again, not coming out for Jules.
And Jules really late to these CPs, and now he's going to get surrounded by 4. He Grave himself, but
I mean,
he's trapped.
Yeah, there's nothing he's going to be able to do there. Gets a heal bomb out. That's about the long and the short of it. And Sam H finds another kill. 2-7. TNC are just all over him.
Yep. And at the point I was trying to make before that is Alchemist getting farm alone is not enough. If you look at the net worth graph, it's Alchemist and then 3 Dire heroes. And now Tim's coming to the jungles, trying to steal some creeps, and he is going to get at least 1.
Yeah. It feels like TNC have come up with a great answer to this type of draft. And as you said, you know, I imagine that Mineski did watch that last game and maybe just not feeling like wanted to try their own hand at dealing with this draft. Like they felt like they could deal with it, but
I mean, honestly, this draft hasn't really kicked in yet, right? Tro and Juggernaut hasn't really done the Tro and Juggernaut stuff yet. It's more so just getting outplayed in the laning stage. I think Mineski expected to win their bottom lane, which, to be fair, they have the lane advantage with the Clinks versus the Nyx. The problem is that Miracle just dies like 8 times. Now they're going to make a go here to Tibbs. It's going to be a 4-man gank. They are going to get the kill.
And they give it to Miracle. That's really good.
Yep.
So something at least going back into the favor of Miracle, as Mineski struggling right now to find an answer. And I mean, it starts with that, but it's certainly not enough as of yet. They're moving in towards mid now, trying to pressure this out. We'll have to see if Mineski are opting to come and defend. It looks like the answer is certainly yes.
Yep. I'd like to see actually Ninja Boogie taking up his Nova, because I feel like even though it's not a very strong nuke, it's pretty much all they have as an option to actually, you know, at least soften up the push a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, Acid Spray, as you mentioned, is there too, but this is the big problem with the draft as a whole, is that you've got CM, who's not a great deep pusher. You've got Dazzle, who can be, but he puts himself at risk, and moving in towards Roshan now. Besides that, there's not a whole lot of other answers for it. And with Roche going down, this to me just feels like a carbon copy of the last game. TNC are going to run down these lanes, take down the towers, and Mineski need an answer. They will have the Radiance online much earlier than we saw in the last game with Clutch Gamers, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough.
No, the Radiance alone is not going to be enough. He needs Radiance bots and Manta, which, you know, going to be going to take a while to get there.
Yeah. And Nyx can go in for a Spike Carapace stuns too if he wants when that Acid Spray gets dropped. And that is when things get quite scary.
Here comes the tier 2 push, and Jules doesn't even have access into Weave yet. He's maxed the Poison Touch, which is going to apply a stun, but because of that healing ward being available, it's actually doing 0 damage.
Yeah, Clink's bottom lane pressuring this tower down, but we'll see if they decide to take a fight here. Very scary moments for Mineski, and the answer is just, we'll hold high ground.
Yep. Well, the Blink is available to the Centaur, so if they're looking to make one big fight, they can. And again, the danger of losing a team fight against an Alchemist is always very high because of the net worth swing.
Well, I like what Mineski are doing in response, because this is what they have to do. Go farm around the other areas of the map. You know that they're all inside your jungle, so Miracle is going to head into theirs. and maybe look for a kill as well. And if not, he can just farm up this area, try and get himself into something. And that way you're at least not completely held inside your base.
All right, they're pinging out top, but oh, can they cancel the TP? No, Raven completes it. So he's out to safety. I think Miracle could consider backdooring tier 1 towers, like straight up, and he's doing that right now.
Yeah.
I mean, eventually you're going to get 3 tier 1. So this is something that Klings can still do despite not having, you know, the excellent item.
Right. Yeah, and you're still getting that farm on the Alk now. He's got his Radiance. He's moving around the map, going into bots next. He's only about 1,000 gold from that. The answer, or the question is now, what did TNC do? Can they take down the rest of these tier 2 towers?
Oh, for sure they
get
can.
themselves another Aegis and think about going high ground?
Well, if you're going to wait to the next Aegis, it's going to be a long, long while. So I might give Mineski more time than TNC would like. And you got to keep in mind they're working with the Alchemist, right? So I think TNC, we really have to kind of push the button a little bit here with the Aegis.
All right, well, they're at least moving out along this bottom lane, trying to pressure it. Mineski again doing the best things that they can, trying to keep this creep wave pressured out. But Alchemist now forces TP back. They're in on top of them. A good hoof stomp on top of them as well. Crystal Nova, there's the catch on a Cuckoo as well. But can they bring them down? The healing ward is in the back, and nobody is able to take it down. Jules just walks up and punches it. So that stops the push, at least for the moment.
Yep, but that's half damage at the tier 3. They did get a tier 2 fully completed out of the top lane as an exchange, and that's actually pretty big. I like the item choice here from Klings. He goes for 4 staff first. When's the last time you've seen that from a Klings? But he understands he's not going to carry the game by going a Dragonlance or Deso. That's not his role. His role right now is to help his team to survive and hopefully win late. I think that's the only way that TNC could win, or Mineski could win right now.
And to be fair, they're doing that. Like, you take down both of the towers in the top lane. You're now in a position where maybe the Knicks can find a kill. They go on to RR. Don't know if that's necessarily the play. The stun is going to come out in a second. They have the Stampede to try and run. Cuckoo, though, in trouble, is going to fall. That's the Aegis already down. Sam H, realizing he needs to escape, is going to TP, but RR goes back in. They cancel the TP for Sam H. Can they bring down Bimbo? Sam H is still falling low. They turn to fight. Omni Slash is there, still not dead as of yet. TNC are going to lose Tims and might end up losing more. No, the Armlet, it's already down. There's the Grave. The chase continues. TNC, have you overstepped your bounds? Raven might have ended up falling as well. They throw out the stun, but it's not going to be enough, and Rior's going to fall as well. 5-man wipe, ultra kill for Bimbo in 16 minutes, and that's what they needed.
That is a comeback. You're going to see this gold graph, and it's going to shoot straight up, and I honestly think that TNC, perhaps one of the few rare occurrences where they are just super aggressive. They had the lead, but they just thrown it completely away. It's not just about the 6 kills that Mineski's got. It's about the time that they have purchased with those 6 kills.
And the Aegis gone.
Yep.
That blows my mind. So Yasha done now. How does this sort of switch up now? Because you're also looking at a lineup from TNC that's not the best at coming back into it or playing from behind. Not that they are at this point too much, but it's a little gold advantage. Pretty big.
I mean, TNC still has the picks. If you look at the heroes they got, they still got the Slaughter and Nyx, right? They still have the minus armor that could extend them into the late game in the form of Corrosive Haze, as well as Way of Terror. So I wouldn't be too worried for TNC yet, but this game went from a freebie to now they got to work for it.
Yeah. And again, a smoke play, now feeling bold as brass. Mineski moving across the map. They will run into most likely Sam H on the high ground. And they actually have dust as well, so they're going to spot it. Oh, they wait for the pop in the dust. Yeah, and they're going to miss that potential for a kill. So, well, it does not end up being a huge play. TNC still in a good position. And they have the blink on StarLadder too.
So here's the thing, though. I don't think Mineski needs to make any huge plays after the fight that they just had.
Yeah.
They just need to draw out the game and kind of go late. Now, you can make the argument that Troll Warlord and Juggernaut can scale into the late game and actually tackle toe-to-toe versus the Alchemist, but I don't think it's as simple as that. You got to keep in mind that Alchemist will give an axe to the Centaur if need be. Well, actually, Centaur is working towards his own axe. But, you know, Dazzle getting an axe is a huge, huge part of it, too. And CM could also get an axe and give TNC a bit of headache.
Yeah, all of them. I mean, Clinks obviously is nothing, and Alk isn't really anything either, but it's a little something, the extra stats. And I think that, too, the big issue is that, like, it's not even the super late game when everybody gets Ags. It's even just that point when Alchemist is 6 slotted. And how do you deal with him at that point? I don't think that they have the tools to kill him off and stand toe-to-toe, because there's enough stuns, there's enough disables that are out there. Maybe with BKB Troll, they'll be able to stand up to him.
The key problem with killing an Alk after the Manta style is that your best damaging spell, the Corrosive Haze, gets taken off whenever he wants. Yeah. So you need to apply it and then reapply it, which, you know, that's a lot of time where he's railing on your team.
All right, this could be the play for them, although they're heading off the wrong direction. Expecting that was going to be where they TNC are. Maybe they're just trying to, like, rush down the towers. Oh, they expect it. Alchemist is going to push it out. This is a really good play. They realized that Bimbo is going to go farm out this wave.
Dazzle's there, so I'm not sure if it's going to work out. Smoke breaks, they're going to go. They need a Stampede and get Dazzle in place. Dazzle comes in, drops a heal bomb. Grave very early, and now the ult's going to get popped off. Jay is ready for this. The Omni Slash is going to fly out. It's going to be right next to the tower. And now they're going to try. Oh, and what a force staff. I believe that was from Miracle. And now it's going to be Raven in a lot of trouble. Jay is chasing for the kill. He will get one. And now the rest of TNC is just running with the tail between their legs. Rior going in on the right side, but the plan has failed. They've only gotten Miracle, but Miracle is the support Klings at this point. Jay moving forward. Rior going to get stunned up, and Jay back to full HP. And that is a dead bench.
And a bounty rune to boot. Why not? They're all over him. Mineski doing a great job. I think that they also didn't even reveal that they have a ward there on the high ground because he tossed the stun before they went up the steps. So every little thing, you know, dotting their I's, crossing their T's, Mineski making the plays that they need to, and now this graph is going to shoot even further ahead. Yep. Almost 20,000 net worth on this Alchemist at this point in the game, and he's never going to look back.
Yeah, and we're starting to get into a point where Mineski, when they win fight, it's not just time that they're getting, but now it's objectives, it's towers, it's Roche. And it is a big, big concern for TNC fans out there.
So, another Troll ulti used just to get these Ancients. We're still a little ways away from Roshan. It's actually going to be a really short timer as well, which could favor Mineski. If they could get in there, I think it might be worth it for them to at least attempt Roche. What are your thoughts?
I think it's more about not giving it to the Troll than having it on a Klings or an Alchemist themselves. I don't think they need the Aegis, but they would definitely not want Troll or Juggernaut to pick it up.
They're going to back out after seeing that it's not there. 10 seconds away. Bimbo himself is going to back out as well, and
Raven's switching things up here. You don't go. He's not going for the standard diffuser blade.
Oh, they've Miracle. Got him. What? Do you have vision? Miracle looking?
Maybe,
what?
No, maybe he just clicked into the trees and he got past because there was a hero there blocking, right?
Oh yeah, and that's probably what happened, and now he's out of there. All right. Well, Juggernaut made it work, and now he's out. They're going to do the split pushing game. That's what they have to make happen.
You're playing the out game now, though.
Yeah. Alchemist is a monster. Like you were talking about earlier, all of these Aghanim Scepters he can give away. Which one do you like best? I mean, it looks like Centaurs wants to build into his before Alk could give it to him.
Probably the Dazzle, but it's not really a higher priority anymore. It's really the Centaur that you care about the most, and if he's building it for himself, it's fine. Yeah. I think honestly, like, RR maybe could have just went straight Refresher and gotten an Ag, but obviously the Alchemist could go, you know, items for himself. Octarine into Shiva's Guard, that kind of stuff. And they're going to be able to steal the Roche away from TNC as well. The TNC need this to have a shot.
Well, Bimbo picks it up. We've got the Alk out along in his merry little way. Gonna farm some more. Can do whatever he wants from this point forward. Miracle, who was so hemmed in the early stages, is still lacking a lot the net worth that you would want on this hero. So I think the Mineski are making the right decision here. If they lose Alchemist this game, if he dies, it's just as much of a swing back into the favor as TNC as that one team fight mid happened. So I like the decision from them to play it safe, get him the Aegis, and make sure that before they really go for another big engagement, they end up getting some more net worth on this Clinks and these other heroes. Although that being said, they're jumping in on top of them. The hoof stomp going to catch onto 2. Jules going to be forced staffed to the low ground and looks to be fine for the moment. They're also going to break the TP of SamH. He goes down. So they lose the Nyx in that attempt at a gank.
I can't say how many times Miracle's 4-staff first has saved his allies, like 2 or 3 times. And when you were behind, and now even when you're ahead, saving your cores or saving your heroes just always good, right? Like even from a carry position.
Yeah, I mean it's one of the reasons why OD is like one of the top tier picks for so long, because there wasn't another carry that could play that same type of, you know, saving ability. So
right.
They're moving in now. Feel like the time is nigh for taking some more objectives. Age is still in hand, building towards that 10k net worth lead, taking down towers, and Miracle scouting the whole way through.
That's 2 more towers, relatively for free.
They're pressuring it on, and looks like there is some pressure that's going on the top lane as well. Can they actually force a reaction though?
Well, Alchemist is going to TP in, and that'll be the end of that play.
Looks like the tower is just about to fall. They should be able to get a deny from this one. Yeah, if they want to. They might just hold on to it for the moment though. And in the meantime, Raven, you mentioned that he did not go for the Diffusal Blade, instead going for the Maelstrom, and now finishing off the Mjolnir off the back of it. I'm imagining just more about the split push, less about the all-in on the team fights.
Yeah, it's also a very good item to get versus the Radiance, right? You put it on yourself or one of your teammates, and it's going to proc as often as possible because of the Radiance burn.
I like the decision from TNC to be going for the rest of the Midases as well, because the game plan right now to me feels to be more get your farm on whenever you can and then try and stay away. Actually, it looks like Tim's went back into a 4th staff afterwards. So I thought he had the Midas queued up, but decided to switch it up.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they really need the 4th staff to take the fights, but maybe saving somebody from our stomp, I suppose.
Oh man, Bimbo again in the mid lane. Like they're smoked up behind him. They're ready to go.
Look at his net worth.
He's got an AC. He's sitting at almost 1,070 GPM at 25 minutes. This guy is crazy farm.
All right. There you go. The Manta takes off the Corrosive Haze, but they could haze him a second time, and they do. So I think Jay should respect this. He gets swapped back into a straight crush. They need the Grave. They do have the Grave. In fact, he gets pushed back out. The Grave was rather early, and now they're going to focus on the Venge. Crystal Maiden drops O in a pretty good spot. Now she disengages. Crystal Maiden will go down. The Miracle will go down as well. And now the haze up onto Jay. Jay will Manta it off. And now he gets spiked, he's stunned up, he wants to fight this perhaps, his ultimate is down, he's actually walking in, he wants to take this fight, he sees Raven, Raven spinning away, that's a 2-man stun, the ult comes back in, he sees Rior, Rior is gonna get 2-shot here, that Radiance is doing so much work.
What?
And the impossible boss of Jay, in fact, he's not giving a chase 3 heroes, he's like, okay, you come to me.
He's going back in. Are you kidding me? They're at the shrine.
All right, he needs to Manta off this haze again.
I mean, they're on top of him. There's the Crush, the Impale as well, the Spike Carapace. He's still not dying. Has a Manta style after this, but that's going to be the Aegis. The rest of his team is gone. They're all dead. So he's going to need to find some way to take it 3-on-1, and it's just not going to happen. So that is a throw and a half.
That is Jay for you.
Okay, so a couple of things. The Crush, all the Omni Slash was happening onto 2 to keep him in the spot was a huge initiation and a way to find those couple of kills. We're going to see a huge swing of gold back into the favor of TNC. Oh, wow. Wowzy, wowzy, wowzy.
All right, so a couple of things. First, I want to talk about, none of this has to do with the decision-making of Jay there, because, you know, that's just a Jay thing, right? Let's talk about his item choice. The AC instead of the Shiva's Guard. You see Shiva's Guard so much more frequently for a couple of reasons. When you pop the Shiva active, you get the nuke out of there. That's more regen off your Octarine core. And the attack speed slow, although not as relevant because of battle trends. will make you somewhat more tankier over the AC. The AC is much more of a defensive choice, especially when you're pushing for buildings. R needs to blink out right now.
Oh, he's going to get caught, though. They got the Frostbite. There's going to be the Impale, the swap to put Rio in position for the stun. Now chasing further. Can they kill off the CM? She's amped up, so no way out. There is going to be another Blink Crush available. They find Ninja Boogie. Ninja Boogie is going to be brought down, and Alchemist, you know, he's back up again, but there's some pressure being put on by TNC.
There's a lot of pressure. The second issue that went wrong in the last team fight, it was that the Grave went way too fast. I think Jules just picnicked. He saw his carry got swapped in, you know, maybe he thought he was going to die instantly. And with things like Battle Trance and Corrosive Haze, you got to be worried about that. So he just popped the early Grave, and they needed
They broke the backdoor rejection. They're on the top here. They're taking down the tier 3 tower. Miracle and Mineski in a ton of trouble. There's another Spike Carapace to stun him up. That's one lane of barracks dead. Can they even find any more? Like, there's no Aegis at this point.
They need to get some picks on the way out, but without Centaur, oh no, Centaur is back. They have Stampede if they want it. Raven will probably spin off the stun. No, he doesn't. Here comes Miracle. He gets spiked
He's controlled again. This is BKB. They're on top of Jules. They're taking down Miracle. Possibly. Can they kill him off? They are going to be able to. The Muleprocs making it work. Jules is going to die as well. Sam H is going to fall, but look at him. They're on top of Bimbo. He's dead again. The crush is there in a second, but they're going to have to buy back on the Alchemist, and that's more than enough for TNC. They've completely thrown this game away. What?
Oh, Mineski throw. Classic. I don't know what to say. They were so ahead.
Yeah.
It just shows you that anything could happen in Dota 2. Anything could happen.
Look at the net worth graph and the experience and just every damn thing. It's really, really hard right now, and well, I'm struggling to see, because like the BKB charges are so important in these fights. You've got a good amount of damage coming out from the Alchemist because of the AC, sort of, but like, and the Radiance is doing a decent chunk. But really, it's like Klinks' lack of farm that we've talked about over and over again. He's still 3,000 gold behind the Nyx.
It's okay before that he didn't have farm because he was really there for the utility. But now in a stage where it's about the right click, it's about the damage, you're just down in core. And unfortunately for Klinks, there's really nowhere from the farm, right? Because the nature of Alchemist, he just eats the map. And I don't know what this Klinks could do, really.
You keep talking about the amp damage as well. So imperative in these fights for TNC, but they're making sure that it's applied on the right heroes. And
Tim's is not even level 18 yet. Like,
yeah.
That is not even his final form. I like the item choice here from Alchemist. He's going for a BKB next. He just, I mean, we saw previously in these team fights, he just gets absolutely changed them between Impale, Spiked, Slithering Crush, Magic Missile, everything.
Yeah.
And the Manta is just not enough, and now Kuku goes into the pit.
DD Rune as well. This is going down, and with an Aegis in hand, and this tri-core, now a quad-core, as the StarLadder overtakes the Klinks and farm as well. I'm really struggling to see how you hold this right now for Mineski. They gotta like cut creep waves. You've got the Ags on Centaur. That will probably make enough of a difference, but I mean, Juggernaut is catching up to Alk. He's still 7,000 gold behind, but you're supposed to be a whole item ahead on this Alk.
Yeah, and it's also tough for the Alk to leave the base and farm by himself right now because of the possibility of a Nyx gank. Alchemist, I do believe he dropped his armlet to fit the BKB, which makes sense here.
Yeah.
And to me, the most important player is RR and Jules. They need to make sure the protection spells are done perfectly. In that high ground siege that they did on the TNC high ground, they used Stampede as well as Grave when Jules or when Jay was 100% health. That was perhaps the biggest throw as well.
Yeah. I think that it's because there's so much burst damage from TNC that you feel the need to make sure that it gets out in time, but it's still like it just doesn't work like that. You gotta make sure that it's hit right on the money.
I mean, the window, your room for error, like in this game, to catch a Grave is actually so tiny because the damage is flying out so fast.
Well, I remember you saying that they didn't need to push up for high ground, and it's really come back to bite them. You think that how long ago that was that they were pressuring this tier 3 tower, and it's down barely below half HP. TNC have really pulled this game back from the clutches, and you've got a Nyx that is so farmed. Blink, Yules, Force Staff. He has a gem at this point. all of these heroes are set up well for the late game. StarLadder has a BKB as well, so he can get in, make sure that he gets that stun off whenever he wants it to.
Yep.
They're going to need to make sure that these defensive abilities by Mineski are used on point. But
Abyssal Blade.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, the way that Jay plays it, right, with the BKB, he's basically saying, look, I'm going to kill you guys in 10 seconds. And I just don't think that's possible. Like, everybody on TNC is tanky. They have items like Force Staff and Glimmer Cape to save each other. And I don't think his team has enough disables to allow him to just go focus on a target within that 10 seconds. And as that BKB gets wear down, he's going to get changed on. All those items that you mentioned on the Nyx is going to just keep him locked down completely.
Well, this is a smoke. They're showing the troll in the mid, but...
All right, he's gone.
This is a scary moment. There's the first stun. Troll ready to walk up on the high ground. Cuckoo with the Aegis. And they are going to go for the stomp to start it. Abyssal Blade is still ready to go from the jug if they want to jump in for it. Cuckoo controlled. Can they get the save? Can they make it happen? Can they turn it around? He's controlled for the moment. They're on top of the Elk. Are they going to be able to bring him down, though? The stun, the bash, it's there on top of him. Jules was who they ended up going on with the Juggernaut, but it's not enough. Cuckoo still there with the Aegis. They've already lost the Nyx, though.
They can't chase more than this. The BKB has ran out, but looks like they're going to surround the Troll Warlord. Troll Warlord walking away from that freezing field. His team has abandoned him. He gets frostbitten up. And now it looks like Jay, he wants more. He wants the two supports to clean down Cuckoo. It looks like that is going to happen. In the front line, they've gone, I believe, one more was Avenge porting out.
Yeah.
This is a big opportunity. That was an Aegis push not working. It looks like the high ground's the bane of these two teams. And now it's going to be Mineski walking the other direction.
They did have to buy back on the Clinks. Which is something, but they don't have buyback on Troll.
Yeah, Miracle's not a...
I think that they can actually make this happen. Like, honestly, even for tier 4s, if they wanted to try and like really go for it, because it's to the point now where it is starting to get pretty scary. They're moving in with the mid lane. The tower is about to fall. They end up getting the glyph, but will not regen any of that HP.
All right, Nyx is back. Nyx is actually going to slow down this push by quite a bit thanks to Impales and
All right, they're not going to go for it any further. They're just going to take the melee.
Jay is going for, or sorry, Miracle's going for the Rax. He's going to get swapped and stunned immediately. The Grave.
They graved the wrong. What? Oh, they graved the illusion. It does look like he's still going to get out. Well, lift.
No, he's done.
Oh man, I can't. Oh, jeez.
I mean, he was dead regardless whether the Grave hit him or not.
Yeah, it's just rough. This game for Mineski, to get so close against Faceless yesterday, and then also to be performing at the highest level that we've seen out of Mineski in so long, there's a ton of pressure on these guys, obviously.
I mean, here's the thing. I don't know who's really ahead at this point, right? Both teams will run Raxes. I think I still might want to be on the Alchemist's side.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really hard to argue at this point who's actually ahead. I think TNC is slightly ahead, but just for the nature of what an Alchemist can do.
I just think that, like, right now the Clinks is so under-farmed that I don't know if... I would want the Alchemist on the team. I wouldn't want the Clinks on my team. We put it that way.
All right. Here comes the high ground. The Weave, in particular, is going to do so much work. Cuckoo going forward. He's going to get Husam. He's going to get stunned up as well. The BKB from Jay. They swap him back in. That means Tim's in a lot of trouble. He pops a BKB as well. They want to kite Mineski outside of the base, and Mineski will not oblige, because that's a quick way to lose this game.
Yeah, they're out of there. They're good. The Weave, like you mentioned, it's on top of them now, about to wear off. And it looks like everybody from TNC is going to go back to farming for a little bit.
So whenever Jay plays Alchemist, he has this thing where he switches items like 80 times. I still remember the last major qualifiers where they had an 80-minute game against Fnatic or some other team where he went through, like, I don't know, 8 items. 8 new items apart from the 6 that he's got. So my question is he going to switch more items, or is he going to get Axe for his team?
I mean, I think that you probably need to get some amount of farm on these other guys. Like, Miracle has had this Deso queued up for the past probably 12, 15 minutes.
All right, he's going to get it now.
Like, you need to be able to get the farm on somebody else in this game to get them some more damage out. And probably, like, the CM is the best bet.
No, I think you put on Dazzle. The Weave is actually what's giving them so much more survivability, especially against the Tro and Jug. So that's my bet where the ad goes.
You can't get caught out here, though. This would be terrible, and they are going to run into him. Hoof stomp there onto Tim's. The stun on a Sam H as well. They swap him back out to try and keep him alive. Ninja Boogie controlled for the moment, and does look like Bimbo chasing down Tim's. Going to be able to find 1 kill. Can they get any more? Grave is there onto CM. Cuckoo trying to find a target. Has finally found Bimbo, but he gets stunned as well. Now turning back in towards it. The Manta illusions are on top of Cuckoo. Mjolnir proc still going wild. And they can continue the chase. They take down the Centaur, looking for more. Sam H is there. He's stunned up Bimbo. They've got Raven on top of him as well. Forstaff trying to save the day.
They got Grave again. They got Grave again.
Well, I don't know if it's going to be enough. No, he's gone. They can't even do it, even if they did find it.
Oh my god. And you gotta keep in mind the buybacks are running out. They bashed and canceled out the TP. Miracle looks like he's alive for the time being. And he's gonna pour it home. They ping out the mid-raxes again.
They just don't do anything.
Like, Jay needs to buy back now, but even with the buyback, okay, he's got the BKB back up.
I just, like, TNC's heroes do so much more right now. They buy back onto 2 and continuing to build up this lack of farm on some of the heroes. Alchemist is still there, but...
I question the Grave on the Crystal Maiden because who cares if your Crystal Maiden dies? There's actually no point, and there was a good 5 seconds where Mineski was unsure because they had the 2 Manta illusions surrounding the Tro. It's like, do we back up? Do we go? And that moment of indecision to stay there made them lose, what, 3 more kills and 2 more buybacks? I think if they said, okay, CM, you got Grave, you're going to die, we're going to just run. Good luck.
Right.
I think they would have been in much better shape, but... I mean, hindsight's 2020. So.
I like that they've gotten at least a little bit more farm on Miracle now. The Deso is going to be able to at least threaten the supports, which is what he has to be able to do this game.
I mean, they have Glimmer Cave, they have duels, they have so much.
Oh god. Alright, they're forced to pop the Stampede to get the Centaur off the cliff. And everybody gearing up for Roshan. This is going to be one of those, you know, game-determining factors as another smoke play by TNC. They're going and calling out right down mid. We'll see who they can find.
I think they want to actually go through bottom.
They're going to break the smoke on Miracle. Do they have reveal? They have the gem. Miracle caught out outside of the base, just runs into hell. TNC is there.
No buyback. 1 minute without the clinks. But is that going to be enough for TNC to go high ground? Nope. It's going to be enough for Roche.
Yeah. And Roche is up and online. TNC going to push out mid, move in towards there, and in a great position to lock out this game number 1. If they can possibly make it happen.
You think this game's over? I don't think this game's over yet.
I don't think it is, but I think that they're in a good position. Like, they have everything that they need to try and end the game.
That's true. I agree with that. And looks like Jay is going to start his musical chair of items. Or items, not items is.
Going back for the Abyssal?
Sure. I mean, he needs to lock people down, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's just trying to do it all by himself. That's the goal for him, but... Man, I still think you give Axe to at least Dazzle.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that it is a pretty cool upgrade. It also increases the AoE of it. You increase the Scepter armor per second, so 1.75 at max level. He's only 1 away from that 18. It ends up being quite good. And yeah, just a bigger AoE as well. All right. Ready to go. Let's see what they can do. Mineski backs up against the wall. Can they hold on in this game number 1? Oh. Forstaff there. Drums for CM. They're getting into position, wanting to hold on to this fight. And it's the Butterfly almost done for the Troll, but obviously buyback status going to be really important this game. Cuckoo going to go in, hitting onto that tier 3 tower.
All right, minus armor on top of him. He's losing HP very rapidly. Look at that. Ooh, that weave.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with that, buddy. They got the heals coming in for him, but the urn canceled for the moment. They'll wait until the weave wears off, and then probably go in for another round, I would imagine.
Oh, Jules, be careful. Don't get swapped out. He is, I don't want to say the linchpin of the team, but a big factor. Like weave and Grave.
Yeah.
It's going to be how Mineski's going to win these fights.
He goes MKB instead of Basher. And also, I mean, still doesn't have buyback, so it doesn't matter. But
what is he dropping? Octarine or Manta after he uses it?
Yeah, I guess. He needs it to deal with the evasion from the Troll, though. So it makes sense to me. Still looking to go in here.
I mean, if the pacing of the game stays like this, the Aegis will wait out. I imagine TNC is going to make a play sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I mean, they can kind of make sure, they want to make sure they take the perfect fight, though. That's the other thing.
They have the time to wait, so it's okay.
All right, sending in the illusions again, backdoor protection, still disabled. They have the butterfly there now, fully completed onto the Troll Warlord. And we already have the answer in the MKB for the Alchemist.
So here's the thing right now. Alchemist is putting the Mantis out into his backpack in between to swap through with MKB. The problem was that the Manta refreshes, like, you know,
at a lower rate.
At a much lower rate. I think you actually put maybe the Radiant if you're not using it. He's putting the BOT right now.
Okay. Yeah, that's probably the best play.
Yeah.
Because he needs to make sure that he can continue to spam this. Otherwise, the creep wave is
Juggernaut blinks on the high ground top here. Tier 3 is actually being under siege.
Yeah, he takes it down quick and easy. Everybody's eyes were over here mid.
Lift was also baited out.
A little bit of subterfuge used, and TNC make the play.
Yeah. Hey, Klings is trying to kill those illusions. He can't. Goes bad.
Oh my god, they're just going to take it down like this. Yeah, you send illusions at us, we'll send illusions at you. What do you think now?
Yeah, Alchemist needs to concentrate on pushing the top wave out. This cannot happen further.
No. Well, another stun going to be thrown. They get the weave onto 3. Whew. But again, you've got the Juggernaut who can push out the top wave. He's invis for the moment. Could think about just going for a Blink Abyssal Blade Omni if you wanted to, if one of these heroes happens to show himself.
Sentry Ward gets dropped. That's huge. There's a random invis rune on a Jug.
Yeah. Still waiting for that opening as Cuckoo is going to step forward. Hit the tower a couple times. This frostbitten for the moment. Tim's jumps forward, threatens the crush. They're going to take down the ranged barracks in the top lane. Nobody's there to defend against it. Cuckoo as well, controlled for the moment. Is going to lose the Aegis here. Now, can they do anything else?
Are they going to surround him is the question. Spike going on. They're going to impale onto Jay as well. Glimmer keeping him alive. Delusions being sent onto the melee rack. Slow and steady, but Aegis is out. Can TNC just stay in front of the base like they've been doing?
I mean, this is the thing, is that this base hold is so much on a knife's edge, because if one person misplays, they're going to lose everything. But even in the status quo, yeah, they're going to go for the smoke now. They have to make a play, but already everybody from TNC is out. What a heads-up decision to back out of here. Can they get out without any casualties, though? Cuckoo there breaks the smoke. He's trying to run away, but now in some trouble. They have the swap app to keep him alive, and now the Stampede to chase. Can they find anything else, though?
Rior is going to be the first one to go down. Impale hits everybody. The CM ultimate gets just killed. Tim's going in with the right click, and so far 3 dead, and now it's going to be Grave onto Jay. Jay getting completely locked down. His BKB is not going to be enough. They just called GG. They understand that was it.
They needed to do something. They needed anything at all, but it was not nearly enough. And Mineski lose game number 1 off the back of just some really good decisions by TNC, but also Mineski, maybe a little bit of nerves, some questionable decisions about when to go high ground.
I like your diction choice of saying instead of
Dire team ban. TNC's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. TNC's turn to ban.
Qualifiers for the Southeast Asian region's Mineski facing off against TNC Pro Team. I'm Lyrical, going to be joined as well by Lumi. Lumi, we're in this one. We're in it deep. Mineski decide to first phase ban the Troll, in fact.
Good choice.
I think that we were talking about this earlier. It just gets earlier and earlier in the draft. Why is it that you think that it's this highly prioritized by Mineski?
I mean, they've seen it 3 times in a row by TNC. They won 3 games in a row, and I think more importantly, it just fits with TNC's playstyle. Allows them to be aggressive early, but yet retains the late game prowess of the hero. So, I mean, I don't think Tro is overall worth a first phase ban, but against TNC and against the Shriek and that they're on, you gotta just ban it.
Yeah, it makes sense. Lone Druid also taken out, as well as the Ogre and the StarLadder. I think the Ogre, a very wise choice. We've seen just how good that hero can be across all regions. Very high win rate, and Mineski are going to go for the first pick, Earth Spirit.
All right, so I had a debate outside with the boys asking whether Nyx is perhaps more of a priority pick in the C region than the Centaur.
10 seconds.
I heard some mixed opinions.
Okay.
Which one do you think it is, and which one do you think TNC is going to pick?
I think that the Nyx is more highly prioritized in this game in particular. I think as a whole, I would rather have Centaur on my team. But
Okay.
against the Earth Spirit, I think it's really, really good. Because it gives you, like, with the Earth Spirit, it enables you so many different ways to go with the fight, where you can, like, go in for a disruptor, or you could go in for some other wombo combo, and Nyx disrupts all of that.
So they go for the other one.
I would have gone for the other one, but I think that Centaur is fine.
All right. I mean, Centaur's fine is perhaps a very understatement.
Yeah, right? No, totally. I mean, it's not like this is a bad pick by any means.
Oh, no, for sure.
But I think it does speak to a way that they want to try and take this game, which is take heroes... Like, this enables heroes that otherwise wouldn't be able to fight early to maybe fight a little bit earlier. You think about something like a potential Sand King. Granted, it's had one of the lowest win rates at the tournament, but you can go something like that, and he doesn't need a Blink Dagger to be effective early.
All right, we're going to go with the Weaver so far. I really feel for Miracle seeing that last performance. It's not just about him playing poorly. It's about that their draft really needed him to play well. Because if you look at the draft, it was a Dazzle and Crystal Maiden on the back line. They gave you like no damage once the team fights are breaking out.
Right.
They needed that Clinks, and I think Miracle understands that he kind of needed to step up. Unfortunately, could not, and hopefully I hope he doesn't kick himself a little bit too hard. But he's a fighter. He's been around the block.
10 seconds.
Let's see if he can bounce back and force a game 3 from TNC.
Definitely. We got the Alchemist ban now, as well as the OD. Either going to make an appearance in this game. I think that if you did want to end up running another hero for TNC here, probably take the Jug. I honestly wouldn't mind that. I feel like it's a hero that gives them a lot of different possibilities. They can run it with Raven, they can run it with Cuckoo, and it also, I think, kind of fits well within the ethos of the way they play the game, because you can also go late or pressure early.
Okay, I could see that. I'd rather they target out a Tim's hero. StarLadder is still in the... No, StarLadder is already taken out, excuse me. Huh. You know, I've honestly only remember Earth Spirit and StarLadder from Tim's, because he's so destructive on these two heroes that I failed to recall.
You could take an Undyne.
Okay.
10 seconds remaining.
If they wanted to take that one, I wouldn't mind it Undyne. It sort of fits the bill with the trying to roam around and disrupt things a little bit. You can make that happen.
TNC's turn.
But yeah, Undyne or Jug for me. I like either of those. Gonna ban out the Terrorblade too. Another TNC classic. Oh, they go the Rubik, of course. Rior. He loves that hero.
Alright, so that means Tim's is going to be playing the Dazzle instead.
Very different look. Maybe just tries to play it the same way that they were doing earlier with like Max and Poison Touch going in.
Sure. I mean, if not maxing it, at least putting a point or two. But Jules went for the max, and there was a lot of instances where he really wished he had the higher grave, right? Porting in to save the Klings. I don't think Dazzle actually saved anybody early on.
Yeah.
At all.
Yeah.
So that was...
Well, it could have also just been because those ports were a little bit late. There was one instance, I think, by the bottom tier 1 where he could have saved him, but couldn't get the grave off. But all the other ones, he was too late with the port. But I'm with you. And Mineski, anything that you like in particular here?
I'm just trying to read the draft whether to feel that whether this is a support or carry Weaver. I think because you already have Earth Spirit, this is more likely to be a carry Weaver.
I think Mineski as a team would really like to get Miracle on that hero as well, whenever they can.
I'm thinking Shadow Fiend here for Jay.
Okay.
It's definitely one of his go-to heroes. There's a lot of minus armor synergy, and more importantly, there's not a lot of like insane lockdown. I mean, there's the hoof stomp,
Yeah.
but I feel like Requiem and the right clicks rather is gonna do a ton of work, especially against this rather squishy lineup that TNC's got.
And I think the Nyx Assassin sets up a little bit for the Shadow Fiend as well, because you don't want to give away the Nyx. I guess they couldn't run the Nyx anyway, so yeah, it wouldn't have mattered. I think it's fine still taking that Shadow Fiend. I still like the Jug for TNC. I imagine they saved Cuckoo's hero for last, and they could go like... I don't think you can go...
Oh, there you go.
I don't think you can go Tinker this game against Nyx. So you have to probably go like Invoker or something. Something like that.
I mean, there's also the TA for Cuckoo. He's very proficient with the hero. I mean, I think if Mineski goes Shadow Fiend here, it's very likely that the Templar Assassin comes out.
And then you just have Dazzle sit mid for a long time and just sort of try and pressure.
You know, we did see the Dazzle harass on the mid lane. It's actually like much more impressive than we had thought. Okay, now there's an Ursa, which normally is a hero that Miracle plays. Does that mean we're going to see a support Weaver then?
Maybe. I'm not sure about this. I don't know if I like the Ursa. I'm not going to lie to you. It does feel like it's a good answer to what TNC do, and they do ban out the Shadow Fiend.
So they're expecting a support Weaver as well.
I'm not sure if I love it. I mean, it's a lot of different ways to save him if you get that Ags up for Weaver, but it feels really greedy against this type of draft from TNC. Maybe they're just hoping to try and go in and secure Roche a bunch, so that way TNC can't build that?
I think it's fine. I think Ursa's a hero that kind of comes online relatively quickly, right? And
I mean the support Weaver. That's my read of that part at least.
I think the support Weaver is fine, particularly because, again, the disable from the TNC side isn't too impressive. I mean, there's a lift and there's a hoof stomp, but Dazzle's going to get circles ran at him.
Yeah. No, I'm with you there. I'm just thinking, like, later on down the line, we know that TNC likes to group up and push. How does Ursa deal with the push? How does Nyx deal with the push? Like, are you going to use Impale to push waves?
Oh no, this is like we fight into you kind of thing. We're not gonna stand behind our tower and D-push. We're looking to jump into you and kill you. That's how we're gonna D-push.
Do they have better team fight than TNC though?
No. I mean, not at the moment. Mostly because of the Centaur, but you know, we'll see what the last pick here for Jay is.
Fair enough. So you feel like they need team fight for their draft to work, is what you're saying then?
Or a ton more damage.
Okay. We'll see which route Mineski want to go for. And what is it that they're going to need then? Probably at this point, Invoker is still in the pool.
I never see Jay play Invoker, so I'm not sure if that's...
Ember? Ember's pretty decent.
Yeah, Ember's not bad, actually.
I don't know. I'm still very concerned in this draft, but if they can... relieve all of my concerns with one pick, it is going to be the Ember. All right.
TNC's turn to pick.
All right, a lot of pressure on these stunners on the TNC side to do their work. Gonna be a Magnus by Cuckoo mid. Well, I think Ember, first of all, is gonna have a tough time against the Dazzle, I presume, that will go to the mid to support the Magnus. Keep in mind that Poison Touch and Healing Wave is both physical, thus going through the Flame. Thus would wreck Ember pretty hard. And then you got both the ARP. Remember I said they need more stuns, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is more stuns and a lot more damage as well.
I think that TNC might have what they need this game. I think that they might 2-0 Mineski and be going to Kiev. What about you? What's your thoughts on this?
I'm inclined to agree as well. Unfortunately, yeah. I want to see Miracle going to his first major LAN major Valve LAN. Because he's just too good to not have, played in that kind of environment. But this draft, I think Mineski needs to play a lot. I keep focusing on TNC's lack of stuns, but they got way more than what Mineski is working with. Mineski has what? Spike Carapace, Impale, and Earth Spirit stuff, and maybe some Fiery Chains. That's it.
Yeah.
So a lot of these stuns are not even pretty guaranteed. So yeah, Mineski needs to perform, but if they can.
We'll see if they're capable of doing it. Mineski facing off against TNC. Tournament life on the line, qualifier life on the line. And they are definitely up against the ropes here off the back of a Miracle, Ursa, and of course Mr. Bimbo himself playing on that Ember Spirit. We'll see the movement out now early on, placing down a couple of wards. Tim's going to actually be playing the Rubik this time, so are you surprised by that at all?
Yes and no. Like, normally Ryu is so good on this hero, so I expect him to be the one that's playing it. At the same time, Ryu also plays a very hard position support like the Dazzle. So maybe it's one of those things that Tim's is more familiar with the Rubik than the Dazzle, so he takes the hero.
All right. And we could even end up seeing it be just like a one-on-one with Miracle against the Centaur if they wanted to leave it that way. The Centaur ended up going for a Boots first build as well. Looks like Ursa hasn't, so he's going to be able to outstrip that Ursa for a while. Just need to be careful about the Earth Shocks.
Yeah, my other major concern with this Mineski draft is that it's ultimately extremely greedy, especially on the support side, right? You got Earth Spirit, who can technically be played as a 5, and look at his current item, Ninja Boogie. 2 Tangos and a Clarity, and this means his role as a mid harasser, a gank setup person is going to be a lot less effective, right? You really need that Orb of Venom to do what he does best, which is rolling in and harass people.
Yeah, and it's sort of what I was mentioning, that I feel like, what are you going to do when you get the group up push from TNC? Like, they can try and team fight their way out of it, but it's going to feels to me again like they're going to need perfect execution, whereas TNC, if you get a Blink Dagger on Magnus, you just sort of jump in, you RP him once things start to get chaotic. A very high ease of execution win for TNC. We'll see if they can translate that though, and staying out that range creep first.
I think honestly one of the major game plan for Mineski is to kind of put them in a big deficit before that group up push actually happens.
Okay.
Because Ursa, I could see him getting off into a very good start in this lane. Get the quick blink and just kill.
Yeah. Oh, and he's going to get the deny as well on that range creep. So this should push in pretty effectively, although looks like they might have gotten one on the Radiant side as well. And laning-wise, we're seeing, of course, RR facing off against Rior on this Dazzle. Raven continuing to his pressure. But mid lane is into the favor quite heavily so far of the Ember, in spite of having that early empower.
Yeah, I find that pretty surprising here. And this is actually for the first time in a long time, having a true 1v1 in the mid lane. Nobody coming in here throwing out ignites and poison touches. All right. Bottom lane here, RR in a lot of trouble. Drops the Impale, runs left away from the Telekinesis lift. Great play by RR. Any other way he would have done it, he would have been dead. But Tim's getting that movement speed. There's one teleport coming in. He gets lifted back to the low ground. He cannot run that way anymore. And now here comes Jules. I'm not exactly sure what he can do, but at the very least, Raven could not have gotten off that spin.
All right, Battle Fury going for RR. They're going to be able to take him down. He went back in for a moment, and now also Jules forced to pop the Shrine. Oh man, that is a disastrous start here. They use the Shrine, they lose the Nyx. He's not going to have that regen in lane, and it's into their favor.
Mid lane, push back in here. Cuckoo brings Jay under the tower, but tower too busy with some creeps. So Jay, no harm, no foul for him.
Wow.
RR makes the 9k play and then walks in and dies.
Yeah.
Oh, feels bad.
I mean, he did his best, and unfortunately, Jug, just a really good answer to the Nyx in general, and they're going to keep applying this harassment onto him. They have the Blade Fury up again, but not fully deciding to go for it. And in the meantime, you compare that to Sam H's lane, he's still getting experience here. He's having himself a decent time at the very least.
For now, I think once Ursa gets to face boots, he's going to have to go into the jungle.
Yeah.
I mean, he could stay in the trees to sap experience, but he's never going to hit a creep once face boot is online.
Another lift. RR in trouble yet again, going to get ran down by Raven. Jules trying to get an aggressive, but you can see he's barely even going to miss out on a creep here. Raven has been doing a great job of applying pressure when he needs to.
This is an issue that Mineski used to have, which was they have so many superstar players. Unfortunately, not all of them shows up to play Dota every single game. An issue with consistency, and seems like at least today that old trouble is plaguing them again.
Well, mid lane at the very least, again, is going well for the Ember Spirit. He's about even with the Magnus. I'm curious to also see how Cuckoo chooses to build his skill build up. Obviously taking a lot to Shockwave early to be able to deal with what the Ember Spirit is throwing out. But later on, also, he's going to be able to help secure Juggernaut even more quick farm as the game goes on with that in power.
Yep. Also, the other interesting thing to talk about regarding to Bill is what kind of Bill we're going to see from Miracle. Whether it's going to be Blink first, HOD first. We also seen the casual Mask of Death first. So, obviously, you know, each one has its own benefits and weaknesses, but once it gets close to that point, we'll kind of talk about that.
Yeah. Ember moving over here does guess right with the rune, is going to get a DD as his reward. And again, this dual lane just not really feeling like it's getting that much done. And oftentimes these support weavers, they'll head off into the jungle to try and get farm. We haven't seen Jules do that. He's level 2 at this point and only now going to start heading back to pick up the bounty rune. But, well, guess what? Tim's has already done it.
Yeah, so far I've been feeling zero impact from the Mineski supports, both from the Earth Spirit as well as from the Weaver. And I feel like both of them are trying to do the same role, right? Which is harass lanes, get kills, and they're both kind of playing the 5 now because they have nothing to do. Just kind of pulling creeps. And
even to the point where they're sticking Ember in the jungle because they need this Weaver to get a lane for himself for a bit. And it's harder and harder to deal with Cuckoo in his lane also. So,
well, I wouldn't say they're purposely sticking the Weaver into a lane. It's more that this is a pretty common duck into the jungle to farm kind of pattern for Embers. So it's more of the Weaver just taking advantage of the fact that there is an empty lane. But you're right, he is going to get some stuff now.
And again, like Sam H, he's gone off to the jungle to farm. Nyx doesn't have the same luxury as far as his ability to farm early on, not quite as good. Aura could get lifted here if they wanted to, but not deciding to go for it. Raven still happy as a clam, got himself his own lane. He's not quite as far ahead as the Ursa has been, but still having a really good time.
Interesting that Raven actually skips this point of Blade Dance.
Yeah.
Not something I've seen too often. Maybe they're thinking of grouping up and pushing with the healing ward.
I think that's the plan here.
But their team is not really exceptional at that, though.
Yeah. I think that if they can find kills off the back of like that Blink Dagger later on or whatever, that's going to be one of the ways to do it. But they can probably take down at least the tower.
All right, bottom lane here, they lift up RR, they throw the poison on him, but unfortunately,
they have the Omni
silent.
Slash
The Sun's
as well.
going to be there, the Impale's going to be here as well. Raven taking a ton of damage. Omni Slash not going to all bounce. The Grave comes in, and the healing ward, that's a level 2 healing ward. They're going to beat on Raven. There's a lot of Fairy Swipe stacks. He is going to be dead. Overall, great trade here from Mineski, even though they did have to bring in 2 other heroes to get it.
That was just about the best that they could have hoped for, and a really good play also to make sure that they end up TPing in with the bear. And this also gives a little bit of room up here at the top. Like, you could say, oh, you don't want to, like, you know, move your Ursa around too much early, but honestly, for that, that's well worth it.
Yeah, they need this next to catch back up, and now Jay makes support up top as well. I think they have some ideas about this Centaur, but is it even possible?
Yeah, I mean, they're actually going to bring Raven up to the top side, and he does have no Omni Slash, but can at least...
oh, they're baiting him pretty hard here.
Yeah, they want to go back in. Triple Remnant forward. Raven goes for the spin, trying to run away. They're TPing in now with the Dazzle. Can he get out, though? That's the question. In range, looking for the save. Does have the Grave if he wants to use it. No, it was on cooldown. Oh, Rior not able to save him. So again, TNC throwing away a little bit of advantage here.
I mean, you can't blame them, right? Juggernaut wanted to go up top to continue to stay in RR's lane and shut him down and slow him down. Did not expect Jay's rotation, so not really a TNC mistake, but a really great play from Jay instead. And I would say that they're kind of back in the game, right? 2 kills in a row over the enemy carry.
Yeah. Absolutely. And down here bottom, Miracle trying to make a play. You got Ninja Boogie in the area. Could think about going for the silence. The stun is there as well. He's already used the chase, but there's going to be the Stampede to try and make his escape.
Oh, that would have been a sick guess if that hit him. But still, forcing out Stampede usage, and Miracle's still farming in the bottom lane. Looks like he is going to be going for the 80. So he feels that this game is not the Roshan sneak, nor is it about killing people left and right. You just want to get the basics and kind of scale into the mid game a little bit smoothly with a little bit more farm.
Alan, see mid lane. That is going to be a haste turn picked up for Jules. He's got Tim's. Does already have Arcane Boots for himself. Festival is building towards a couple of different things, but they've got good vision over there on Tim, and they're not going to be able to bring down Rior there either. Already Weaver picking up the medallion. Things have definitely turned around at this point for Mineski, and it's to the tune of, you know, still very even in terms of the net worth.
I still don't think it's necessarily enough right now, especially from the level department. Mineski still lacking some critical level 6s, and as a result, they're unable to pressure the way that they would like. And very silently, Cuckoo has been able to build up a lot of net worth, just through the fact that he's, you know, just got that Iron Talon. He's jungling very efficiently. He does have that Echo Saber queued up, so he's looking to be the secondary damage dealer, apart from just a utility/initiator for the team.
Yeah, and this is a build that we've seen used in the CIS region. I think that it was Dendy that started it. A lot of other people have done it in the past as well. There's some movement down here towards bottom, hoping to find the Ursa, but as you can see, this ward that's placed spotted all of that movement and realized that they might need to come and defend this if they want to hold on to their tower.
No, Ursa not going to get caught this time around. Notice how he left the creep towards the left side of his tower, expecting some sort of big smoke wrap around there.
Yeah. They aren't going to find him. Pressure continues. A little Fade Bolt on a Miracle, why not?
And the critical thing right now is that Radiant, because of the ward behind the tower, they see all of that information. They know that there's a trap being laid for them, so they back off.
And it does force over the Ember Spirit here as well, just to make sure that they're not going to go down. And this ward, all the vision in the world, will expire now. Could even bait out a sentry by that, realizing that, you know, they're in the area. The regen picked up there as well for the Ember Spirit. So top lane, your Nyx Assassin, currently level 6. You also have the level 7 on same
Well,
age.
bottom lane, they're going to
lane.
make a go here onto the Dazzle. Dazzle gets netted up as well. Great play by Ninja Boogie, connecting the kick as well as the silence. And Stampede was also baited out from that, so
yeah,
got a lot of out of the deal. And I think with the Stampede gone, I think Miracle feels a lot safer trying to contest for this tier 1 bottom.
All right, well played. Find a kill. Looks like the Centaur as well is going to have the build in towards the hood. They're just gearing up for the late game. I think they feel comfortable with their lineup, and this is showing a little bit of diversity with the TNC group up. They're not just all about pressuring towers and taking them down at the start. They've got a juggernaut with Empower. They've got Magnus, who's going for the Echo Saber build.
Yep.
You know, Centaur is a great hero in the late game as well. It feels like they're very comfortable with how it's looking. As Sam H going to get initiated on. Veil is out, but so much magical generation, able to triple remnant away and stays alive.
That was a great play. Using the RP whipping as well.
Ugh.
That triple remnant dodged the hoof stomp and just laid in the damage at the same time. That was a beauty.
All right.
Mineski. Yeah, Alvin takes the tower bottom. So they're kind of hemming in. I like to kind of point out what you said about the versatility of TNC. I'm pretty sure they'd rather be the team that's, you know, being proactive, taking towers and whatnot, but it's really hard to do so against the Mineski lineup. This is kind of where they're hitting one of their first peaks when the Emperor is so big. And now Ninja Boogie on the bottom side finds a go, and that's a net coming through from the Ursa. They're trying to get the kill, but the TPs are coming in fast. Sam H does have the Stampede, and it's going to happen now? No? Ninja Boogie's going to be the one they claim, though.
Yeah. Well, a good pickup there at the very least. They give it over to Cuckoo for the kill, and he is getting ever closer to that Echo Saber. I believe he just finished it off and should be brought out to him now, which just gives him more possibilities to farm, as we see Raven going for the spin TP away, pushing out the mid lane, making sure that they don't overextend at various points. The Ember is here, and they don't have a spin on Jug for another couple seconds.
Does he see the root big? Don't think he did.
Scan. Right clicks. They had a lift. Tries to go for it. Stealing a spell. Gets a stun out as well, but still alive. The healing ward making it work.
Yep. Fortunately for the Rubik, there was, I believe, only 2 fire ribbons. Thanks to the cooldown. Bottom lane here, they're trying to make an escape. The kick not connecting here. And I don't know where was Miracle's trusty Dark Troll Summoner. That's really the reason why he has that creep, to get rid of a Stampede escape.
Yeah, off somewhere else across the map, no doubt. Looks like Rior is most likely dead. They do have Magnus here.
Are you sure? Drops the sentry immediately, but now Now the Rubik's going to take one for the team instead.
It was a good lift up. They try and go for the catch, and they are going to be able to hold on to R here. That is a pickup. They need to trade, though, with those kills in that way. I think that's definitely worth it for the Knicks.
And I don't think they're done yet. Sam H gets somewhat spotted by Ninja Buki. Looks like Jay cannot rotate here in time.
All right. 5-6. Still very even. Is there a team that you're feeling like is getting more of what they want at this stage of the game, though? A team that's more comfortable with their position?
I think even though Mineski is getting all these tiny trades going their way, like, they're trading a support for a core here and there, they're getting a tier 1 here and there, I don't think it's enough to pull themselves ahead, because the other side is working with Empower, and Juggernaut is comfortably head of this net worth, despite the 2 deaths he's got, right?
Yeah.
So I think if I'm a TNC fan, I'm fairly happy with the current game state.
You do have the Weaver that's building next towards the treads and then finally finishing off the Aghanims later on down the line.
Right.
So that's something else that we're going to need to keep our eyes on in this fight, but it's still not like the be-all, end-all as far as...
Ooh, if they could pick up Raven here once again, that will be big.
Looks like Cuckoo backing out. They spot him under a ward here, but yeah, eyes down bottom. Tims.
Swarm's going to find himself Tims. Can they chain him and cancel the TP? Yes, Jay does it in the very end. It looks like they're going to give the kill. Oh, actually, he wanted to give the kill, but the burn from Jay takes it.
Yeah. He still Sakuchi there as well, but wasn't able to get away.
Rowan.
Miracle chasing down Rior in some trouble. There's the silence. There's the stun. Can they finish him? Yes, they can. Did he use magnetize?
He did. Because I think he body blocked Miracle a little bit, so he wasn't sure whether Miracle will get there on time and whether the Grave will pop out. If the Grave did pop out, the Magnetize would have ensured a kill.
These wards by Mineski have been fabulous. Look at all this vision they've got here in the jungle. This has allowed them to find each and every one of these kills. They spot out all of the areas where TNC would be moving to try and farm, and they know that if they just get into a farming war with TNC, they're going to lose, so they have to find these picks.
Yeah. And Miracle is already on, waiting for the pick up top. Fortunately, I don't think he could solo a Jug. I really love these wards because they don't see that much vision compared to like the best spots, but at the same time, they're super hard to de-ward. It would not surprise me all these wards survive, so they just kind of naturally time out.
Yeah, and maybe you need to think about getting a gem as well. That might be the answer eventually for TNC, but you also have to worry about who's going to hold it then. And if you're going to be going on de-ward missions and end up losing it, then you're really, really in a bad spot.
I mean, gem's great, right? You're dealing against a Weaver and a Nyx.
Yeah, totally. But they also need the items and abilities to fight Mineski outside of just spotting him out.
Yeah. I think I'm beginning to really understand why Mineski really favors the Ursa, that they pick it up for Miracle so much. It's the fact that they could pressure so effectively. And you're seeing it in this game, right? Again, they're only up by 3 kills, but it's just the nature of TNC. They're just helmed into their side of the map, just afraid to go anywhere.
Like this right here to me, this is RR just completely owning TNC.
Oh, well, his Inventor just ran out, but here comes the 2-man silence. The kick misses. It's time to disengage.
There's the lift back, now in trouble. Gonna be able to steal Vendetta as well. Tim's already used Flame Guard, trying to run him down. Omni Slash used, a little bit of damage coming out, and they find that kill.
All right, but at the same time, Miracle is gonna be going for the Roche. Looks like the Mud Golem was brought there to tank some of the hits. And tier 1 is likely gonna be forfeited as a result.
Yeah, they scan out this side as well. Spot out that it could have been a hero in the area, but now with the Roche going down, they know that they don't have to be too worried, at least as of yet. We'll see what ends up happening. Ember Spirit, meanwhile, cutting creep waves. And they're getting in position to try and fight, but already gone is Raven.
Yep. That was a really smart scan, because if there's...
Wait, mid lane though. Raven now in trouble. Manta Dodge try to get out. He doesn't have a spin, needs to run out of mana, and there's the Stampede to get him away. That was real close though.
That Mud Golem came in a little late. If he got off the stun, probably likely they're going to get the kill. Jules, is he going to give away Sakuchi?
I mean, he can also do a good bit of damage.